Chapter 587. Of course, Su Yin also understood that as his cultivation grew stronger, many things would gradually appear in front of his eyes. As the saying goes, the more you know, the more you don't know. When the frog was at the bottom of the well, it only saw the sky as big as the mouth of the well. It thought that this was the whole world, but when it jumped out of the well, it found that the world was so vast. Su Yin was like that frog. He existed in this world at the bottom of the well from the beginning. And now he had begun to leave the well bit by bit and come into contact with a new world. Are there really many worlds? Su Yin muttered to himself. In fact, Su Yin had always believed in this because he was someone who had left his footprints in two worlds. Therefore he firmly believed that this matter was absolutely true. It was just that he didn't think that he would face such a thing so soon. But soon, he collected his thoughts and continued, "Feel it carefully." After saying that, Su Yin directly operated his power, and at this time the mark in the Black Dragon King's body began to twist. As this power slowly rotated, the Black Dragon King only felt a familiar power gathering in his body. That was the power of the soul. Once the soul dissipated, it couldn't return at all, at least in this world. This was the end of all the undead. For so many years he didn't know how many methods he had tried, but he still couldn't achieve it. But now Su Yin actually gathered this power with just a slight movement. At this time he only felt that his soul was beginning to become complete. Unknowingly he even felt that half of his face, which had dissipated because of the loss of his soul, was gradually recovering. This feeling was really indescribably relaxed and happy. It was just that this process lasted for a very short time and disappeared directly. He didn't feel wrong until now and recovered from this feeling. At this time Su Yin said, "Since you've already eaten the greatest slave, I might as well tell you that this is the power of the greatest. Your body already has the greatest God seal, so your soul power won't dissipate anymore. If you can gain enlightenment from the greatest God seal, I believe your power will improve further. Of course, once I'm strong enough, I'll take you away from here and reunite your soul and body." At this time, Su Yan's tone was somewhat indifferent, but after hearing this the Black Dragon King was ecstatic. Without Su Yan's arrival he would be a Black Dragon King waiting for death, watching this cruel world deprive his soul bit by bit. But at this time, Su Yan's sudden appearance gave him hope. Moreover, it wasn't an illusory hope, but a very feasible one. Previously, when the revered deity seal had entered his body, he was still brooding about it. It was only because of the revered deity seal that he was unable to resist Su Yan. But now he immediately became wild with joy. He only felt that this was his opportunity. "Great Master, your eternal servant, Black Dragon Bard, offers his most sincere gratitude," the Black Dragon King directly said. Bard was his name and it was his real name. The name of the Dragon clan was very important to them. Unless it was necessary they would never tell others their real names. Because as long as they knew their real names, they would be able to deal a devastating blow to them through their real names. Every dragon had their own real name, but this real name wasn't given to them by their parents. Instead, it was engraved in their souls when they were born. Since Bard revealed his real name, it meant that he had submitted to Road. Although Su Yin didn't understand this, he could feel Bard's loyalty. At this time Su Yin directly said, "Bard, let me ask you. Do you know how to leave this place?" Bard pondered for a moment and said, "Master, when you arrived, the mysterious power of the greatest god bloomed. Therefore if you want to leave, it is most likely related to the power of the greatest god. However, I'm afraid that Master has entered the Spectre world by accident. Therefore, I think that you don't need to leave in such a hurry. Although the Spectre world is broken and dangerous, it is actually a good place, especially for someone like Master who doesn't fear the loss of his soul." This surprised Su Yin a little. Then he asked, "Oh? What do you mean?" The Black Dragon King said, "As I said before, this place can be considered the second ruin. In other words, this place is a real battlefield. In this world there are soul spiders. These soul spiders are formed from the dust of drifting souls. They will capture souls to eat and become stronger. But on the other hand, they are also the best things to replenish souls. As long as Master can capture a soul spider, he will be able to strengthen his soul." The Black Dragon King continued, "The path of cultivation is full of dangers. If you want to reach a higher realm, you will need the support of a strong enough soul. Although Master's soul is also very strong, I have seen that Master's battle strength is very terrifying. Under such conditions, it will be more difficult to reach a higher realm. However, if your soul is strong enough, this difficulty will be reduced by a lot." Su Yin was surprised to hear this. The world is so big, nothing is too strange. There are actually things like soul spiders. The Black Dragon King continued, Of course, in this specter world, soul spiders aren't the only good things. There are other things that can make one's soul stronger. Hearing this, Su Yan said, "What you said makes sense. Since I'm here, there's no need to be anxious. I'll go look for soul spiders now. Bard, tell me, how do I find these things?" Bard said, "Master, it's actually very simple. Just release your soul aura and these spiders will come to you automatically." Su Yan felt that it was very reasonable. Then he said, "Okay, I got it." Releasing his soul aura was not a very difficult thing to do. Su Yan silently operated his cultivation method and released his soul aura. At this moment, he suddenly felt an unusual movement in the void in front of him. In the beginning, Su Yan could not see it clearly. But later on he could see it very clearly. Soul spiders. These spiders were different from ordinary spiders. The most direct difference was their body shape. Every single one of these spiders was extremely large. Even the smallest one was probably the size of a child. And the largest spider that appeared was actually comparable to a calf. Soul spiders. These are soul spiders. Su Yan was a little shocked. He felt threatened by these soul spiders. At this moment, Bard said, "I really didn't expect Master's soul to be so pure and sacred. It actually lured such soul spiders over. But don't worry, Master. With me here, these soul spiders will definitely not hurt you at all." Su Yan did not let Bard make a move. Instead, he said, "Fighting these damn spiders is also a good opportunity to train myself. Bard, you don't have to do anything. Let me do it." After saying that, Su Yan went forward. His speed was very fast, even faster than normal. This made Su Yan feel a little surprised, but he quickly adapted. After all, fast speed was definitely a good thing. At this moment he made his move. The revered sword soul appeared in his palm. The appearance of the revered sword soul seemed to have a feeling of dominating the world. The powerful aura on the stage was simply shocking. After these spiders felt the revered sword soul, they trembled non-stop. However, at this moment one of the soul spiders suddenly exploded like a water droplet. Countless water droplets kept scattering. At this moment, Su Yan frowned because at this moment, he felt that he had been locked on by these countless soul droplets. This was a very bad feeling because he could feel that these countless water droplets seemed to be independent entities. Torrential pear blossom. At this moment, the revered sword soul turned and countless sword chi burst out. The slowly drifting white pear blossoms surrounded Su Yan so tightly that not even a drop of water could escape. Those water droplets landed on the torrential pear blossom and immediately stopped moving. Su Yan sneered and said, "Scarlet Spirit Fire." In terms of dealing with souls, Su Yan had an absolute advantage, and that was the Scarlet Spirit Fire. This was also why he dared to face these soul spiders. As long as he had the Scarlet Spirit Fire, he would be in an invincible position. The Scarlet Spirit Fire burned quietly and the soul fragments were directly refined. Su Yan opened his mouth and these souls flew directly into Su Yan's mouth. Then Su Yan did the same thing and killed the soul spiders that appeared one by one. At this moment, Black Dragon Bard walked over and said, "Scarlet Spirit Fire. I really didn't expect that Master would be able to obtain this Scarlet Spirit Fire. You're really lucky." Su Yan heard the amazement in Bard's voice. However, he felt that it was strange. Although the Scarlet Spirit Fire was powerful, it shouldn't be so precious to Bard, who was at least an emperor. Therefore he asked, "Bard, so you know the origin of this Scarlet Spirit Fire?" Chapter 588. The origin of this Scarlet Ghastly Spirit Fire is quite extraordinary. This was the first sentence Bard said. Just this sentence alone surprised Su Yan. The Scarlet Ghastly Spirit Fire originally belonged to the demon sect's Venerable Gui Yen. However, Venerable Gui Yen failed to possess Su Yan's body and died, so the Scarlet Ghastly Spirit Fire naturally became Su Yan's. However, he did not expect Bard to value the Scarlet Ghastly Spirit Fire so much. The Scarlet Ghastly Spirit Fire is a natural divine fire and possesses extremely powerful strength. In my memories, the owner of this fire was a leader of the demon race's Burning Legion. This person was a peak Emperor Realm Master. In terms of battle prowess, he was definitely above me. Back then, he relied on this Scarlet Ghastly Spirit Fire to sweep through the world, but he later died at the hands of the great heavenly demon lord. Su Yan was startled at first, then said, "Black Dragon King, you were already very powerful back then. Tell me, what level of cultivation did the great heavenly demon lord and the great demon dragon reach?" Bard was silent for a while, then said with a bitter smile, "Master, these people's cultivations are really terrifying. They have long surpassed the Saint Venerable realm and can be said to be true god-grade powerhouses." With regards to this, Su Yan was not surprised. However, when he heard these words with his own ears, he was still extremely shocked. God-grade existences. How great of a power was this needed? At this moment, a thought suddenly flashed through Su Yan's mind. If I become a God-grade powerhouse, will I be able to travel through the many worlds and return to my original homeland? The homeland he was referring to was naturally not the Su family, but the world that truly belonged to him. Su Yan had never been a person who was used to reminiscing about the past. Therefore, after coming to this world, he quickly adapted to his own peerless beauty and started a new life. For so many years he had been running around and killing countless enemies. However, when he really thought of this word, his heart was filled with anticipation. It was difficult to leave one's homeland. These words were really the truth of this world. After all, that was the place he grew up in. Everything that he had started from there. However, at this time he simply did not think so much. Instead, he began his own cultivation because he knew that nothing could be solved by thinking. Only action was the foundation of everything. Right now, he was still too far away from the God level. He could not even see the end of this path. But it didn't matter. No matter how far away the goal was, as long as he worked hard every day, it would be fine. Su Yan had always been like this, taking things as they came. At that moment, Bard continued, the difference in strength between the Scarlet Spirit Fire and the past is like heaven and earth. But it's not surprising since the leader of the Burning Legion has already fallen, so it's normal for it to be damaged. If Master can restore it one day, its strength will definitely become much stronger. Su Yan nodded his head, indicating that he was clear about this matter. Since he already knew about these things, Su Yan began to hunt soul spiders. His soul contained the aura of the Grand Supreme. This aura was fatally attractive to the soul spider. And he also had the Scarlet Spirit Fire, so these soul spiders were like moths to a flame, allowing Su Yan to continuously succeed. Not long after, Su Yan's strength increased a lot. Su Yan refined all the soul spiders. Unknowingly, he felt that his existence had become much more real. He knew that this was the effect of the soul spiders. Bard was right. To be able to increase his strength in such a short period of time was definitely a good thing. At this time, there was a continuous stream of light falling from the sky. The power of this shining light was simply fascinating. Bard frowned and said, the soul storm is about to rise. Master, you should leave this place. Su Yan didn't know what the soul storm was, but when he saw Bard's solemn expression, he knew that it was definitely a terrifying existence. Before Su Yan could ask, Bard said, the soul storm appeared during the war back then. It's an extremely terrifying destructive force. Moreover, it's eternal and indestructible. Every once in a while it will blow in this place. Once you're swept into the wind, your soul will dissipate. In fact, there were countless undead in this second ruin back then, but it's because of this storm that this place became empty. When the soul storm appears, I will hide in the palace below. There is a formation that I prepared countless years ago. It is also my place of indulgence. I am relying on it to linger on at death's door. Master, you can't hide in it, so the best way is to leave this place. Su Yan nodded and said, take care of yourself. If I am strong enough, I will definitely help you tear open this gate of truth and let you leave this world. Behind the brilliance there was always danger. At this moment, Su Yan had already sensed an extremely terrifying power. Of course, this power was still far away, but he didn't dare to stay any longer. His intuition told him that if he continued to stay here, it would be very bad. He might not even be able to leave this place forever. At this moment, his gaze became incomparably still. Then he began to circulate the power of the Grand Supreme in his body. The golden light appeared again, and the Grand Supreme Sword Soul became extremely dazzling. At this moment, a door suddenly appeared in front of him. This door was more magnificent than any door Su Yan had ever seen. It was as if this door was the entire world. The Gate of Truth. This was the legendary Gate of Truth, the door that separated the real world and the world of the undead. Of course, Su Yan couldn't open this door, even with the Grand Supreme Sword Soul. The reason he could come here was because he relied on the Grand Supreme Sword Soul to directly pass through. It was equivalent to finding a crack in the door and then passing through it. In just a short while, that destructive force was already very close to him. Su Yan's heart was trembling. He knew that there was no room for hesitation at this time. Otherwise he would die here. Therefore, his soul directly escaped into the Grand Supreme Sword Soul. The soul storm was getting closer and closer, and Bard directly began to drill into the ground. Su Yan directly turned into a golden light, and then directly penetrated the Gate of Truth. The Gate of Truth was sacred and powerful. It blocked everything, but it couldn't block the power of the Grand Supreme. Su Yan's consciousness gradually dissipated, and finally escaped into the darkness again. However, Su Yan's heart relaxed because he knew that he had returned to his physical body. Soon he opened his eyes. The feeling of controlling his physical body was really great. He climbed to his feet and stretched his muscles. The ruins had collapsed, which meant that Su Yan couldn't go back the way he came if he wanted to leave. Su Yan thought for a moment. At the last moment, a few powerhouses appeared one after another. They should have taken away all the people from the Taihang Sword faction and the Blazing Flame sect. This meant that Xianxia should be safe. After all, the Shui family's ancestor asked him to take care of her. Naturally, it was best that she was safe. However, Su Yan now had to face one thing, and that was to leave this place. In the vast ruins, he didn't know which direction to go. At this moment, Su Yan casually picked up a tree branch and then said, "I've decided to use you. Go wherever it falls." This was a stupid method that Su Yan used when he was young. This made Su Yan miss the past. However, what made Su Yan speechless was that the tree branch was fixed in place. He stood still, truly not falling. The corner of Su Yan's mouth twitched and then he said, "Is this the will of the heavens? The will of the heavens wants me to stand here and wait?" At this moment, the wind blew and the tree branch fell to the ground. The disciples of the Taihang Sword faction had begun to return. For the disciples of the Taihang Sword faction, this definitely wasn't a pleasant journey. They thought that they would be able to gain a lot from the ruins. However, in reality, other than a few people who found their own opportunities, most of them came up empty-handed. Many of their former companions had already lost their lives there. Xianxia's face was gloomy, and her eyes were filled with deep sorrow. Many people from the Shui family were there, but Su Yan didn't come out. "Brother Su Yan, please don't let anything happen to you." In the distance, Wuxia looked at Xianxia who was in a daze. He felt both heartache and joy. He felt heartache because Xianxia was in such a state, and he was happy because Su Yan was finally dead. This guy who suddenly appeared made him feel as if a fishbone was stuck in his throat. If Su Yan was really dead, it would be a good thing. Feng Yueyu didn't say anything. She should be happy to see Xianxia sad, but she couldn't feel happy at this moment. At this moment, Cui Tianlang suddenly said, "You have the nerve to call yourselves disciples of the Taihang Sword faction. I'm a sword cultivator and my sword heart is invincible. No matter what happens, I shouldn't be sad. Since the Devil's sect made you lose your friends and made you suffer, I'll kill them the next time I see them. If you look like dead people, what's the point of cultivating? You're the top 100 in the sect. If you don't even know this, haha, you'd better get out of the Taihang Sword faction as soon as possible and go home to farm." After Cui Tianlang finished speaking, he rushed into the sky and disappeared from everyone's sight. Chapter 589. Everyone was silent, but at the same time, there was a burning anger in their hearts. Indeed, to them this time was truly too cowardly. From the beginning to the end, they had been under the Devil Sect's control, and some of them were even more so. If Su Yan had not suddenly appeared and allowed them to escape unscathed, they might have died in that hill. But now they had walked out of the ruins, but Su Yan had not. Although this was Su Yan's choice, it would only deepen their hatred for the Devil Sect. Of course, the sudden collapse of the ruins had caused the Devil Sect to suffer heavy losses. This was because in the Devil Sect's plan, such an unforeseen event would not have happened. However, because they had already made some preparations beforehand, their losses were slightly smaller than the Fiery Flame sect and the Taihang Sword faction. Xianxia wanted to stay and wait for Su Yan, but the seniors of the Taihang Sword faction did not allow her to do so. Now, their relationship with the Devil Sect was like fire and water. If they continued to stay here, they might be ambushed by the Devil Sect. To them, this was an extremely dangerous matter. Moreover, Cui Tianlang had told her that Su Yan might not die. If someone else had said this, Xianxia might not have believed it, but it was Cui Tianlang who said it. In the Devil Sect, Cui Tianlang's notoriety was needless to say. When Xianxia saw him, she was filled with respect. However, this notoriety was also due to his strength. Since such a powerful person had said so, she naturally chose to believe him. The disciples of the Taihang Sword faction had already left, but Su Yan was still wandering around the ruins. He was looking for a way to leave the ruins. Although this direction was chosen by the tree branch, he still believed in it. At this moment he suddenly heard a sound in front of him. It was a sound. Then he saw a wave of demonic chi slowly rising in the distance. Su Yan was very familiar with this powerful demonic aura. This was because he had almost been killed by the owner of this demonic aura. It was the Demon King. As expected, the terrifying Demon King hadn't died. When he thought of this, Su Yan's expression naturally became serious. He had faced this Demon King before, so he naturally knew how powerful this Demon King was. This Demon King's strength was not something an ordinary person could imagine. His terror was simply shocking. At the very least, Su Yin didn't have any confidence in defeating this Demon King. Perhaps if he directly unleashed his most terrifying state, which was to completely release the demonic dragon's blood, he might still be able to escape from it. That was the combat power of a venerable one. It was already very heaven-defying for Su Yin to be able to fight above his level. However, no matter how heaven-defying he was, it was impossible for him to fight against a venerable one. That was simply abnormal. However, at this time he did not choose to retreat. Because they were in a ruin and it was a broken ruin, the space here had become very small. As long as everyone was here, they would encounter each other sooner or later. Therefore, at this time, Su Yin decided to investigate the other party's movements first. It would be better to know oneself and know one's enemy to win 100 battles. At this time, faint rays of light were constantly flickering in the sky. At this time, the sky in the ruins became extremely gloomy. This feeling was really too outrageous. Of course, this was also in the ruins and Su Yin wouldn't pay attention to this. All his attention was now on the strong demonic aura. Su Yin unfolded the demonic dragon's wings, and then approached very carefully. Finally, Su Yin saw this Demon King. At this time, the huge Demon King was lying on the ground. His body was so magnificent that although he was lying on the ground, it still made him look like a small hill. This Demon King was injured. Moreover, it was a very serious injury. His tail, which almost killed Su Yin directly, had been cut off. This was Cui Tianlang's work. At the last moment, Cui Tianlang directly cut off his tail. Speaking of which, Su Yin still owed Cui Tianlang his life. On the Demon King's chest knee there was a shocking wound. His chest was directly pierced through. Su Yin had seen the fierceness of this Demon King with his own eyes. Except for the venerable one, there was no one who could compete with him. However, at this time the Demon King was on the verge of death. No matter what, this is a good opportunity. This thought flashed through Su Yan's mind. Indeed, this was a very rare opportunity. This evil creature was seriously injured, and it was just right for him to directly kill it. Then he directly took out its demon core. The demon core was the most important thing in a demon's body. It was the core. The demon core of an ordinary great demon was extremely precious, and even those at the venerable one level would fight for it. At this time, it was a Demon King's demon core. If he could get his hands on this demon core. In any case, this would be an unimaginable wealth. Thinking of this, Su Yin almost couldn't hold back and wanted to directly make a move. However, in the end he resisted the desire to make a move. It was because he didn't believe that such a powerful Demon King didn't even have the strength to make a move. He couldn't forget that at that time, Hua Yunlong used the Demon Devouring Heart Sutra to directly devour the Demon King. However, he didn't expect that at the last moment, the Demon King directly became furious and ended up devouring Hua Yunlong. At this time, two more energies appeared in the distance. The moment he felt these energies, Su Yin immediately revealed a very surprised expression. Because he was very familiar with these two energies. The owners of these energies were none other than Duanmu Longhu, who he hadn't seen for a long time, and the Hydralisk who had submitted to him. When he felt these two people, he immediately knew that the situation wasn't as simple as it seemed. In this world, Duanmu Longhu was definitely one of the people that Su Yin feared the most. He, who had been resurrected from the ancient times, possessed an extremely mysterious power. Although they were temporarily in a cooperative relationship, Su Yin didn't dare to be careless with this person. This was an extremely terrifying venomous snake. Who knows when it will appear and give you a fatal blow. After entering the world of 9 regions, Su Yin had always stayed in the Taihang sword faction. However, he had asked the Shui family to inquire about the Hydralisk. After all, the Hydralisk had some reputation in the world of 9 regions. Thus, if it was normal, the Shui family wouldn't find it too difficult to inquire about it. However, the Shui family's powerful intelligence network only found out that the Hydralisk hadn't appeared in the demon sect for a long time. This kind of news was very intriguing. The Hydralisk hadn't appeared, which meant that Duanmu Longhu hadn't appeared. This Duanmu Longhu had traveled thousands of miles to the 9 regions. He definitely didn't come here just for sightseeing. Then he must have his own purpose. However, the information he knew was too little. Thus, Su Yin could only give up on the deduction. However, at this time he suddenly discovered these two people. These two people were probably here for the Demon King. Su Yin immediately retracted his aura and concealed it. Of course, Duanmu Longhu's soul doppelganger had already been isolated by Su Yin using a special method. How could a person like Duanmu Longhu be honest with Su Yin? That soul doppelganger might be real, but there was definitely something else going on. How could Su Yan allow him to follow by his side? This Duanmu Longhu probably didn't think that he had a godly item like the soul-suppressing seal. Under the soul-suppressing seal, the soul doppelganger was directly suppressed. If Su Yan really needed to contact Duanmu Longhu, then he would release him from the soul-suppressing seal. Duanmu Longhu and the Hydralisk finally stood not far from Su Yan. However, Su Yan's soul concealment technique was too powerful. Even Duanmu Longhu couldn't tell that Su Yan was nearby. Of course, he also didn't think that someone would still be around at such a time. One must know that this secret realm had already collapsed. Before the mystic realm collapsed, everyone had already left the mystic realm. When the secret realm collapsed, it was simply like heaven falling and earth rending. It was simply unimaginable. Even for Duanmu Longhu, he was only able to escape safely because he had already planned for this. Hydralisk looked at the huge demon king, his heart trembling. If he hadn't followed Duanmu Longhu, he would only be a person with 3 dragons in the dragon realm. He would have some reputation, but he would still be an assassin. And for an assassin, his final fate was death. But now it was different. Following Duanmu Longhu, he saw a different world. His battle strength was constantly increasing, and so was his realm. And now he even saw the Demon King. This Demon King was lying in front of him, and it was already on the verge of death. At this moment he said to Duanmu Longhu, "Crown Prince, your methods are really brilliant. You actually came before Hua Yunlong and directly set up a trap. That Hua Yunlong actually dares to call himself Crown Prince. He thinks that he's amazing, but he doesn't know that in front of you he's nothing." Hydralisk said from the bottom of his heart. When Su Yan heard this, he was alarmed. No wonder the Demon King suddenly woke up and directly swallowed Hua Yunlong. It turned out that Duanmu Longhu had already done something to the Demon King. This was truly a terrifying mission. Everything that was done in secret. One must know that Hua Yunlong had spent a lot of time and set up countless traps for this Demon King. But in the end, Duanmu Longhu still managed to do something to it and even lost his life. Chapter 590. Devouring Demon Heart Sutra. As expected, as the former demon sect's crown prince, he had grasped the Devouring Demon Heart Sutra. Moreover, it was even more complete than Hua Yunlong's. However, Su Yan wasn't surprised by this. After all, this person was Duanmu Longhu. One could imagine how cunning he was. Hua Yunlong's death was very unjust. He probably still felt that he had been played by the Demon King. What he didn't know was that the real culprit was someone else. It was precisely because of his intervention that the Demon King had actually awoken. At this moment, Duanmu Longhu said, "What a powerful Demon King. Hehe, venerable realm. I really miss this realm. But there's nothing I can do about it. Who told me to come back from the dead? My current strength is already amazing." Hydralisk directly said, "Of course, you're destined to become the strongest person in the history of the demon sect. You might even surpass the ancient great sky demon lord." Hydralisk's words were filled with endless fanaticism. The current him was completely convinced by Duanmu Longhu. He was so convinced that he wouldn't have any doubts even if Hydralisk asked him to die. However, when Su Yan first saw Hydralisk, he knew that Hydralisk was a self-centered person. He would never truly serve a single person. But now he was like this. Needless to say, Duanmu Longhu must have done something in secret. Hydralisk couldn't discover it at all. This was similar to a spiritual suggestion. It would directly influence one's mind. Many times, religions use this method to brainwash their believers. Obviously, Hydralisk had already treated Duanmu Longhu as a god. Of course, Su Yan wasn't a kind person. He naturally wouldn't help Hydralisk. If possible, he wanted to directly kill Hydralisk. After all, Hydralisk was a dangerous person. However, now wasn't the time to act. What he needed to do now was to wait. Opportunities always came when one was waiting. Hydralisk walked towards the Demon King and said, "Your Highness Crown Prince, let me deal with this Demon King for you, then dig out its demon core." Duanmu Longhu nodded his head lightly and said, "Be careful. A worm that dies but never falls down." At this moment, the Hydralisks excitedly scuttled out. Compared to the last time they met, his strength had improved significantly. This was all thanks to Duanmu Longhu. This was because Su Yan was very clear that although this fellow's strength was not bad, based on his innate talent, breaking through to Dragon Realm level 3 was probably his limit. But now he had clearly broken through that limit. The Hydralisk approached like a specter, yet the Demon King didn't notice it at all. Until the Hydralisk jumped onto the Demon King's body. His hands began to congeal an extremely powerful energy, preparing to deal the final blow to the Demon King. But at this moment something unexpected happened. Just as he was about to make a move, a demonic aura ignited and turned into a terrifying flame fountain. This flame fountain appeared very suddenly. Even if the hydralisk reacted in time and dodged, he was still contaminated by the flames and burned a little. He dodged in the air while congealing his energy, wanting to extinguish the flames. But at this moment his body suddenly stiffened. Because at this moment, he was shocked to discover that there was a pair of eyes staring at him. Under this gaze, a bone-chilling coldness pierced through his bones. The Demon King. The guy who had been completely silent earlier had actually woken up at this moment, and was attacking him directly. He was careless. Previously Duanmu Longhu clearly told him to be careful, but he was still careless. How terrifying was a venerable realm Demon King's strength. Even if the Demon King was heavily injured, this strength was definitely not something he could resist. At this moment his entire body was filled with regret. If he wasn't so careless he wouldn't have fallen to this point. Despicable, truly despicable. But now, no matter how he retreated, it was useless. The most important thing right now was to escape this fatal attack. But he was shocked to discover that he had no other way. That gaze had turned into a power that he could not understand, and it directly enveloped him. Under this terrifying power he couldn't even move. If this continued, only death would await him. But at this moment, Duanmu Longhu actually acted as if he didn't see it. His gaze was always on the Demon King, and he didn't pay attention to the hydralisk. Looking at the hydralisk, Su Yan immediately understood that this guy was doing it on purpose. From the beginning he knew that Duanmu Longhu would be in danger, even though he had warned him verbally. This guy is using the hydralisk as bait so that he can find out its weakness and then directly kill it. At this moment, Duanmu Longhu's gaze became even sharper. Previously he was like a piece of rock. His gaze was frighteningly calm. However, at this moment his gaze became incomparably sharp, like that of an eagle. Su Yan immediately understood that this guy was going to make a move. Indeed, at this moment Duanmu Longhu's body leaped into the air. So fast. This was Su Yan's first reaction. Even with his current strength, he was still surprised by Duanmu Longhu's speed. From this, it could be seen that this guy's speed was truly terrifying. Unless he directly used the demonic dragon wings, Su Yan felt that he definitely wouldn't be able to compete with this guy. Under Su Yan's gaze, Duanmu Longhu gently stretched out his hand. In the next moment, his palm directly transformed into a cold black flame-like aura. The aura in his eyes unceasingly transformed into an extremely long blade. This long blade suddenly exploded, and an endless amount of light condensed at this moment. Between heaven and earth, all the light seemed to condense towards the black flame in his hand. Deity Vanquishing Blade. Su Yan immediately recognized that this was the Deity Vanquishing Blade. However, the Deity Vanquishing Blade displayed by Duanmu Longhu was much more powerful than his own. From the power displayed by Duanmu Longhu's attack, his realm had almost reached the dragon realm, the level of 6 dragons. His own cultivation speed was already considered fast, but this guy was simply flying. As expected of a former powerhouse, a guy who had awakened from ancient times. He was able to become the demon sect's crown prince in the past because he had sufficient strength. Duanmu Longhu's figure seemed to be flickering, and he quickly appeared in front of the Demon King. The Demon King quickly realized that compared to the hydralisk, this was the real threat. The mysterious and powerful energy once again condensed towards Duanmu Longhu. However, at this moment, Duanmu Longhu was calm and unruffled. He only indifferently said, "Demon suppression." It was clearly a simple word, but at this moment, it exploded like a thunderclap. The Demon Lord immediately let out a pained roar. His demonic eyes were already filled with endless despair. Su Yan suddenly recalled the hydralisk's words from before. Duanmu Longhu had done something to the Demon King's body. Terrifying. Duanmu Longhu had long expected this. The method he used before was not only to awaken the Demon King at the crucial moment, but also to restrain the Demon King. In front of Duanmu Longhu, the powerful Demon King was like a toy, toyed within the palm of his hand. The moment the Demon King let out a painful roar, the black light in Duanmu Longhu's hand flashed, and then shuttled through the Demon King's head. When this terrifying sword fell, the Demon King's head heavily fell to the ground. The heavy impact even caused the mountain to tremble. Su Yan's expression became even more solemn. This guy's attack was really powerful. It was practically an instant kill. Admittedly, he had already made arrangements to prevent the Demon King from displaying its true strength. However, to be able to kill the Demon King so easily, this kind of strength was also incomparably terrifying. He was probably not much weaker than Hua Yunlong. Hehe, Demon King? Just a beast. It's not like I haven't killed a Demon King in the past. However, this is also your fate. Duanmu Longhu muttered to himself. At this moment Hydralisk finally regained his senses. Previously, when he was enveloped by the Demon King's power, he felt that he would definitely die this time. After all, the difference in strength between the two sides was too great. However, he didn't expect that not only did he not die, he actually escaped from death. For him, this was simply the greatest surprise. At the same time, he became even more respectful towards Duanmu Longhu. Hydralisk, dig out his demon core. Duanmu Longhu calmly said. Hydralisk immediately smiled and nodded. Demon core, this was the core of a demon. Moreover, it was such a powerful demon king. If he could directly devour this demon king's demon core, his strength would probably increase by a lot. Of course, he also knew that this demon core was definitely prepared for Duanmu Longhu. At this moment, he directly took out a broadsword and began to cut open the demon king's flesh bit by bit. Then he began to dig out the demon core inside. As for Duanmu Longhu, he hovered slightly in the air. Around his body, there was a black radiance that constantly flashed. Su Yan felt a sense of déjà vu when he saw such a scene. It was the same for Hua Yunlong back then. Demon Devouring Heart Sutra. This guy wants to use this move to directly devour this demon king's body? Su Yan pondered. This Duanmu Longhu's strength was already very terrifying. If he was allowed to use the Demon Devouring Heart Sutra, his strength would probably increase by another level. However, to stop him now. Chapter 591. It was impossible to stop him from devouring the Demon King. But there was another way, and that was the Demon Core. The body of a Demon King was meaningless to ordinary people. Only a terrifying method like the Demon Devouring Heart Sutra could devour it and absorb its power into one's own body. Su Yan couldn't stop him from using the Devouring Demon Heart Sutra, but he could do something else, and that was to seize the Demon Core. Compared to the Demon King's body, the Demon Core's power was more direct. Although Su Yan didn't know why Duanmu Longhu wanted to dig out the Demon Core, since he did so, there must be other reasons. Hydralisk carried out Duanmu Longhu's orders meticulously. He was very serious as he extracted the Demon Core. At this moment, Duanmu Longhu's power had become very strong. Under this terrifying power, even Hydralisk felt apprehensive. He knew what his master was going to do, so he directly jumped down from the Demon King's body. After all, if he didn't do so, he might be implicated. But at this moment, another unforeseen event occurred. At this moment, a shadow rushed towards him at lightning speed. This unforeseen event was too unexpected. He only reacted when he heard the sound of something breaking through the air. He didn't expect that someone would dare to pull a tooth from the tiger's mouth. This was simply courting death. Get lost. Hydralisk couldn't see who attacked, but it didn't matter to him. He directly gathered his power and then fiercely attacked the other party. He wanted to let the person who attacked know how stupid he was. Soon the two people's power clashed. A powerful oppressive force was transmitted directly, and the terrifying impact caused his entire body to fly backward. It was also at this moment that he finally got a clear look at the person who had attacked. Su Yan. Hydralisk roared from his throat, but Su Yan didn't care at all. His strength directly crushed the Hydralisk's body, and the enormous power directly suppressed it. Su Yan's current battle strength was already above the Hydralisk's. What's more, he launched a sneak attack, while the Hydralisk only hastily met his attack head-on. Therefore, after the initial resistance, Su Yan was sent flying. Su Yan chuckled. Then he took a step forward and reached for the monster core with one hand. You want to steal the magic core? Dream on. Hydralisk naturally knew what Su Yan was trying to do. He wanted to stop him, but how could he be Su Yan's opponent at this time? Just get the hell out of my way. Su Yan smiled calmly. Then, a violent power erupted from him. The terrifying power was like a tsunami as it slammed forward. At the same time, the Virokana glazed swordsmanship was activated, and an extremely dazzling light suddenly burst out. Hydralisk didn't expect such a dazzling light to burst out at this moment. The light almost blinded his eyes. Under the stimulation of the strong light, his eyes were temporarily blinded, and even his perception became sluggish. Su Yan smiled coldly. Then he directly snatched the monster core from the Hydralisk's hand. Then, a sword energy suddenly rushed towards the Hydralisk. Not only did he want to snatch the monster core, but he also wanted to kill the Hydralisk. After all, the Hydralisk was Duanmu Longhu's fangs. If he could kill him, it would be the same as cutting off Duanmu Longhu's arm. There was no reason not to do such a thing. But just as he was about to kill the Hydralisk, a terrifying power rushed towards him. Su Yan. Duanmu Longhu shouted, hiding the anger of Duanmu Longhu. Su Yan actually appeared at this time. This was really out of his expectations because he couldn't sense the aura of his soul doppelganger. Moreover, this monster core was crucial to his plan, and the hydralisk was a character that he had carefully nurtured. Su Yin had already snatched the monster core. If Su Yin still killed the hydralisk, then his losses would be disastrous. Therefore he directly attacked at this time. Unexpectedly, at the instant he attacked, Su Yan's sword chi suddenly dissipated, and then Su Yan's entire body vanished on the spot. Su Yan knew how strong Duanmu Longhu was. Now wasn't the time to fight him. If he directly fought with Duanmu Longhu, then he would naturally be delayed. Once the hydralisk recovered, they would immediately surround him. Therefore, when Duanmu Longhu attacked, he already knew that he wouldn't be able to kill the hydralisk today. Since that was the case, then he directly retreated without the slightest reluctance. Soon Su Yan disappeared. Duanmu Longhu's expression was uncertain, and the hydralisk directly knelt down. Crown Prince, the hydralisk was incompetent, please punish me. His heart was filled with deep uneasiness, but of course, it was also filled with hatred. This damned Su Yan, he actually dared to steal from him. This was simply a crime that deserved to be punished with death. If Su Yan fell into his hands, he would definitely let this guy know what the suffering of the human world was. Duanmu Longhu looked in the direction Su Yan left, and finally let out a heavy breath, then directly said, "Forget it, I underestimated Su Yan, this matter has nothing to do with you." Although they didn't really fight just now, he already felt Su Yan's strength. Compared to the last time they met, Su Yan's strength had increased by a lot. That guy was already a freak who could fight against a Dragon Realm expert when he was in the Radius Realm, let alone now that he was in the Dragon Realm and even had 2 dragons. Although the hydralisk's strength had also increased compared to Su Yan, there was still a certain gap. Moreover, Su Yan had launched a sneak attack, so it was reasonable that the hydralisk couldn't protect the monster core. It's just that this ally of ours is really frightening. He actually had a way to directly seal my soul doppelganger, to the point that I couldn't even sense the aura of the soul doppelganger. Interesting, really interesting. Duanmu Longhu was so angry that he laughed. Forget it, although I've obtained the monster core, the Demon King's corpse is still here. For an ordinary Demon King, the monster core is the true core, but for a Demon King, his strength is already spread throughout his body, so the strength contained in his body is even more abundant than the monster core. However, this guy is very powerful, he directly saw the situation clearly, and acted decisively without being greedy. I underestimated you in the past. Duanmu Longhu quickly suppressed his anger. It was true that Su Yan had snatched away the devil core this time. However, it had also let him know how powerful Su Yan was. So, this might not be a bad thing. Hydralisk, you're in charge of guarding. I'm going to directly devour the Demon King's body. Duanmu Longhu directly said. Hydralisk solemnly promised, Prince, rest assured. If there's another accident this time, I, Hydralisk, will directly commit suicide as an apology. It had always been him, Hydralisk, who launched sneak attacks on others, but this time he was the one who was sneak attacked. For him, this was simply a great humiliation. At this time, his whole body was on the verge of exploding, he couldn't wait to directly tear Su Yan into pieces. However, he couldn't do anything now unless Su Yan appeared again. However, how could Su Yan, who had already obtained the monster core, return? Although he really wanted to stop Duanmu Longhu, he also understood that some things couldn't be done by force. He had already appeared once, so Duanmu Longhu knew that his soul doppelganger had already lost its perception of him. Therefore he would naturally take precautions. Towards this resurrected Duanmu Longhu, Su Yan held an extremely strong sense of vigilance. Su Yan fled to a distant place, then bitterly smiled. The tree branch asking for directions is really amazing. Under such circumstances I actually met them. This time it could be considered a huge harvest. First, he had weakened the opponent, and second, he had obtained the Demon King's monster core. Previously, this Demon King had summoned many great demons to fight for him. At that time, Su Yan had already killed 5 great demons and obtained 5 monster cores. And now he directly obtained the Demon King's monster core, so he now had 6 monster cores. Since I can't find a way out in a short time, I might as well directly refine these monster cores here. Su Yan found a secluded place, then took out all the monster cores. The 6 monster cores floated in front of him. Among them, the Demon King's monster core was the largest, and the light it emitted was incomparably deep. As for the other 5 monster cores, the difference was too big. Su Yan did not hesitate and immediately began to circulate his power. The powerful power covered the monster core bit by bit, and soon the monster core emitted a bright light. Su Yan did not wait for too long, and directly circulated his power, then began to absorb the powerful energy within the monster core. The energy within the monster core was extremely terrifying. When Su Yan's power directly enveloped the monster core, it immediately erupted with an extremely strong light. The light power continued to circulate, then began to descend on the monster core. As the power circulated, the powerful energy began to enter Su Yan's body. However, along with the energy entering, there was also an extremely powerful evil and bloodthirsty energy. Su Yan knew that this was the terrifying killing intent of the Demon King within the monster core. One had to know that almost no one dared to directly devour the power within the monster core like Su Yan. Because the more powerful the monster core, the more powerful the Demon King within it. If one directly devoured the monster core like this, they were afraid that they would be contaminated by the Demon King, and then give birth to endless inner demons. In the end, it was possible that they would be directly incinerated by the inner demons, and die without a burial place. Chapter 592. A huge amount of energy continuously converged towards Su Yan's body. It took an entire hour for the 5 demon cores to be completely devoured. At this moment, Su Yan only felt that within his body, energy was surging, and powerful spiritual energy was constantly colliding. Such a powerful and dense spiritual energy made him feel extremely terrified. At this moment he had already reached a critical point. It was the critical point of the 3-dragon realm. The power of this demon core was truly terrifying. No wonder even those venerables would make a move. His accumulation was so strong, and the energy needed to break through the realm was even more enormous. One had to know that he had just stepped into the 2-dragon realm not long ago. However, after absorbing 5 demon cores, his strength had reached the point where he could break through to the 3-dragon realm. Of course, Su Yan also knew that the reason why he could break through to the 3-dragon realm so quickly was related to devouring enough departed spirit spiders in the king's world. At this moment, the advantage of the powerful soul force had already been vividly displayed. It was precisely because his soul force was strong enough that he could quickly break through the realm and become even more powerful. At this moment, Su Yan's gaze had become extremely firm. Although his cultivation had increased rapidly, his combat strength was also very powerful. However, after witnessing the battle of the venerables with his own eyes, he knew that his strength was still too lacking. Not to mention those powerful venerables, just Duanmu Longhu alone was enough to make him feel as if there was a blade at his back. He did not dare to slack off in the slightest. Then, let's directly break through to the 3-dragon realm. Su Yan calmed down and directly began to attack the Demon King's demon core. When his power had just approached the demon core, an extremely huge consciousness directly attacked Su Yan. Su Yan knew that this was the Demon King's consciousness. This powerful Demon King possessed extremely terrifying power. Even though he was already dead, the huge consciousness left in the demon core was still unimaginable. Now, this consciousness actually wanted to directly rush into Su Yan's Sea of Consciousness and directly destroy Su Yan's Sea of Consciousness. Su Yan sneered and then said, "Humph, not to mention you're dead. Even if you're alive you can't kill me. Now you're still resisting? Soul-suppressing seal." In the Sea of Consciousness, the soul-suppressing seal bloomed with boundless golden light. The Demon King's consciousness, under the baptism of the golden light, let out a boundless wail. However, out of Su Yan's expectations. Su Yan originally thought that this consciousness would directly dissipate, but he did not expect that this consciousness would still struggle of consciousness. At this moment a voice suddenly. It was Aya's voice. "Big brother Su Yan, this seems to be a half-complete soul." Aya was now the weapon spirit of the square seal. Su Yan was not surprised that he could hear her voice. However, what surprised Su Yan was that this was not a simple consciousness but half of a soul. Aya continued, "If I'm not wrong, this demon hid half of his soul in this demon core. Although I don't know why he did this, the current him obviously wants to erase big brother Su Yan's soul and replace it." Su Yan narrowed his eyes and then said with a faint smile, "Aya, since you've appeared, you must be interested in this soul." Aya's voice sounded again, "Indeed, this demon's soul is very powerful. I want to bring it into the temple in the square seal and suppress it with the power of the pagoda. It's a pity that big brother Su Yan did not get the Demon King's corpse this time. Otherwise, the square seal might be able to recover a lot of its power." Su Yan was a little surprised but then said, "So that's how it is. Can the square seal devour the demon's body?" "Yes, the square seal needs a huge amount of energy now. As long as there is enough energy, it can recover its former power." After hearing this, Su Yan nodded. The square seal was something found in the pagoda. It must be extremely powerful. But now the square seal was in a half-broken state. He was looking forward to how powerful and terrifying the complete square seal would be. Big brother Su Yan, if possible, try to collect more demon cores, or demon corpses. Aya is going to bring this demon's soul into the square seal now. After Aya finished speaking, a ray of light turned into a long whip and wrapped around the square seal. Then, with a slight movement, the Demon King's soul disappeared. Su Yan shook his head. This Demon King was probably the most miserable Demon King in history. Even its body was used as a test subject. However, Su Yan naturally would not pity a Demon King. For him, such an existence was a threat. Now this threat was finally dead. The Demon King's demon core was finally directly absorbed by Su Yan. And it was also at this moment that Su Yan's power broke through the limit. Then, faint dragon roars continuously sounded outside his body. In the end, all the barriers finally disappeared, and Su Yan's power had reached a certain realm. Three Dragons Realm. At this moment he finally reached the Three Dragons Realm. However, his power did not stop growing. His power was constantly increasing. The power of a Demon King's demon core was still beyond Su Yan's imagination. This terrifying power instantly filled up his entire realm. That terrifying power was even constantly attacking Su Yan's meridians. Su Yan knew that at this time, if he didn't limit himself from increasing his realm again, he would very likely be directly crushed by this terrifying power. Countless rays of light condensed at this moment, and all the power was also constantly expanding. Four Dragons Realm. The Dragon Realm was actually a process of accumulating energy. It contained all the energy in the body, and then directly caused a qualitative change. It allowed a person to become a powerful existence like a dragon. This was the true meaning of the Dragon Realm. Su Yan wanted to borrow the power of the demon core to break through the Three Dragons Realm and condense the third dragon shadow. In fact, he had indeed succeeded in doing so. However, he neglected a fact, and that was that the demon core at this moment belonged to the Demon King. In other words, it was the essence of a venerable one's power. How could a few great evil demons compare to this kind of power? The power of 5 great evil demons allowed Su Yan to reach the peak of the Two Dragons Realm. However, how could 5 great evil demons compare to a Demon King? No, not to mention 5, even 50 great evil demons would not be able to compare to a Demon King. This powerful energy directly rushed into Su Yan's body. In just an instant, it had already helped Su Yan break through the barrier, allowing him to condense the third dragon shadow. However, this was only the beginning. The powerful energy was still instilling into Su Yan's body. If Su Yan's body had not been baptized by the demon dragon's blood and had the Buddha's heart, causing his power to become incomparably powerful, he was afraid that he would not be able to withstand such a terrifying power. Such a terrifying power was simply frightening. His body was constantly trembling because at this moment he was enduring the impact of this terrifying power. The dragon's roar became louder and louder, and at this moment the power of the dragon soul in Su Yan's body became more solid and heavy. To others, the dragon shadow was just an appearance, but to Su Yan, this was the existence of a real dragon soul. This was because there was a dragon living in his body. This was a real dragon, and it was the top powerhouse of the dragon clan, the Great Demon Dragon. Under the impact of the powerful aura, the dragon chi had become more and more powerful. In the end, it was like a flame that was constantly rolling. At this moment, Su Yan only felt that the great demon dragon's blood in his body was boiling. If this continued, the restriction that Yang Tai had placed on him back then would not be able to suppress the demon dragon's blood. Su Yan was constantly roaring, "Four Dragons Realm, attack!" Fortunately, Su Yan's soul strength had been greatly improved in the netherworld. The improvement of his soul strength had caused his control to become even greater. With the support of his soul strength, the fourth dragon shadow finally began to condense. Four Dragons Roar. When he had just entered the Taihang sword faction, he had just barely stepped into the dragon realm, but now he had already condensed 4 dragons. This kind of cultivation speed was simply frightening. Most people would not even dare to think about it. Su Yan's strength was still constantly increasing. At this moment he even felt that he could directly destroy a mountain. Su Yan did not expect his strength to increase to such a terrifying extent. Now he had enough confidence to directly defeat Wang Baichuan. In fact, even if he were to face off against Duanmu Longhu, he was confident enough to do so. "I've finally broken through to the Four Dragons realm." Su Yan exhaled heavily. Until now he still felt that it was extremely dangerous. The previous impact, even if there was only a slight problem, would have been a disaster for him. It would have directly shattered his meridians from the impact of the terrifying energy. The strength of a venerable is truly terrifying. However, even though my strength has increased tremendously, I still can't let my guard down. That Duanmu Longhu has obtained the Devil King's body. Now that he's using the devil-devouring heart sutra, I'm afraid his strength will increase by leaps and bounds. Although Su Yan's strength was increasing, he did not dare to be careless when facing someone like Duanmu Longhu. It was true that his strength was increasing, but Duanmu Longhu would not remain stagnant. Moreover, now was not the time for him to face Duanmu Longhu head-on. At this moment, Su Yan suddenly discovered that Duanmu Longhu's soul doppelganger, who was being suppressed by the soul-suppressing seal, suddenly transmitted a thought. Su Yan directly released his soul doppelganger. Chapter 593. Duanmu Longhu deduced that Su Yan would definitely use the power of the demon core to increase his strength. Su Yan directly said with a smile, "My strength has indeed increased a bit, but I think your strength has increased even more. However, I stole your demon core, are you not angry at all?" Facing Su Yan's question, Duanmu Longhu directly said, "Of course I am angry, but I am not angry at brother Su Yan, but angry at my own methods. This demon king is right here, it just depends on one's own methods. Brother Su Yan was able to take it from my hands, this is your ability." Duanmu Longhu directly said generously. Hearing this, Su Yan secretly sneered, then didn't say anything. In the end, it was useless to say anything now. In any case, the demon core had already been absorbed by him. Su Yan directly said, "Duanmu Longhu, you activated the soul doppelganger, could it be that you just want to talk to me about this matter? Isn't this a little too laughable?" Hearing Su Yan's words, Duanmu Longhu directly said, "The one who knows me is Su Yan. I think brother Su Yan is also suffering from not being able to leave this place, right?" When he said this, he immediately grasped Su Yan's weakness. Indeed, Su Yan was currently worried about this matter. Although his ability wasn't bad, but wanting to leave this collapsed ruin was still too difficult. This ruin had collapsed, the exit had been directly sealed, his sword dragon was completely unable to find a crack to leave this place. This was indeed the matter that he was worried about. Of course, if he could find a trace of a spatial crack, he could directly use the sword dragon as a bridge to leave this place. But it was a pity that until now, he still couldn't find a way to leave this place. This place seemed to have turned into a dead end. But at this time, Duanmu Longhu suddenly mentioned this matter. Moreover, Su Yan believed that Duanmu Longhu definitely had the ability to help him leave this place. However, he had just taken his demon core, how could this guy be so kind? Su Yan didn't believe that this guy would take care of him like this just because of his identity as a collaborator. Su Yan directly said, "Speak directly, what is your purpose?" Duanmu Longhu directly smiled and said, "Brother Su Yan is so smart, I believe you have already guessed that I actually need your power to leave this place." Su Yan's strength. Is it related to this demon core? This monster core was extremely powerful. If he could devour this monster core, Duanmu Longhu's strength would definitely rise to an unprecedented level. But he didn't do so, so there was only one possibility, and that was that he needed to use this demon core. And at this time he took the initiative to contact Su Yan, so it could be inferred that he wanted to use this demon core to decipher this ruin and then find the power inside. Su Yan pondered for a while and then directly said, "Okay Duanmu Longhu, I will cooperate with you again." Duanmu Longhu said with a smile, "Then let's work together happily. I will wait for you at the original place." After saying that, the soul doppelganger directly disappeared. Su Yan suppressed this soul doppelganger again. After being suppressed by Su Yan, this soul doppelganger's biggest use now was to communicate. If it was before he advanced, Su Yan definitely wouldn't go because he didn't have the confidence to leave safely when facing these two people together. But now it was different. After absorbing the power of the demon core, Su Yan had broken through to the realm of 4 dragons. When he was in the realm of 1 dragon he could already compete with Wang Baichuan. At this time he had advanced to the realm of 4 dragons, and his fighting power had become extremely terrible. At this time, Su Yan dared not say that he could defeat such a terrible person as Cui Tianlang. But for such a person as Wen Yunfeng he could definitely defeat him. Therefore he had enough confidence now. Su Yan was not in a hurry to go. Instead he adjusted his state and went there. At this time the body of the Demon King had completely disappeared, and Duanmu Longhu was suspended in the sky. A pair of extremely deep black wings had appeared on his back. Those were the wings of the Demon King. After seeing it, Su Yan was very surprised because he felt an extremely terrible aura on the wings. The power of this pair of wings was no less than that of his demon dragon wings. If he suddenly showed this pair of wings when fighting with Duanmu Longhu again, he was afraid that it would immediately cause a huge injury to Su Yan, or even directly kill Su Yan. But now that Su Yan had seen this pair of wings, he would naturally be on guard in his heart. As if he had seen through Su Yan's mind, he slowly descended and then said to Su Yan, This pair of demon wings is the ability I got after devouring the Demon King. Brother Su Yan, what do you think? Su Yan smiled coldly then said, terrifying. Duanmu Longhu laughed, haha, to be able to get the two words Brother Su Yan is already a great honor. Of course, Su Yan did not comment on his words. At this time, Duanmu Longhu opened his mouth again. It's a pity that although I have obtained this pair of demon wings, I still can't control it freely. I can't directly absorb it into my body. In this regard, Su Yan was not surprised. If this guy could control it freely, he would definitely use this pair of demon wings as a trump card. At this time, Hydralisk stood in front of Su Yan, then directly said, hand over the demon core. The demon core was snatched by Su Yan from him. For him, this was simply a great insult. He was full of hatred towards Su Yan. He couldn't wait to turn Su Yan into ashes. However, Su Yan simply ignored him. He looked at Duanmu Longhu and said, your dog doesn't seem to welcome me. Do you want me to teach him a lesson for you? Su Yan's words directly angered Hydralisk. Hydralisk could no longer restrain himself. He directly bombarded Su Yan with a punch. Su Yan was still smiling as if he didn't see this scene at all. When the powerful punch directly rushed towards him, Su Yan gently patted with his palm. It was as if he had just swatted away a rubber ball that had floated to his side. As the palm fell, Hydralisk's whole body directly flew upside down, then heavily hit the ground. Hydralisk's eyes directly revealed a confused look, because he didn't expect Su Yan to be able to do this. He directly sent him flying with a palm. What kind of terrifying strength is this? Hydralisk's whole body was trembling, like a pitiful ant. Impossible, how can this guy be so strong? Hydralisk crazily roared in his heart. How is this possible? With the help of Duanmu Longhu, his battle strength has greatly increased. He was very confident in himself, but at this moment, all his confidence disappeared with Su Yan's palm. His angry attack was directly neutralized by Su Yan, and his whole body was sent flying. As if he was just an insignificant ant, how can he accept this? Su Yan didn't care about his unwillingness because there was no need to. The current him, his battle strength has increased too much. In the past, Hydralisk made him feel pressured. When he first encountered Hydralisk, he and Duanmu Longhu needed to work together to contend against Hydralisk. But now the two of them had left the Hydralisks far behind. Duanmu Longhu's gaze fell on Su Yan, and at the same time, Su Yan's gaze also fell on Duanmu Longhu. Invisibly, the two people's divine sense rose at the same time, and then directly started a confrontation. This short confrontation ended in a draw. Duanmu Longhu smiled slightly then said, Brother Su Yan is really amazing. In such a short time, your cultivation has increased to such a level. I'm really envious and jealous. Su Yan also directly said, what are you saying, Duanmu Longhu? Your strength is admirable. This time, the two naturally didn't use their true strength, but this short confrontation allowed both sides to know each other's strength. The reason why Su Yan did this was to let Duanmu Longhu know that he was definitely not to be trifled with. The most important thing now was to leave the ruins. At this time, if Duanmu Longhu still wanted to do something, although he wasn't afraid, it would still be troublesome. However, he believed that Duanmu Longhu was a smart person. After seeing Su Yan's strength, he definitely wouldn't do that. Of course, from the perspective of cooperation, if the strength of both sides wasn't equal, they wouldn't be able to cooperate well. Duanmu Longhu was very smart. He already knew what Su Yan wanted to say. Therefore, he smiled and didn't say anything. Okay, Duanmu Longhu, I don't want to continue probing with you. Let's talk about business. Tell me your plan. What method do you have to let me leave here? Su Yan didn't want to beat around the bush and directly said. Duanmu Longhu didn't waste any more time. Chapter 594. Of course this was impossible. After all, this thing had already been refined by Su Yan. It was impossible for Su Yan to take out something that he had already devoured. Su Yan said directly, okay, let's not talk about this nonsense. Just tell me what we should do. Su Yan's arrogance made Hydralisk very dissatisfied. But he had no way to deal with this because he had already experienced Su Yan's strength. Now he no longer had the qualifications to talk to Su Yan. Duanmu Longhu didn't seem to mind this at all. He just smiled faintly. Follow me. Then he took the lead and walked forward. Su Yan followed closely behind. Even if they had the raging fire lightning bead, they still needed to find the weakest place in the space if they wanted to blow up this place. Obviously, Duanmu Longhu had already found this place. Brother Su Yan, you should remember that this place is actually the place where the Demon King was previously immersed. After the ruins collapsed once, spatial vortexes appeared in other places one after another, causing the surroundings to become extremely unstable. but this place is still stable. So for us, this is the best place to break through. Su Yan's divine sense spread over and he immediately felt the changes. He wasn't wrong. This place was weaker than any other place. Duanmu Longhu gently pointed his finger, and a dark red fluorescent light appeared. After this fluorescent light appeared, it directly fell into this space as if it had fallen into a spatial node. Su Yan's face showed a surprised expression. This was because he felt an extremely powerful and explosive energy from this red dot. Once this terrifying energy exploded, it would be incomparably terrifying. It would definitely not be inferior to a venerable's attack. Of course, compared to a demon core, the power of this raging fire lightning bead was too violent. It was absolutely impossible for it to be absorbed and absorbed. The raging fire lightning bead floated gently, and ripples appeared around him. These ripples were like lake water. Upon closer inspection, they seemed to be somewhat beautiful. However, behind this beauty was extreme terror. If one was not careful, everything would be directly destroyed and even bones would not be left behind. Brother Su Yan, if you and I directly inject our power into this raging fire lightning bead at the same time, we should be able to fully stimulate the power of this bead, and then erupt with the most terrifying brilliance. Hearing this, Su Yan nodded directly. Without further ado, he began to channel his power, and directly activated the Vairocana-colored sun sword scripture. The blazing brilliance rose, and the power of the flames turned Su Yan's surroundings into a blazing hot zone. Brother Su Yan, you're really impressive to be able to cultivate the Vairocana-colored sun sword scripture to such a level. Even during the peak of the Taihang sword faction in ancient times, there were not many who could reach Brother Su Yan's current level. Su Yan was not surprised that Duanmu Longhu could see the origin of the Buddha sword sect. After all, in ancient times, the Devil sect and the Buddha sword sect were the true enemies of the Buddha sword sect. As the saying went, the person who understood you the most was usually your enemy. He had already expected this when he performed the Vairocana-colored sun sword scripture. At this time, Duanmu Longhu's power had also begun to circulate. His power was truly dark. No, to be more precise, it was lifeless. This heavy power constantly revolved around his body, and the terrifying brilliance seemed to want to directly devour the souls of others. Although Su Yan was circulating his own technique, his attention was completely focused on Duanmu Longhu. He saw an extremely extreme power in Duanmu Longhu. This power seemed to be the end and destruction of everything. Even the demon king of the demon race could not be compared to this power. At this time, Su Yan's heart was filled with fear. Looks like this guy is hiding a huge secret. Su Yan was very sure of his guess. This guy could be revived from ancient times. It would be strange if he did not have his own secret. The power of the two people rose at the same time. One was yin, one was yang. Two extremes but equally powerful. Looking at the two of them, Hydralisk suddenly felt a chill in his heart. When he first saw these two people, they were much weaker than him. If they were to fight one-on-one, he had absolute confidence that he could kill them both. But now the situation was completely different. Whether it was Su Yan or Duanmu Longhu, they were much stronger than him. Let's not talk about Duanmu Longhu. After all, he was a person who came back from the dead. Moreover, he was the crown prince of the demon sect. Hydralisk wasn't surprised that he could become so powerful. But this guy in front of him had become so strong that he could even fight against Duanmu Longhu. This made Hydralisk shocked. Every time he saw Su Yan's power would increase. It was even a terrifying increase. Although Su Yan was only at Dragon Realm level 2, he was clear that Su Yan's power was extremely frightening, as he was able to send him flying with just a casual blow. It was impossible for him to only be Dragon Realm level 2. But he did not know that in a certain sense, Su Yan was also a person who had come back from the dead. At this time, the power of the two people increased at the same time. Under the powerful aura, even a 4-Dragon Realm expert could not help but retreat. He knew that if he did not leave the core of the two people's power, it was very likely that he would be killed by this terrifying power. If that was really the case, it would be too sad. Su Yan's power and Duanmu Longhu's power directly mixed together. After the two powers merged, an extremely terrifying roar erupted. Then this power directly landed on the blazing thunder pearl. It was at this moment that the terrifying thunder and fire exploded. Countless lightning flashes suddenly appeared. Regardless of whether it was Su Yan or Duanmu Longhu, both of them immediately retreated. This was because the power that suddenly erupted was too terrifying. This kind of light was simply like the end of the world. Regardless of whether it was Su Yan or Duanmu Longhu, they were all extremely powerful people. But when faced with such power, neither of them had any thoughts of resisting. Su Yan retreated quickly. At the same time, he focused even more. He was a cultivator of the thunder technique. Lei Wanjun had given him the 10,000 mammoth divine skill, thunder technique. He could almost exert 100% of its power. However, compared to the terrifying thunderstorm in front of him, it was just child's play. As expected of something that can compare to the power of a venerable. It's really powerful. If I didn't retreat in time and was caught in this terrifying power, I'm afraid that I would have been severely injured. Su Yan was shocked by the strength of this power. But in the next moment he immediately focused his mind and directly observed this terrifying thunder. For him this was a great opportunity. He firmly imprinted the scene of this thunderstorm into his mind. He knew that if he could directly comprehend the changes in this power one day, his thunder technique would have a great breakthrough. Thunder technique was originally one of the most tyrannical powers in this world. If he could completely control it and improve it, it would be a great help to his strength. The changes in thunder were really rapid. Moreover, this kind of explosion was so terrifying that it could directly shake a person's soul. If Su Yan's soul power wasn't strong enough, he wouldn't have been able to persist and imprint the scene of this thunderstorm into his mind. On the contrary, if he forced himself to do so, he might even directly damage his soul source. After an unknown period of time, the power of the thunderstorm finally weakened. At this moment, Duanmu Longhu directly grabbed the hydralisk and rushed towards the hole that suddenly appeared. Since Duanmu Longhu had already reacted, how could Su Yan not react? Almost at the same time, he also directly rushed towards the hole that had just formed. The two of them quickly reached the exit. At this moment, Su Yan felt that there seemed to be a barrier in front of him, preventing him from breaking through. He naturally didn't understand that this was the power of space. At this moment, a dark skull ring directly appeared between Duanmu Longhu's fingers. This skull ring directly exploded with a sharp roar, and then the power of the barrier directly dissipated bit by bit. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Su Yan directly left this place. This guy is really a child with many treasures. The treasures in his hands are endless. However, Su Yan didn't care about this little bit of power of space. His sword dragon directly appeared. The moment the sword dragon appeared, the power of the barrier immediately turned into flowing water and directly flowed past Su Yan. Then he directly followed this power and left this extremely strange space. He finally left the ruins. He suddenly felt as if he had been reborn. Others might not know, but he couldn't be any clearer. This ruins was actually very terrifying. There was an extremely powerful and strange power inside. Moreover, according to the Black Dragon King Bard, the current gate of the void would only open bit by bit. When that time came, the Revenant's world and the real world would be connected. The first to be unlucky would be this ruins. If he couldn't escape from the ruins, he was afraid that he would directly die when the Revenant's world and the real world connected. Chapter 595. At this moment, Su Yan felt as if he had escaped from a cage. However, as soon as he left the ruins, he immediately felt that there were many people around him. Su Yan roughly estimated that there were close to 100 people here. What was even more shocking was that there were about 30 Dragon Realm experts among the 100 people. Every one of these people had a deep aura and wore black robes, giving off an extremely strange feeling. Devil Sect. It's actually the disciples of the Devil Sect. Su Yan immediately recognized the identity of these people. Devil Sect disciples, and these people were clearly not the ones who had entered the ruins earlier. The Devil Sect's foundation was actually so terrifying. At this moment he finally understood why the Devil Sect was so domineering and yet not destroyed by the other sections. It was because the Devil Sect was now very powerful. This kind of strength had far surpassed the other sections. Unless there were 3 or even 4 sects working together, if it was just the Taihang Sword faction and the Raging Flame Sword sect, it would be impossible for them to do anything to the Devil Sect. As for the 10 great sects, other than the Taihang Sword faction, the Raging Flame Sword sect, and the Devil Sect, the others were extremely scattered. The other 7 sects would not provoke the Devil Sect for no reason. However, these matters were unrelated to Su Yan right now because right now he had to deal with the problem in front of him first. These people were not weak and there were many of them. Since they appeared at the edge of the ruins, they probably had other motives. However, Su Yan and Duanmu Longhu were now surrounded by them. Duanmu Longhu and the Hydralisk stood at the side, looking at the people who had suddenly appeared. Obviously, these Devil Sect disciples also saw the two of them as targets. When Su Yan appeared, everyone's gaze focused on him. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded. "It's the Hydralisk? You've been missing for so long and you actually appeared here today." The Hydralisk mysteriously disappeared, and many people from the Devil Sect thought that he was dead. After all, although he was a good assassin, it was common for assassins to be killed by others. But now they saw Hydralisks here. How could they not be shocked? Hydralisk looked at the person who recognized him, then the corners of his mouth slightly moved, revealing a strange smile. The person who exposed his identity was a fellow disciple of his. Just like him, this guy used to be an assassin. Moreover, his strength was outstanding, not inferior to the Hydralisk. Naturally, there would be fights within the Devil Sect, and this guy was his main opponent. Hydralisk, you really have guts. Since you didn't die, why didn't you return to the sect? Are you planning to betray the sect? The demon sect was like this. If there was a chance to hit someone while they were down, they would definitely not hesitate. His gaze was so cold, and there was even an extremely cold smile in his eyes. Under the watchful eyes of so many people, no matter how Hydralisk tried to defend himself, it was futile. Moreover, this time there was an elder here. Hydralisk's death was certain. At this moment the vocabulary answered him. Hydralisk laughed and said, "Betray the sect? You got it right." The Hydralisk's bold words stunned him. Is this Hydralisk crazy? He actually dared to say such words. Doesn't he know how powerful the demon sect is? Betraying the sect means death. How can this guy be so calm? But at this moment, his eyebrows suddenly twitched. An extremely dangerous feeling directly pounced on him. As a powerful person, he immediately realized that something mysterious had happened. Someone attacked him. In front of so many demon sect experts, Hydralisk actually chose to attack him. This was no longer something that could be described as gutsy. But in the next moment, his heart calmed down. Hydralisks and him were on par. How could he possibly assassinate him? Moreover, because of his great contribution in the previous operation, he received a reward from the sect and his strength improved. Stupid idiot. As long as you don't kill me in the first strike, you'll be the next one to die. At this moment, Su Yan's eyes turned cold. Because the result of the battle between Hydralisk and the demon sect expert was self-evident. Although he could send Hydralisk flying with a slap, he had to admit that Hydralisk's strength had improved by leaps and bounds. That guy wasn't Hydralisk's opponent at all. But at this moment he didn't realize this at all. Even now he was still complacent. This was the path to his death. Sure enough, in the next moment Hydralisk's speed suddenly increased. This kind of extremely unusual speed stunned the other party. He even thought in his heart, how is this possible? But at this moment it was too late. Because in front of a peak expert, he had no chance of surviving. In the next moment Hydralisk's palm directly pierced the opponent's heart. Blood surged out and sprinkled on the ground. While the blood was surging, Hydralisk calmly returned to his original position. A Three Dragons Realm expert had died. At this moment, everyone's gaze towards Hydralisk changed. This guy actually became so terrifying. Why did Hydralisk become so powerful? Those who knew Hydralisk couldn't believe that Hydralisk had become so powerful. In just an instant, it killed a Three Dragon Realm expert. Unconsciously, many people took a step back. During this process, Duanmu Longhu didn't say a word. He just looked at everyone calmly, thinking about something. Clap, clap, clap. At this moment, the sound of hands clapping broke the silence. Then a figure slowly walked out. As soon as he appeared, many demon sect disciples were in awe. It's a Sixth Dragon Realm expert. Su Yan immediately recognized this person's strength. If it was in the past, he would have some misgivings when he saw the Sixth Dragon expert. After all, although he had killed the Sixth Dragon expert last time, he had still paid a great price. At that time he had almost not been able to return. But now Su Yan didn't put this person in his eyes. If he wanted to kill him, it was just a matter of raising his hand. This Sixth Dragon Realm expert only had Hydralisk in his eyes. He directly said, Good. Hydralisk, I really didn't expect your strength to increase so much after not seeing you for a while. So it's old man Mo. What, I killed him, are you not going to attack me? This guy is your nephew. Hydralisk said with a smile. But Hydralisk, you're different. You've already become a Quad Dragon expert. Moreover, the strength you displayed just now was extremely powerful. Clearly, your foundation is abnormally stable. So come back. Don't worry, I'll definitely give you better conditions so that you can step into the Quad Dragon realm as soon as possible. Hydralisk, don't worry, I'll definitely give you better conditions so that you can step into the Quad Dragon realm as soon as possible. Old man, didn't you hear what he said just now? He's already betrayed the Devil Sect. No, it should be the current Devil Sect. At this moment, a gentle and refined voice sounded in Old Man Mo's ears. Old Man Mo looked at Duanmu Longhu and frowned. Because before this young guy spoke, he had actually completely ignored his existence. This was too terrifying. As a Sixth Dragon Realm expert, His vision was naturally incomparably sinister. Towards Duanmu Longhu, he felt a trace of fear. That's right, he was truly afraid. Moreover, it was an instinctive fear. Who are you? Hydralisk, you should know the price of betraying the devil's sect. You'll be thrown into the devil's den and eaten alive by those demons. It's a life worse than death. Throwing him into the devil's den was the punishment for traitors. These 4 simple words were, in fact, extremely terrifying. In the devil's den, there were some low-level demons captured by the devil's sect. Since they were demons, the thing they yearned for the most was naturally eating humans. Once thrown into the devil's den, these low-level demons would swarm over. And these low-level demons were unable to kill people in an instant. Therefore, those who were thrown into the devil's den would enjoy a long period of pain. This kind of pain was countless times more terrifying than death by 1,000 cuts. Duanmu Longhu smiled and said, "Elder, can you please tell me the purpose of your visit?" Duanmu Longhu asked politely. However, this sentence caused Elder Mo to go completely berserk. Because this guy did not take his words to heart at all. However, due to his fear of the other party, Elder Mo did not immediately make a move. His gaze became gloomy and he finally said, "Friend, who exactly are you? Do you want to interfere with the matters of my devil sect?" At this moment, Duanmu Longhu smiled and said, "Your devil sect? No, that's my devil sect." Duanmu Longhu's gaze fell on Su Yan, then he smiled and asked, "Brother Su Yan, I think you'll help me this time, right?" Su Yan's expression did not change, but he could see that Duanmu Longhu had the intention to kill. Su Yan naturally did not have a good impression of the devil sect, but he did not want to make a move at this time. Being treated as a stupid chess piece by Duanmu Longhu for no reason was definitely not a good thing. Chapter 596. After Su Yan finished speaking, he prepared to leave. But at this moment, a disciple of the devil sect blocked his path. At this moment, Elder Mo spoke, "I don't care if you are mysterious people or what your identities are, but since you have appeared in the territory of the devil sect, you better behave yourselves. The strength of the devil sect is far from what you can belittle." Elder Mo said proudly. In fact, what he said was the truth. The strength of the devil sect was simply unimaginable. Otherwise, it would not be able to suppress the raging Inferno sect and the Taihang sword faction. Even in the Jiuzhou continent, the devil sect was fearless. If it was an ordinary person, their legs would have gone weak when they heard the words devil sect. But unfortunately, the people he met today were not ordinary people. Su Yan waved his hand and a faint light flashed. The disciple of the devil sect in front of him fell to the ground. There was a thin line of blood on his neck. If it was an ordinary person, Su Yan would not have gone so far. But against someone from the devil sect, he would not be courteous at all. At this moment, it was already good that he did not cooperate with Duanmu Longhu to open the world channel. But this guy did not know what was good for him and actually blocked his path. He was simply courting death. And Su Yan would not be courteous to someone who was courting death. Elder Mo became even more furious at Su Yan's sudden attack, but also more fearful. Because from Su Yan's previous attack, he had already judged how terrifying Su Yan was. In his eyes, Su Yan was only at the Two-Dragon realm. But how could an ordinary Two-Dragon realm expert be so strong that he was afraid of him? Gulp. Elder Mo subconsciously swallowed a mouthful of saliva. At this moment he was already panicking. Why did so many fiends suddenly appear today? Whether it was Duanmu Longhu or Su Yan, they were all listed by Elder Mo as terrifying fiends. Su Yan no longer cared about the gazes of these fellows. He directly soared into the air and flew off into the distance. This time no one dared to stop Su Yan. One had to know that even Elder Mo did not dare to open his mouth to stop them at this moment. If they still did not open their eyes, wouldn't they be looking for trouble? When Su Yan left, Duanmu Longhu didn't say anything. However, his gaze returned to Elder Mo. He wanted to see how Elder Mo would deal with this. At this moment, Elder Mo was under immense pressure. This kind of power made his heart extremely heavy. However, there were many disciples here after all. If they really fought, he was not afraid. Thus he took a deep breath and shouted, "I don't care who you are. If you surrender now, perhaps I can spare your life. Otherwise, now is the time of your death." Duanmu Longhu chuckled. "It seems that you still don't understand the situation. Hydralisk, make your move. Leave this old man to me. As for the rest, kill as many as you can." In the next moment, Duanmu Longhu had already made his move. His speed was simply too fast. His entire body was constantly moving, just like an illusory shadow. At this moment, Elder Mo's eyebrows twitched. Obviously, he did not expect the opponent to appear in front of him so quickly. However, at this moment, he had no choice but to brace himself and face the enemy head-on. Duanmu Longhu directly sent a palm strike over. Since Elder Mo was going all out to meet it, it was clear that Duanmu Longhu's cultivation level was higher. However, when they actually exchanged blows, Duanmu Longhu felt that he was the weaker party. This feeling was really terrible. It made him feel indescribably sullen. At this moment, Hydralisk also began his massacre with a sinister smile. As an assassin, he naturally would not choose those who were stronger. Instead, he chose those who were relatively stronger. His speed was extremely fast. As he attacked, lives were constantly falling in his hands. Su Yin had already left this place. He had no interest in continuing to watch because he knew that this was simply a massacre. Unless a Seven Dragons Realm expert appeared to suppress Duanmu Longhu, with the current strength of these people, they would not be able to stop the two of them. Su Yin left, but now he found a more serious problem, and that was that he was lost. After all, this was the first time he left the Taihang sword faction. And now this problem was placed in front of him. The method of throwing the tree branch was naturally stupid and unreliable. What a headache. If I knew this would happen, I would have caught one of them to be my guide. Su Yin twitched on the spot. If he came out from the original entrance of the ruin, he could still remember the way back. But now, how was he supposed to find the way back? He sighed helplessly. He could not think of a better way. It was at this moment that a familiar voice sounded. "Brother Su Yin, you're actually not dead." This surprised voice entered Su Yan's ears. It made Su Yin feel like he was bathing in a spring breeze. Although the voice itself was not pleasant to hear. Meng Yang. It was actually Meng Yang. He never thought that he would meet Meng Yang again here. And at this moment, Meng Yang was obviously very happy. He ran over with a smile and then patted Su Yin. "Haha, brother Su Yin, you're really not dead. I thought I saw a ghost, so I immediately ran over excitedly." Su Yin realized that Meng Yang always had the ability to make people not know whether to laugh or cry. Originally, it was not a bad thing, but when it came out of his mouth, it immediately made people want to kill him. Of course, Su Yin did not forget this guy's unique skill. It was already good enough that he did not directly hit him with a stick. But just as he thought this, he immediately noticed that this guy was actually hiding a stone behind his back. Damn, so this guy just changed his weapon. "Meng Yang, you're not going to hit me with a brick, right?" Su Yin said vigilantly. After being exposed by Su Yin, Meng Yang just smiled awkwardly and then said, "Haha, no, I thought you were just a ghost, so I wanted to try and see if I could knock a ghost out with a brick. It's a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding." Meng Yang said in his heart, "Fortunately, I was half a beat slower at that time, otherwise I would have directly hit you with a brick, but why was I suddenly half a beat slower at that time? In fact, I was still looking forward to directly taking a picture of you." Listening to these unreliable words, Su Yan's eyebrows twitched again. "Damn you guy, do you have to be so direct?" But soon Su Yin returned to the topic and then asked directly, "By the way, why are you here?" Su Yin asked directly. When he heard Su Yan's question, he remembered the purpose of his appearance here, so he directly said, "Hey, actually, it's nothing much. I'm here to find trouble with the Devil Sect. Damn it, this bunch of dogs, they made me so miserable. If I don't do something, wouldn't it be very embarrassing? The people of the Taihang Sword faction and the Blazing Flame sect are too cowardly, they actually left with their tails between their legs." Meng Yang's look of disdain was directly ignored by Su Yin. The Taihang Sword faction and the Blazing Flame sect chose to leave, of course, not because they were cowards, but because they were considering the overall situation. After all, at this time, the disciples of the sects were extremely tired, and their morale was low. If they were ambushed at this time, it would be very bad. This time, both the Blazing Flame sect and the Taihang Sword faction had paid a huge price, and the two sects would definitely not let this go, so this time, no matter what, they would get back at the Devil Sect. However, now was not the time, there was still a long way to go. Of course, now he had a clearer understanding of this joking and scolding guy in front of him. In short, this guy would definitely seek revenge for the smallest grievance. However, Su Yin felt that this kind of personality was quite good. Of course, the most important thing was that he had the strength. He was able to directly hit the Demon King's bludgeon, no matter if it was courage or strength, there was no need to prove these things. However, at this time, Su Yin said, "Meng Yang, if you go there earlier, you might have a chance to take revenge." Looking at Su Yin, Meng Yang immediately asked for it. Su Yin directly said, "Someone is slaughtering the disciples of the Devil Sect. If you go there now, you should be able to see this scene." Meng Yang immediately became spirited when he heard this. "Haha, there's actually a kindred spirit, I have to go take a look." After saying this, he directly ran over. This guy was really like the wind. Su Yan's hand froze on the spot. At this time he really wanted to slap himself. He didn't even ask for directions. Why was he talking to that bastard about this? With a sigh, Su Yin finally decided to turn his head around. Asking for directions was one thing, but on the other hand he was worried about Meng Yang. After all, he had to face the Duanmu Longhu, who was really a terrifying person. Meng Yang's strength was not bad, but it was inevitable that he would be at a disadvantage. However, just as Su Yin was about to move over to help, he realized that Meng Yang was running towards him at an even faster speed. Su Yin, run. Before Su Yin could reach him, Meng Yang had already grabbed Su Yin and fled to the back. At this time, an extremely deep voice sounded, "How dare you kill my devil sex people, you're courting death." This huge consciousness was directly released like a ripple, and the terrifying voice made one's heart tremble. Venerable One. It was actually a Venerable One who made a move. It was no wonder Meng Yang was like this. After all, facing a powerful Venerable One, Meng Yang was no match at all. Even the mysterious Duanmu Longhu was no match for a Venerable One. Chapter 597. What was he in front of the three venerables? Although his strength had increased tremendously, he was not arrogant enough to challenge a venerable. At this moment, there was no need for Meng Yang to hold him back. Su Yin had also unleashed his own power and began to flee. As he fled, he said, "You bastard, what kind of heinous thing did you do? Why is the Venerable One chasing after you?" If Su Yin didn't remember wrongly, these three supremacies should have been the first to chase after Duanmu Longhu. After all, Meng Yang was only there to join in the fun, but Duanmu Longhu had killed a large number of devil sex powerhouses. No matter how one looked at it, these guys should not be looking for trouble with him. However, the Venerable came. Furthermore, Su Yin could tell that the Martial Highness was infuriated at the moment. His eyebrows suddenly twitched and he immediately thought of something. He directly asked Meng Yang, "Meng Yang, did you do something to anger that Venerable One?" Su Yin was sure that Meng Yang had done something. At this moment, Meng Yang said righteously, "Brother Su Yin, how can you blame me? It's his fault. His head is like a moon, so I couldn't help but hit him with a brick." Hearing this, Su Yin broke out in cold sweat. Sure enough, this guy was truly audacious. He actually did such a thing. He actually moved a brick in front of the Venerable One. What was there that this guy didn't dare to do? Su Yin felt that his life seemed to be bleak. Why did he meet him here? What was wrong with him? Why did he worry about his safety? If he had known this would happen, he would have chosen the path with a tree branch. He was careless in making friends. Su Yin felt that he should have stayed away from this guy long ago. Walking with this guy was a huge danger. However, at this moment he laughed and did not care at all. "Brother Su Yin, you're loyal. You're still willing to accompany me at this time. Good, Meng Yang will never forget you." It was unknown whether this guy was doing it on purpose or was born so cute, but he almost shouted that sentence. Anyone could hear him, let alone a Venerable One. "Good, Su Yin, Meng Yang, I'll remember your names. You better be fast enough to escape from me, or I'll make sure you die without a burial ground." Su Yin wailed. It was definitely not a good thing to be remembered by a venerable. Originally, he wanted to keep a low profile before facing the devil sect head-on so that he could catch them off guard. Now it seemed that it was useless. At least, this venerable had remembered his name. This time he was really doomed by Meng Yang. However, Meng Yang, the instigator, was still laughing loudly. He then said, "Big Baldy, come at me if you have the ability. Let's see if you can catch up to yours truly." Meng Yang did not take the devil sect's venerable to heart at all. Su Yin and Meng Yang were fast, but the Venerable One was faster. Although they were trying their best to circulate their powers, the distance between them was still closing bit by bit. If this continued, they would be caught up sooner or later. Su Yan's heart was already somewhat anxious. He was thinking of a way to escape. But no matter how hard he thought, he could not think of a good way. At this moment, Meng Yang suddenly chuckled and said, "Brother Su Yan, don't worry. I, Meng Yang, am not a reckless person. This guy will definitely not catch up to us." "Don't worry?" Su Yan was not at ease at all. No matter how he looked at it, this guy did not look like a person who would kill. He was a guy who directly went to beat the Demon King. His skill of courting death had already reached the peak of perfection. How could he be at ease in such a situation? At this moment, Su Yan was crying and laughing. He was really sad and wronged. At this time, he really wanted to pretend that he did not know Meng Yang and leave quietly. But unfortunately, he had no other choice now. However, at this moment, Meng Yang suddenly took out a rune in his hand, and then he said to Su Yan proudly, "Brother Su Yan, look, this is a speed rune. It was made by my master. As long as you stick this rune on your body, you will be able to erupt with the most terrifying speed. It is simply wishful thinking for this ordinary bald guy to catch up to us. Su Yan's gaze fell on this speed rune. Above this rune, Su Yan felt an extremely powerful energy fluctuation. An extremely terrifying power was contained in it. If such a rune was directly activated, it would probably erupt with a very fast speed. Seeing this rune, Su Yan finally breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that this guy was indeed prepared in advance this time. At this moment, Meng Yang laughed and said, "Brother Su Yan, you definitely don't believe me, right? After all, it's indeed ridiculous that a rune can erupt with a speed faster than a venerable one. But it doesn't matter, I'll show you now." After saying that, Meng Yang directly stuck the rune on his body, and then began to activate it. At the same time he shouted, "You big bald bear, come and chase me, come and chase me. If you can't catch up to me, we'll just kick your bald head like a ball." Meng Yang laughed. The moment he finished speaking, the speed rune was instantly activated. At this moment his entire body sped up. Puff! A sharp sound burst out. Then Meng Yang directly shook off the Venerable One's pursuit and moved forward. However, at the same time that he shook off the Venerable One, he also shook off Su Yan. Hey hey hey. At this moment, Su Yan simply wanted to cry but had no tears. Shake off? I didn't say that I didn't believe you, and I also didn't say that I wanted you to show me. Now that you've run away, what should I do? At this moment, Su Yan had been completely betrayed by Meng Yang. Meeting Meng Yang was really his tragedy. At this moment, the distance between the Venerable One and Su Yan was shortened again. Damn it, I actually let one of you escape. But it doesn't matter. I'll catch you first, then turn you into ashes. Behind Su Yan, the bald Venerable One directly roared. His speed increased a little and then he closed in on Su Yan. Su Yan had successfully pulled the aggro of the other party to himself. At this time he was really speechless to the extreme. Phew. Su Yan took a deep breath and then calmed himself down. He had always been a very calm person, but as long as he met Meng Yang he would be in a mess. In fact, it was not only him. Anyone who met Meng Yang would be like this. At this time, since Meng Yang had disappeared, he would have to face the Venerable One's anger directly. If he were to fight with the Venerable One now, he would probably have no chance unless he really transformed into a great demonic dragon. However, to achieve such power, after transforming into a great demonic dragon, he would probably never have the chance to recover. Demonic dragon wings fully activate. Fortunately, he had directly devoured the power of the demon core, so his strength had already reached an extremely terrifying level. At this moment, his demonic dragon wings were activated, and the terrifying power of flames also directly erupted. As soon as the burning wings appeared, Su Yan's speed suddenly increased. The distance between him and the Venerable One finally stopped shrinking. At this time, the bald Venerable One was very surprised. Damn it, these two guys are weird. How dare they play with me like this? They are simply courting death. But the wings that appeared on this kid's back are clearly a pair of dragon wings. His talent is so strong that he can condense dragon wings. That's really amazing. If he has enough time, I'm afraid he will be a very troublesome genius. But it doesn't matter. Since he dares to go against me, I will let him die in pain. Killing a genius is really something to be excited about. The Venerable One once again activated his power, and then suddenly increased his speed. Su Yan and him directly began to chase. But then again, that extreme speed rune was truly terrifying. At this moment, Su Yan had already unfurled his demonic dragon wings. However, compared to Meng Yang, who had the extreme speed rune pasted on him, there was still a huge gap. Su Yan suddenly remembered a word that he had almost forgotten for a long time. Cheating. This was simply cheating. Xianxia Luo, reveal your true body. The bald Venerable One was probably really angry to the extreme. In order to catch up to Su Yan, he actually began to activate his power, and then revealed an extremely terrifying figure. That was the legendary Xianxia Luo. It was one of the most powerful techniques in the Devil Sect. It could summon the illusory Xianxia Luo to help him, allowing him to have the most terrifying speed. Damn it. Su Yan cursed secretly. This guy was actually cheating. After this Xianxia Luo's figure appeared, the Venerable One's speed increased by more than half. No matter how abnormal his demonic dragon wings were, it could not be compared to this speed. Kid, your name is Su Yan, right? I want to see how you are going to escape at this time. Now, stop obediently and I will consider letting you suffer less. At this time he had already stretched out a palm. Chapter 598. Su Yan knew that this was a matter of life and death. If he were to slow down at this time, he would immediately die without a burial place. Of course, he did not want to be killed just like that. Since he could not escape, he could only fight. Even if he had to transform into the great demonic dragon, he would kill this guy to accompany him in death. Since he had made up his mind, Su Yan stopped and took out the scorching sun sword. His chi power rose crazily. At this moment, when the bald Venerable One saw Su Yan's appearance, he immediately began to laugh out loud. You're just like a little dog. You know that you have nowhere to go, so you want to fight to the death? Come on, let me see just how capable you are. In order to catch up to Su Yan, he even used the means of Xianxia Mara. Therefore this time he would not let Su Yan die easily. However, at this moment, a shadow suddenly flew over from afar. The bald Venerable One recognized the guy in an instant. That's right, he was Meng Yang, the guy who threw a brick at him. This little thief is the most hateful. He actually dared to come back. At this time he was about to make a move to kill both of them at the same time. However, he heard Meng Yang laugh loudly. Then he opened his mouth again and said, You damned idiot, you think you can kill me? He suddenly approached Su Yan and grabbed Su Yan's hand. Then he raised his butt and patted the bald Venerable One. Damn baldy, big baldy, catch up to me and I'll feed you fart. Even Su Yan felt that this sentence was extremely shameless. However, he did not care at all. Instead, he felt very happy at this moment. The bald-headed Venerable One's power immediately descended. However, just as his power was about to envelop the two of them, Meng Yang and Su Yan immediately escaped from the range of his power. Damn it. The speed talisman is the frenzied blade Venerable's speed talisman. At this moment he finally remembered the origin of this speed rune. This speed rune played an important role in the frenzied blade Venerable's growth. With his existence he could fight and escape. Ordinary people couldn't do anything to him. As time passed, the frenzied saber Venerable became more and more powerful. In the end he directly stepped into the Venerable realm. After that, no one dared to provoke him. The bald Venerable One was actually fearful of the frenzied saber Venerable One. If it was in the past he would never be so reckless. But today Meng Yang had truly provoked him too much. A dignified Venerable was directly smacked by a junior. If this news were to spread, where would he put his face? Therefore he had made up his mind to kill Meng Yang no matter what. What's more, he knew that the speed rune couldn't be activated endlessly. It would absorb the spirit chi in the person's body. Once the spirit chi decreased slightly, the rune's speed would slow down too. When that happened, it would be his time of death. The frenzied saber Venerable One was a tricky figure, but he couldn't care less now. Besides, would he still be afraid of the Venerable One now that he had the speed rune? Therefore he simply followed Yang Ming. Humph, you're not only by yourself but you're also bringing someone else with you. I'd like to see how long you can last. With that being the case, a chase began. Meng Yang was humming a tune proudly when Su Yan suddenly asked, Meng Yang, didn't you notice that we seem to have slowed down? Meng Yang simply responded, Slowed down? It's fine. Brother Su Yan, don't worry, this old tortoise can't catch up with us. Su Yan immediately turned around to look. He helplessly realized that the distance between them and the bald Venerable One was slowly closing. Is this really fine? At this moment, Su Yan couldn't help but fall into deep thought. In the end, Su Yan decided to remind him, so he said, Meng Yang has caught up with us. Moreover, the speed rune speed seems to have decreased a lot. This time, Meng Yang finally became serious. He sighed and said, Brother Su Yan, you're too heavy. Su Yan's face darkened. What does this have to do with me? I'm the one who's hurt the most. If this guy didn't like to hit people with bricks, how could he have provoked the bald Venerable One? This should be Duanmu Longhu's trouble. I should have been able to return to the Taihang sword faction happily. Sigh, Su Yan sighed and prepared himself for battle once again. Who asked me to treat Meng Yang as a friend for no reason? If I have to die, let's die together. However, at this moment Meng Yang spoke again, Brother Su Yan, I told you not to worry. It's fine if he catches up with us. I'm just afraid that he won't catch up with us. Looking at Meng Yang's serious expression, Su Yan felt strange. This guy's serious look is even more annoying. At this moment Meng Yang spoke again, Brother Su Yan, you haven't killed a venerable yet, right? When he said this, Su Yan's heart suddenly skipped a beat. Kill a venerable? Does this Meng Yang want to kill the bald venerable of the devil sect? In fact, Su Yan had killed a venerable before. However, the ones he killed were those who had died in ancient times and only had remnant souls left, such as the Ghost Flame Venerable and the White Bone Venerable. Of course, these people used to be very strong, but that was in the past. They could not be compared with a real venerable at all. What exactly is Meng Yang relying on? How dare he say that he wants to kill a venerable? However, he could tell that Meng Yang was not joking at all. He was serious. Although Su Yan usually behaved indecently, his killing intent could not be concealed at this time. Su Yan asked directly, Meng Yang, do you have any plans? Tell me quickly. Meng Yang smiled and said, Hee hee, you'll know later. At this point, the speed of the two of them had completely slowed down. If compared to the extreme speed at the beginning, it was like a child running. At this moment, the bald-headed Honorable One's voice was heard, Ha, damn brat. I would like to see how you guys are going to escape from my hands now. Humph, I know that you are the disciple of the Frenzied Blade Venerable, but so what? Since you have angered me, even if the Frenzied Blade Venerable is here, I will bury him here today. At that moment, the bald Venerable One laughed out loud. He was indescribably arrogant. At this point, Meng Yang simply stopped running. He turned around, played with the brick in his hand and said, Damn Baldy, you only know how to be stubborn in front of me. If you have the ability, don't be a coward when this old man comes. If you're a coward, you're a bastard. Meng Yang hooted directly and the bald venerable sneered. Kit, say no more. No matter what, you're dead today. Even your master can't kill you. Su Yan, you should be the young genius who just rose in the Taihang sword faction. You're good, but because of this, you must die. His words were cold and full of killing intent. As soon as he finished speaking, a playful voice was heard. Is that so? You're saying that I can't save my disciple? Ah, I don't believe it. Come, let me see what means you have that I can't even save my disciple. The voice appeared so suddenly that it gave the bald venerable one a fright. In fact, Su Yan was the same because he didn't even see how this person appeared. He just appeared here out of thin air, which made people feel terrified. He's a venerable one indeed. I actually didn't notice when he appeared here. Su Yan's perceptive power was great, but he really did not notice how the frenzied blade venerable one appeared. This showed how powerful the venerable one was. At this moment, the bald-headed venerable one's expression had turned extremely ugly. He was not stupid. Obviously, he had already guessed that this brat named Meng Yang was deliberately provoking him earlier to lure him here. Frenzied blade venerable one, this must be all part of your plan. What? Do you want to kill me? The bald venerable one said coldly. At this moment, the frenzied blade venerable one chuckled and shook his head. Ha, Baldy, do you think I can't kill you? Do you really think that the identity of a demonic sex elder can scare me? The frenzied blade venerable one took a step forward. An extremely terrifying aura rose and pressed toward the bald venerable one directly. At this moment, the bald venerable one's face was filled with fear. 2 essences, you're already at 2 essences venerable. One must know that the higher one's cultivation level, the harder it was to improve. Although the frenzied blade venerable one was famous, he was still a rogue cultivator. But now, he was already at 2 essences venerable, which had surpassed the bald venerable one. If the bald venerable one fought head-on, this guy might really kill the bald venerable one. At this moment, the bald venerable one understood that he absolutely could not make a move at this moment. He said, You've already become a 2 essences venerable. I can't beat you, but you're underestimating me too much if you want to kill me. If I want to leave, I'm afraid you can't stop me. However, at this moment, another cold voice sounded, Baldy Lee, you seem to want to kill my Taihang sword faction's disciple? If that's the case, then you can stay here forever. The appearance of this person completely changed the expression of the demonic sect's Venerable Li. Chapter 599. The moment Chui Tianlang appeared, the bald Venerable One knew that things had gone awry. Just the frenzied blade Venerable was not someone he could deal with. If he fought with him, only death awaited him. However, another Chui Tianlang had appeared. In this area, Chui Tianlang's reputation was definitely not inferior to any Venerable One. It could even be said that his reputation was greater than that of ordinary venerables. One had to know that his reputation was built from killing. He had not reached the Venerable One realm yet, but no Venerable One would underestimate him. After all, he had directly killed a Venerable One from the Devil sect. Therefore, even though the frenzied blade Venerable was already a 2 origin expert, he was still more afraid of Chui Tianlang. However, at that moment, those 2 insanely powerful fellows had appeared at the same time. At that moment, he knew that he was most likely going to die today. Chui Tianlang, frenzied blade, do the 2 of you really want to become enemies with the Devil sect? He said that in a stern voice. Chui Tianlang simply ignored him and said indifferently, Devil sect? How interesting. Do you still think that this kind of nonsense can scare us? While speaking, Chui Tianlang's sword intent had already been activated. The dense sword intent directly turned into threads that instantly locked onto the bald Venerable One. Seeing such a scene, Su Yan became extremely solemn. Chui Tianlang's seemingly ordinary move had allowed Su Yan to see a new direction. Sword silk transformation. Such a technique could be said to be magical. Stepping into such a realm meant that his strength had reached a whole new level. His entire person had entered a whole new realm. One heart into 1,000 thoughts. Such a method was truly incomparably powerful. Among the people that Su Yan had seen so far, there were definitely less than 5 who could display such a sword technique. Sword silk transformation was really powerful. As for the even more powerful sword thunder transformation, it was even more terrifying. Su Yan did not even dare to imagine such a realm at the moment. At that moment, the bald venerable one also felt that something was wrong. That powerful and terrifying power was simply terrifying. With just this move, he knew that he was in real danger today. In the history of the Taihang sword faction, wasn't it only possible for those who had reached the venerable realm to perform this technique? However, Cui Tianlang was actually able to do it so casually. He was truly the most terrifying person in history. If this continued, he would definitely die in his hands today. At this moment, he let out a roar. Then an extremely violent force appeared. Xianxia Mara, obliterate. At this moment, the bald venerable one did not dare to be careless. At this moment, he let out a furious roar and unleashed his strongest power. The shadow of the Xianxia continued to transform, and in the end, it turned into a terrifying shadow. The shadow lingered, and the bald venerable one's figure also became erratic. At this moment, he did not think about going head-on against Cui Tianlang at all because he knew very well that he would not stand a chance at all if he did that. Therefore he flashed away. Despite that, Cui Tianlang sneered, "I'd like to see if your shadow flight light is faster or if my sword is faster." As he spoke, the shadow of a sword soared across the sky, and the silk threads chased after the bald venerable one like long snakes. Seeing this, the bald venerable one was simply heartbroken. Cui Tianlang is really going too far. Just as he was about to counterattack, another laugh was heard. "Ha, bald, you're quite strong-willed to have the guts to face him head-on." At this moment, the bald venerable one from the devil sect raised his eyebrows again because Fury Saber, the venerable one's terrifying saber light, was flying toward him. These two people, no matter who it was, were enough to kill him, not to mention that they were his colleagues at this time. His soul and body were both trembling. He wanted to break out of the situation, but how could it be so easy for him to break out of the ambush of the two venerable ones? Amidst the chaos, he looked at Su Yan and Meng Yang. At this moment, he finally knew how he should break out of this situation. He could not defeat Cui Tianlang and Fury Saber, but Su Yan and Meng Yang were definitely not his match. He knew that if he wanted to live today, all of his hopes would be placed on these two people. Only by holding these two people in his hands as hostages would he have a chance to escape. "Old farts, you'll have to pay a price if you want to kill me. Let's perish together." He roared furiously and his aura rose to its peak. From the looks of it, it was clear that he wanted to perish together with the two of them. No matter what, he was a venerable one. If he wanted to perish together with the two venerable ones, even someone like Fury Saber the venerable one would have to pay a certain price. At this instant, a hint of hesitation appeared on the frenzied blade venerable one's face. The bald venerable one had been waiting for this opportunity. Taking advantage of the hesitation, he turned around and pounced on Su Yan and Meng Yang. His eyes were filled with anger and madness when he looked at Su Yan and Meng Yang. This was because it was these 2D*MN fellas. If it was not for them, he would not be in such a sorry state and be blocked by two venerable ones. Since they dared to scheme against me, they must pay the price. He had already made up his mind. Once he caught Su Yan, he would directly cut off Su Yan and Meng Yang's hands and feet. He would not give them any chance. At this moment, Su Yan's expression changed because he had already seen through his opponent's intention. As expected of a venerable one, he's very terrifying. Even at such a time, he's still quick-witted enough to come up with a plan to take drastic measures. "Meng Yang, run!" Su Yan yelled. At the same time, the scorching sun sword in his hand suddenly released a scarlet divine light, and the scorching aura of fire directly burst out. Dance of the Fish Dragons. Su Yan could not care about anything else at this moment. Of course, he was not confident that he could block a venerable one's attack, so he could only take the initiative to attack. Using offense as a form of defense seemed to have become his only method and means. At this moment, all of the lights kept surging. The power that he devoured from the fire dragon's tooth had been integrated into his essential chi. The dance of the fish dragons seemed to have evolved into a new form at this moment. In the past, when the dance of the fish dragons was slashed out, it would be a flying fish dragon. Its shape would be very strange and ferocious. However, at this moment when the sword fell, it directly transformed into a fire dragon. The terrifying fire dragon gently flew into the sky. The terrifying and oppressive power made people's hearts tremble. The burst of such violent power shocked even Su Yan himself. This was because he never thought that his power would have such a change. However, the change in his power was a good thing for him. This gave him more confidence when facing this venerable one, who had fallen into madness in order to survive. The bald venerable one's eyes became extremely cold. When Su Yan used that sword, he already had the intention to kill in his heart. Su Yan must die. At this moment, that violent and terrifying light was like the wings of thunder. The powerful and terrifying light had risen to the extreme. Xianxia, destroy the world. At this moment, the mysterious and unfathomable light directly condensed, forming terrifying sparks one after another. Su Yan's sword was naturally powerful. If he was facing a powerhouse of the dragon realm, even if it was an 8-dragon or 9-dragon powerhouse, he might have a chance to fight. However, he was facing a venerable one right now. The strength of a venerable one was not something that Su Yan could imagine at this moment. His flaming sword light was immediately flattened. The terrifying power of a Xianxia directly descended, making it very difficult for him to even breathe. At this moment, Su Yan was like a child facing a tyrannosaurus. Under the threat of death, this bald venerable one had to say that under the threat of death, this venerable one had directly exploded with all of his power. That terrifying power swept over. Facing such a terrifying person, Su Yan could not block at all. This terrifying radiance of destruction was even more terrifying than the ever-expanding gale. The world was terrifyingly quiet. At this moment, everything seemed to have stopped. At this moment, Meng Yang was at a loss. When the venerable one directly descended, he did not have the strength to resist at all. At this moment, the speed talisman had already lost its effect. The bald venerable one laughed sinisterly. Then he thought that the two of them were getting closer and closer. However, at this moment in front of Su Yan and Meng Yang, a shadow suddenly appeared. This shadow was very blurry, it was just a faint black shadow. However, in the blink of an eye, this shadow had already condensed into a solid form. Cui Tianlang. This shadow transformed into a person, it was Cui Tianlang. Seeing this figure, the bald venerable one was simply shocked. He did not expect Cui Tianlang to suddenly appear at this moment. However, in his perception, Cui Tianlang was clearly still at the same place. Suddenly he thought of a word. Shadow Sword Doppelganger. These words filled him with despair. Shadow Sword Clone was a realm that was close to the legendary realm. It was an extremely powerful secret technique of the Taihang sword faction. It had terrifying power. Chapter 600. The so-called Sword Shadow Doppelganger was actually an external incarnation. The method of external incarnation had existed since ancient times, but the Sword Shadow Doppelganger was different from the external incarnation. As the name suggested, the Sword Shadow Doppelganger condensed the doppelganger with sword chi. The doppelganger formed by sword chi was only born for battle, and its body was filled with terrifying sword chi. When the sword chi burst out, that kind of destructive power was simply beyond anyone's imagination. Of course, it was also extremely difficult to condense the Sword Shadow Doppelganger. A swordsman had to condense and compress his sword chi day and night to have the chance to cultivate the terrifying Sword Shadow Doppelganger. It sounded like a simple sentence, but when it was actually done, it was incomparably difficult. Every cultivator would want to improve their own plane as much as possible. This was because the improvement of one's realm meant an improvement of one's combat strength, lifespan, and other aspects. At this moment, he finally understood why such a powerful and terrifying person like Cui Tianlang had not broken through to the Venerable One realm until now. It turned out that he was condensing the Sword Shadow Doppelganger. It was no wonder that he could directly kill the Venerable One of the Devil sect back then. However, it was a kind of despair for him now. However, even if it was the legendary Sword Shadow Doppelganger, it could not make him give up his life directly. When the Xianxia descends, all things will be destroyed. Let me see how terrifying your Sword Shadow Doppelganger is. At this moment, he had already begun to burn his life force. The terrifying power of the radiance was constantly rising. Previously, he was just putting on an act and making a false move. But now he had truly begun to fight for his life. This was because he knew very well that if he did not go all out at this moment, he would only die. After burning his life force, the Xianxia suddenly soared. At this moment, the powerful force condensed into a terrifying position for the Commission for Discipline Inspection. This position directly enveloped everyone in it. At this moment, Su Yan's gaze began to condense. This terrifying power was simply like a volcano that was about to erupt. However, at this moment, there was not the slightest bit of fear in his heart. In fact, there was not even the slightest bit of fear. This was because he believed in Cui Tianlang's strength. At this moment, Cui Tianlang seemed to have transformed into boundless sword qi. His figure elongated and finally disappeared from his original spot. In the next moment, when he reappeared, he was already at another pole. In an instant, this was truly just an instant. From the beginning to the end, the speed was simply too fast. Fortunately, Su Yan concentrated all of his attention, and only then did he get a general idea. Just as Cui Tianlang's figure passed through the terrifying Xianxia, the boundless light exploded and bombarded the Xianxia's body. And this boundless radiance was actually one sword shadow after another. This kind of power was truly terrifying. This was the adjective Su Yan came up with at this moment. Terrifying. Then he fell into deep thought. He was naturally shocked by such a powerful force. However, Su Yan seemed to have grasped something amidst the shock. If he could grasp such power, then his combat strength would definitely improve by leaps and bounds. Of course, the current him might not be able to unleash such terrifying power. But as long as he continued to cultivate, he believed that one day he would be able to unleash such sword qi. Cui Tianlang's figure from before constantly lingered in Su Yan's mind. Now he no longer looked at the bald venerable from the demonic sect, because he knew very well that there was no need to. This venerable from the demonic sect could not possibly survive. His life had already come to an end. Cui Tianlang's previous sword strike had already severed all of his vitality. Ha ha, brother Tianlang is truly powerful. This Baldi Li is quite capable, but he couldn't even withstand a single blow from your sword shadow doppelganger. This is truly admirable. If Su Yan could see some clues from it, then the frenzied blade venerable naturally saw it even more clearly. It was precisely because of this that he was shocked. He even wondered if he would be unable to block such a sword strike if he was in Lu Xian's place. He was a two-origin expert, stronger than Baldi Li. However, in his mind, even if he could block that sword strike, he would definitely have to pay a huge price. If he had to use a word to describe that sword strike, it would be ethereal and terrifying. Cui Tianlang was truly Cui Tianlang. He was truly terrifying. More importantly, Cui Tianlang had not truly stepped into the venerable realm yet. Then what would happen if he stepped into the venerable realm? How powerful would he become with the sword shadow doppelganger? By then, the frenzied blade venerable would probably be no match for him. At that moment he suddenly felt powerless. He, the frenzied blade venerable, was quite famous, but his foundation was still too weak. The foundations of those powerful sects were truly incomparable. Now that Cui Tianlang had appeared in the Taihang sword faction, their strength would probably increase even further. He naturally knew about Cui Tianlang. If the Taihang sword faction sect master had not forcefully protected him back then, he would probably have died at the hands of the three great clans. It had to be said that the mysterious sect master of the Taihang sword faction was truly an incredible figure. Putting everything else aside, Cui Tianlang alone was enough to make him think highly of him. Cui Tianlang's sword shadow doppelganger disappeared right away. He was not bothered by the frenzied blade venerable one's compliment at all, and he responded calmly, "Frenzied blade venerable one, you must be joking. I'm still far from you." The two venerable ones were secretly discussing something, but Su Yan was naturally unaware of it. In actuality, he was not qualified to find out about it at all. "Mengyang, you be **starred, why aren't you getting your ass over here? We should leave now," the frenzied blade venerable one yelled at Mengyang. Mengyang was clearly unwilling to return with the frenzied blade venerable one, but the frenzied blade venerable one simply waved his hand to capture him. He could not escape even if he wanted to. If he could escape from the frenzied blade venerable one's grasp, his strength would be extremely terrifying. Now that the devil sect had lost a venerable one, it was definitely a huge matter. For any sect, a venerable one was an extremely precious combat power. However, this time, the bald venerable one had died without a sound, so the devil sect would definitely not let this matter rest. This time, both the Taihang sword faction and the Blazing Inferno sect suffered heavy losses. Many of the younger generation's genius disciples were killed or injured, and the Blazing Inferno sect's disciple, who was one of the 10 great powerhouses, had even died. How could they tolerate this? Since both sides could not tolerate and restrain themselves, there was only one outcome left: a war. A war would truly begin. A chaotic world was about to arrive, and the frenzied blade venerable one would definitely not be at ease with his disciple wandering around outside at such a critical juncture. His disciple was extremely talented and learned everything quickly. His cultivation base was also improving rapidly, but he liked to fool around too much. Moreover, the other two venerable ones from the devil sect knew that the bald venerable one had come here to pursue Mengyang. Even someone as powerful as the frenzied blade Venerable One could only bring his disciple to lie low for a while. After all, the devil sect had a strong foundation, and it was not something that he could provoke alone. Seeing the frenzied blade Venerable leave with Meng Yang, Su Yan was slightly relieved. Although they had not known each other for a long time, he had already treated Meng Yang as his friend. At this moment, Cui Tianlang arrived in front of Su Yan and said to Su Yan, "You're actually able to come out alive. That's not bad." Back then, Cui Tianlang directly cut off the Demon King's tail, but to be honest, he did not expect Su Yan to survive at all. He only thought that it was the last thing he could do for Su Yan. However, he did not expect Su Yan to miraculously survive. Moreover, with his sharp eyes, he could naturally tell that Su Yan's strength had increased by a lot. In the Taihang sword faction, he rarely liked anyone. However, Su Yan was to his liking. Although Su Yan was now a disciple of the Shui family, he could tell that Su Yan's heart was actually as free as his. Su Yan survived all thanks to Senior's sword. "If it wasn't for Senior, I'm afraid that I would have died too," Su Yan said respectfully. That was true. If Cui Tianlang did not cut off the Demon King's tail at the last moment, allowing Su Yan to break free, he would have died together with the Demon King. Su Yan will definitely repay Senior's kindness. Cui Tianlang smiled faintly and said, "It's up to you whether you want to repay me or not. What's your plan now? Will you return to the sect with me?" Su Yan said, "It's best that Senior can bring me back to the sect. To be honest, I can't find the way back." If he knew the way back to the sect, he might not have seen Cui Tianlang's terrifying sword. "Okay, then follow me back. By the way, you're from the Five Counties continent?" Su Yan nodded directly. Cui Tianlang asked again, "Then, do you know someone called Su Lin?" Su Lin. How could Su Yan not remember this name? This was his father. Although he was only the father of this body, now that he had merged with him, he had inherited everything from him, including his feelings. Even with his strong self-control, when he heard this name, his body trembled. Chapter 601. Senior, do you know my father? Even the original body didn't have much memory of his father. He only knew that his father, Su Lin, was the pride of the Su family and had an extremely powerful talent. When his father was still alive, the entire Su family was thriving. However, in a later mission, his father, Su Lin, and his mother both died. This was the reason why Su Yan became all alone and was bullied by the Su family. But now, it seemed that his understanding of his father was completely wrong. Because if his father was really just a powerhouse of the Su family, how could Cui Tianlang know about it? One must know that the Su family was indeed a prominent family in Tianchuang City and could dominate a region. However, the Su family couldn't even be compared to the Burial Sword Tomb. And compared to the Taihang sword faction in 9 regions, what was the Burial Sword Tomb? However, Cui Tianlang asked him about Su Lin at this time. Cui Tianlang was silent for a long time and finally said, "Since you are Su Lin's child, then you are my child." Su Yan was shocked again. He could hear how serious Cui Tianlang was when he said this sentence. From this, it could be seen that the relationship between him and his father was certainly not shallow. Perhaps the two of them were even friends of life and death. Cui Tianlang said again, "Back then your father saved my life." Cui Tianlang became a little sad at this time. Su Yan didn't know what he saw in his eyes, but he thought it must be a sad picture. Moreover, this sad picture seemed to be related to his father. Su Yan finally summoned up the courage and asked directly, "Senior, can you tell me where my father and mother went? Or, can you tell me more about my father?" Su Yan's mood was already a bit excited. Now he could no longer control his heart. Even he couldn't control himself when facing his parents' affection. In his previous life, he once heard that the legendary immortal Tao was the Tao of indifference. Parents, friends, feelings, all feelings were forgotten, and then one could cultivate to become an immortal. However, if one was heartless, what was the point of becoming an immortal? He couldn't let go of his feelings and he didn't want to. In the end, Cui Tianlang sighed and said, "Forget it, let's go back to the sect." Su Yan asked, but Cui Tianlang didn't answer. Su Yan didn't continue to ask because he knew that even if he continued to ask, he wouldn't tell him. As for what exactly happened back then, he would have to wait until he was strong enough to investigate. As for now, it was time to return to the sect. In the Taihang sword faction, Xianxia was having a hard time every day. So many days had passed, but she still had no news of Su Yan. It was as if Su Yan had disappeared from the face of the earth. This made her very uneasy, although Cui Tianlang had told her that Su Yan would not die so easily. However, the terrifying scene when the ruins collapsed was still replaying in her mind. That kind of terrifying doomsday-like scene simply made one's heart tremble. It was simply too terrifying, like the end of the world. Even if a venerable one wanted to come out alive, it would not be easy. She held a long sword in her hand, but found that she was not in the mood to practice swordsmanship. At this moment a person walked in. He was Wuxia, the disciple of the sword-forging Peaks Venerable, and his status in the Taihang sword faction was extraordinary. As long as one was a sword cultivator, they would want a divine weapon of their own. Naturally, a divine sword was not something that could be asked for or even encountered, but if one could obtain a famed sword, it was already a great fortune. After all, even a powerful famed sword could increase one's battle strength by a bit. Therefore Wuxia had a special privilege. He could go anywhere in the sect except for the forbidden areas. Wuxia walked to Xianxia's side and said gently, "Xianxia, what's wrong? Are you still unhappy?" Of course he knew why Xianxia was unhappy. It was all because of that guy called Su Yan. If it were not for him, how could Xianxia ignore him? Before he met Xianxia, he was obsessed with sword forging and treated everything as nothing. It was not until he met Xianxia that he realized that there was actually someone in this world who could be so beautiful. The moment she saw Xianxia, she was already deeply engrossed. However, just as he expressed his feelings to Xianxia, Su Yan appeared. The appearance of this guy had destroyed everything. Fortunately, the heavens were watching over him. This damn guy was just a flash in the pan. He was dead. Wuxia personally experienced the collapse of the ruins, and the disaster was still fresh in his memory. If the sect's venerable did not arrive in time and teleport them out, everyone would have died inside. That terrifying power could only be described with one word, and that was destruction. Even if Su Yan really had some ability, it was absolutely impossible for him to survive in there. Therefore he would definitely die. Therefore it was not worthwhile for him to be angry with a dead person. The most important thing for him now was to comfort this beautiful woman. He had asked someone before that when a girl was sad and lost, she was at her weakest. This was the best time to enter her heart. "Xianxia, don't be sad. I think that if Su Yan knows that you're so unhappy, he won't have a good time even if he dies." After a day of research, he felt that he should change his method. Since Xianxia cared about Su Yan, he should start with Su Yan. Xianxia was stunned when she heard Su Yan's name. At this moment, Wuxia was overjoyed and thought to himself, "This method is really good. It seems that I can really enter Xianxia's heart. It seems that I have to forge a good sword for this junior brother." Just as Wuxia was about to say something, Xianxia spoke up. Her voice was very cold as she said indifferently, "You can leave." Her voice was very calm and pleasant to the ears, but it was filled with a feeling of being thousands of miles away. No matter how thick-headed Wuxia was, he could hear the coldness in her voice. "Junior Xianxia, before he could finish his sentence he was interrupted. "Didn't I tell you to leave? Also from today onwards don't come. I don't want to see you." She was so direct and cold. Wuxia's face immediately turned cold. His teeth were trembling and he wanted to say something but could not. Finally Wuxia could not take it anymore. "Xianxia, that Su Yan is already dead. You better accept reality, he is already dead. He is only a dead man, why are you fighting with me? Listen, you are mine, you will be mine. I am not afraid to tell you that I have already asked my master to propose marriage to the Shui ancestor. Moreover, the Shui ancestor has already agreed. So what if you can't forget? You will be mine sooner or later, so you better accept reality." Boundless practically roared out these words. As he roared out these words, Boundless felt a burst of relief. There was even a trace of pride. This was his declaration of victory. Yes, no matter what, the Shui ancestor had already promised his master to betroth Xianxia to him. Since this was the case, then from today onwards Xianxia was his woman. He originally wanted to slowly enter this woman's heart, but he didn't expect Xianxia to be so decisive. However, he suddenly didn't care at this moment. "Can't have your heart? It doesn't matter, you are already mine anyway. As long as I can have you, why should I be afraid that I can't have your heart?" Therefore Wuxia was very proud of himself. His gaze was fixed on Xianxia's beautiful face. He wanted to see anger or some other expression on Xianxia's face. This was because in his opinion, no matter what expression Xianxia had, it would be his victory. Unfortunately he was still disappointed in the end. Xianxia did not say anything. Her expression was still as cold as ever, just like Bing Shan that never melted. A wave of anger rose from the bottom of Wuxia's heart. He walked over and hugged Xianxia saying, "Xianxia, you are mine. You will always be mine." What made Wuxia even angrier was that Xianxia did not even resist. He could feel that Xianxia's heart seemed to have died. However, why did she let her heart die for that damn Su Yan? At this moment, a voice directly entered their ears. Let go of your claws. The voice was familiar, but it also seemed like a dream. So, Yen. Wuya couldn't believe his ears. Xianxia was the same. However, at this moment another voice sounded. I said let go of your claws. Otherwise die. As the voice fell, a strong murderous intent directly pierced into Wuya's mind. In Wuya's mind an extremely terrifying demon king appeared. At this moment he only felt that his heart and soul were torn apart. In the end he actually let out a miserable howl. At this moment Xianxia was sure that she hadn't heard wrongly and that she hadn't seen wrongly. Su Yan. It was indeed Su Yan. Big brother Su Yan. It's really you, big brother Su Yan. She looked at Su Yan, who suddenly appeared in surprise. She only felt that the originally dark world had been restored to light. Su Yan walked in front of her and said, "It's me." After receiving a positive answer, Xianxia said with tears in her eyes, that's great, big brother Su Yan. You're not dead." She threw everything aside and directly jumped into Su Yan's arms. Then she began to cry. Chapter 602. Let go, Su Yan. You bastard. Let go of Xianxia. She's my fiancée. He roared at the top of his lungs. However, he suddenly realized how powerless he was. Because at this moment he actually didn't dare to stop Su Yan. He realized that he was afraid of Su Yan. Even now, the terrifying shadow of the Demon King still appeared in his mind. Wuya used to be so proud that he didn't fear Wang Baichuan or Feng Yuhai. But now he was afraid of Su Yan. He was afraid before the battle. He was a swordsmith, but he was also a swordsman. It was a great shame for a swordsman to only roar at the top of his lungs when facing his enemy. However, he couldn't do anything at this moment. Su Yan turned his head and looked at him. Fiancé? Wuya said, yes, she's my fiancé. The Shui family's ancestor has already betrothed Xianxia to me. She's mine, so if you don't want to face the ancestor's anger, you'd better let go of her. Wuya didn't expect that Su Yan would really let go of Xianxia. In fact, from the beginning, it was only Xianxia who was hugging Su Yan, unwilling to let go. After the initial excitement, Xianxia calmed down and realized that her current actions were really ambiguous. Su Yan looked at Wuya and suddenly chuckled. Then he said, Wuya, although you are a sword forger, don't forget that you are also a sword cultivator. Since that is the case, take out your sword. Let's fight. Wuya suddenly took a step back when facing Su Yan. He didn't realize that he had lost his composure until he took a step back. He couldn't believe that he had done that. It was really humiliating for him. However, he didn't have the guts to fight with Su Yan with a sword. Until now he was still wondering if he was in a dream. Su Yan actually came out of the ruins alive. The ruins that could devour everything actually didn't devour Su Yan. It was really unfair, really unfair. So you're a coward? Forget it, you'd better go away. From now on, don't harass Xianxia anymore. Su Yan said it calmly, but his overbearing attitude was vividly displayed. As for the fiancée you mentioned, she won't. As long as Xianxia is unwilling, she won't be your fiancée. Su Yan was so domineering that it was suffocating. Boundless was furious, but he also knew that there was nothing he could do at this time. In the end he left in anger. Looking at Wu Ye's back, Xianxia suddenly felt a little worried. One had to know that she had already given up, so no matter what Wu Ye said, she didn't care because she felt that she was already a dead person. However, at this moment, Su Yan had returned to her side. Her heart came back to life again. At this time she naturally didn't want to die. She didn't want to marry Wu Ye, because she only wanted to marry Su Yan. However, she also saw Wu Ye's madness. Wu Ye had always been a stubborn person, and when a stubborn person fell into madness, they would become extremely terrifying and extreme. More importantly, the Shui family's ancestor had already agreed to his master. Ancestor Hai Chuan had a very high status in the Taihang sword faction. Even the mysterious sect leader had to be polite to him. He controlled the entire sword forging peak and was very powerful. If the Shui family's ancestor didn't agree, it would be fine. However, since he had already agreed, it wouldn't be easy for him to go back on his word. Xianxia. At this moment, a voice was heard. It was Xuecheng, Xianxia's father, who had come. These few days Xuecheng didn't have a good time. Ever since he found out that Su Yan might have died, he knew that his daughter would be very sad. As expected, Xianxia seemed to have lost her soul these few days. Just a moment ago he saw Wu Ye leave in anger. Of course he knew about the matter between Wu Ye and Xianxia. He knew very well that his daughter would definitely not agree to the marriage with Wu Ye, but there was nothing he could do. After all, it was the ancestor's decision. Hai Chuan had already agreed to forge a high-grade saint sword for the Shui family as a betrothal gift. Even the Shui family's ancestor couldn't refuse such an offer. He naturally knew that Wuya had been coming to his daughter's place these few days, but he had never seen Wuya so flustered and exasperated. Therefore he was very worried that his daughter would do something stupid. But as soon as he entered his daughter's courtyard, he was directly stunned. Because he saw a person. Su Yan. Like Shui Xinyue and Wuya, he also didn't believe that Su Yan could still be alive. He had already inquired about this action from Wen Yunfeng and others, and he had a general understanding of the horror of the collapse of the relics. That kind of horrible thing of space breaking, even if he only heard about it, made his heart tremble. He also believed that Su Yan had no chance to survive anyway. But now he actually saw Su Yan standing in front of him alive. He almost felt that he had seen a ghost. Brother Shui, long time no see. Su Yan greeted Shui Qing with a smile. Shui Qing breathed heavily, then ran directly to Su Yan's side, and directly bombarded him with a heavy punch. Because he was too excited, he had forgotten to hold back his strength in this punch, and directly punched out. His punch directly fell on Su Yan's body. At this moment, an extremely terrifying repulsive force was transmitted over, causing him to take a step back. Faintly, he even felt pain in the web between his thumb and forefinger. How is it possible? Shui Qing was shocked. His punch with all his strength not only didn't hurt Su Yan, but also hurt his hand. It was really an incredible thing. At this time he couldn't help but have a question in his mind. How powerful had Su Yan become now? Brother Shui, your way of greeting is really unique. Su Yan said with a smile. At this time Shui Qing's old face was red. He ignored Su Yan's ridicule and said directly, you actually came out of the relics alive? Also, how did you become so powerful? Are you a monster? Su Yan said, I was lucky to escape. Ah, good, it's good that you're back. I know you won't be so short-lived. Ah. He kept laughing and he was a little bit carried away. After a long time he finally calmed down. Su Yan, since you're back, then you have to be responsible for one thing. Shui Qing said very seriously. My baby daughter, you also know that I, Shui Qing, only have one baby daughter. So, no matter what, I can't let her suffer the slightest bit. You should know my daughter's thoughts. Shui Qing didn't continue, but Su Yan already knew what he was thinking. He said directly, don't worry, Xinyue doesn't want to marry Wuya. I'll do my best in this matter. I definitely won't let her suffer. Shui Qing chuckled, then nodded and said, okay, since you said so, then I'll remember it. You must remember what you said. Su Yan knew that this old man was setting a trap for him. However, he also knew that he had to do this. Otherwise Shui Xinyue would be sad. Just as he said last time, he had always treated Shui Xinyue as his sister. It was because of this that he absolutely couldn't let his sister be sad. As for Shui Xinyue's feelings for him, he would take it one step at a time. There's no time to lose. I'll go see the ancestor now. Since he had returned, he had to meet the Shui family's ancestor no matter what. After all, this ancestor had treated him well. The Shui family's ancestor's courtyard was very quiet. After all, older people liked peace and quiet. If the ancestor did not summon him, the people from the Shui family would not dare to disturb him. Su Yan walked to the front of the courtyard and said respectfully, Junior Su Yan greets Ancestor Shui. Not a single sound came from the courtyard. It was as if there was no one there. Su Yan did not speak again because he knew that the Shui family's ancestor was definitely in the courtyard. Just like that, he waited quietly. He actually waited for a full 4 hours. After 4 hours, a sigh suddenly sounded from the courtyard. Come in. Su Yan stepped into the courtyard and finally saw the Shui family's ancestor. Su Yan jumped in fright when he suddenly saw the Shui family's ancestor. This was because the Shui family's ancestor had actually aged a lot. The Shui family's ancestor was very powerful, much more powerful than the frenzied blade venerable who was at 2 origin. Su Yan had no idea what his cultivation level was. However, a person at his level possessed extremely powerful strength. Not to mention a short period of a month, even 10 years or even 100 years would not have much of a change in appearance. Now that the Shui family's ancestor was in such a state, it could only mean one thing. His lifespan had come to an end. You're a smart person. I'm sure you've already seen through the clues. You're right. My lifespan has indeed come to an end. I'm afraid I'll die soon. Su Yan did not speak. He was waiting for the old ancestor to speak. He knew that the ancestor had something to say to him. Chapter 603. I don't have much time left. The great ancestor sighed softly. For some reason, Su Yan suddenly felt a sense of sadness when he heard that. Time was running out. Of course, I know that this is very unfair to that child, Xianxia, but I have to take the risk for this opportunity. You can say that I'm very selfish and I've never denied that. Therefore, I know why you're here this time, but I'm sorry, Su Yan. Since I've already promised Haichuan, I won't go back on my word. His answer was so firm and resolute. Since I've already promised, I won't go back on my word. In other words, this was a path to the end. Su Yan was silent. He was thinking about how he could persuade the great ancestor of the Shui family. Before coming here, he swore that he would do his best to persuade the great ancestor. However, when he really met the great ancestor, he realized that he was speechless. The current Shui family seemed to be peaceful, but in reality there was a huge problem. The Shui family had no successor. Apart from the great ancestor, there was no one else in the huge Shui family who was a venerable one. When the great ancestor was still alive, the others naturally dared not act rashly. However, what if the great ancestor was dead? Although they were all part of the Taihang sword faction, the conflicts between families had always been cruel. In fact, when the Taihang sword faction was first established, there were a total of 8 families, but now only 3 families were left. At this time, if the great ancestor of the Shui family died, and there was no new venerable one in the family, the Shui family would definitely decline. As the great ancestor of the Shui family, he had to consider this point. If the family declined, many people would suffer misfortune. Su Yan sighed. It was really difficult to choose such a thing. At this moment he said directly, "Is there no other way? A sacred sword, I have a sacred sword too. Can't I help you comprehend it?" Su Yan took out the scorching sun sword. The Shui family's great ancestor gently stretched out his hand, and the sword landed in his hand. At this moment, the divine sword emitted a dazzling radiance, and the crimson flames filled the entire courtyard. Vaguely, there seemed to be a fire dragon dancing in the air. It's a good sword. The person who made this sword is a rare expert. If his cultivation was stronger, he might be able to make this sword stronger. The Shui family's ancestor continued, sword cultivation is also divided into grades, especially saint swords, which are divided into high, middle, and low grades. Although this sword is also a saint sword, it is only a low-grade one. The difference between a low-grade saint sword and a high-grade saint sword was simply unimaginable. Actually, to me, if I could obtain the divine sword, my chances of comprehending the great path would increase. However, the divine sword is incomparably precious and has its own divinity. Back then, when I wanted to comprehend the Taihang divine sword, I was rejected by the divine sword. Su Yan was not surprised by this because he had a divine sword with him. This sword was called Immortal Slaying. Even now, the Immortal Slaying sword was still lying in his scarlet sword case. Su Yan did not dare to touch this sword at all because once he touched it, he would suffer from the sword's backlash. When the terrifying power of the sword burst out, it was simply earth-shattering. If he was not careful, Su Yan would be killed by this sword. This was not a joke but the truth. However, even if he had the divine sword, he could not lend it to the Shui family's great ancestor. The divine sword was so precious that even the powerful Taihang sword faction only had one divine sword to protect their sect. If the fact that Su Yan had the divine sword was revealed, he would die without a doubt. For the sake of his own safety, he would definitely not reveal this matter. Su Yan was silent for a while, then said, "Since you let me in here, I believe there is still room for negotiation. Why don't you tell me about it?" Su Yan had already seen through all of this very clearly. If the Shui family's great ancestor had made up his mind and would not allow any changes, then he wouldn't be standing here today. The Shui family's great ancestor shook his head, then smiled, "Haha, you're a cunning one. Since that's the case, I'll tell you that there is still room for negotiation." The Shui family's great ancestor continued, "Right now, the Shui family's great ancestor is in urgent need of venerables. You are indeed a genius. In such a short time, your cultivation has broken through consecutively. However, you are still far from becoming a venerable, so you have 2 choices." Su Yan nodded, then said, "I'd like to hear the details." The Shui family's great ancestor said, "The first is that you can take out a high-grade saint sword, and the second is to find someone. I obviously can't take out a high-grade saint sword. May I ask who you're looking for?" The Shui family's great ancestor said, "My Shui family once had a genius. His name was Shui Xingchuan and he was Shui Cheng's brother. Back then he had already become a venerable. If nothing unexpected happened, he would have been the successor of my sect. However, something unexpected just had to happen. He just had to go missing at a time when something unexpected shouldn't have happened." Su Yan's face became stern when he heard the Shui family's great ancestor's words. Since that senior was already a venerable, his battle prowess would definitely be extremely terrifying. Moreover, Someone who could be called a genius by the Shui family's great ancestor would definitely be extremely terrifying. However, a genius like that had gone missing just like that. Over all these years, I've always believed that he's not dead. I've tried to find him before, but it's a pity that no one in the Shui family, or even the Taihang sword faction, can enter to find him. Of course, the reason why I made this request is because you were able to come back alive this time. Su Yan's heart skipped a beat when he heard the great ancestor's words. He immediately asked, could it be that Senior Shui Xingchuan also fell into a place similar to the ruins this time? You're right. That place is also a battlefield of ruins. Just like this time, the battlefield of ruins has already collapsed and he fell into it. Cultivators above the venerable realm are simply too powerful. They'll cause changes to the entire environment, so I don't dare to rashly enter it. Su Yan had already guessed a little when he heard the great ancestor's words. The reason for the creation of the ruins was probably similar to the ruins he entered last time. It was formed by an ancient battlefield. The matter of the ancient battlefield was too terrifying. It even involved the mysterious world of the dead. Su Yan had once considered revealing this matter, but he gave up in the end. Firstly, even if he revealed this matter, not many people would believe him. Secondly, what kind of identity did he need to reveal this matter? This matter had already involved his own safety, so Su Yan could only remember this matter in his heart. Su Yan, you can actually stay out of this matter. In the end, your identity is just a guest of my Shui family. It's not worth it to take another risk for this matter, the great ancestor of the Shui family said again. The great ancestor spoke very sincerely. In the end, Su Yan had nothing to do with their family. Instead, the Shui family was indebted to him. However, entering the ruins again would be life-threatening. Su Yan really did not need to do this. To be honest, when the great ancestor of the Shui family made this request, he did not expect Su Yan to agree. Just as he was about to sigh, Su Yan said, all right, I agree to this matter. No matter what, I'll go to the place you mentioned. Shui Xingchuan had been missing for at least 8 years. No one could predict what could have happened in these 8 years. Even if Shui Xingchuan was still alive back then, he might have died 8 years later. And if he was still alive, why didn't he return to the Shui family by himself? There were many things that Su Yan did not know, but in the end he still felt that he should go and take a look. After Su Yan agreed, he didn't say anything else. He only said, Senior Shui, I will leave tomorrow. After Su Yan finished speaking, he turned around and left. He left so straightforwardly. The great ancestor of the Shui family looked at Su Yan's departing figure and silently sighed. Su Yan did not tell Shui Xingyue or Shui Cheng about this matter, because there was no point in telling them. It would only make them worry. Su Yan had just returned to the Taihang sword faction today, so he immediately left the Taihang sword faction. The ruins that the great ancestor of the Shui family spoke of were extremely far away from the ruins they had entered. It could even be said that they were in opposite directions. But Su Yan felt that the two places were definitely connected. Just as Su Yan was about to leave the Taihang sword faction, he noticed a person in front of him. He stood there with a hint of anxiety on his face. It was obvious that he had been waiting for him here. When he saw Su Yan, he immediately ran over to Su Yan and said, Big brother Su Yan, this is great. I thought you wouldn't come. Very few people knew that Su Yan had returned, let alone that he had left again. Thus, the great ancestor of the Shui family must have informed him. Su Yan asked, Shuidong, why are you here? Did the great ancestor arrange for you to come? Naturally, the only person who could make such an arrangement was that ancestor. Shuidong said directly, Big brother Su Yan, you're really smart. I'm here because of the great ancestor's arrangement. He told me that you were going to look for my father, so I had to come. Su Yan frowned slightly and said, This trip is full of dangers. Even I am not confident that I can come back alive. You should know what I mean. If anything happens, I can't take care of you. Chapter 604. Big brother Su Yan, I know that my cultivation base is low and I can't be compared to you at all. Father used to be a genius in the family, but I'm just a piece of rotten wood and I've embarrassed him. Don't worry, I won't overestimate myself and follow you into the ruins. My duty is only to bring big brother Su Yan there. Shuidong's expression was calm, but he was obviously very uncomfortable. In Su Yan's impression, Shuidong was a very weak person. Back then he was forced by his cousin to lead him in the wrong direction. He did not expect that he had such a background and identity. Well, in that case you can follow me. I'll take you as far as I can, but once there's danger, don't be impulsive. Su Yan was carrying Shuidong, so his speed was naturally greatly reduced. However, he also saw another side of Shuidong. At this level, unless it was some powerful beasts, it was impossible to catch up with Su Yan's speed. In order to wait for Xuedong, Su Yan had already slowed down his speed, but for Xuedong it was still too fast. However, this brat actually didn't have any intention of slowing down, he just stubbornly followed. Every time it was time to rest, he would be completely exhausted. He would lie on the ground as if he was already dead. However, on the second day he would still insist on following Su Yan. Gradually, Su Yan began to speed up. For Xuedong, it was simply torture, but this stubborn guy still tried his best to follow. After all, he was a child of the Xue family, and Su Yan also had the intention of training him in the past few days. Although he had agreed to join the Xue family, he knew very well that for him, the Xue family was just a stop on his journey. Once the conditions were right, he would leave directly. Moreover, he believed that the time to leave this stop was not far away. Therefore, before he left, if there was anything he could do for the Xue family, he would be very happy. Xuedong might have also noticed this. During these few days he kept asking Su Yan for advice, learning like a madman. The more he talked to Su Yan, the more he worshipped Su Yan. This kind of worship had even reached the point of no return. There were naturally outstanding people in the Xue clan, such as his cousin and the others. Their cultivation levels were all higher than Xuedong's. As for Xuedong himself, his innate talent was just that. He had never felt that he could break through to the dragon realm. Because his father was too outstanding, he was entrusted with too much hope. Especially after his father, Xue Xingchuan, disappeared, many people hoped that he could be like his father, become the hope of the entire clan. However, as the saying goes, the greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. The talent that Xuedong displayed could not be compared to his father at all. At best, it could only be considered to be above average. Because of this, Xuedong slowly sank under the disappointed gazes of the crowd. In the end, he even gave up on himself. In fact, Su Yan did not do much. Other than taking care of him during the journey and telling him what he knew when Xuedong asked for advice, he did not do anything else. Even so, he still saw rare and precious things in Su Yan. For example, Su Yan's crazy cultivation. Xuedong never thought that cultivation could be so crazy and so unsparing. Even when he was standing, Su Yan was constantly circulating his power to increase it. He did not treat himself as a person at all. He was just constantly working hard to cultivate. This kind of attitude made him feel somewhat at a loss. Another 2 days passed and they were getting closer to the ruins. Xuedong's heart became inexplicably complicated. Once upon a time, he had wanted to step into this place and bring his father out. However, in the face of increasingly cruel reality, he had even given up all hope. This time, if the great ancestor had not mentioned it, he would not even be willing to think of this place. In the past, he had worked so hard to reach this place, but in the end he found that it was impossible to reach this place no matter what. This kind of pain was not something that those who had always been smooth sailing could imagine. Now he was finally standing here again. Looking in the direction in front of him, he could not sleep well every night. Finally, he summoned the courage to stand in front of Su Yan. Big brother Su Yan. Xuedong's voice was full of hesitation. Su Yan stopped cultivating and said, "What's wrong? Did you encounter any problems in your cultivation? So just say it." Xuedong was silent for a while, then said, "Big brother Su Yan, I just want to know why you can be so persistent and work so hard to cultivate." Su Yan was stunned. He did not expect Xuedong to ask such a question. But then he said directly, "It's nothing. It's because I know that I have to become stronger, so I can only keep cultivating." Xuedong's tone had become a little hurried, and then he asked, "Have you never been desperate? Although I don't know why big brother Su Yan works so hard to cultivate, have you never been desperate? It must be something that can make you work so hard and even go crazy." Su Yan smiled and said, "Well, you're right. It's indeed not simple. In fact, I don't have much confidence in completing it. But, do I give up just because the goal is difficult to achieve?" Xuedong's eyes were a little blank. Since the goal was difficult to achieve, no, even impossible to achieve, then what was the use of continuing to work hard? Wasn't this wasting his life? In that case, why not live a carefree life? At least this way he would not be too tired. When you were a child, you didn't know how to walk at all. But now, not to mention walking, you can even fly for a short time, right? Then, when you were a child, did you ever think about whether you could learn to walk? Su Yan's words stunned him. Yes, when he was a child, did he ever think about this question? No, the answer was definitely no. At that time, why would he think about whether he could walk? But that was when he was a child, and now, at this time, Su Yan continued, "I think that you must be very confused. After all, you are Xue Xingchuan's son. Although I haven't met your father, he must be very extraordinary to be praised by the Xue family's ancestor. Then, as his son, you must be coveted and full of hope. This kind of hope will make your life very tiring." At this time Dong really wanted to cry. Because since he was a child, he could only silently hide these thoughts in his heart. He did not even dare to say it to his mother because he was afraid to see her disappointed eyes. However, as he gradually grew up, his heart became more and more fragile. In the end, he even lost a little bit of sharpness. At this time he raised his head. Today's weather was not bad. The bright starry sky was so beautiful and dazzling. He remembered that when he was a child, his favorite thing to do was to stare blankly at the stars in the sky after cultivating. He really missed that man. I know that your life must be very tiring, but so what? We should still work hard because before we reach the end of our lives, no one can say that they are the true victor. In your heart, do you really not have any hope? Su Yan asked directly. When he heard Su Yan's words, his entire body trembled, and he was at a loss for words. That's right, do I really have no more thoughts and hope? No, he definitely did. If he really had lost all hope, how could he cultivate so crazily like now? Since you want to do it, then do it. Sometimes, it is not that your ability is not enough, but how much effort you put in. I think that if you really put in everything, then even if you die on the road in the end, it would be much better than now. After Su Yan finished speaking, he continued to cultivate. There were many things that needed to be comprehended by oneself. For Dong, he only helped Dong to understand a direction. As for whether he could reach the next step, it all depended on him. The stars tonight were very beautiful. Dong finally returned to his tent. Unexpectedly, he slept exceptionally peacefully tonight. When the sky was just beginning to brighten, the two set off again. Dong didn't say anything else. However, there was a different look in his eyes that was as fiery and scarlet as the rising sun. The two continued to hurry. Today Su Yan's speed increased a little. No, it should be said that it increased a lot. Dong could only see Su Yan's shadow. In the past, Dong would have slowed down a little at this time. Although he would still try his best to follow, he would always fight for some time to catch his breath. But this time he did not. He ignored everything and directly burned the spiritual power in his body, then ran with all his might. He remembered Su Yan's words. Since he still had the thought in his heart, then he should do it. As long as he was not dead, the Hope sect would not be so easily destroyed. And even if he died, as long as he died on the road of the gone border, it was actually not bad. Just like that, the two people gradually drifted apart on the road of life. Finally, they were about to reach their destination. Chapter 605. Back then, Xianxia was already an expert above the 8 Dragons realm. Among his peers in the Taihang sword faction, no one could compete with him. He was fully deserving of the title of sword leader. However, when he was at the peak of his fame, he disappeared. This matter caused quite a stir, but strangely, it was suppressed in the end. The experts of the Taihang sword faction kept their mouths shut and refused to say anything. Even Xianxia's son, Dong, knew very little about this matter. Furthermore, after the first few times, no one from the Taihang sword faction came to investigate this place again. At that time, Xianxia's mother begged the ancestor of the Xue family to save Xianxia. In fact, the ancestor of the Xue family wanted to, but in the end he refused. It wasn't that he was unwilling, but that he couldn't. This place seemed to be a forbidden land. Many experts had died here in the past. This was also one of the reasons why the middle class of the Xue family was so severely cut off. Thus, when Su Yan was asked to come here to find Xianxia, the ancestor of the Xue family warned Su Yan that this place was extremely dangerous. And it was obvious that Su Yan had also realized this at this moment. For a genius from back then to be buried here, this place was definitely not to be underestimated. However, he was now in a difficult situation. Since he was already here, there was no reason for him to retreat. Furthermore, he really wanted to enter this place. If his guess was correct, then this place and the last historical remnant must have some sort of connection. If possible, Su Yan would like to enter the mysterious world of the dead souls. Although the spectral world was filled with great danger, it was also filled with great opportunities. Disregarding everything else, just the soul spider alone had greatly benefited him. If he could capture another soul spider, perhaps his cultivation would increase again. Although he had already devoured many soul spiders and his soul cultivation could not increase by leaps and bounds like last time, this was still a glimmer of hope. As long as there was hope, he wanted to try. Moreover, if it was possible, he wanted to bring the departed soul spider out as well. He hoped that it could help Dong improve his cultivation. This could be considered his meager strength. After going a little deeper, Su Yan finally said to Dong, "Stop here. Don't follow us in." Dong was stunned and then said, "No, brother Su, believe me. I have enough strength to go one step further. I can still hold on." No matter what, he had already come this far. He wanted to move forward a little, even if it was just one more step. Su Yan understood his mentality, but in the end he still chose to refuse and said, "I know what you're thinking, but you should remember what I told you at the beginning. If I feel that this place is very dangerous, then I won't let you continue to follow me." Xuedong finally sighed and said, "Okay, Brother Su, I'll listen to you." Xuedong had great respect for Su Yan. Although he still didn't sense any danger, he believed that Su Yan would never lie to him. The reason why he didn't let Xuedong continue to follow him was that he did sense danger here. This kind of dangerous aura was not obvious. This kind of feeling was like a faint speck of dust, making it difficult for people to grasp it thoroughly. If his strength hadn't been greatly improved, he wouldn't even be able to sense the existence of this danger. However, it was precisely because of this that he was vigilant. At this point, even he wasn't confident that he could be safe, let alone let Xuedong enter. Out of caution, Su Yan said, "Xuedong, remember my words. Try to stay away from this place. It's best if you return to the Taihang sword faction now." This time, Xuedong shook his head firmly and said, "Brother Su, I'm not strong enough, so I can't go in with you. However, I'll wait for you nearby. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. I won't force myself." Seeing how determined and persistent he was, Su Yan didn't force him. After all, everyone chose their own path. That was all he could say. Since Xuedong was so insistent, he could only hope that Xuedong would be safe. As for what would happen in the end, there was nothing he could do. After all, he had already entered this dangerous place. After Su Yan agreed, he directly walked forward. As Su Yan moved forward, the frost on both sides of the road became thicker and thicker. Unknowingly, he had already entered a world of ice and snow. Su Yan stopped and carefully sensed. Only now did he realize that this was actually another space. The last time he entered the world of ruins, he had to go through a spatial portal at least. However, here he had already entered a new world without even realizing it. This was really strange, even terrifying. Looking back, the original road had long disappeared. There was white ice and snow everywhere. The bone-piercing chill directly slanted, making people tremble uncontrollably. When Su Yan entered this world of ice and snow, the faint killing intent had become more obvious. Su Yan could feel the eyes looking at him. The kind of despair and fear was simply unimaginable. He raised his head and saw a backlight. This backlight was incompatible with the entire world. This was clearly a world of white, but this black light seemed to directly tear apart the white that filled this world. Such a scene was really indescribably strange. Su Yan looked straight at the sky. He wanted to find a trace in the sky, but he was disappointed in the end. This silence was simply silent. Gradually, streams of light like fireflies began to appear. After the fluorescence appeared, they surrounded Su Yan, making Su Yan's aura sacred and dignified. Such power was really an indescribable fear. At this moment, Su Yan's eyes began to become firm. The power of the whole world became extremely clear. He found that under the ice and snow there were actually corpses. These corpses had been in a good state until now. The strange thing was that there was no pain on their faces at all. It was as if they were just sleeping. However, Su Yan probed with his soul consciousness and was shocked to find that although these corpses seemed to be intact, they had actually turned into scattered sand. In other words, if they had not been frozen by the ice, they would have disappeared long ago. The various scenes that did not fit in caused Su Yan to become even more solemn. It was at this moment that he suddenly felt that someone had broken into this world. He was originally an unexpected guest of this world, but he did not expect that someone would break into this place. Moreover, what made Su Yan feel even more surprised was that these people were from the Devil Sect. He had already dealt with the Devil Sect in the Jianghu continent. The mysterious aura on their bodies was very recognizable. Su Yan had never been courteous to the people from the Devil Sect. Moreover, he understood that the people from the Devil Sect would never attack for no reason. Since they had appeared here this time, they must have some unspeakable purpose. Su Yan had made up his mind. He would take advantage of this opportunity to start hunting and kill as many powerhouses from the Devil Sect as possible. In this world of ice and snow, there was nothing to hide. Therefore, Su Yan stood and waited for the people from the Devil Sect to arrive. What was even more coincidental was that Su Yan's old friend, Rosen from the Devil Sect, was among them. However, this time he was not the real leader. There was another person in front of him who was about the same age as him. However, Su Yan felt an extremely powerful aura from him. This person's strength surpassed Rosen's. He was afraid that he could fight Wang Baichuan and Xiang Yunfei to a draw. If it was in the past, Su Yan would have felt that it was very troublesome to deal with such a person. After all, if he and Rosen joined forces, they would be able to pose a threat to Su Yan's life. However, it was different now. Firstly, Su Yan's strength had increased greatly. At this time, he was confident that he had surpassed Wang Baichuan and Xiang Yunfei. However, the appearance of these two people just so happened to let him know exactly how strong his strength had become. In addition, if he really could not win, he could use the devil-dragon transformation. In this world of ice and snow, there seemed to be no one else other than himself and the devil sect. Since that was the case, he had less to worry about. At this time, Rosen finally discovered Su Yan. When he saw Su Yan, he was clearly very shocked. The reason for that was because he actually saw Su Yan in such a place. The moment he saw Su Yan, killing intent immediately surged in his heart. Back then, it was because of Su Yan that he had an accident in his mission. Although his failure was not necessarily the real reason for the failure of that ruin. However, in the devil sect, failure in the mission would definitely result in great punishment. Although he did not receive too much punishment this time because of the protection of the seniors of the ghost-killing hall, to him, this was already a great humiliation. Therefore, his resentment towards Su Yan was extremely deep. Of course, there was another person, Meng Yang. That kid who liked to sneak attack was too detestable. If he fell into his hands one day, he would definitely make him suffer a fate worse than death. Of course, the current Meng Yang was already wanted by the devil sect. After all, he was related to the life and death of the Venerable One. Su Yan, you actually managed to come out alive. He was practically gnashing his teeth as he spoke. Chapter 606. Upon hearing this question, Su Yan frowned. He had indeed seen the three venerables and even witnessed the fall of the bald Venerable One. However, at this moment he heard that the three venerables had fallen. He couldn't be more clear about the meaning of this sentence. The three venerables had all fallen. However, the frenzied saber venerable and Shui Tianlang had clearly only schemed against one venerable one. How did the other two venerables die? Duanmu Longhu. At this moment, this name flashed across Su Yan's mind. Although it sounded ridiculous, Su Yan was certain that this was Duanmu Longhu's doing. This Duanmu Longhu was truly shocking. Su Yan was already deeply wary of him, but at this moment, he realized that he had underestimated him. This guy's strength was simply terrifying. Two venerables had fallen into his hands. Fortunately, he didn't act rashly at that time and wanted to kill him directly. Otherwise, he might have become a cold corpse by now. This fellow's strength was truly frightening to the extreme. The next time he met this guy, he had to be careful. Otherwise, he might accidentally die in his hands. However, at this moment, Su Yan would not answer the other party's question. After all, Duanmu Longhu was indeed not his friend. However, to the devil sect, Duanmu Longhu was definitely a landmine. As a landmine, it would be more powerful if it was hidden. Therefore, Su Yan did not want to expose him so early. Of course, there was also the matter of Meng Yang. Su Yan had already treated this crazy clown as his true friend. No matter what, he would not betray his friend. Therefore, he simply shook his head and said, "Are all the people from the devil sect as nonsensical as you?" As he spoke, the scorching sun sword in his hand had already begun to emit sword chi. After sensing that the people from the devil sect had entered this place, he had been waiting here for the devil sect's arrival. The reason why he was waiting for the devil sect's arrival was definitely not to quarrel with these guys, but to kill. Therefore, in the next moment, Su Yan had already begun to attack. His target was not Meng Yang or the guy who suddenly appeared, but the other disciples of the devil sect. To anyone, these disciples were powerhouses. However, in front of Su Yan, the difference was too great. The sword in Su Yan's hand flipped, and a powerful and terrifying power was emitted. This immediately made these people tremble in fear. They felt that they had been targeted by a terrifying devil. Luosun was furious and shouted, "Su Yan, you're courting death." They had entered this mysterious ice domain for the mission. Therefore, he would definitely not allow these disciples to die at this time. Otherwise, their mission might fail. He absolutely could not tolerate such a thing happening. However, Su Yan's speed was so fast that even if he wanted to block it, it was already too late. The thunderous sound of the sword whistling directly flashed, and then the sword directly slashed down. Just as the sword light descended, a head immediately flew into the air. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. At this time, all the disciples of the devil sect who saw this scene were already shocked. They never thought that Su Yan's attack would be so terrifying. In an instant, the shadow of death had already shrouded their hearts. Even if they were from the devil sect, in the face of such a sure-death situation, they could not help but feel terrified. Su Yan laughed sinisterly. This was only the beginning. Since these people were from the devil sect, they could not blame him for being merciless. At this moment, his long sword swayed, and his whole body moved forward again. The oppressive sword chi surged and it was simply suffocating. Seeing that a second life was about to be lost in Su Yan's hands, it was at this moment that the person who was slightly stronger than Rosen suddenly shouted, "Shura Soul Shadow, suppress and kill." The moment his voice fell, a dark purple shadow suddenly appeared under his feet. This shadow directly spread to the surroundings, and in just an instant, it had already surrounded everything in the surroundings. From the appearance of this light screen to the formation of this light screen only took a moment. After the appearance of such a terrifying power, Su Yan immediately felt a wave of powerful energy pressing down on him. It was as if this terrifying power was going to take away his life directly. Even for him, a trace of panic could not help but flash through his eyes at this moment. After all, anyone would panic if more than half of their power was taken away in an instant. He knew that the reason for this was definitely because of the Shura Soul Shadow that the unknown powerhouse had displayed. However, this power was really strange. He did not have any way to deal with this power at all. At this moment, if he forcefully resisted, he was afraid that he would be in danger. Although it seemed that he could directly kill this devil sect disciple in just one more second, Su Yan did not have the slightest bit of reluctance. He directly put away his sword, turned around and left. At this moment he directly transformed into the devil dragon's wings. At the same time, he urged the sword dragon to suddenly tear apart this purple light shadow, and then directly left. It wasn't until he left the area that he felt his body relax a little. Shura Soul Shadow, that's Shura's power. Back then he was trapped in the Shura Palace, and Lin Hualu was lost in the Shura Palace. Lin Hualu's life was unknown, but Su Yan still could not forget her. Lin Hualu was the first person that Su Yan was attracted to. When he was in the other world, Su Yan was obsessed with swordsmanship and focused all his energy on the cultivation of the Grand Supreme Sword technique. Moreover, he was already a world-renowned top-notch sword sage at such a young age. His position was really too high, and no one had the confidence to get along with him. Moreover, he died young, so he did not have the time to have a girl that he liked. After he was reborn, his soul also followed suit. Until now, Su Yan still remembered the first time he met Lin Hualu. Her red dress that fluttered in the wind was so beautiful that it was out of this world. He really wanted to see Lin Hualu again, but gradually he had too many fetters, too many concerns, and too many ill-fated relationships. This was also the reason why Su Yan only treated Xianxia as a younger sister. Come to think of it, other than Yun Wanqing, who was currently staying in the 5 prefectures Heaven and Earth organization, the other girls who followed him did not seem to have a good ending. In his previous life, Su Yan never believed in fate. He firmly believed that man could conquer nature. However, the funny thing was that in this world, even though he was stronger, he was even more afraid of fate. Perhaps fate had already arranged everything. At this time he once again came into contact with Shura's power. Perhaps one day he would be able to enter Shura's world. If possible, he also wanted to find Lin Hualu. Although the hope had become very slim, Su Yan did not want to give up. However, his thoughts returned. The power of Shura's soul shadow was really strong. Even now, when he stepped into it, he immediately felt that the power in his body was directly sucked away. This kind of terrifying thing simply made one's heart tremble. Such a terrifying power. However, Su Yan quickly calmed down. He had always been a person who was good at thinking. Although this guy used such a terrifying power, it's obvious that it's not his own power. Therefore, even if he used it this time, he might not be able to use it again next time. Su Yan's gaze was very calm. Then he continued to think, but no matter what, there's no need to doubt the power of this power. This time I made a prompt decision to rush out. Next time I have to be careful. Otherwise, if they set a trap like this, I'm afraid I'll have to give up my life here. This was not impossible. As long as these guys set a trap in advance, Su Yan would unknowingly step into it and be bound by this powerful power. At that time, Su Yan would probably become a turtle in a jar. However, although the opponent had such a divine object, Su Yan would not back down. He came here to find Xue Xingchuan, but in fact he was like a headless fly after entering this place. He had no direction at all. The arrival of the devil sect might be an opportunity. Since these guys came here, they naturally had a purpose. They wanted to find something valuable, so it was very likely that they would be able to find Xue Xingchuan's whereabouts. Therefore Su Yan was determined to follow them. Although Su Yan escaped directly earlier, Su Yan had taken out the soul of the green bat demon from the square seal in that instant. As long as this thing existed, Su Yan would be able to see their every move clearly. Of course, before this, Su Yan would definitely not alert the enemy. The reason why Su Yan had chosen to face them head-on was to test them out. He wanted to know how powerful the devil sect was this time. If he did not even know this information and barged in when the experts of the devil sect were here, he would probably suffer a great loss. And at this time he already had an understanding. At least, the move of the Shura Soul Shadow was his reward for this trip. Next he was going to play the role of a venomous snake. At this time Rosen's expression became very ugly. In front of him, Su Yin had once again killed a disciple of the devil sect. Moreover, even after using the Shura Soul Shadow, Su Yin still could not stay. "Damn it, this damn guy, I actually let him escape. Damn it, damn it." He roared angrily. His anger had reached the extreme. Chapter 607. Damn it, Shura Soul Shadow can even trap venerables, but it couldn't trap this guy. Damn it, I'm not reconciled to this. His eyes were full of anger, but it couldn't change the fact that Su Yin had left. At this time the man said, "Don't worry, although he escaped, Shura Soul Shadow is not just for show. This time he must have been seriously injured. It's impossible for him to recover in a short time. Let's ignore him for now. As long as we can take out the divine sword buried here in this period of time, then this guy will definitely die." After hearing this, Rosen's eyes flickered. Finally he said, "Okay Xianxia, will do as you say. Now we'll immediately go to find the whereabouts of the divine sword." Divine sword? Su Yin was shocked. He had heard of the green bat demon, so he heard the conversation between the two people clearly. He didn't expect that this time, the two people came for the divine sword. If this place was also the battlefield of the ancient war, then it was not strange that there was a divine sword here. After all, there were 7 holy sages who participated in the war. Holy sages were probably the most powerful and top forces in the world. Since they had participated in the war, the situation at that time must have been very fierce, even tragic. Moreover, to fight against such a terrifying existence like the Devil Clan, there must be a divine weapon, so it was not impossible for a divine sword to appear. Back then, Xuedong had probably entered this place to obtain this divine sword. After all, a genius like him probably also hoped to get a real divine weapon. If he didn't know, it would be fine. But now that he knew that there might be a heaven-grade weapon in this place, Su Yin didn't need to be polite anymore. He looked directly into the distance and focused his mind on the green bat demon that had already started to leave. Of course, other than that, he didn't act rashly. The man called Xianxia was right. At this time he was indeed injured, and the injury was not light. The power of Shura Soul Shadow was really strange. It was forcibly extracting the source of power. If Su Yin hadn't made a decision in an instant to directly use the Devil Dragon's wings and summon the Sword Dragon at the same time, he might really die here this time. But fortunately he was safe and sound now. In that case, this injury didn't seem to be able to do anything to him. He only needed a few hours to recover. Therefore, Su Yin simply extinguished his thoughts at this time and just waited. Moreover, he felt that no matter how stupid the people of the Devil sect were, they would be on guard against him at this time. Therefore it was meaningless to appear now. At this time, Su Yin began to sit cross-legged, and then operated his qi to heal his injuries. And also in the distance, Xianxia directly shook his head and then said, "It seems that this guy is really seriously injured. Before he left, I deliberately pretended to be weak, but I didn't expect that this guy didn't fall for it at all. Either he's scheming or he's already seriously injured. Let's go, let's continue on our way." This Xianxia, as Su Yin expected, had already made arrangements, but unfortunately Su Yin didn't go there at all. Luo Xin also sneered and said, "This brat is indeed cunning. No matter what, we can't let our guard down. But now we have more important things to do. This matter must be completed." The last time the palace lord let him go, it was already a great kindness. If this mission failed again, then he was really afraid that he would really be hopeless. So no matter what, he had to complete the mission. Later, he and Xianxia discussed for a while and continued to move forward. The foundation of the Devil sect was really rich. Su Yin came here with nothing in his hand, but these two guys actually had a map of this place. Although because of the strange environment here, the map may not be accurate, but at least it could determine the direction for the two of them, and not let the two of them take a wrong path. At this time in the sky, light and shadow were flowing. These backlights were moving on their own, as if they were high and mighty masters, coldly looking at the people below. Rosen raised his head from time to time. He didn't know why, but he always felt that there was something mysterious in this backlight, and this thing made him feel very uncomfortable. Even now he had an idea, that was, to directly destroy this backlight. But Xianxia had already held him down and then directly said to him, "Don't get excited, don't touch this damn backlight." According to the palace lord, this backlight was created after the fall of a devil god level devil. The devil chi in it is simply terrifying. If you and I touch it now, it's simply courting death. A devil god level expert. An ordinary demon king was equivalent to a human venerable realm expert, and his battle prowess was even higher than a venerable realm expert. Then how powerful was the devil god? In the human race, probably only the holy sage could fight against the devil god. The war here back then was truly incomparably tragic. Even the devil god had fallen. Rosen calmed himself down and then said, "Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. It's just that these 2 times Su Yan, that little bastard, has aroused my killing intent. You also know that I cultivate the bloodthirsty ghost killing method, and now I'm on the verge of a breakthrough." Hearing Rosen's words, Xianxia was startled at first, then directly said, "Oh, you're actually on the verge of a breakthrough? This is truly rare." In the ghost-killing palace, Xianxia, could already be considered a senior, while Rosen was just a rising star. Furthermore, his talent was extremely good, so he had always been good to Rosen. It was just that he never thought that Rosen would actually advance again in such a short period of time. This guy was really a genius. Could it be that he really had talent that did not belong to Wang Baichuan and the others? Xianxia said happily, "Rosen, cultivate well. If you can break through the 4 dragons realm, the sect master will definitely be very happy. It just so happens that Hua Yunlong is already dead, and it seems that the devil sect is still missing a son of devil. When the time comes, I will ask the sect master to push you up." Even someone as profound as Rosen was shocked when he heard this. The son of devil was the most important identity in the entire devil sect. Once one became the son of devil, they would receive huge benefits. This was not only a change in cultivation resources, but also a change in status. If he could really do it, it would be extremely attractive to him. At this time, Xianxia said again, "It has been too long since my ghost-killing palace has produced a true genius, so Rosen, you must remember to live on." Rosen and Xianxia continued to walk forward, but the disciples behind them remained silent. Although the rules of the devil sect were not strict, there was one that was deeply rooted in the hearts of the people, and that was that the strong came first. Rosen and Xianxia were the 2 people with the strongest cultivation in this group. When these 2 people were talking to each other, they didn't have the qualifications to speak at all. This group of people walked for almost 3 days before arriving at their destination. At this time, the sky had already changed and snowflakes were falling bit by bit. There was clearly not a single dark cloud in the sky, but snow still fell like this. The group of people from the devil sect finally stopped in front of a huge cave. If one had to use a word to describe this cave, it would be grand. Just by standing at the entrance of the cave, one could already feel the awe-inspiring pressure. It could be imagined that once one entered, the power inside would definitely be even more terrifying. As expected of the legendary Devil's Cave, it is truly overflowing with killing intent. If I were to cultivate here, my bloodthirsty ghost-killing method would probably be able to greatly improve. Rosen said directly. The most important thing about his bloodthirsty ghost-killing method was the word kill. If he could cultivate in this cave and absorb the terrifying killing intent inside, then his strength would indeed be able to rapidly increase. This was definitely not a lie. Xianxia said, "Let's go, it's more important to do things first. If this matter is completed, this place can become my devil sect's back garden. What else do you have to worry about?" Hearing this, Rosen's face immediately revealed a smile and then said, "All right, I will listen to senior brother's arrangements." Rosen said humbly. Xianxia nodded, and then a light shadow directly appeared in his hand. It was a small fireball. The fireball floated quietly and in the end, it attracted an inscription. Xianxia smiled and gently pushed the fireball toward the inscription. At this moment, the entire inscription seemed to have come to life, and it directly swallowed the fireball. Then, on the inscription, golden words flashed one after another. Su Yan shared his vision with the green bat demon and immediately discovered that the words engraved on this lowly inscription were the words of the Stupa sect. The powerhouses of the Stupa sect had indeed participated in this great battle back then. Haha, the Stupa sect was also very powerful back then. Even my devil sect at its peak was almost unable to contend with them. However, this does not matter. After all, it is just the dust of history and it cannot be put on the table. In the past, the Stupa sect could be said to be the devil sect's greatest enemy. But now, this greatest enemy had long disappeared, and his devil sect was still flourishing. This was a kind of victory. At this time, the golden inscription was getting brighter and brighter. In the end, it directly transformed into a chain in front of it. The shimmering chains were the existence that bound the gate. Xianxia Dianhao had obtained the method to break it with great difficulty, so he came directly. Chapter 608. The Pagoda sect used to be a fighting force on the battlefield. Since this devil's den was sealed by the seniors of the pagoda sect, there must be some powerful or even taboo power inside. At this moment, all the disciples of the devil's sect were ready to make a move. If they could find an opportunity here and directly improve their cultivation, it would be an excellent thing. No one wanted to live under someone else, especially in the devil's sect where competition was fierce. If they could improve their cultivation, they would have a chance to stand out. The golden light finally dissipated slowly, and then a huge door appeared. The door gradually opened, and a thick and heavy murderous aura came directly from inside. Even though a long time had passed, this aura was still so heavy. Although he was only relying on the perception of the green bat demon, Su Yan could still feel the power and horror in it. At this moment, rays of light flashed in the sky. This kind of power made people feel at a loss. Rosen and Guixia nodded and then said to a disciple behind them, "You lead the way." After hearing this, the disciple's face immediately changed. He knew very well that entering this place at this time meant that there was no chance of survival. What right did he have to be the one to lead the way here? The two of them made this decision to make him a scapegoat. However, the rules in the devil's sect were very strict. He knew that if he did not agree at this time, the two of them would immediately attack and kill him. One was immediate death, while the other might give him a little chance of survival. Naturally, he could only choose the latter. He took the lead and stepped into the devil's den. His heart was beating endlessly. The fear of death shrouded him like a shadow, making his breathing very slow. 10 minutes later, he was still walking unscathed, but his heart was beating faster and faster. Gradually, he began to hallucinate. The disciple suddenly felt that countless malicious spirits had appeared around him. These malicious spirits roared as if they wanted to tear his flesh and blood directly. Such fear had already made him unable to adapt to it. In the end, he suddenly screamed and fled towards the exit in extreme fear. However, at this time, a fierce look flashed across Gisha's eyes. He waved his hand and a shadow flashed directly. It was a long whip, and the whip lashed the disciple's body fiercely. Gisha's eyes were cold as he said directly, "Who allowed you to leave? Go back." At this time, Guixia was simply terrifying. The murderous aura he released hit the disciple's body fiercely. The disciple snorted and his whole body trembled. Right now, he really wanted to leave this place, but in the face of such a powerful force, he had no courage to leave at all. Finally, he turned back again and headed toward that mysterious space. The other disciples could clearly see that this person's Gisha's disciple's eyes. His eyes were filled with intense fear. They could imagine the terrible torture to him at this time. This Gisha's was. However, none of them dared to speak. Was it cruel? Of course it was cruel. But so what? This was the law of survival in this world. Especially those from the devil sect. In the face of such power, they had no choice. If they could stand in Luo Sen and Yixia's position today, then they might be able to do the same. That was the biggest tragedy. At this time, the disciple had already begun to tremble. The threat of death behind him and the fear of the unknown in front of him deeply tortured his heart. He had already begun to collapse, but under the drive of fear, he still continued to move forward. At this moment, a dot of light suddenly appeared on this dark road. The dot of light was inconspicuous, like ashes that had yet to be extinguished after being burned, floating in the air. This speck of light stained his clothes. No one noticed this inconspicuous spot of light, but at this moment, the devil's sect disciple could no longer hold himself back and frantically tried to escape. Something even stranger happened. As he fled, his body actually began to burn with flames. He began to howl in grief and began to run. His body began to dissipate bit by bit under the burning flames. In the end, only a skeleton was left. At this time, Gisha's whip moved again. There was a sudden explosion and an ear-piercing sound erupted. Then the person's corpse directly dissipated in the air. A disciple died just like that. One had to know that this disciple's cultivation was not weak. He had already stepped into the dragon realm. The devil sect was really cruel. With such strength, he was only used as cannon fodder and was directly abandoned. At this time, more flames began to rush out from the darkness. "Retreat," Guixia directly ordered. The disciples immediately retreated. These flames left the cave. At this time, everyone could clearly see what these flames were. Bats. They were actually bats one after another. However, these bats were very strange. Their bodies were very small, almost the size of a wasp. And the shining light was emitted from their heads. It was this little bit of power that made people's hearts tremble. This kind of horror was not something that normal people could understand. At this time, everyone realized that the flames on the disciple's body were caused by these inconspicuous little things. One had to know that he was a Dragon Realm expert. Even if he did not deliberately use his cultivation method, there would still be a protective chi around his body. This was the strength of the Dragon Realm. Not to mention animals, even if a Spirit Sea Realm expert attacked with all his strength, it would not be easy to break this defense. However, these little things directly caused this disciple to die and die so miserably. At this time, the disciple's charred bones were lying in the snow, and the bones were still emitting black smoke. No one wanted to be contaminated by these terrifying flames because it was really too dangerous. At this time Wuxia made his move. His long whip moved again, and the purple phantom continued to emit explosive sounds. The powerful force almost drowned out everything. This terrifying force directly turned into a purple pattern. When this pattern appeared, it directly strangled these bats. Under the terrifying power, these bats finally could not withstand it and were directly strangled. Countless Biao Fu directly fell at this time. Su Yan took in all of this. There was a solemn look in his eyes. These bats were actually very similar to the green bat demons, but they were smaller than the green bat demons. More importantly, they had more powerful killing power than ordinary green bat demons. He had seen the entire process with his own eyes. At that time, the disciple was moving forward, but the first bat appeared and landed on his clothes. In just an instant, the bat began to bite his body. In just the first instant, his body began to burn. Terrifying flames began to burn directly. These flames were erupting from his body. It could be said that while he was running, his body had already begun to burn. In the end, this disciple directly burned to death. Such a horrifying scene simply caused people to be endlessly shocked. At this time, the benefits of the devil sect's exploration were also reflected at this time. If they did not explore and entered from the beginning, then many of the devil sect's disciples would have suffered. After all, such power was really too terrifying. The devil's den was not large and it was not convenient for dodging. At this time, Xia's purple shadow-like pattern was constantly harvesting the lives of these bats. Soon these things all died in the hands of Wuxia. Xia's face was full of seriousness. He actually lost a disciple so easily. This was really beyond his expectations. But at this time he had no choice but to continue forward. His eyes looked to the side and then fell on another disciple. He said, "Next it's your turn." Probably because the death of the previous disciple was too terrifying, the person in front of him had begun to tremble. But at this time Rosen smiled gently. He opened his 5 fingers and directly grabbed him. Are you afraid or angry? I'm asking you, are you afraid or angry now? The disciple did not dare to speak. Rosen continued, "You have to remember that you are not strong enough now, that's all." Haha, if you were strong enough, the person who went to explore now might be me, Rosen. So don't talk nonsense. Go in. If you can survive, then you are the hero of the devil sect. But if you unfortunately die, then you can only blame yourself. I came here like this. What right do you have to get preferential treatment? Get the hell in there. He shouted and kicked the disciple. It had to be said that the devil sect was really cruel. Su Yan could see the anger and unwillingness in the disciple's eyes. But Su Yan had to admit that what Rosen said was actually not wrong. In the end, it was still the difference in strength. If this disciple was strong enough to surpass Rosen, then the one who went to explore now might be Rosen. But this disciple was obviously much luckier. There were no accidents along the way. It was not until he reached the end of the road that he breathed a sigh of relief. Wuxia smiled gently and then directly went forward. Chapter 609. Su Yan stood up. After recuperating for a while, his injuries had mostly healed. The power of the Shura's soul shadow was indeed powerful, but Su Yan had fought with the real Shura in the Shura's palace, so he was no stranger to such power. Moreover, his body looked abnormal at this time. After swallowing the demon core, his body had been tempered by this terrifying energy. Now he was comparable to the real demon king. Moreover, he had the blood of the great demon dragon, so he was very powerful. The speed of recovery of his injuries was far beyond his imagination. Now he decided to enter the demon's den. He wanted to see what else existed in this demon's den. Moreover, the current devil sect, no, it should be said that the Xianxia and Rosen did not have much energy to care about him. After all, those terrifying things were enough to give him a headache. After passing through this long corridor, it was actually another endless world of white snow. Sure enough, it's as marked on the map. This damn place really allows entry but not exit. After the people of the devil sect passed through the corridor, they immediately found that their companions behind them had disappeared. This place was exactly the same as before. If it weren't for the fact that one of their disciples had died, it would even make people think that they had just entered this place. At this time, Su Yin had also arrived at the entrance of the demon's den. He glanced at the charred corpse, then finally decided to go forward. If he had barged in here alone, it would have been a huge problem. But now, with this group of people from the devil sect leading the way for him, it was much easier for him. At the very least, he could completely ignore these bat demons and the like. Su Yin quickly passed through the demon's den. At the end of the demon's den he saw a white world. At this time Su Yin was careful. He directly summoned the spider demon from the square seal and then let it guard this place. After everything happened last night, he stepped into the demon's den. At this time the people of the devil sect were in trouble again. Because in front of them appeared rows of soldiers with solemn expressions. Every soldier was incomparably serious, but there was no light in their eyes. Ghost Trident took a look and immediately realized that these guys didn't have any signs of life. In other words, this was no ordinary human but a puppet. Ice puppet. More importantly, each of these ice puppets was holding an icy blue longsword. The longsword swallowed and spat out cold light, incomparably awe-inspiring. Rosen said, "What is this thing?" Pretending to be mysterious. "Let me go and meet them first." The moment he finished speaking, Rosen had already made his move. There was no doubt that Rosen's strength was terrifying. One had to know that although he had failed his mission in the mysterious ruins, his strength had increased once again, directly breaking through to 4 dragons. He was fully deserving of being called a proud son of heaven. At this moment he had already made his move, and his momentum was immediately great. The bloodthirsty ghost-killing technique was an offensive technique to begin with. At this time when Rosen used it, a cold light immediately bloomed. The light was piercingly cold and the powerful light bloomed at this moment. The scarlet light swept across, and the ice puppets were directly destroyed by him. He frowned. Of course, it wasn't because these puppets were strong but because they were too weak. These puppets had an extremely powerful aura. In his opinion, even if he made his move, it would take a lot of effort. But in reality, when he made his move, these puppets didn't move at all. It was as if they were just ordinary clay sculptures. This change shocked him, but at this moment, these puppets were actually so easily destroyed by him. In an instant, stone fragments flew everywhere. It was too easy. One had to know that the small group of bat demons had already brought them a lot of trouble, and they had even lost a Dragon Realm fighter. But these ice puppets were actually so easily destroyed by him. At this moment, Ghost Trident's voice was heard. "Rosen, be careful. Something doesn't seem right." Ghost Trident's voice was somewhat hesitant. It was obvious that he wasn't sure what had happened, but to be able to make him lose his composure like this, the current situation definitely wasn't good. Rosen knew Ghost Trident's character well. He knew that he was a person who was calm in the face of changes, but now he actually revealed such a surprised expression. Clearly, something extraordinary had happened. At this moment, the ice that had previously been shattered into pieces suddenly floated up at this moment. Countless pieces of ice began to combine and then began to stack up bit by bit. In the end, an 8-meter-tall giant appeared. In his hand was a long sword with a cold light. The aura emitted from his body was simply terrifying. Everyone had seen with their own eyes that this giant in front of them was made up of countless pieces of ice, but now they actually felt the aura of life from this ice giant, as well as a dense killing intent. This thing was alive. Rosen raised his eyebrows, and a sense of danger directly attacked him. He couldn't care less and directly disappeared from where he was. The moment he disappeared, an extremely terrifying power had already appeared and directly swept the place where he was originally standing. This kind of extremely terrifying destructive power had already caused him to be extremely shocked. His face was as gloomy as water because he didn't expect such a power to be so terrifying. If it wasn't for Ghost Trident's reminder, which made him straighten up at the most critical moment, he was afraid that this blow would be enough to take his life. After all, judging from the previous sword strike, the terrifying power was simply incomparably shocking. The ground where he was originally standing had already cracked and the glacier shattered. At this moment, this giant seemed to have identified Rosen. At the same time that Rosen avoided this sword, his huge body had already turned again, and a terrifying power directly erupted at this time. Countless violent forces surged out at this time. Under this sword, frost wrinkled like a cold storm. Such a terrifying power made Rosen feel the threat of death. This huge frost swordsman actually had a power that could threaten his god. At this time he could only continuously retreat and dodge because he knew that his current strength was definitely not a match for this frost puppet. Damn it, this place is really strange. Previously he was still wondering why it was so simple, but now he realized that in this damned place, there was no such thing as simple. Facing such a frost giant, those devil sect disciples had already lost their effect. After all, although they were powerful, the gap between them and the frost giant was still too big. At this time, the long whip in Ghost Trident's hand shook, and then a purple light directly rushed at the giant. Almost at this moment, the stone giant's neck was wrapped around. Ghost Trident suddenly exerted force and directly pulled back, and the powerful and terrifying frost giant's movements immediately stopped. "Rosen, come back," he directly roared. Seeing that the opportunity had come, Rosen naturally did not dare to stay any longer. He roared angrily and directly approached this side. That damn thing was really too strong. However, just as he was about to retreat, the frost giant suddenly erupted with extremely terrifying power. At this time, the powerful power directly exploded, and Ghost Trident's long whip was directly broken by it. Ghost Trident's expression instantly became very ugly. This long whip was his life item, and it had been with him since he started cultivating, but he did not expect that it would be directly broken today. For a moment, the color of the world seemed to have changed. At this time, the powerful power at this time was constantly exploding, and the light that was obtained by the darkness made people speechless. Ghost Trident was already furious. At this time he wanted to directly kill this damn thing, but at this time he seemed to have no other choice at all. Because at this time, this huge frost swordsman's combat strength was too terrifying. Rosen stepped back a little. Ghost Trident's expression was very ugly. At this time he finally prepared to fight that mysterious Shura soul shadow again. The purple light began to spread under his feet again, and then the powerful power directly spread out, and almost instantly, it had covered everything in it. The Ice Soul Swordsman was naturally enveloped by this purple domain. However, the Ice Soul Swordsman's huge body was still frozen in place, as if he did not move at all. That powerful power seemed to be no obstacle to him at all. At this time, Su Yin was still in the demon's den. When he saw the purple Shura soul shadow appear again, he stopped and did not continue to move forward. He was in too much of a hurry before, and he did not have time to carefully feel the power of this purple feather. Because at that time he knew that once he slowed down he might be directly trapped in it and there was no way to break free at all. But at this time, it was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The green bat monster was still on Rosen's body and no one knew, but it could let Su Yin observe everything. This dark purple power was indeed terrifying, and this power did not come from the person called Ghost Trident himself. What he activated was just a power transmission channel. After the appearance of this purple domain, the energy would be continuously transmitted over. When the mysterious and unfathomable energy from another world descended, it would immediately erupt with an extremely terrifying pressure. It would even directly suck the energy out of Su Yan's body. Chapter 610. At this moment, Su Yan was rejoicing in his misfortune. He wanted to see what these guys from the devil sect were going to do next. He was very clear that the real core of the devil sect this time was not Rosen, but that Xianxia. As long as this Xianxia was defeated, then everything would be fine. However, since this ghost was able to become the person in charge of the devil sect this time, he would definitely not be so simple. At the very least, Su Yin did not think that the Shura Soul Shadow would be his trump card. The huge frost swordsman was still wreaking havoc, simply rampaging, ignoring everything. At this time, Su Yin found through the green bat demon that the Xianxia did not panic at all, as if all of this was simply within his expectations. Luo Sun once again soared into the air, dodging this terrifying sword strike. At this time in the purple domain the light appeared again. That light gradually turned into a shadow, and in the end, it turned into an extremely powerful and terrifying giant beast. This was a very ferocious giant beast, and it did not seem to be a creature of this world, because its body was filled with a strong Shura aura. Shura giant beast. This was an existence from the Shura world. It turned out that this so-called Shura soul shadow could not only devour power, but also summon such a powerful giant beast from the Shura world. As soon as this giant beast appeared, its eyes fell directly on the Ice Soul Swordsman. The Ice Soul Swordsman was more than 8 meters tall, and in terms of height, it was a bit taller than the giant beast. However, this giant beast had a huge body, and the aura all over its body was very terrifying. It directly pounced on the Ice Soul Swordsman. Simple and violent, the Ice Soul Swordsman directly slashed out with his long sword, and the terrifying sword chi broke through everything, and the cold air made people's hearts feel cold. Even Rosen did not dare to face this terrifying power, but the summoned Shura giant beast did not dare to ignore it at all. The cold directly descended on his body, and the places that were affected by the cold directly turned into white frost, and even condensed into ice, but the huge body of the Shura giant beast did not stop at all. It just crazily moved forward, wanting to shatter everything. Boom. The Shura behemoth finally slammed into the ice soul swordsman and sent him flying. Of course, he also paid a great price. Half of his head was cut off, leaving only an incomplete body. The ice soul swordsman stood up again, but at this time, the Shura behemoth had already rushed over. The Shura behemoth inherited the most terrifying characteristic of the Shura, and that was that it did not fear death in battle. It did not care how heavy its injuries were. All he cared about was defeating his enemies and killing them. At this time, Su Yin was even more entranced. This was a very rare opportunity. Back in the Shura hall, he fought with the Shura. Every Shura was very powerful. However, they were not the real Shura. Maybe they were just clones, or maybe they were just projections. Lin Huatu disappeared, and the most likely reason was that she was taken to the Shura realm. Therefore, it would be best if he could learn more about the Shura at this time. At this time, the battle between the two sides had become extremely fierce. The true power of the Ice Soul Swordsman had been completely unleashed. Countless ice and snow continued to sweep, and the violent cold wind drowned the entire world in an instant. However, no matter how fierce the wind was, the Shura behemoth did not care at all. It seemed that it only knew one thing, and that was to keep on attacking. Although it relied on this madness to send the Ice Soul Swordsman flying again and again, its body became more and more damaged. The powerful sword chi and the terrifying ice storm continued to destroy its body. It made its body become more and more damaged. In the end, only half of its body was left. At this time, the huge sword fell directly. The terrifying sword chi directly penetrated its body. This terrifying Shura behemoth finally stopped struggling and died completely. Meanwhile, the Ice Soul Swordsman's extremely strong aura rose up. It was a terrifying beast that did not know fatigue, and it directly attacked the people of the Devil Sect. However, at this time, Xianxia sneered and said, "What an interesting puppet. I don't know how it was formed, but it can actually kill the Shura behemoth. However, do you think this is the end?" The moment his voice fell, shadows appeared again one after another. Shura behemoths. There were actually 3 Shura behemoths. The 3 Shura behemoths that appeared again each had a different appearance from before, but the strong Shura aura flowing in their bodies would not change. When the 3 Shura behemoths appeared, they directly rushed toward the Ice Soul Swordsman. Although the Ice Soul Swordsman was powerful, it was still unable to compete with the 3 Shura behemoths. After killing another Shura behemoth and seriously injuring another Shura behemoth, its body was directly torn in half by the Shura behemoth. The huge ice sword had already been shattered. At this time, Xianxia had already walked in front of the Ice Soul Swordsman and said, "What an interesting creation. It seems that I still need to take you back. After all, if I can analyze your composition, perhaps my power will increase again." At this time he had already begun to move. His palm began to condense a mysterious handprint. Almost at the same time, 3 tentacles suddenly appeared in the purple domain. These terrifying tentacles were like iron chains, directly wrapping around the Ice Soul Swordsman's body, and in an instant the Ice Soul Swordsman was tightly bound. Then the purple light flickered, and the Ice Soul Swordsman actually began to sink into the purple domain. This guy was really ambitious. He actually wanted to analyze the composition of the Ice Soul Swordsman and then create a new puppet. However, the Ice Soul Swordsman was indeed powerful. If it weren't for the Shura behemoths, it would be very difficult for the Devil Sect to break through. At this time, Su Yin was hesitating whether to make a move or not. After all, he also had some thoughts about the puppet. The Black Dragon King once gave him a puppet, which was later given to Xianxia. However, the last time they met, Xianxia had already returned the puppet to him. He really wanted to know which one was stronger, his puppet or this Ice Soul Swordsman. But at this time, the Ice Soul Swordsman's body suddenly erupted with a blue light, and then an extremely powerful force began to shine. As soon as this power appeared, Xianxia's expression immediately changed. Damn it. He already knew what the Ice Soul Swordsman was going to do. Self-destruct. This puppet actually wanted to self-destruct. This was the prey he had set his eyes on, and he almost got it, but at this critical moment he lost his prey. However, at this time he already had a guess in his heart. Although this conjecture was a little bold, he was now more and more certain that there was a mastermind behind this place. And that mastermind was manipulating everything. It was because of him that the Ice Soul Swordsman suddenly self-destructed at this time. In fact, he really didn't want the truth of the matter to be as he guessed, because if this was the case, then they would have to face a mysterious and powerful enemy. Damn it, this thing actually self-destructed. Rosen said directly. At this time Xianxia nodded and said, "This place is strange, we have to be careful. I don't know why, but I already feel a bit uneasy." I keep feeling that someone is watching us along the way. Xianxia's words made Rosen frown, and then he said, "Could it be that kid called Su Yan?" Su Yan was surprised. The green bat demon was only a soul beast in the square seal. If he didn't reveal himself, he was almost silent and undetectable. But these two people could feel this vague existence. However, at this moment, Ghost Fork shook his head and said, "That kid isn't nearby, but I can't be sure if this is related to that kid. In short, let's hurry on our way. Right, tell them to prepare everything on the east bank." Rosen nodded. They continued forward, and the demonic sect disciples seemed to have something in their hands. At this time, Su Yin fell into deep thought. To be honest, he didn't feel anything at first, but now he actually agreed with Xianxia's feeling. It was as if there was a pair of eyes silently watching them. It was like a pair of mysterious eyes in the heavens, making it hard to fathom. But in the end, he put away the worry in his heart. After all, the demonic sect people were taking the lead and he was just following. Even if there was a mysterious crisis ahead, he had enough time to deal with it. These guys from the demonic sect seemed to have finally arrived at their destination and began to arrange. Every demonic sect disciple was holding something in their arms. They pierced this thing into the ground and began to arrange handprints and formations. Su Yin looked carefully through the green bat demon's eyes. At this time he had realized that this seemed to be a mysterious formation. And it was an extremely destructive formation. Although he didn't know how powerful this formation was, he was sure that the destructive power of this formation was definitely not something he could face head-on. What is the purpose of these demonic sect bastards? Su Yin finally decided not to intervene and wait for the changes here. Luo Sen and Ghost Fork carefully inspected each of the arrangements. Chapter 6:11. Ghost Fork took a deep breath and said, "That's good. Since the preparations are complete, then it's time to make a move. I'm really looking forward to seeing how powerful my sacred sovereign's divine artifact and divine sword will be." Ghost Fork chuckled. At this time, Su Yan's eyes suddenly released a golden light. Originally, he heard that it was only a divine sword, but now it seemed that it was far from the case. There was actually a divine weapon of the devil sect buried here. Yes, this is not something we can imagine. Once the devil soul is destroyed and this ice field explodes, the Supreme Elder will teleport here and take away the divine weapon. This is a very important time and there is no room for mistakes. You and I will check the surroundings again. Once we are sure that there is no change, we will directly detonate it. This so-called devil soul destruction was very similar to the bomb in Su Yan's previous life. Su Yan did not show up at this time but waited. He wanted to see how powerful the divine sword and the divine weapon of the devil sect were. Of course, he was more looking forward to another thing, and that was whether Xianxia would be here. Since this place was so dangerous, Xianxia naturally did not come here for a stroll. It was very likely that there was an extremely extraordinary existence here that attracted Xianxia. To be able to make this quasi-venerable come here, it was probably the divine sword. Therefore, where the divine sword was, it was very likely that Xianxia could be found. At this time their appearance gave Su Yan a chance. Although this was only Su Yan's guess, it was enough. At least it gave Su Yan a clear direction. This was enough for Su Yan. At this time, in the place where they buried the devil soul destruction, a powerful force began to rise directly. The gathering of the terrifying energy was really terrifying. Even the demon king in the ruins would be directly killed by such power. This was the foundation of the devil sect. This method was truly terrifying. At this moment, Su Yan's eyes were fixed on the distance. At the same time, he secretly circulated his power and covered his entire body's aura. Where the demonic soul of annihilation was, the powerful energy became even more terrifying. The endless light had already reached the peak of the mountain. This terrifying power was almost capable of destroying everything. All the powerful lights continued to flicker. Between heaven and earth, the endless brilliance had finally condensed to the extreme. A gale appeared, and the surrounding ice and snow began to be pushed away by this incomparable gale. Such a terrifying annihilation demonic soul was simply going to destroy the world. At this moment, everything had been condensed to the extreme. The people of the devil sect were all retreating. If one was engulfed by such power, they would definitely die. Even if they thought highly of themselves, it was impossible for them to have the courage to face such a powerful destructive force. Finally, this silent world was broken by a sudden sound. The terrifying sound suddenly exploded, and endless power suddenly burst out, directly reversing the direction of the sky. Su Yin buried himself in the snow. At the same time, he covered his head with his hands. At this moment, the boundless power was constantly rioting. The terrifying light had already engulfed everything between heaven and earth. Su Yin tightly covered his ears, enduring this terrifying sound. He only felt that the terrifying sound had turned into the most terrifying devil, wanting to tear him apart. Even Su Yin was so unbearable, then the disciples of the devil sect were even more so. Among them, a few disciples were shaken to death by this sound. And there were a few who were even more miserable. They were slightly slower by half a beat and were immediately destroyed by such a violent sound wave. Their entire bodies were directly destroyed in an instant, and not even a little residue was left. Luo Xin and Xianxia also buried themselves in the ground. At the very beginning they already knew that this power must be very terrifying, but they didn't expect that it would be so terrifying that they couldn't resist at all. Even if they were as strong as they were, in the face of such power, they couldn't withstand a single blow. Fortunately they were already prepared at this time. Otherwise they would also die. This was the demonic soul destruction. The demonic soul destruction of the devil sect was indeed incomparably terrifying. It was no wonder that when the elder handed this thing to them, his expression was so solemn. Such a power erupting at the same time was enough to directly blow up a venerable. A venerable had always been a symbol of invincibility. Unless it was a venerable, it was almost synonymous with invincibility. Of course Cui Tianlang was an exception. But now, there was actually something that could threaten the life of a venerable. If this matter were to spread, the devil sect would immediately exist at the heart of the storm. The appearance of this demonic soul destruction was definitely one of the most significant changes in this world. At this moment, countless lights began to shine in the sky, and the violent power was even more terrifying. All the power of the entire world had gathered and didn't dissipate for a long time. Finally, the terrifying sound of the explosion finally stopped, as if everything had finally dissipated. However, Su Yin still didn't make any rash moves. After all, he had transmigrated from another world. Although he didn't know what the principle of this demonic soul destruction was, he was sure that it was very similar to explosives. Since that was the case, the end of the first explosion was definitely not the end of the whole process. He deeply understood that something even more terrifying was still to come. Therefore he continued to hide himself deeply. At the same time he was already on guard. Once something happened, he would immediately make adjustments. However, at this moment, the devil sect's disciples didn't know. After all, this demonic soul destruction was just developed by the sect. When the sound of the destruction completely dissipated, they thought that it was over, so a portion of the disciples immediately walked out. However, they had only taken a few steps when they immediately revealed a look of despair. At this moment, the ground in front of them that had been bombed began to crack. Cracks spread directly, and the extremely terrifying destructive power was actually trying to devour them. Seeing that the situation was not good, these disciples immediately soared into the sky. After all, the land was extremely dangerous at this time, and they were afraid that they would be devoured at any time. Only the sky could give them a sense of security. Unfortunately, they were still too naive. At this moment, an extremely hot wave of air rushed into the sky and immediately turned into an extremely terrifying whirlwind, forcibly dragging them down. Under such a terrifying power they couldn't move at all. They were directly pulled to the core of the terrifying energy and then directly destroyed. This was really a terrifying thing. Just this destruction had directly devoured more than half of the devil sect's disciples who had come here. The shadow of death shrouded everyone's heart. In such a situation, everyone's heart became heavy. At this time they didn't dare to act rashly. Not to mention them, even Rosen and Ghost Fork were the same. Although they had long expected that this power would be very powerful, they didn't dare to imagine that it would be so powerful. Such terrifying energy, even a venerable one probably couldn't do it. They really wanted to go out and see what was going on in that place at this time, but a bloody example happened in front of them, so they didn't dare to act rashly. But at this moment, a figure suddenly flashed. Ghost Fork and Rosen both saw this figure. At this time, the figure actually went directly to the place where the devil soul was originally buried and destroyed. Rosen directly shouted, "Su Yen, how dare you!" He immediately saw that this person was actually Su Yen. This damn guy was really like a lingering spirit. He was actually following them. At this time, rays of light constantly flickered in the sky, and the backlight became even more dazzling. Su Yen didn't pay attention to these two people at all and directly walked into the cave. The reason why there was such a terrifying explosion before was because after the explosion, there would naturally be an extremely terrifying airflow. These airflows would naturally cause a second explosion, but now this terrifying power had passed. That was why he dared to directly attack the magic tool here. At this time Rosen and Ghost Fork were still feeling lingering fear. After all, so many people had died before them. Even as powerful as them, they still felt lingering fear. It was also because of this fear that they had some misgivings in their hearts. However, in the end, Ghost Fork still chased after him. This time it was an order from the sect. Last time, it was mainly for the sake of one of the three devil's children, Hua Yunlong. But this time it was related to the rise and fall of their ghost-killing hall. The devil sect was powerful, but the battles within were naturally even more terrifying. The ghost-killing hall's position in the devil sect had never been high. It had always been an executive unit, but not a decision-making body. This was because the ghost-killing hall's strength was not enough. But this time the exploration of this place was their hope of rising up. Therefore this time even Ghost Fork had taken action and even took out this secret weapon, the Devil Soul Destruction. If at this time Su Yan was the first to arrive, then no matter what, it would not be justifiable. The moment Ghost Fork moved, Luo San no longer had any reason to hesitate and directly followed after him. The three of them directly turned into streaks of light and flew in. Su Yan directly used the devil dragon wings, he had already rushed into the ground. Chapter 6:12. Female Literature. When he entered this underground world, he immediately felt a somewhat familiar aura. He would never forget this feeling, it was the Revenant world. The real battlefield of the Great War that year was actually in the Revenant world, and the 7 great saints had sealed the Gate of True Void. However, with the collapse of the ruins last time, the Gate of True Void had begun to loosen, and even showed signs of collapse. According to the Black Dragon King, with the passage of time, the real Revenant world and the real world would eventually reconnect, and for the real world this was the arrival of a huge disaster. In this underground world, Su Yan had already felt the aura of the Revenant world. Although it was very faint, this feeling was definitely not wrong. He even felt the aura of the Revenant spider here. At this time he already felt that the two people behind him had already chased after him, Rosen and Ghost Fork. Su Yan, who was an immortal sovereign, wanted to stop and kill these two people, but he did not do so, because he still remembered that these two people once said that when the goal of destroying the Devil Soul was achieved, the Ghost-Killing Hall's Venerable would be teleported in. Compared to these two guys, the Venerable was the biggest threat. His strength had greatly improved, but it was absolutely impossible for him to compete with the Venerable. He still clearly remembered the terrifying power of the Venerable. At that time, when the bald Venerable directly attacked him, he did not even have the strength to resist. If Cui Tianlang did not make a move at the end, he and Meng Yang would have died in the hands of that guy. It was precisely because of that experience that he had already become wary of the Venerable. If he could avoid meeting them, he would try his best not to, otherwise he would only think about it himself. After all, he did not dare to guarantee that he could defeat the Venerable in the state of Devil Dragon transformation. No, it should be said that he could escape from the hands of the Venerable. At this time, the Devil Dragon wings directly unfolded. The Devil Dragon wings that were surrounded by flames erupted with incomparably powerful power. His entire body was like lightning, constantly flashing. The two people behind him were very angry because at this time, Su Yan's speed was too fast, even they could no longer catch up. "Damned brat, don't run if you dare." His furious voice rang out, wanting Su Yan to stop. However, Su Yan was no fool. How could he stop at such a critical moment? He simply ignored it and charged straight into the depths of the underground world. In the end, Ghost Fork and Rosen finally stopped. Looking at Su Yan, who was already far away, the two of them couldn't wait to swallow Su Yan whole. Damn it, this brat! He was hit by Shura's Soul Shadow Soul attack, but he was able to recover so quickly, how hateful. Xianxia was already flustered and exasperated, and Rosen was even more so. Last time he had already suffered a loss at the hands of Su Yan. Who would have thought that it would be the same this time? Could this be the so-called fate? Ghost Fork, what should we do now? Rosen finally asked. At this time Ghost Fork said, "This brat's speed is too fast and his fighting strength is extremely strong. If we let him do as he pleases, he might destroy our plan. Right now, I'm afraid that the Venerable One has already started to teleport, and is preparing to enter this place. The Venerable One is unable to stay in the outside world, but he can directly enter this underground world. Let everyone go down. We don't expect them to be able to restrain this brat, but we need to be able to grasp his approximate location, and then the two of us will take action. I also have Shura's Soul Shadow in my hands. As long as we can trap this guy, he will naturally die. Of course, let the others search for the whereabouts of the Divine Sword. This matter concerns the life and death of my ghost-killing hall. It is definitely not a joke." In a short moment, Ghost Fork had already made his decision. It had to be said that his decision was very correct and also very reasonable. After all, Su Yan's strength was simply too strong. If they wanted to kill Su Yan in this place, the only way was to interfere with Su Yan's progress. All the disciples of the devil sect received the order and chased after Su Yan. They had to ensure that they could find Su Yan. No one noticed that just as they entered this underground world, the ray of light in the sky seemed to have changed. He seemed to be even closer to the ground. At this moment he was constantly moving forward. The scenery in front of him was constantly changing. Right now he could be said to be extremely excited because at this moment he had already found the direction to move forward. Furthermore, he was very sure that there was no mistake. At this moment, the very Supreme Sword Soul was guiding him forward. In this world, if there was anything he absolutely believed in, it would be the very Supreme Sword Soul. He felt the joy coming from the very Supreme Sword Soul. To be able to make the very Supreme Sword Soul like this, there was only one possibility, and that was the Divine Sword. The very Supreme Sword Soul was condensed from his cultivation of the very Supreme Sword Scripture. It had unfathomable power. It was a pity that his cultivation of the very Supreme Sword Scripture was still too shallow. It was impossible for him to display this true power. Even so, he believed that as long as he continued to cultivate, this power would definitely become even more powerful. At this moment, the power of the very Supreme Sword Soul surged. That mysterious brilliance made Su Yan's heart flutter. However, at this moment, a strange head suddenly appeared in front of him. It seemed to be the head of an eagle. This was not a phantom. The demonic dragon wings on Su Yan's back suddenly flapped, and two flames directly bombarded the eagle's head. However, what he did not expect was that the head suddenly opened its mouth and swallowed the flames directly. Such terrifying power was simply unimaginable. Although this attack was not the strongest, it was still very terrifying. However, this guy had actually blocked such an attack in an instant. Moreover, while blocking this attack, the head also launched a counterattack at Su Yan. An extremely terrifying mental power directly stabbed at Su Yan, as if it wanted to directly pierce Su Yan's sea of consciousness. Su Yan smiled coldly and then said, "You're courting death. Soul-suppressing seal, suppress." If it were ordinary means, Su Yan would have had some scruples. However, he was the least afraid of soul attacks. As long as he used such an attack, he could immediately resist it. At this moment, Su Yan's entire body was constantly shaking. The fierce brilliance was simply unimaginable. Above his palm, a golden light directly shot out. That light was a seal, the soul-suppressing seal. The soul-suppressing seal fell from the sky, and that soul attack was directly suppressed without any suspense. His soul is so powerful, it's actually so powerful. It's even comparable to mine. No, there's also an imprint in his soul. That's actually a sword chi. At this time, Su Yan was already overwhelmed with shock because he actually saw a sword chi imprint here. At this moment, Su Yan was both surprised and delighted. This soul is being controlled. If I'm not mistaken, the one enslaving this soul is that divine sword. He was happy because this situation proved that the divine sword was nearby. However, he was shocked because the divine sword had the ability to directly enslave a powerhouse. How terrifying was that? He knew that every divine sword was very terrifying. Just like the Godslayer sword that was quietly lying in his crimson sword case at this moment, which contained an extremely terrifying will of destruction. He did not even dare to touch it. However, this divine sword directly enslaved the soul, which meant that the sword had given birth to its own consciousness. At this moment, that soul was still struggling to break free from the suppression of the soul-suppressing seal. As it struggled, the shape of the soul continued to change. However, how could Su Yan give it a chance? At this moment, a mysterious light burst out from Su Yan's eyes. What was reflected in the light was also a sword shadow. The revered sword soul. At this moment, the revered sword soul actually took the initiative to attack. The revered sword soul directly pierced into the soul of the eagle head. Su Yan saw that when the revered sword soul entered the eagle head soul, the sword shadow directly attacked the revered sword soul. That sword shadow was so powerful that it actually blocked the revered sword soul. It even wanted to directly devour the revered sword soul. Humph, arrogant. Su Yan directly activated the revered sword mantra. With the support of Su Yan's power, the revered sword soul suddenly went berserk and finally defeated the defense of the sword light. At this moment, that sword shadow was shattered. Then, the revered sword soul actually directly devoured the sword soul. So terrifying, so domineering. This was like the power of a child of destiny. The violent energy impact was still brewing, and the mysterious power was also sinking. Finally, that sword imprint was directly devoured, and the revered sword soul returned to Su Yan's soul. However, at this moment, a pair of cold eyes appeared in Su Yan's sea of consciousness. That pair of eyes was really beautiful. They were simply the beautiful eyes of a woman who could topple the world. However, at the same time those eyes were really cold. So cold that it was terrifying. This pair of cold eyes only flashed for a moment, but it was unforgettable for Su Yan. Su Yan was naturally not infatuated with that pair of eyes. He was just shocked. Could it be that this divine sword has already cultivated into a human? This idea was really too inconceivable. However, when he thought about it carefully, it was not impossible. One had to know that there were demon races in this world. Although there were not many powerful demon races in this world at the moment, there were powerful giant demons in history. Every one of these powerful giant demons could transform into a human form. This was something that was undeniable. Chapter 6:13. Female literature. Since the demon could transform into a human form, then the divine sword could also succeed. However, if a sword cultivator could transform into a human form, then how terrifying would that sword be? If it were anywhere else, Su Yan would not even dare to imagine it. However, it was different now because this was the Netherworld. Back then, the most terrifying war had broken out here, and that was the invasion of the demons. The top powerhouses of the human world, the most terrifying demon gods of the demon clan, and the greatest heroic spirits of the Netherworld had all gathered here, and an unprecedented battle had broken out. Under such circumstances, anything was possible. Naturally, the great ancestor of the Shui family would not have suddenly made him come here. Those guys from the devil sect would not have made a move so easily if they had not found some clues. At the very least, those 108 extremely terrifying demonic souls of destruction were definitely a big deal. Even a super powerhouse like Cui Tianlang would have been destroyed if he had been caught in such a terrifying power. There was no chance of survival at all. If it had not been for those 108 demonic souls of destruction, Su Yan would not have been able to come here at all. He would not have even been able to sense the existence of this underground world. If he had guessed correctly, the appearance of this divine sword was one of the conditions that had been triggered. At that moment, the regal sword soul had directly devoured the will of this divine sword. Su Yan could feel the regal sword soul growing stronger. Could it be that the regal sword soul's strength could not only rely on one's own cultivation, but also rely on devouring sword souls to achieve this goal? At that moment he suddenly recalled some clues. When the regal sword soul had just been born, there had been an undetectable fluctuation. Now that he thought about it, it was most likely that the regal sword soul had sensed the existence of the Godslayer sword and wanted to devour the Godslayer sword soul. However, devouring the Godslayer sword was something that Su Yan did not even dare to imagine. This sword was so overbearing that Su Yan did not even dare to imagine it. Back then, the person who could control the Godslayer sword was probably an invincible super powerhouse. It was even very likely that he was a super existence on the same level as the great demonic dragon. Only such an existence could use such a divine sword. From the looks of it, that senior Shui Xingchuan probably came for that divine sword as well. At this moment, Su Yan was even more certain of his conjecture. He could sense the location of the unknown divine sword, and he could even sense that the unknown divine sword was quietly watching him. But at this time Su Yan felt relieved. He sorted out his emotions and calmed himself down. Since he had already come to this place, there was no reason for him to give up halfway. He continued to walk forward, and at this moment, another soul appeared. This was the soul of a standing wolf. His soul was far more complete than the soul of the giant eagle that he had killed earlier. Naturally, his strength was also much stronger. However, this time he did not directly attack. Instead, his gaze fell on Su Yan. The wolf soul did not move, and Su Yan did not do anything either. At this moment, the wolf soul unexpectedly turned around and walked away. This action was really beyond Su Yan's expectations. Originally, he thought that he still needed to fight with this guy, but now it seemed that this guy was just leading him forward. Although the wolf soul was very powerful, in the end he was just a soul enslaved. So the person who wanted to see him was naturally not the wolf soul, but the divine sword. Sure enough, the divine sword has already transformed? What a bizarre world, interesting. At this moment, Su Yan did not hesitate and directly followed the wolf soul. As the wolf soul moved forward, it kept growling in a low voice. However, Su Yan suddenly did not care. Just as Su Yan continued to move forward, the disciples of the devil sect encountered a huge problem. Naturally, they also encountered the souls enslaved by the divine sword. Although these disciples of the devil sect were not ordinary people, their souls were even more terrifying. It must be known that the souls that could exist in this world of the dead must have been incomparably great existences when they were alive. Even if they had fallen now, their strength could not be underestimated at all. What's more, the soul with the divine sword intent was really terrifying in terms of soul attack power. Without the existence of the soul calming seal, perhaps even Su Yan would suffer a big loss, let alone them? At this time, Su Yan's power was gently operating. His gaze fell on these souls, and his whole body was filled with a mysterious aura. At this time, the souls in the sky were gently jumping, and that mysterious power was constantly running. Between heaven and earth, everything was constantly jumping, as if the souls were immersed in it. At this time, Ghost Fork and Rosen's complexion had already turned ugly to the extreme. Disciples were constantly falling, and they could sense the fall of each disciple. Damn this group of trash, what are they doing? Didn't I already tell them not to get close to Su Yan? Could it be that they can't even find his figure? This group of trash. Rosen was already extremely irritable. Although he kept cursing and calling them trash, he knew in his heart that these people were the core disciples of the Ghost-Killing Hall. The death of every disciple was a huge loss to the Ghost-Killing Hall. If the Ghost-Killing Hall wanted to escape from the Devil Sect, they couldn't do without these disciples. In the previous explosion of the soul-shattering destruction, many disciples had already died, and now these disciples were once again dying in large numbers. In this way, if they finally obtained the divine sword, it would be fine, but if they failed in the end, it would be a huge loss. Su Yan, damn you, Su Yan, I will definitely pull out your tendons and skin you alive, he said angrily. However, at this time, Ghost Fork shook his head and said, no, this time it shouldn't be Su Yan. These disciples have already spread out. No matter how powerful Su Yan is, it's impossible for him to kill all of them at the same time. Ghost Fork suddenly sighed and said, forget it, Rosen, when we set off we were already prepared. There will definitely be a lot of people who will die here. If they die, then they die. They are just cannon fodder to begin with. Ghost Fork's tone was so calm. With so many people dying, it was impossible for him to not care. However, so what if he cared? Death was death, they could no longer come back to life. At this time, the most important thing was to find the location of the divine sword. I have already given the order for everyone to gather and avoid this place as much as possible. Rosen, I have a premonition that this time, it will become incomparably dangerous. If possible, then try your best to survive. Rosen was not used to such a tone. In his impression, Ghost Fork would never say such a thing. He said, don't joke around, your strength is far stronger than mine. Even if you want to live, you should be the one to live. At this time, Ghost Fork suddenly laughed out loud. Everyone says that my devil sect is heartless, but for you, Rosen, to be able to say such words to me today, I, Ghost Fork, can die without regrets. Hee, you are a genius, a true genius. Even compared to the 3 sons of demons, you are not inferior. All you need is time. Ghost Fork continued, alright, let's not talk about this anymore. Right now, the most important thing is to directly find the divine sword. I only said these words because of my feelings, don't be so pretentious. Let's go, we must find the divine sword before Su Yan, and then wait for the arrival of the second elder. Rosen directly said, second elder, the one who came this time is actually the second elder? There were a total of 9 elders in the ghost-killing palace, and above the 4th elder there were all paragons. As for the first elder and the second elder, they were extremely powerful existences. They were incomparably powerful, and the reason why the ghost-killing palace was able to maintain its current position in the Devil Sect was because of the contributions of the 2 elders. And this time, the mysterious second elder of the ghost-killing palace had actually personally come. Alright, I'll go look for Su Yan first. You wait here for the other disciples, and after you make arrangements for them, you can come and pick me up. After Ghost Fork finished speaking, he directly walked forward. Ghost Fork's cultivation was above Rosen's, and at this moment he had already sensed a powerful aura appearing in front of him. He believed that Su Yan would definitely be in that place and even the divine sword would exist. Their ghost-killing palace had secretly found out about the divine sword, and had been preparing for many years to seize the initiative, but Su Yan, who had appeared out of nowhere, had brought them too much trouble. Just as Rosen had thought, this damned Su Yan seemed to be purposely going against them. Furthermore, he clearly knew that their opponent was definitely not just Su Yan. As time passed, more and more people would receive the news of this place. The other branches of the Devil Sect would definitely know, and at that time the sect master of the Devil Sect would even come. As for the Taihang Sword faction and the people from the Fierce Flame Sect, they would probably interfere as well. After all, they had suffered such a huge loss at the hands of the Devil Sect last time, so there was no reason for them not to make a move. As for the devil sect, they had lost 3 venerable ones, so when the 3 sects met this time, a war would definitely break out. Although it was not to the extent of fighting to the death, this battle would definitely be incomparably terrifying. Therefore, no matter what, his ghost-killing palace could not become cannon fodder. In fact, the actions of the ghost-killing palace were also dancing on the tip of a blade. If they could arrange everything properly before everyone arrived, and then find the divine sword, then they would leap up. If they failed this time, the ghost-killing palace would definitely become the target of public criticism. At that time, not to mention the other 2 sects, even the other branches of the devil sect would not show any mercy to them. For the sake of the ghost-killing palace, he definitely could not allow himself to fail. Chapter 6:14. Female Literature. Su Yin quickly stopped. It was not that he did not want to move forward, but that Lang Hun blocked his way. Lang Hun stood there motionless, his eyes were firm. Moreover, Su Yin could see that if he wanted to take another step forward, Lang Hun would attack him crazily. As the saying went, since he was already here, he might as well take things as they came. Since he was already here, Su Yin wanted to see just how elegant this divine sword was. At this time, Su Yan's red sword case suddenly went berserk. Su Yan's face changed. The God-Slayer sword was agitated. If not for the red sword case being very magical, the God-Slayer sword would have already rushed out. Divine swords had spirits. The unknown divine sword could give birth to its own will and even create a sword slave. Then the God-Slayer sword would not be inferior. But at this time, Su Yin absolutely could not let the God-Slayer sword come out. Once the God-Slayer sword left the red sword case, it would immediately be out of his control. He never doubted the power of the God-Slayer sword. This terrifying divine sword could even directly kill him. The red sword case released a blazing light. Under the suppression of the red sword case, the sword finally gradually calmed down. After a while, Su Yin suddenly felt an aura coming from behind him. Su Yin turned his head. The person who had just arrived also happened to look at him. Su Yin. These 2 words were not affectionate at all. There was only incomparable anger and dense killing intent. The person who came was Ghost Fork. He followed this aura and found Su Yin. But at this time he did not act rashly, because he saw Lang Hun on the side. From Lang Hun's body he felt an extremely powerful aura. He immediately knew that Lang Hun's fighting strength was definitely not below his. If he fought with him, he might even die in his hands if he was not careful. Moreover, he felt an extremely powerful sword will from Lang Hun. He was unable to determine the relationship between Su Yin and the wolf spirit. If there was no relationship between the 2, then it would be the best. However, if there was a relationship between the 2, then it would be a huge threat to him. Just as he was feeling bewildered, a mechanical voice came from the wolf soul's throat, "Kneel." As these 2 words were spat out, they brought with them a heavy pressure that pressed down on Su Yin and Ghost Trident. A huge will appeared and actually wanted to suppress Su Yin and Ghost Fork at the same time. Su Yin smiled coldly. He had always been on guard against the wolf soul. Now that the wolf soul had suddenly launched an attack, he did not panic at all. Although Lang Hun's soul power was strong, Su Yin was not necessarily weaker than him. He did not even use the soul-suppressing seal, but directly used his own strength to fight against Lang Hun. The power of the Supreme Sword Soul's tip directly broke through everything. As for Ghost Fork, he was also an expert of his generation. He was indeed worthy of being the strongest person in the younger generation of the Ghost-Killing Hall. The purple evil light in his eyes flashed gently, and actually suppressed this will. Su Yin had never fought with this Ghost Fork before, but according to Su Yan's estimation, this Ghost Fork was definitely very strong. It would even be to the point where he would find it hard to estimate. He really couldn't underestimate such an existence. Of course, their enemy at this time was the wolf soul. At this time the Ghost Fork sneered and said, "A mere sword slave puppet actually wants me to kneel down. What a joke. And Su Yin, you have always gone against my ghost-killing hall. Today is the day you die." Su Yin did not take his words to heart. Ever since he came to this world he had traveled all the way. Who knew how many people wanted to kill him, but until now he was still fine. On the other hand, those who wanted to kill him had already died. He had never been afraid of those who wanted to kill him. Even in his previous life, from the moment he began to wield the sword, he already knew that the brave would win in a narrow path. That was all. He directly said, "Ghost Fork, if you want to kill me, then do it. Why talk so much nonsense?" At this time the wolf soul was in front, but the 2 of them had the intention to kill at the same time. The power in Su Yan's hand gradually began to circulate, and his gaze began to become resolute. In between the sword, An extremely powerful brilliance had already flown out. A powerful and terrifying power directly erupted. This time Su Yan actually made the first move. A cold light also erupted from Ghost Fork's eyes. He did not expect Suya to make such a choice. However, this was exactly what he wanted. He also let out a roar, and then his entire body rushed forward. Between the two, the most intense battle began. The extremely powerful force continued to surge, and the terrifying radiance immediately blossomed with an extremely strong aura. The battle between the two continued to escalate, and Su Yan's power continued to riot at this time. In the previous world, his sword light was already known for its speed, and at this time, under the support of various techniques, his sword was even faster. The reason why he was able to fight those who were above his level was because of his speed. His power directly erupted, and the terrifying light power continued to attack. This endless power simply made people's hearts tremble. But the strange thing was that the wolf soul that had released the pressure earlier actually stopped at this time. The current him was like a person watching the fire from the other side of the river, watching the life and death battle between Su Yan and Ghost Fork. Just as Su Yan and Ghost Fork were engaged in a life and death battle, the outside world had already begun to have a huge commotion. Su Yan's guess was not wrong. The reason why the Ghost Killing Hall was able to come here was because they had already discovered the clues very early on, so they could be one step ahead. The reason why they took action recently was partly because of the success of the Demon Soul Annihilation, and partly because of the strange movement of the Divine Sword. According to the calculations of the Ghost Killing Hall Master, the birth of the Divine Sword was at this moment, so they had to make the first move to gain the upper hand, and did not hesitate to pay a huge price to obtain the Divine Sword. Originally, according to the Hall Master's calculations, the time for the Divine Sword to be born had not yet arrived, and they would definitely be able to make it in time to act at this time. But unfortunately, the birth of the Divine Sword was actually brought forward. It was on this day that the backlight floating in the world of ice and snow suddenly soared into the sky. At this moment, the backlight directly turned into endless sharpness and pierced through the entire world. That powerful and terrifying light pierced through the world of ice and snow, and then shone into the real world. At this time, almost half of the 9 provinces continent had already discovered the commotion here. In the Devil Sect's Ghost-Killing Hall, a shadow shrouded in darkness opened his eyes. His eyes were as deep as hell. It was actually brought forward. Could it really be the will of the heavens? The reason why he dared to do this was because he had calculated the time when the Divine Sword would appear. However, at this time, the time when the Divine Sword would appear had directly changed. This change was fatal. He knew very well that the current Ghost Fork and the others simply did not have the time to complete the real arrangements. I hope that everything is in time, he muttered to himself. In that pair of deep eyes, the darkness became even deeper. Just as he was worrying, an elder had already stepped into the teleportation array. He was the second elder of the Ghost Killing Hall. The second elder of the Ghost Killing Hall was extremely young, to the point that people felt that he shouldn't be an elder at all, but a disciple who had just entered the sect. However, this second elder had an illustrious reputation, and was a first-rate fiend. Half of the Ghost Killing Hall's position was obtained by him. In the 3 major sects, Chui Tianlang was very similar to him, and even had the reputation of Ghost Wolf Double Fiend. However, his cultivation was even higher than Chui Tianlang's, so everyone believed that his strength was above Chui Tianlang's. This time, the Ghost Killing Hall had personally taken action. One could imagine how much importance they attached to this operation. At this time, the teleportation array had already been activated. Light flickered and the space began to become chaotic. Space teleportation array. Ghost Fork and the others took the lead to enter the world of ice and snow, and then blasted open the underground world in order to establish a teleportation array in the underground world, allowing the second elder to directly enter. This was because as long as one was a venerable realm expert, or even an existence above the 8 dragons, they would be rejected by the laws of the world of ice and snow. However, after directly entering they could use it at will. The teleportation array was about to be activated, but at this moment, a voice was heard. Gungue, where are you going? Do you want to take me with you? As soon as this person appeared, the second elder frowned slightly, and a fierce murderous aura immediately filled the air. If it wasn't for the fact that he was currently in the teleportation array, he would have already attacked and killed this person. That person was also from the Devil Sect. He was an elder of the Yanluo Hall. The Yanluo Hall was the branch hall where the son of the devil Hua Yunlong was previously. This guy had obviously heard some news and came to cause trouble. The second elder's name was Gungue. He looked at the elder who suddenly appeared and said directly, Jiangyan, you'd better not seek your own death. His indifferent words were clearly filled with murderous intent. He naturally also felt the sword chi that shot into the sky, and naturally guessed that something must have happened, so he immediately went. If he was delayed at this time, it would really be a big deal. However, this guy just had to appear at this time. This elder called Jiangyan said fearlessly, "If it was in normal times, I would naturally be afraid of you, but now you don't have the ability. Gungue, your ghost-killing hall found traces of the divine sword, but you didn't report it. Could it be that you want to betray the sage sect?" Chapter 6:15. Female Literature, Take one more step and I'll kill you. Gungue's eyes flashed with a thick murderous intent. He was not joking when he said those words. Jiangyan stopped in his tracks. Though he thought that this guy wouldn't dare to do so, Gungue was famous for his bloodthirstiness. He was a complete madman just like Cui Tianlang. So many elders thought that this guy wouldn't dare to do anything to them back then, yet they all died to his sword. Though he was inside the formation right now, if this guy really wanted to kill him and didn't care about anything else, Jiangyan would be a bit scared. However, right at that moment, a voice sounded. "Gungue, your murderous intent is quite strong. I wonder if you can kill all of us with my help?" Another elder appeared. This was the number 1 elder of the Sanluo Temple, a 3-origin venerable. No matter how powerful Gungue was, there was no way he could have killed the two of them. Gungue's expression turned ugly, but he still said, "I'll try." The atmosphere between the two sides became tense. The formation flashed even brighter. The first elder shouted, "Jiangyan, don't be intimidated by his aura. Go." Jiangyan knew that if he waited any longer, the formation would activate. It would be too late then. In the end, their real purpose of coming here was not to go against Gungue, but to snatch the teleportation array and directly attack the underground world. Gungue's expression turned ugly. Even someone as strong as him wouldn't be able to handle these two. Plus, if he were to take action now, it would affect the formation. Once that happened, he wouldn't be able to enter the underground world. Alas, there was nothing he could do right now. Right at this moment, a black shadow descended. It was as if the color of the world had changed. A world of darkness shrouded the two honorable ones. An old voice sounded out, "Since the two of you have come to the ghost-killing palace, please follow this old man to have a seat." The voice was very old and very calm, but when it entered the ears of the two venerables, they were horrified and even began to tremble. These two were venerables. The elder from Sanluo Temple was a 3-origin sovereign, but he was trembling right now. "Ghost-killing hall's number 1 elder, you actually didn't die." When they shouted out this name, they even began to tremble. The number 1 elder of the ghost-killing hall was definitely an extremely terrifying existence. According to legends, he was a person who had survived the ancient war. Of course, no one believed that the ghost-killing palace still had the so-called first elder. The reputation of the second clan elder Gungue was also very strong, so everyone felt that this was just a trick by the ghost-killing palace to deceive others. However, he didn't expect such an unforeseen event to happen at this time. The legendary first elder actually appeared directly. His strength was indeed terrifying. The two of them could only tremble in front of him. "Gungue, it's all up to you." Gungue's expression became even more solemn. The first elder had finally made his move. The first elder was a legend of the ghost-killing hall. However, he had spent a lot of his life force since the ancient era. Strictly speaking, he could only be considered a living dead. Although his attack this time was able to intimidate everyone, it was also a huge loss to the first elder. Gungue nodded and glanced at the two elders. This seemingly casual glance contained a terrifying murderous intent. The teleportation device finally activated and he disappeared on the spot. At this time, a flame soared into the sky from the blazing flame sect. I didn't expect the legend to be true. There really is a divine sword in that place. Is another divine sword about to appear in the 9 provinces? Aha, the demonic sect and the ghost-killing hall are really taking the lead. But this time, my blazing flame sect will also participate. The blazing flame sect master's voice resounded throughout the entire blazing flame mountain. In the Taihang sword faction, the mysterious sect master said to the master standing in front of him, "The divine sword has appeared. This sect master has calculated that this sword is a first-class evil sword. Therefore we can't let it fall into the hands of the demonic sect. Remember, don't be greedy. Senior Xue, please remember this." Everyone present was a top figure in the Taihang sword faction. Each of them was a venerable. At this time, the Taihang sword faction sect master said this to the Xue family's ancestor. He could clearly see that the Xue family's ancestor was determined to obtain the divine sword. At this time, the Shui family's ancestor shook his head and said, "Sect Master, let's not beat around the bush. This old man is already on the verge of death, so no matter what, I have to give it a try." Sect Master said that this sword is an evil sword, so it can't be wrong. The Shui family's ancestor paused here. His words were from the bottom of his heart. Although this young sect leader was a latecomer, his strength was well known to all. The Shui family's ancestor was the most powerful person in the Taihang sword faction. However, he was not confident that he could defeat this sect master. He could not even see through the sect master's realm. Therefore, when the sect master said such words, he naturally understood what the sect master meant. However, just as he said, he was already on the verge of death. This old man will fight with his life. I only hope that I can subdue this sword. No matter what happens to this old man in the end, I hope that everyone will give me face and protect the Shui family for 100 years. A family that had prospered for 1,000 years had no successor. Once their protector died, their decline was inevitable. The power struggle within a sect was also extremely cruel. The Shui family's ancestor was anxious, but he could not win against fate. Therefore he had to use his life to buy time for the Shui family. The Wang family's ancestor and the Feng family's ancestor didn't say anything after hearing this. The Shui family was one of the three great families. Its wealth was unimaginable. Righteous sects naturally wouldn't do such a thing, but it was inevitable for them to seize resources. Without the support of vast amounts of resources, a family would naturally decline. Therefore he had to fight for 100 years for the Shui family. At this moment the sect master said, "Senior Shui, don't worry. As long as I'm still the sect master for 100 years, the Shui family will have no worries for 100 years. The Wang family's ancestor and the Feng family's ancestors' expressions didn't change after the sect master made such a promise. However, they were not happy. After all, this was a distribution of benefits that concerned their own inheritance. However, it was a pity that they could not say anything. At this moment, the Shui clan's ancestor let out a long howl, and then he directly charged into the sky towards the place where the divine sword was shining. The other exalted ones followed after him. The Shui family's ancestor was very calm at this moment. He had done all he could. If the Shui family still disappeared in the dust of history in the end, there was nothing he could do. Of course, he had already made a backup plan, which was Su Yan. To be honest, letting Su Yan go there was just a chess piece he didn't place. He didn't know if it would succeed in the end, but he still did his best to try. At this moment it seemed that the effect was not bad. The appearance of the divine sword caused a far greater commotion than the last time. Therefore, not only the three great sects but also a few sects that were more remote had sent experts. Of course, at this moment, it seemed that the ghost-killing hall still had the biggest advantage. At this moment, in the ruins, the battle between Su Yan and the ghost fork became even more intense. This ghost fork was really strange. His body carried a thick Shura's power, as if he could communicate with the Shura world. However, at this time, Su Yan's terrifying fighting strength had gradually been displayed. Even if he could communicate with Shura's power, Su Yan's sword was becoming faster and faster, and his powerful aura was gradually being released. After devouring the demon core of the Demon King, a large portion of the power was hidden in every corner of his body. As the battle continued, this power was gradually forced out, causing Su Yan's fighting strength to become even more terrifying. At this moment, Su Yan was already suppressing his opponent. As Su Yan's opponent, he was gradually unable to contend against Su Yan. However, although he had obtained an absolute advantage, Su Yan was still not careless. He could not forget the Shura's soul shadow that the ghost fork had used. That was definitely a terrifying killing move. At this time, the divine sword's radiance was becoming brighter and brighter. This world was already covered by terrifying sword chi. Whether it was Su Yan or the ghost fork, they both felt heavy. Perhaps it was because of this that the ghost fork did not take out his real killing move. At this time, the wolf soul spoke again, "Kneel down and welcome the arrival of my lord." This thought spread out again, the terrifying power immediately became even more intense. The huge aura actually forcibly interrupted the battle between Su Yan and the ghost fork. At this time, whether it was Su Yan or the ghost fork, they were already extremely shocked. This wolf soul spoke twice, but the power contained in it was like heaven and earth. This meant that there was only one possibility, and that was that the power given to him by the divine sword had become even stronger. Thinking of the divine sword, Su Yan thought of the pair of cold and beautiful eyes that disappeared in his sea of consciousness. At this time, a brilliance directly flashed. That violent power directly swept across. Wolf soul howled, and Su Yan and ghost fork were actually directly forced away. The two of them finally stopped with great difficulty, But to their horror, they discovered that in front of them, a silver moon-like radiance suddenly flashed. Chapter 616. Girls' Literature. The silver light is so holy whether it is Su Yan or Ghost Fork. For a moment, both of them are a bit absent-minded, as if they are bewitched, they can't even speak. It is at this time two silver lights floated towards Su Yan and Ghost Fork. These two silver lights are like withered leaves floating. Unknowingly, they have already arrived in front of the two people. At this time, the revered sword soul in Su Yan's sea of consciousness directly shook. A powerful force constantly flashed at this time. Su Yan's whole body shook, immediately shaking out of the previous absent-minded state. At the same time, he also clearly saw that silver light. It is that sword intent. That is the sword intent that he saw in the eagle's soul before. It is also this sword intent that directly controls this soul. And at this time, this sword intent once again came towards him. And this sword intent is much more powerful than the previous one. Su Yan immediately understood the intention of this sword intent. It wants to turn him into a slave. This beautiful mini-sword really made Su Yan afraid to the extreme. At this time he didn't even think, directly fled to the back, trying to avoid this sword shadow. At the same time, the scorching sun sword directly appeared in his hand. Swordfish dragon dance. He let out an angry roar and slashed out. Crimson flames flew out and destroyed everything in its path. At practically the same time, Ghost Fork also broke free. At this moment, Ghost Fork's entire body was covered in cold sweat. From this, it could be seen that even though he broke free from the sword intent, it was even more strenuous than Su Yan. A sweet bell-like laughter sounded. Su Yan's guess is not wrong. This guy has really transformed into a human. Divine sword into a human is really terrifying to the extreme. Su Yan took a deep breath but did not do anything else. He was waiting. He knew that since he was already here, it was probably impossible for him to escape because the ghastly aura emanated by the sword was simply terrifying. This kind of aura is almost comparable to Shui family's old ancestor. Sword slaves you. Under the silver light, an extremely petite woman floated in the air. She looked at Su Yan and Ghost Fork before lightly pointing out, and two rays of energy shot towards Su Yan and Ghost Fork. Right at this moment, numerous sword servants suddenly appeared behind Su Yan and Ghost Blade. These sword servants were in the form of souls, yet they possessed extremely formidable strength. After they appeared, they directly pressed down on Su Yan and Ghost Fork. At this moment, both Su Yan and Xianxia were unable to move. Sword slaves you. The bell-like voice sounded again, but when it entered the ears of the two people, it sounded like the voice of a demon. Su Yan desperately circulated his strength, wanting to break free. The aura of the great demonic dragon erupted. At the same time, the power of the soul-suppressing seal began to circulate. Under such power, those soul sword slaves finally began to loosen up. When Ghost Fork saw that Su Yan actually began to break free from those soul sword slaves, he was very surprised. Su Yan's realm is lower than his, even lower than Rosen, but his battle strength is simply terrifying, even heaven-defying. He believes that if Su Yan's realm is higher, perhaps even the most terrifying son of devil in the devil sect wouldn't be able to do anything to Su Yan. However, although he is surprised by Su Yan's strength, he will not choose to sit still and wait for death. At this moment he has already begun to circulate his power. Purple domain appeared again. Shura domain. Shura beasts, knock these soul sword slaves away from me. Ghost Fork directly roared. In the purple domain, one by one giant beasts appeared again. After these giant beasts appeared, they immediately rushed towards the soul sword slaves. However, at this moment, Ghost Fork was shocked to discover that he actually lost control of Shura beasts. And Shura beasts began to howl in pain, then their bodies actually dissipated. Ghost Fork felt very clearly that these soul beasts were directly dismembered by the mysterious sword shadow that just appeared. This sword shadow is actually so powerful, and this is only the beginning. At this moment, his Shura domain is disappearing. From the time he controlled this move until now, such a thing has never happened, so at this moment he is completely panicking. At this moment, a ray of light began to appear in the sky. It is the power of space. Ghost Fork was originally in despair, but when he saw this ray of light, his heart once again ignited with hope. Space transmission. It must be Martial Uncle Gungue, it must be Martial Uncle Gungue. No one doubts Gungue's strength, so he believes that when the second elder of Ghost Killing Hall arrives, he will be able to save him. Holding on to this belief, he burst out with his last bit of potential to resist the attack of this ray of light. However, it was a pity that he had underestimated this power in the end. Everything was still trembling at this moment as if it was going to destroy everything. Martial Uncle Gungue, save me. Ghost Fork used the last of his voice to roar. At this moment, the light of space dissipated, and a huge ghost shadow appeared. As soon as the ghostly figure appeared, it immediately displayed a terrifying aura. The ghostly figure directly stretched out its palm and tore at the group of ghostly figures. That terrifying power is constantly trembling at this moment. This kind of power is truly terrifying. Even the silver light at the mountainside is being forced back bit by bit. At this critical moment, the ghost shadow finally managed to snatch Ghost Fork out. Then the ghost shadow dissipated, and the second elder Gungue's figure appeared. At this moment, Su Yan just broke free from several soul sword slaves and saw the scene of Gungue's appearance. So powerful. He was shocked. The aura of this person who suddenly appeared is really terrifying. Moreover, this person is obviously a big shot of Ghost Killing Hall. The Ghost Killing Hall probably hates him to the bone. The appearance of such a big shot is definitely not good news for him. Perhaps this big shot will kill him as soon as he appears. Martial uncle, he is Su Yan. Kill him. At this time, Ghost Fork escaped from death, and the first thing he did was to directly ask Gungue to kill Su Yan. Ghost Fork has already fought with Su Yan, and also saw Su Yan resist this silver power. He deeply knows how strong Su Yan is now and also understands his potential. If Su Yan is allowed to continue to grow, he may be even more terrifying than the Taihang Sword faction's leader in the future. Having such an enemy is definitely not a good thing. A strange expression flashed across Gungue's face. He did not expect that his martial nephew would actually ask him to kill this brat. However, Guisha has never been a reckless person. Since he said so, he must have his reasons. Moreover, this brat is just a Dragon Realm brat. To him, killing this brat is just a piece of cake. What a rare genius. He lightly snorted and then directly stretched out his hand. The moment he stretched out his hand, the huge ghost claw appeared again. The terrifying ghost claw can shatter all obstacles. At this moment, Su Yan's heart skipped a beat. This is an aura of despair. At this moment, there is no way he can block this aura. Even if the power of the great demonic dragon erupts, it will be useless. However, in the end, he is not willing to die like this. At this critical moment, a thought suddenly flashed through his mind. He did not care so much and directly grabbed the silver sword intent in front of him, and then suddenly slammed it into his sea of consciousness. This is a helpless action. He deeply understands that he can't block such a powerful force. It is just that he can't do it, but it does not mean that others can't do it. He inserted the sword intent into his body, which means that he will become the sword slave of this unknown divine sword. Of course, Su Yan does not want to do this, but at this moment he has no other way to avoid this terrifying attack. The silver sword intent directly entered his mind, and then the endless silver light directly ignited his deep and dark sea of consciousness. The extremely overbearing silver light seemed to want to wipe out everything about Su Yan. At this moment, Su Yan directly gritted his teeth, and then dragged his perception and dragon soul into the square seal. Su Yan's action is naturally very dangerous. After all, if he really becomes the sword slave, he will completely lose himself. However, if he is hit directly by the ghost claw, he will undoubtedly die. Therefore, he has no choice but to make this choice. He is betting that the square seal and the soul-suppressing seal can protect his soul and resist the erosion of the sword intent. At the same time, he is betting that this divine sword will save him. This was truly a nerve-wracking gamble. Only this time, Su Yan ultimately made the right bet. As soon as the sword intent entered his body, the silver light directly protected his body. The ghost claw slammed into the silver light, and the terrifying ghost claw was directly torn apart. The silver sword chi is simply terrifying to the extreme. The power of such a light is simply unimaginable. Gungue frowned. He has suffered a small loss in this fight. What a decisive guy. Just this sword intent entered his sea of consciousness, and he became the sword slave. He is already a walking corpse. He would rather die, he whispered softly, and then his attention fell on the silver light. Divine sword, it is truly an incomparably powerful divine sword. Its terrifying power is actually above my expectations. His expression became very solemn. He knew that the divine sword in front of him, which has transformed into an exquisite woman, will be his greatest enemy. He said to Ghost Fork, "This is the boundary-breaking rune. Take it and then meet with the disciples outside. Leave this place as far as possible. The turmoil that will happen here will be beyond your imagination." Chapter 617. Female Literature. If things had developed according to the original plan, then everything would not have been so chaotic. But now, everything had changed. The premature appearance of the divine sword had forced the ghost-killing hall into an extremely awkward situation. As a result, the ghost-killing hall was now under great pressure. If they were not careful, the ghost-killing hall would be annihilated. What was worse was that the divine sword's power was beyond their imagination. The divine sword had already transformed into a human form. Even the divine sword of the Taihang sword faction had not reached this level. If they could obtain this sword, then the ghost-killing hall would definitely be able to take advantage of the situation. But to obtain this sword was easier said than done. But Gungue was not someone who would give up so easily. For this, the first elder had woken up from his deep sleep. He knew very well that the ghost-killing hall had no way out this time. At this moment, he had focused all of his attention on what was in front of him. Gungue had an illustrious reputation and had killed countless people in his life. No matter what kind of enemy he faced, he would not panic in the slightest. However, at this moment, his eyes were filled with solemnity, because at this moment he saw how powerful this enemy was. This person's body was emitting an absolutely terrifying aura. She clearly had the appearance of a beautiful girl, but he felt that the person standing in front of him right now was an ancient giant beast, or a terrifying demon god. "Divine sword, enter my hand," Gungue said softly, and then he directly displayed his power. The huge ghost figure appeared again, and the ghost claw that had been shattered by the sword chi was restored to its original state. His gaze was so calm as he looked straight at the woman that the divine sword had transformed into. At this moment, the woman gently opened her mouth and said, "You sword slave." The divine sword was clearly not used to speaking, but these few words had already revealed her inner thoughts. She wanted to make Gungue her sword slave. This divine sword had enslaved many souls that had survived since ancient times. Then it had turned its attention to Su Yan. At this moment, it was even more interested in him. Gungue was not angry after hearing this. He only said, "I want to control you and you want to enslave me. Then let's fight. I'm really looking forward to it. I really haven't fought with the divine sword before, so I don't know how strong you are." Under normal circumstances, Gungue would not have been so rash when facing such an enemy. At the very least, he would have probed and estimated his opponent's strength. However, it was different now. The sword chi of the divine sword had already soared into the sky. Experts from all over the world would definitely flock over after noticing it, even though the existence of the laws of the world of ice and snow would bring them trouble. However, with so many venerables attacking at the same time, the world of ice and snow would probably collapse. At that time he would become even more passive. Therefore, the most important thing for him to do now was to shatter all obstacles in this place and take control of the divine sword. If one wanted to control the divine sword, the most direct way was to defeat it and then completely control it. His body suddenly moved forward, and his entire person turned into a black shadow. Along with his movement, the phantom behind him also made its move. A terrifying whirlwind blew up, and a violent and terrifying power suddenly erupted, pressing down on the woman formed by the divine sword. Monstrous Ghost Claw. His aura was like a monstrous wave that reached the sky. The violent power became even more terrifying at this moment. Gungue's fame was all because of him. The number of people he had killed was more than Cui Tianlang. The frenzied blade venerable was a two-origin expert, but the power that Gungue displayed was absolutely superior. The frenzied blade venerable was already an expert, but Gungue was clearly stronger. Faced with Gungue's violent aura, the woman formed by the divine sword remained calm and indifferent. The moment he arrived in front of her, she stretched out a finger and gently tapped it. At the tip of her finger, an extremely terrifying power was directly displayed at this moment. A terrifying radiance enveloped the entire world. Under the cover of this power, everything began to tremble. Such a radiance was almost enough to destroy the world. Such a terrifying power simply made one's heart tremble. Gungue became even more serious. In the next moment, the two powers collided. Gungue's ghostly figure was like a mountain, but when the sword chi fell, the mountain began to collapse. "Suppress." Gungue suddenly roared, and the two words turned into a thunderous sound. A power flew out from his palm, and the terrifying power constantly rotated until it finally turned into a terrifying vortex. The vortex pressed down and then appeared above the divine sword's head. The vortex continued to rotate as if it wanted to destroy everything. However, just as it descended a little, it was immediately blocked by a ray of light. The powerful silver radiance blocked everything. Bloodthirsty ghost kill. Gungue's eyes began to glow with scarlet light as he used the ghost-killing hall's most powerful technique, the bloodthirsty ghost kill. It was also the bloodthirsty ghost kill, but in his hands, the power was simply terrifying. When this terrifying power was displayed, his aura skyrocketed again, as if his aura had increased several times out of nowhere. The appearance of this violent power immediately suppressed the silver light. In an instant, Jianghu had advanced triumphantly. Divine sword, choose to submit. Jianghu opened his palm, and a pattern was drawn between his palms. If one looked carefully, they would find that it was actually an eyeball. However, this eyeball was a little too terrifying. The light emitted by the seemingly ordinary eyeball was simply terrifying. It was as if the eyeball could destroy a world. Ghost Emperor's Eye of Destruction, annihilate everything. He roared furiously, and that beam of light pierced forward like a long nail. The boundless and violent power wanted to annihilate everything. The moment the eyeball exploded with power, the divine sword finally trembled. Although it was very slight, it was the first time it had trembled since it appeared. At this moment, the powerful light completely bloomed at this time, and the terrifying power began to sublimate. The powerful aura was so oppressive that it made people unable to speak. It was also at this moment that Su Yan's whole body trembled. Yes, the power of this sword intent has weakened. This is a good opportunity. Su Yan took the initiative to bring the sword intent into his sea of consciousness. The domineering sword intent immediately spread out, wanting to take control of his sea of consciousness. Su Yan relied on the soul-suppressing seal and the square seal to hold on. He had indeed won the gamble of the sword of life and death. After the divine sword confirmed that his sword intent had invaded his sea of consciousness, it had treated him as a sword slave, so it had protected him. However, this was only the beginning. The strength of this sword intent was very painful for Su Yan. Even with the soul-suppressing seal and the square seal, he could barely defend himself, but his sea of consciousness was still falling bit by bit. If the entire sea of consciousness was taken over by the silver light, Su Yan would not have the power to turn the tables. However, an opportunity had now presented itself. Although he could not see what was happening outside, he could guess that the second elder must have begun to make his move. That guy was truly a terrifying figure. A casual attack from him was probably more powerful than the bald venerable one from back then. Perhaps only such a terrifying person could cause the divine sword to waver. He had found a glimmer of hope. At this moment, a strong radiance flashed in his eyes, and a powerful force burst out directly at this moment. It's time to counterattack. Such an opportunity could be said to be rare. Although the second elder called Jianghu was very powerful, Su Yan knew that the power of the divine sword was even more terrifying. Although he could restrain it now, in the end, this force could not be resisted. Therefore, if he did not take advantage of this time to get rid of it, he would not have another chance. Regal Sword Soul. Su Yan summoned the Regal Sword Soul directly. The Regal Sword Soul was his foundation and his main force. When the silver light had just invaded, the Regal Sword Soul was already ready to make a move. However, Su Yan suppressed it. This was because he knew very well that although the Regal Sword Soul was powerful, it was not the right time. If the divine sword's intelligence was really brilliant, then the appearance of the Regal Sword Soul would only attract more of its attention. Su Yan could not forget the pair of cold eyes when it first devoured the sword essence. Therefore he hid the revered sword soul deep within his own soul. However, it was different now. At this time, the divine sword was obviously restrained by the second elder called Jianghu. It was the best time for him to make a move. Therefore, his sword soul directly burst out at this time, and a violent power appeared directly, almost destroying everything. This terrifying light was constantly sublimating at this time. The entire sea of consciousness suddenly became quiet. Su Yan understood that this was only a temporary calm. He was afraid that after this, the berserk power would immediately erupt. As expected, in the next moment, a terrifying power appeared directly. The violent power was like the roar of a devil. This kind of power was almost trembling. The silver light became even more dazzling. At this time, Su Yan's soul-suppressing seal and four-sided seal began to exert power at the same time. The Regal Sword Scripture was frantically operating to support the Regal Sword Soul. The Buddha's infinite technique was also constantly vibrating at this time. The terrifying light vibrated and began to fight with the silver light. At this time, Su Yan's entire sea of consciousness began to roll. The violent power had become so strong that it could not be supplemented. Chapter 618. Female Literature. The divine sword itself was fighting with Jianghu. After Jianghu's Ghost Emperor Eye of Destruction appeared, it began to suppress her. And at this moment her body actually trembled slightly once more. Her cold eyes flashed with a trace of confusion and disbelief. Of course, it was accompanied by anger. As her opponent, Jianghu naturally caught on to this point. Although he did not know what was going on, it was definitely a good thing for him. Ghost Emperor Eye of Destruction, Annihilation. The divine sword trembled and its power became chaotic. That was a rare opportunity. Once again he activated his power and triggered a second wave of raging power. At that moment, the terrifying power trembled, causing changes to occur in the entire world. Everything around him began to be annihilated under that raging power. Huge rocks shattered and turned into dust, and the ground began to crack continuously. Subdue. He shouted again, and those two words reverberated throughout the entire world. That terrifying power seemed to want to destroy everything. The silver light shrank intensely under that power again. Subdue. The echo reverberated like the sound of the heavens. At that moment, Su Yan heard those two words in his sea of consciousness. What terrifying power. Looks like that guy is starting to use his power. That's good. I'll break free of his control in one go. At that moment, the Buddha's infinite technique and the regal sword cannon were activated at the same time. The golden light began to counterattack, and the regal sword soul suddenly expanded. Countless lights began to move toward the regal sword soul. Be it the silver light or the golden light, they all began to enter the regal sword soul. A hint of viciousness flashed in Su Yan's eyes, and then he shouted, "Heaven and earth are immeasurable, infinite light, gather." His voice drifted like thunder. Within the silver light, the silver sword will finally appeared. Su Yan faced the sword will directly and he could feel anger from it. That guy was just a human, and yet he dared to resist his power at that moment. That was simply courting death. His power trembled at that moment and a powerful light suddenly burst out. The silver sword will pierce straight at Su Yan. Su Yan knew that the time for the final battle had come. He immediately activated fright on his soul. The regal sword mantra transformed into mysterious characters. These words revolved around the sword intent, wrapping it up. At the same time, it was the same for the Buddha's boundless technique. The simultaneous eruption of the two scriptures was already Su Yan's strongest trump card. Under the circulation of the scripture, the sword intent began to tremble. In the end, the sword intent began to thin as if it was about to dissipate. It was at this moment that the shape of the sword intent changed. In the end, it turned into that woman. Su Yan didn't know why, but the moment he met the woman's cold eyes, he became nervous. Regal sword soul, suppress with all your might. Su Yan knew that this was a matter of life and death. He absolutely could not hold back anymore. All of his power surged madly. Under the pressure of the huge power, the woman was directly shattered. The silver power was directly devoured by the regal sword soul. The moment the sword intent disappeared, Su Yan immediately knew that he had finally resolved the crisis and regained control of his body. At this moment, his consciousness returned. It felt so good to be in control of his own body. This experience was too dangerous. If possible, he definitely did not want to go through it a second time. At this moment, his eyes moved and immediately fell on the battlefield. The battle between Jianghu and the divine sword had shaken him to the core. So strong. However, at this moment he suddenly realized that someone was looking at him. It was the woman that the divine sword had transformed into. Su Yan had just broken free from the other party's control. He did not want to continue facing this existence. It was impossible for him to retreat outside because at this moment, his back was filled with terrifying power. Unless he wanted to experience how strong the power generated by the battle between the two of them was with his own body. Therefore, there was only one way for him to go now, and that was to continue moving forward. Su Yan's body swayed and then suddenly moved forward. If he remembered correctly, the divine sword had come out from this place. Su Yan had no idea what was in front of him, but he could only move forward. He directly stepped into this place. At this moment he could feel a chill rushing towards him from behind. Oh no! A strong sense of danger came. Su Yan knew that the woman wanted to kill him. However, now that he was like an arrow on the bow, he had no choice but to release it. His entire body shook and he disappeared from where he was. Then he turned into a stream of light and moved forward. Whoosh! At this moment, the sound of the air being torn apart was heard. A bright sword aura directly appeared. The moment this sword aura appeared, Su Yan was immediately frightened. He knew that this sword aura could threaten his life. Supreme sun-shattering slash. At this moment he suddenly shouted. Then a powerful force was directly released. When this force appeared, it directly turned into a stream of light and moved into the distance. Then it directly collided with this sword aura. The terrifying recoil directly exploded and blew Su Yan backward. However, at this moment, Su Yan could no longer care about his injuries. He directly used this force and suddenly retreated backwards. Finally, he completely entered the cave. At this moment, the scene that happened was naturally seen by Jianghu. It's that kid. Jianghu's heart moved. He obviously didn't expect that Su Yan, who was supposed to be a sword slave puppet, could actually break free from the control. This was something that no one had expected. After all, the power of the true God sword made even him feel apprehensive. Although he had the initiative from the beginning of the battle until now, if one looked carefully, one could see that this divine sword didn't seem to have used its true power at all. Such an existence must be extremely powerful, but at this moment Su Yan actually broke free from the control. No wonder Ghost Fork is so afraid of this kid. At this moment he finally understood why Ghost Fork wanted him to directly kill Su Yan. Such a person was indeed very terrifying. If he was allowed to grow, he would probably be a huge hidden danger in the future. However, he couldn't care less about Su Yan now because he knew very well that subduing the divine sword was the most important thing at this moment. Ghost Emperor Seal, subdue. A sharp ghost howl directly burst out. The thick roar of evil ghosts had already filled the entire world. In an instant, countless dead souls appeared. The ghost-killing hall was most proficient in ghost-type spells. At this time, when it was used in this underground world, it directly achieved the effect of twice the result with half the effort. Because the gate of real void had become loose, the boundary between the ghost world and the real world had become no longer solid. His move was to summon endless dead souls and evil ghosts, and then form an indestructible seal. The stronger and more evil ghosts that could be summoned, the better the seal's effect. I can actually summon so many evil ghosts. The heavens are really helping me. Although he didn't know why this was happening, the appearance of 10,000 ghosts at this moment was definitely a good thing for him. The endless evil ghosts roared and gradually condensed into a dark mark, which directly suppressed the divine sword. The dazzling and resplendent silver radiance had already been compressed bit by bit, and the powerful force was directly suppressed at this time. Seal, seal, seal. Even someone like Jianghu was close to madness at this time. Sealing the divine sword and then bringing it back to the ghost-killing hall would truly be a success. Wasn't the ghost-killing hall paying a huge price for this item? At this time, seeing that he was about to succeed, he naturally had no reason to not be excited and happy. Everything had been settled. In the end, they were the final victors. However, at this moment, an extremely bright light bloomed directly, and the intense light rushed into the sky. Humph! A cold snort was heard. It was a clear and crisp sound, but when it fell into Jianghu's ears, it was like a thunderbolt had struck his sea of consciousness. At this moment, blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. F***ck off. As soon as the words were spoken, an extremely powerful force was emitted. It was the voice of the woman transformed from the divine sword. Jianghu would never be mistaken. At this time, an extremely powerful force directly burst out from the silver radiance. This kind of power made his heart tremble. He had never thought that there could be such a powerful force in this world. Boom! At this moment, the seal that was about to close was directly cut off. The violent force was like a crazy python, and the seal formed by countless evil ghosts was directly destroyed just like that. At this moment, Jianghu's face was ashen. How could this be? He kept muttering to himself. Even now, he still couldn't understand why such an unforeseen event had happened. The seal of 10,000 ghosts was finally swept clean. At this moment, he saw a beautiful and angry face. The woman transformed from the divine sword gently raised her hand at this time. Her hand was very beautiful, as smooth as jade, and it was very moving. He couldn't think of a better adjective to describe this beautiful hand. It was at this moment that her hand descended. A huge sword shadow directly appeared in the air. The sword shadow fell, and the terrifying power of the sword made Jianghu feel despair. There was no way he could take it. He knew very well in his heart that there was no way he could take such a power. If he really wanted to take such a power, he was afraid that the next moment would be waiting for him to die. Therefore he could only choose to escape and retreat. At this moment, his eyes flashed with an even more intense look of despair. He had failed. Chapter 619. Female Literature. However, under his survival instinct, his body still reacted. He dodged to the side and immediately left the place. At this moment, Su Yan was constantly increasing his speed. In this cave he saw countless swords. It was just like the scene he had seen in the sword well in the burial sword tomb. Countless swords were lying on the ground. Su Yan glanced over, but his heart was a little more alarmed. This was because he could see that these swords were all dead. Many of the swords had been broken. Even the swords that were not broken had lost their luster. They were like bodies that had lost their souls and could only become scrap metal. Of course, the sword chi here was also very heavy. However, this sword chi was more of resentment and was filled with an aura of endless resentment. Such a terrifying power caused Su Yan to feel a burst of fear in his heart. And so, the deeper he walked, the more desolate he felt in his heart. No, this was not just desolation but also a kind of sadness. At this moment, his gaze was even more focused on the front. Judging from the attitude of the divine sword earlier, it seemed that the divine sword was very concerned about this place. At this moment, Su Yan realized that there had been a change in his surroundings. The long swords in this place had actually begun to tremble. Countless long swords trembled as if the end of the world was about to come. In the next moment, these swords had already leaped up and directly surrounded Su Yan. Being surrounded by countless swords was definitely not a fun thing to do. If he was not careful, he would directly become a hornet's nest. These swords were originally dead swords, but at this moment they actually leaped up. This was obviously the control of the divine sword's mind. The divine sword did not want Su Yan to go inside. However, the more it did not want Su Yan to go inside, the stronger the thought in Su Yan's mind became. He directly increased his speed to the extreme. At the same time, he channeled his sword chi and broke through with all his strength. The terrifying power continued to collide, and a gap was directly created in the dense sword net. Boundless sword light flashed and a terrifying power descended, immediately shattering hundreds of broken swords. A sword without a soul is just a pair of scrap metal. You want to use this to stop me? You're dreaming. In an instant, Su Yan's aura had reached its peak. A huge aura spread out and then broke through. You are courting death. At this moment, a cold shout was heard. A terrifying sword chi chased after Su Yan. The speed of this sword chi was so fast that even Su Yan was frightened. In the face of such a terrifying sword, he had no choice but to stop his body. However, at this moment, the terrifying sword essence in front of Su Yan suddenly disappeared. Su Yan turned around and saw that Jianghu had attacked again. This was the first time that the second elder of the ghost-killing hall had failed. This was a huge blow to him, but he was definitely not willing to lose just like that. At this moment, the divine sword directly focused its attention on Su Yan. It was a good opportunity for him to attack. Jianghu condensed his own power. Outside his body, drops of blood began to flow out. The blood floated into the air, and the crimson blood flashed with an extremely shocking color. The drops of blood began to squirm and it was extremely strange. Blood soul burning spell. He shouted in a deep voice. Countless blood droplets rushed directly toward the divine sword. It was these blood droplets that instantly surrounded the divine sword, and then released an extremely terrifying light. This light continued to riot, and finally formed scarlet lightning. When Su Yan saw this scene, his first reaction was to be pleasantly surprised. Although the second elder was his enemy, he had helped him a lot at this time. For him, this was a heaven-sent opportunity, so he absolutely could not let go of it. The demonic dragon wings on his back stretched out, forming an extremely terrifying gale. Taking advantage of this gap, he instantly entered. Seeing that Su Yan had already entered, the divine sword finally became angry. At that moment, she simply ignored him and turned her gaze to Jianghu. You sword slave. It was still a calm voice, but this calmness contained a terrifying coldness. This coldness made Jianghu's whole body tremble. At this time, Jianghu realized that they had underestimated the divine sword. Although the divine sword had only recently begun to break out of its seal, it already had supreme power. Even among the 10 great divine swords of the 9 states, there was probably not a single one that could take human form. Therefore, this sword was very likely to be the head of the divine swords. At the beginning of the battle, Jianghu thought that he could subdue it. However, as the battle continued, he realized that the divine sword's power was almost endless. For some unknown reason, the divine sword was unwilling to use all of its power. However, as its power increased, the divine sword's power also became more terrifying. The powerful power became more and more violent. He used the blood soul burning curse, but it was actually unable to trap the other party. As soon as her voice fell, sword chi rose one after another. At this time, the sword intent that appeared became even more terrifying. The blood soul burning curse that he used was directly cut apart bit by bit. As the blood soul burning curse was cut apart, cracks appeared on the surface of his skin. He was a 3-origin venerable, but at this time he was actually unable to control his own body. He was even shocked to find that countless sword chi seemed to have appeared in his body. The sword chi continued to expand, wanting to directly cut his body apart. The powerful Gung Gue had a great reputation in the demonic sect and even in the cultivation world of the 9 states. However, at this time he was like a doll. Countless rays of light attacked and directly surrounded him. Under the terrifying rays of light, his consciousness dissipated bit by bit until finally, he lost his last bit of consciousness. The divine sword incarnation lightly floated in front of him. At this time, Gung Gue was lying on the ground, completely silent. The divine sword incarnation gently pointed, and Gung Gue's body directly floated up. Sword slave. Her voice sounded again, and then her feverish hair danced. A short thread turned into a small sword, and then directly drilled into his body. Not long after, Gung Gue directly stood up. At the beginning, his body was still somewhat shaky. It was obvious that he was not used to this kind of power. But in the end, his gaze finally became firm. Great God, your servant is at your service. At this time, the incomparably arrogant Gung Gue actually became so respectful. The divine sword incarnation gently smiled and then said, "Capture." Gung Gue had already become her servant. Although it was only a few words, he understood the divine sword incarnation's meaning. He directly said, "Don't worry, I will definitely capture that kid." Gung Gue's entire body turned into a stream of light, and then rushed in the direction of Su Yan. At this time, Su Yan had already heard 2 things. He stared blankly in front of him, and even his body began to tremble slightly. This was because at this time he saw an extremely terrifying existence. To be more precise, it was a light shadow. It had a pair of huge bat-like wings, and at the same time, it seemed to have a tail that was swaying. A demon. Moreover, this was definitely an extremely terrifying demon. Its strength was definitely above the Demon King that Su Yan saw last time. This was because although it was only a shadow, Su Yan's heart was already somewhat fearful. What was even more terrifying was that at this time, the Buddha's heart, the demon dragon's heart, and the demon lord's finger bone in his body were all trembling. Of course, this trembling was not out of fear but of resonance. To be able to make these existences resonate, the identity of the existence in front of him was already obvious. A demon god. This was the most terrifying demon god. Su Yan did not know where this light shadow came from, but he was already filled with deep fear of this light shadow. Of course, at this time his pupils contracted. Previously, his gaze was attracted by this terrifying light shadow, so much so that he did not notice that there was another person under this light shadow. This was a middle-aged man. At this time, he was shrouded in this dark shadow and was so inconspicuous. It was also because of this that Su Yan did not notice him at first. When he saw this man, Su Yan immediately confirmed his identity, Shuexingchuan. He and Xuedong were 80% similar, but of course there were also differences. It was impossible for Xuedong's face to have such vicissitudes of life, and it was also impossible for him to have such tranquility. Shuexingchuan, he actually saw Shuexingchuan here. At this moment, Su Yan did not know what to think, but Shuexingchuan still existed here. He was not dead yet. This was definitely good news. Su Yan took a step forward and walked directly towards Shuexingchuan. However, just as he took a step forward, he was immediately blocked by a black aura. The moment this aura appeared, it almost bombarded him with internal injuries. A cold glint flashed in his eyes. What a terrifying power. At this moment he calmed down and observed this dark light screen. Finally he made a judgment. He's still alive. This was his first judgment. Shuexingchuan was still alive. Although he was swallowed by this terrifying demonic shadow, if he looked carefully, Su Yan could still see that there was a faint light screen around his body, as if it was blocking this shadow from swallowing him. No, I have to break this barrier or I won't be able to enter. Su Yan's expression was somewhat serious. It was not easy to break this black screen. Chapter 620. Female Literature. Just as Su Yan was deep in thought, a terrifying explosion sounded out. The berserk power set off terrifying ripples one after another. These ripples spread out, causing one's heart to tremble in fear. Gung Gue. He immediately recognized this person. It was actually Gung Gue. But this Gung Gue should be fighting against the divine sword. Why would he appear here? Could it be that he had already subdued the divine sword? Impossible. Although this Gung Gue is powerful, that divine sword is clearly even more mysterious and unfathomable. Her power is simply terrifying, and it is very likely that she has already surpassed the 5 Essence Venerable. It is absolutely impossible for her to be subdued by Gung Gue. At this moment he suddenly thought of a word. Sword slave. If Gung Gue did not subdue the divine sword, then the other possibility was that the divine sword had already subdued Gung Gue, and this second elder of the ghost-killing hall had already become a sword slave. Su Yan's heart skipped a beat when he thought of the divine sword's cold eyes. This divine sword would definitely kill him. There was no doubt about this, and he had never doubted this point. Right now I am facing Gungue. I am simply courting death. This won't do. The only way out is to rely on this senior Shuexing Chuan. Su Yan forced himself to calm down, and then began to analyze the situation. His strength was not bad, but it was impossible for him to contend against a powerful venerable like Gungue. No, it should be said that if Gungue wanted to kill him, it would be extremely easy. However, this place was already sealed off. It was clearly impossible for him to leave this place. Furthermore, even if there was a way out, it was impossible for him to escape from this guy's hands. Therefore, if he wanted to live, he could only try to awaken Shuexing Chuan. Sword Dragon. He directly summoned the Sword Dragon. The Sword Dragon was a flying magic treasure he obtained from the Sword Well, but as his cultivation grew stronger, the Sword Dragon's second ability gradually awakened, which was to break through space. The current situation was already very obvious. If he wanted to live, he could only rely on the Sword Dragon's power and directly break through this black light screen. Only then would he have a chance to come into contact with Shuexing Chuan's body. At this moment, the scorching sun sword shone brightly and condensed into a crimson sword shadow. The sword shadow blasted forward, and at the same time the dark light screen also released an extremely powerful force, intending to destroy everything. Such a powerful force continued to churn, and the power of the backlash directly rushed into Su Yan's body. The force was so powerful that it actually injured Su Yan in an instant. However, even so, Su Yan did not retreat at all because he knew very well that once he did, it would mean that he had failed. He did not think that he would have a good ending if he fell into Gungue's hands. Sword Dragon, break this spatial barrier for me. He roared, not caring about his own injuries. At this moment, blood splattered out. His blood directly fused with the Sword Dragon. The Sword Dragon, which had already begun to wail, actually released a brilliant light at this moment. Then it began to tremble continuously. Terrifying power flickered at this moment. In the end, everything was destroyed. Almost at the same time, Gungue appeared behind Su Yan. Stop and listen to the will of our God. When Gungue's voice fell into Su Yan's ears, Su Yan knew that Gungue had indeed been controlled and had become the sword slave of the divine sword. His gaze once again fell on the terrifying demonic shadow. He had already speculated that this divine sword was probably related to this existence that might be a demon god. No wonder it was so evil. Fortunately, he had already broken through the black light screen. Before Gungue arrived, he directly rushed toward Shuexing Chuan. Gungue's speed was indeed incomparably fast. In just a moment he had already arrived in front of Su Yan. His eyes coldly looked at Su Yan and then he directly attacked. A huge ghost claw suddenly rushed toward Su Yan. Feeling this terrifying ghost claw, Su Yan only felt that the air around him seemed to have been suppressed. This kind of violent power was not something he could withstand at the moment. Now Su Yan could only place his hopes on Shuexing Chuan. He took out a token in his hand. This token was given to him by the Shui clan's ancestor. This was the ancestral token of the Shui clan, and it contained the unique bloodline power of the Shui clan. The reason Su Yan placed his hopes on Shuexing Chuan was because the Shui clan's ancestor had once said that if Shuexing Chuan was still alive, then this token would be able to help him. Senior of the Shui clan, Ancestor Shui told me to come. Hurry up and wake up. He directly channeled his power and forced his body toward Shuexing Chuan. Unfortunately, Shuexing Chuan was completely indifferent. At this moment, Gungue's power had already arrived. A terrifying palm slammed into Su Yan's back, causing him to suddenly fall forward. Gungue's palm was definitely not light, and it even contained a trace of killing intent. When he had attacked the black barrier, Su Yan had already been injured. Now his injuries were even more serious. The token in his hand flew out of his hand. Oh no! It must be known that the power of this token needed to be activated, but before he could use the secret method to activate the token's power, Gungue's attack had already arrived. You still want to leave now? You'll become a sword slave. Gungue's other hand lightly shook, and then a faint silver light appeared in his hand. This was also a sword intent. As expected, this divine sword still wanted to enslave him. But at this time, how could Su Yan dare to let this sword intent enter his knowledge sea again? Last time, if Gungue had not fought with the divine sword and restrained its power, he would have been able to seize the opportunity and use all his means to break free from this power. Although this sword intent was not as bright as before, the power it contained was even more terrifying than before. If he was hit by this sword intent at this time, he would not have any more chances and would become a sword slave from then on. Su Yan leaned on the scorching sun sword and then half-squatted. He stared fiercely at Gung. At this time, Gung was almost the same as the soul sword slave before, expressionless and just executing the divine sword's power. Huff huff huff. Su Yan struggled to breathe, at the same time adjusting his body to make his power flow more smoothly. He deeply understood that this guy in front of him was definitely not someone he could defeat, but even if he could not defeat him, he was not willing to sit still and wait for death. You want to enslave me? That's absolutely impossible. Even if he died, he would not choose to become a sword slave. What was even stranger was that as Gung approached, the powerful pressure became more and more terrifying. Su Yan struggled to stand up, and then activated the scorching sun sword again. After being attacked twice in a row, his spirit chi was almost exhausted, and it was very difficult for him to stand up at this time. However, he would never admit defeat. In this predicament, he had no other choice, so he finally began to communicate with the great demonic dragon's heart. The heart of the great demonic dragon's heart throbbed, and the powerful force once again spread out. Su Yan's expression changed strangely, and the demonic dragon's wings and demonic dragon's scales appeared. At this time, Su Yan was in a complete state because he knew that if he did not use all his power, he would immediately die forever. In the face of death, no matter what it was, he could not care less. His sword became even sharper, and a terrifying sword chi was activated at this time. This was the strength of his life. Gradually, his eyes began to change, and at the same time, the power in his left hand began to be released. A dark golden light floated, and turned into a mysterious rune. At this time, Gung laughed coldly, and then his whole body pounced on Su Yan. As the second elder of the ghost-killing hall, his fighting strength was really terrifying. Just this move alone brought about an extremely terrifying pressure on Su Yan. He pressed down with his palm, and an extremely powerful force directly appeared. The moment this force appeared, it immediately turned into a pitch-black ghost claw, as if it wanted to tear Su Yan apart. Deity Vanquishing Sword. Su Yan shouted in a low voice. The feeling of fighting the deity vanquishing sword in this state was really terrifying. An incomparably powerful force directly swept out, as if a terrifying tornado was constantly gathering. At this time, his consciousness was on the verge of collapse, because under the stimulation of death, the demonic dragon's blood boiled even more, and the Buddha's heart began to jump. The two completely different forces awakened at the same time, turning into two voices that constantly shook in Su Yan's mind. The deity vanquishing sword finally rose against the heavens, and then directly collided with the terrifying ghost claw. Countless gales even began to tear apart the world. This kind of power was really terrifying, and under the deity vanquishing sword, the ghost claw actually shattered. It had to be said that Su Yan's true realm was only at the pinnacle of the triple dragon realm, but Gung had already reached the three origin realm. The difference between the two of them was indescribable, but even so, Su Yan had actually blocked this attack. This result was simply shocking. Of course, that was all there was to it. Although Su Yan had managed to block the attack, he had also paid a huge price. The demonic dragon's scales on his body shattered, and the demonic dragon's wings immediately turned into nothingness. Countless wounds had appeared on the surface of his body at this time. Blood flowed out from these wounds, and he was dyed in blood in an instant. Even though he had a heaven-defying battle skill and the demonic dragon's blood, the difference in strength could not be ignored. In the end, Su Yan continued to rely on physical strength to withstand. If it had been the original Gung, he would have definitely been surprised because this kind of battle strength was really rare. Even the geniuses of the demonic sect would not be able to achieve this. Unfortunately, he was now just a sword slave without any feelings. Chapter 621. Female Literature. After taking that hit, Su Yan couldn't even stand up. His injuries were too severe, and that terrifying attack was far beyond what he could have imagined. Strength. This was all because of strength. If his realm was high enough and he was strong enough, he wouldn't be in such a bad situation. If he had the same realm as Gung, no, he didn't need to. As long as his realm was above the 6 dragons, he would be able to better utilize the power of the demon dragon's heart and the Buddha's heart. When that time came, he would have nothing to fear. However, he was merely at the 3 dragons realm. Therefore, no matter what he did, he could only stop one attack from his opponent. That was all. At that moment, Su Yan's mind was completely blank. He didn't feel sorry for himself, and he didn't have any other thoughts. He just tried his best to struggle. Su Yan was not willing to become a slave, even if he had to die. He was using the cloud mist technique. Even though the effect of the cloud mist technique on him would be greatly reduced, he was still making his final effort. No matter what, he had to try. He couldn't give up hope. Gung was getting closer, and at that moment Su Yan felt a strange movement come from the crimson fire sword case. The Godslayer sword. Since Gung had become a sword slave, his body must be filled with the aura of the Godslayer sword. At such a close distance, the Godslayer sword in the crimson fire sword case once again felt the aura of the Godslayer sword and began to go berserk. Su Yan changed his mind. Although he didn't want to provoke the Godslayer sword or even come into contact with it, he was in a life-and-death situation, so there was nothing to worry about. Perhaps the appearance of the Godslayer sword would give him a chance of survival. Gung was already in front of Su Yan. His sword intent flowed and he was already closing in on Su Yan. Just as he was about to release the Godslayer sword from the crimson fire sword case, a rough voice suddenly sounded. "Get out of my way, you filthy thing." As soon as the voice finished speaking, a beam of sword chi shot out. This was the most stunning and powerful sword chi Su Yan had ever seen. This person's sword cultivation had reached the pinnacle. The powerful sword will moved and directly repelled Gung Gue was a three-origin venerable. His battle prowess was even more terrifying, but he was forced back in a very sorry state. Xue Xingchuan. Su Yan's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that Xue Xingchuan had woken up? He turned his head with great effort and saw that the middle-aged man who had his eyes closed had already woken up. Originally, his surroundings were ordinary, but at this time, there was actually a huge aura condensing around him. That was an endless amount of sword chi. Such a terrifying sword chi was comparable to the divine swords outside. Xue Xingchuan, the #1 genius of the Xue clan, was also the sword head of the Sublime Flow Sword School. In Su Yan's most dangerous moment, this terrifying figure had finally woken up. He directly told Su Yan, "Brat, you are not a disciple of the Xue family." Su Yan bitterly smiled and said, "Junior Su Yan was entrusted by the Xue family ancestor to come here to find Senior." At this time, Su Yan noticed that the ancestral medallion was in Xue Xingchuan's hand. It must have been the medallion that had awakened Xue Xingchuan. This was truly dangerous. If Xue Xingchuan couldn't wake up, he could use the Godslayer sword as a last resort. However, this was truly too dangerous. Xue Xingchuan looked at Su Yan and smiled. "Junior, you are truly amazing to be able to come here. Don't worry, you used the ancestral medallion to wake me up. To me this is a life-saving grace." His gaze then fell on Gung Gue of the Ghost-Killing Hall? "I really didn't expect that even someone like you would be reduced to a sword slave. It seems that the power of the evil sword has reached a certain level." Xue Xingchuan stood up and walked towards Su Yan. Su Yan noticed that when Xue Xingchuan stood up, everything around him started to change. Bolts of black lightning shot out from the black shadow. These bolts of black lightning seemed to want to kill him. However, Xue Xingchuan said, "You are just the shadow of a dead demon god. You want to imprison me here forever? Since I have woken up, it is time for your shadow to break." At this time he raised his hand. In his palm, countless cyclones started to condense. A violent power crazily rose. Then, a long sword appeared in his hand out of thin air, condensing chi into a sword. Just this move alone was enough to make Su Yan admire him. This kind of method of creating something out of nothing was truly amazing. If he could be like Xue Xingchuan today, then he wouldn't need to be afraid of anything. Of course, he also understood that it was impossible to reach for what was beyond one's grasp and achieve it overnight. However, this didn't matter at all. As long as he persevered in his cultivation, there would be a way. However, the most important thing now was to survive. At this time he had witnessed Xue Xingchuan's power with his own eyes. Xue Xingchuan's power was truly terrifying. It was no wonder that he was praised by the Xue family's ancestor. This kind of power was truly terrifying. The demonic shadow began to disperse under his sword. In the end it completely disappeared. At this time he shifted his gaze to Gung Gue. "Someone as powerful as you can only be a sword slave. I'm sure you must be very unwilling to accept this. Since that's the case, let me send you on a journey and help you break free." As his voice fell, he directly slashed out with his sword. That terrifying sword light flashed again, and at this time, it actually displayed an extremely violent aura. At this time, a trace of uneasiness flashed in Gung Gue's eyes. Then, the terrifying ghost shadow pounced from behind him and guarded him tightly. The terrifying sword chi fell on the ghost shadow, erupting with an earth-shattering aura. Such a powerful force spread out and swept through the surrounding rocks and mountain walls. Countless broken swords were shattered by such an attack. At this moment, the light in the sky was constantly swaying. This kind of power was truly terrifying. At this time, the ghost shadow had become extremely dim, as if it would dissipate at any time. From this, it could be seen how powerful Xianxia's sword was. Nonetheless, Gungue was indeed terrifying. After forcefully withstanding the sword attack, his complexion only dimmed a lot, but there was no other abnormality that really appeared. However, at this time he finally turned around and left, as if he was no longer willing to face Xianxia. This greatly surprised Su Yan. Su Yan could see that Gungue clearly still had the strength to fight. Moreover, he had already become a sword slave, so he probably didn't know what fear was. Perhaps he would die in the next moment, but at this time he would still charge forward without any regard for his life. But now he decisively retreated. You still want to leave? At this time, Xianxia had no intention of letting him go. At this moment he attacked again. With a slight movement, he immediately triggered endless sword chi. This sword chi directly turned into a sword cage, trapping Gungue inside. However, at this time, Gungue's eyes burst out with a cold light. It was a scarlet light like the light of destruction. This light flickered, and immediately, countless cold lights appeared. The cold lights twisted and immediately tore through everything. This kind of violent power was truly awe-inspiring. In the darkness, a pair of mysterious eyes seemed to have begun to descend. These were the mysterious eyes of the Ghost Emperor. Su Yan carefully observed. Like Shura's power, this was definitely not a power that belonged to this world. It came from the netherworld. It was very likely that the owner of this pair of eyes was a super expert from the mysterious world. At this time, Su Yan suddenly noticed something strange. At this moment, Gungue's entire body began to sway, as if he was having a seizure. When the Ghost Emperor's eyes appeared, it didn't attack Xianxia. Instead, it directly pierced the scarlet light into Gungue's body. Even Suya was dumbfounded by this. At this time, Xianxia said, "Ghost Emperor's eyes. Gungue, you've actually raised your cultivation to this level. I don't know if you can break free this time." As if he had seen through Su Yan, Xianxia directly said to Su Yan, "This Ghost Emperor's eyes is a great secret of the Ghost Killing Hall. He can summon the mysterious Ghost Emperor and then communicate with his own power. In other words, he can sacrifice himself to the Ghost Emperor. Now that the will of the Ghost Emperor's eyes has descended, it's obvious that it has discovered the power of the evil sword in his body, which is why it reacted this way." Hearing Xianxia's words, Su Yan also understood some of the reasoning behind it. In short, Gungue originally cultivated the secret of the Ghost Killing Hall and was a follower of the Ghost Emperor. But now the evil sword had forcefully pierced his sword intent and twisted his faith. Previously, under the stimulation of Xianxia's power, he instinctively wanted to summon the Ghost Emperor to protect himself. Whether he can break free or not will depend on his own fate. Xianxia stopped attacking. This prodigy of the Shui clan seemed to have some friendship with the person in front of him, which was why he wanted to help him. The light of the Ghost Emperor's eyes grew brighter and brighter. Gungue was in extreme pain. In his eyes, the silver light and scarlet light were constantly alternating. However, it was at this moment that a powerful sword intent suddenly descended from afar, piercing towards the Ghost Emperor. The Ghost Emperor's shadow was directly hit by the sword intent and began to dissipate. Chapter 622. Female Literature. The Divine Sword's true body had arrived. That woman had appeared not far away. She was the one who had released the sword intent earlier. This divine sword was truly terrifying. Her sword intent was even more terrifying than Xianxia's. The Ghost Emperor had been destroyed by her attack, turning into green smoke and dissipating. At the same time, the red light on Gungue's body had also disappeared. Silver light had completely taken over his body. The divine sword's gaze fell on Xianxia and finally stopped. Xianxia only smiled coldly. It was obvious that he did not care about the Ghost Emperor. "Evil sword, back then you sealed me here but you were unable to kill me. Instead you allowed me to break out of the seal. Today it seems that it's time for us to settle this." Xianxia walked out, the light in his eyes frowning. At this moment he had already raised his aura to the extreme. Su Yan did not know what had happened back then, but Su Yan could roughly guess what had happened. At this moment both sides were preparing for battle. At this moment, anyone would feel immense pressure. Su Yan had originally thought that it would be an extremely terrifying battle, but he did not expect the divine sword to turn around and leave. Even Gungue did not stop and left with her. As she left, her gaze fell on Su Yan. That gaze, other than being cold, had an indescribable meaning. Xianxia was not surprised. He only said to Su Yan, "It seems that the evil sword has a deep grudge against you. What did you do to her? Su Yan, it was clear that the evil sword wanted to do something to him from the beginning. But before Su Yan could answer, Xingchuan continued, no matter what, you must be careful. The evil sword's formation is related to the demon god during the ancient war. Her power is extremely terrifying. What she is showing now is not her full power, so her retreat is actually a good thing for me. Seeing Xingchuan's current appearance, Su Yan finally understood. It turned out that this senior was just putting on an act. However, this senior was truly amazing. Even his act was so convincing. Xingchuan no longer paid any attention to Su Yan and directly walked out. Alright brat, we should leave. If I'm not wrong, there will be many experts coming soon. At that time it will be troublesome. Although Xingchuan had just woken up, he was still able to determine the situation. If the divine sword had not encountered something special, it would not have retreated so easily. Back then he had a deep grudge with Xie Jian had sealed him here, but his body was also injured. If conditions permitted, Xie Jian would have already attacked him. However, the strange thing was that Xie Jian actually let him go at this moment. Moreover, Xingchuan had already sensed a few signs. The world of ice and snow outside had already begun to fall into chaos. This was a sign that many experts had descended and were beginning to directly attack. We have to leave this place. If we continue to stay here, I'm afraid you'll die here. Su Yan nodded silently, then said, I'll have to trouble you, senior. At this time he was already heavily injured. He could not even get up. If he wanted to leave this place, he could only rely on Xingchuan. Xingchuan did not waste any time. He directly carried him and said, as expected, after sensing the divine sword's aura, these fellows swarmed over like a swarm of bees. Aha, the divine sword. I'm afraid these fellows are all here to die. Xingchuan's words shocked Su Yan. He knew that these fellows that Xingchuan mentioned were most likely venerables. But now, according to what Xingchuan said, these venerables were all here to die. This was simply unimaginable. Senior, do you know something? Su Yan asked directly. Know what? I don't know anything. After he finished speaking, he directly leaped up. As expected of a senior expert. Above their heads was clearly a thick rock wall, but he did not care at all. He directly exerted his strength and broke it layer by layer. That valiant strength made Su Yan feel incomparably ashamed. Xingchuan was right. The world of ice and snow outside was completely chaotic. Powerful and terrifying forces were fiercely oppressing this world. Because of the gate of true void, this world was actually very fragile. If the power of a venerable forcefully barged in, it would cause an impact. Therefore, venerables were generally unwilling to set foot here. Because once the world of ice and snow was attacked, it would definitely counterattack. Even venerables would not be able to withstand such a counterattack. But now, the aura of the divine sword had attracted all of their cultivations. The power of the counterattack was naturally strong. But at this moment, there were so many of them that they didn't care about this aura at all. Powerful and violent forces continued to attack, turning this place into a land of disaster. The sky was constantly twisting as if the gravel was about to collapse. Countless glaciers began to shatter like glass shards. They could not withstand such a terrifying force at all. Everything between heaven and earth was heading toward destruction. These venerables were all first-class experts. At this moment, almost all of them had arrived here. The Devil Sect, the Taihang Sword Faction, the Blazing Flame Sect. Each of the venerables displayed their own methods. It was simply terrifying. Such a violent force caused the world to begin to tremble. At this moment, Su Yan looked at this doomsday-like scene and was shocked. Powerful, this was really too powerful. Perhaps this terrifying power would cause this world to collapse in the next moment. Okay. There's actually an underground world. The divine sword's light is emitted from here. Immediately, a venerable discovered the huge cave created by the devil soul destruction. At this moment, all the venerables were shocked and directly rushed down. The Shui family's ancestor had already sensed the divine sword's aura. Among everyone, he needed the divine sword the most. This was because the others only obtained the divine sword to become more powerful, but he wanted it to survive. The powerful aura directly rushed towards the cave. In the sky, the experts of the three major sects had already begun to attack. The venerables of the Devil Sect were jointly suppressed by the Blazing Flame Sect and the Taihang Sword Faction. After the previous incident, the Taihang Sword Faction and the Blazing Flame Sect had already joined forces to fight against the Devil Sect. In addition, the Devil Sect was already very powerful. Naturally, both sides would join forces to eliminate them directly. At this moment, the entire world was trembling non-stop. Everything was heading toward destruction. This terrifying force made one's heart tremble. It even gave one an extremely surreal feeling. Su Yin had already left the cave under Xianxia's protection. At this moment he finally could not help but ask, Senior Xianxia, since this sword is an evil sword and is even related to the devil god, why don't you let the experts join forces to destroy it directly? No matter how powerful this evil sword was, with so many experts joining forces, they should be able to destroy it. However, at this moment Xianxia shook his head. Then he looked at Su Yin and said, Haha, you're too naive. Do you think that they would believe me if I told them this? Alright, you'd better not meddle in other people's business. First, you should quietly recover from your injuries. I can't take you out of here now and no one knows what's going to happen next. Su Yin knew that Senior Xianxia was right. Right now he could not even take care of himself. After all, his cultivation was too low. There was no way he could care about these things. Alright, I understand. After he finished speaking, he immediately began to circulate the power in his body. At this moment, even Xianxia was surprised when he started to circulate his enormous power. What an interesting kid to be able to explode with such power. He's only in the 3 dragons realm, but he doesn't lose to an ordinary person in the 7 dragons realm, or even the 8 dragons realm. What a freak. And the special state he used just now was able to withstand Jianghu's attack. What a surprise. He was well aware of how powerful Jianghu was. Back then, before he disappeared, he had exchanged blows with Jianghu. The two of them were almost evenly matched. Now his strength had increased. Although he was confident that he could defeat Jianghu, he still had to admit that this guy was terrifying. However, Su Yin had actually blocked his attack. Moreover, after blocking the attack he did not die. He only lay down on the ground. In his opinion, this was already an extremely rare thing. Such strength could only be described with one word: terrifying. At this moment, the clouds in the sky became heavier and heavier. This heavy pressure made it hard for people to breathe. While the many venerables were fighting, the world changed again. At this moment, an incomparably bright light rushed directly into the sky. Sword rays directly stood in the sky. These swords were incomparably huge, connecting the sky and the earth. It was simply daunting. Su Yan's heart was filled with love. He didn't know how he should describe this scene. Sure enough, this evil sword is scheming. No wonder the strength he displayed before was so weak. It turns out that he wanted to accumulate strength and explode at this moment. Su Yin did not understand, but Xianxia had already spoken. Look, after these swords are all connected, doesn't this place look like a birdcage? Xianxia asked calmly. However, at this moment, Su Yin was so stunned that he almost forgot to circulate his cultivation method. A birdcage. It was not just similar, it was practically a birdcage. This place had actually become a huge birdcage. What was this guy trying to do? Chapter 623. Girls' Literature. A large number of venerables were gathered here. A venerable one's strength was formidable, and his combat strength was terrifying. Even a venerable one could easily destroy mountains and cut off rivers. Moreover, there were so many experts gathered here. With so many experts gathered here, how terrifying would the power be if they all burst out at the same time? It was unimaginable to trap so many experts here at the same time. However, he had already started to do so. Xianxia said that this sword was an evil sword. Now that he thought about it, that was indeed the case. If it wasn't an evil sword, how could it be so crazy? At this moment, even Su Yin could see the current situation, so these experts naturally did as well. They lifted their heads and stared at the sky. They discovered that this underground world had been sealed off, and they were trapped in a cage like birds in a cage. However, none of the venerables showed any signs of panic. Their strength was not to be underestimated. They didn't even put this situation in their eyes. Many of them even smiled at the situation in front of them. How interesting. Have we become turtles in a jar? Although they didn't care, the crisis was still imminent and the battle between them had to stop. The experts from the demonic sect, the Taihang sword faction, and the blazing flame sect were separated into 2 groups. Okay, I feel like it's not a good time for us to fight. Someone has clearly set up a trap to keep us here. An expert from the Sanluo temple said. Old man Zhou, do we need you to say that? We're not blind. Can't we see the situation clearly? However, this isn't the most important thing right now. The most important thing is to find the person who set this up. To be honest, I'm looking forward to seeing how bold this person is to set up so many of us. I really want to know how powerful he is. This was an expert from the Fiery Flame sect. His cultivation was so terrifying that he was only slightly weaker than the sect leader and a few others. At this time, the Taihang sword faction, the Wang family's ancestor, suddenly said, "The devil sect has always been cunning. Old Devil Zhou, I have received news that your ghost-killing hall's people have already made arrangements in advance, and seem to have used a secret technique to enter the underground world ahead of time. Could it be that the current method was set up by your devil sect?" As soon as the Wang family's patriarch spoke, the expressions of the other supremacies also changed. Everyone knew how powerful the devil sect was. If this was really the devil sect's plan, then what exactly did the devil sect want to do? Could it be that their ambitions had swelled to the point where they wanted to annihilate everyone at the same time? When old man Zhou from Dark Azura Hall saw everyone's gazes land on him, his face couldn't help but darken. There was no need to say much about his own strength, but the people around him were all powerhouses, and almost all of them were on par with him. It wasn't just the Fiery Flame sect, the disciples of the Taihang sword faction, and the other supremacies outside of the three major sects also had their eyes on him. These powerhouses who came from afar all wanted the divine sword. Now that they suddenly heard that the devil sect had made arrangements in advance, they were naturally on high alert. They were afraid that the devil sect had already taken the initiative. The fight for the divine sword would definitely be very fierce. Even if they only took the initiative, they were already very far ahead. Moreover, although these sects that came from afar were far away from the devil sect, the strength of the devil sect and their ambitions were well known. After all, the devil sect had once stirred up a huge war in the ancient times. Although almost 10,000 years had passed, these powerful sects would still pass down the terrifying information of the past to their descendants. The devil sect was truly ambitious, causing people to be wary and on high alert. At this moment, countless clear and bright lights began to appear between heaven and earth. The appearance of these lights was like the light of the heavens, directly falling down, causing people's hearts to be filled with horror. Even these powerful supremacies were already terrified when faced with such an unforeseen event. Previously they were still indifferent, but now they could no longer be so calm. At this moment they were already feeling extremely powerful pressure. This pressure was simply indescribable, as if something was shackling above their heads. "What is this? How dare you play tricks in front of me? You're courting death." At this moment, a hot-tempered supremacy finally couldn't take it anymore and directly chose to attack. An ethereal wind suddenly appeared, and then directly condensed into a huge wind blade. The wind blade flickered and directly flew towards the sky. That berserk power displayed the enormous strength of that exalted a two-origin supremacy. The higher the cultivation realm, the more difficult it was. But now, this supremacy's strength had already reached such a level. He wasn't an expert from the three major sects, but the divine wind sect that came from afar. This sect's most powerful ability was to circulate the wind. At this moment, as soon as he attacked, it immediately condensed into an extremely terrifying wind blade. The seemingly ordinary wind blade contained great power that could almost cut through the wind. Such a terrifying method made many people very wary. If it wasn't a last resort, they absolutely didn't want to fight with this person. When he attacked, everyone's attention was focused on it. This was an extremely rare opportunity to see the real situation. At this moment, the aurora and the terrifying power had directly collided. The attack of the Venerable from the Divine Wind sect was already powerful enough. However, what made everyone surprised was that when the attack collided with the berserk power, it was instantly eliminated into nothingness. In other words, the power of a two-origin supremacy was actually so weak in front of this aurora. What a powerful light! What's going on? Why is there such power? Could it be that the ancient demon god has awakened? That Venerable of the Divine Wind sect who had attacked immediately retreated backwards, and narrowly avoided this attack. However, his face had become very ugly. Obviously, the previous close combat had made him pay a certain price. At this time there were tigers and wolves around and he was injured. Not to mention there was the existence of the mysterious aurora. Naturally, he felt uncomfortable in his heart. In addition to him, everyone's face was also very ugly. "Friend, why don't you just come out? Since you've set up this situation, it means that you have enough confidence to deal with us. Since that's the case, why are you still hiding?" The old ancestor of the Shui family stood in the sky and said loudly. The sky was very quiet and his voice kept echoing. At this time, a light flashed in Su Yan's eyes. The Shui family's great ancestor had also come here. He looked at Shui Xingchuan, wanting to know how Shui Xingchuan would react. However, to his surprise, Shui Xingchuan was so calm at this time, as if he didn't see the Shui family's great ancestor here. He didn't speak and Su Yan also didn't speak. He just looked at the sky. The Shui family's great ancestor frowned because until now no one had come. What was this guy trying to do? At this time, the aurora was constantly swaying, as if it would suppress from the sky at any time. Everyone had already seen the power of this aurora, and no one was willing to challenge it again. And if this aurora directly suppressed them, then they could only admit that they were unlucky. At this time, Xianxia suddenly whispered, "Su Yin, once you have the chance, leave here. This place is no longer a place where you can stay." Xianxia said very solemnly, but he didn't explain the reason to Su Yin. Su Yin didn't answer and just looked forward. At this time, the huge bird cage began to become more oppressive, and then a shadow suddenly appeared. Su Yin looked in the direction of the shadow and saw an extremely beautiful person standing there quietly. Her gaze was so calm, and her entire person was filled with an extremely serene aura. Su Yin naturally wouldn't forget this person who suddenly appeared, because it was her who almost made Su Yin lose his life. Divine sword. No, it should be the evil sword. Her power seems to have become even stronger. Su Yin said softly. At this time, Xianxia continued, "Her name is Cold Jade and it was originally a saint's sword. However, this sword later backfired on its owner, and directly killed the saint." When Xianxia said this, Su Yin felt as if the sky before him was about to collapse. This sword killed the saint. Su Yin didn't know how powerful the saint was because in his opinion, whether it was Xianxia or the saints in front of him, they were all extremely powerful and terrifying figures. To them, destroying mountains and severing rivers was as easy as flipping their palms. However, Su Yin knew that even such figures were extremely weak in front of the saint. They couldn't even withstand a single blow. However, this sword actually backfired on its owner and then killed the saint. You will be very surprised. In fact, I was the same when I first heard this news. That's why the power and terror of this sword is beyond your imagination. Even though there are 13 venerables here, you should understand that in front of an evil sword capable of killing heavenly sovereigns, I'm afraid. Gulp. Su Yin swallowed a mouthful of saliva with difficulty. His entire person had become extremely sluggish. Then what is the evil sword trying to do? Su Yin finally asked. He felt that Xianxia must know something. No, he must know a lot of things, and Su Yin wanted to know everything, so asking this person in front of him was the best way.
Chapter 3051. Presumptuous. The purplish warbler laughed the moment he saw Yi Xian. Although his expression was normal, he was howling in grief in his heart. This day had finally come. Yi Xian had always been brooding over Lulua's death. Although it wasn't actually his fault, the fact that Lulua had died in front of him was something that couldn't be erased. Especially when Yi Xian had revealed the demonkin's mental strength to prove that he was a demonkin in order to deceive Ba Chai, who was the head scout of the Black Wind at the time. This had left a lingering sense of guilt in Yi Xian's heart. At that time, Lulua's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. Her eyes were filled with despair, as if she had been deceived by someone she trusted. It was with this regretful feeling that she had been reduced to a mist of blood by Ba Chai's fist and perished from then on. He had never intended to avoid or shirk responsibility for this matter. He had always intended to explain clearly to the purplish warbler in the future, and let him deal with him as he pleased. He only wanted to be at ease. However, that could only be done in private, because this matter would expose many of Yi Xian's secrets, such as the fact that he possessed the demonkin's mental strength. Even though he had decided to return to the human race of the Third World, Yi Xian didn't intend to expose this fact to the Undying Dynasty. Therefore, Yi Xian really couldn't tell the truth in this situation where there were so many unrelated people present. If the purplish warbler suddenly asked, he could only stammer and delay for a while. When the two of them were alone, he would tell him everything. The problem was that when the purplish warbler had shouted at him, he had already mentioned this matter. Furthermore, he had suspiciously asked if Yi Xian had done something unspeakable to Lulua. Otherwise, why would he feel so guilty and run away the more he shouted? Now that they had met, if Yi Xian continued to stammer on this matter, the purplish warbler would definitely become even more suspicious. It would be troublesome if he made a scene here, however. What Yi Xian didn't expect was that just as he was feeling miserable and didn't know if all of this would really happen, and was wondering if he should quickly think of a way to divert Xianxia's attention and temporarily avoid this matter, there was actually a person who took the initiative to jump out and help him out of this situation. "You're not Long Xian." With a shocked expression on his face, Imperial Uncle Long Tianba's eyes sparkled with a bright light. His gaze locked onto Yi Xian's face as he suddenly roared out these words. In an instant, everyone was stunned, and the expressions on their faces changed rapidly. Some were suspicious, some were at a loss, and as for Xianxia, even a wisp of dense uneasiness appeared in her eyes. Only now did she realize that as Prince Xian's uncle, Long Tianba must have seen Prince Xian before. Thus, as long as Yi Xian appeared, he would immediately discover the truth. At this moment, the purplish warbler's heart began to feel anxious. The Immortal Army's 3-star general, Naples, was stunned for a moment. He frowned slightly, but didn't say anything. His gaze swept over Yi Xian's body, clearly indicating that he didn't want to interfere in this matter and was going to watch from the sidelines for now. Yi Xian immediately sneered. He immediately pulled up the information related to this person from his devouring system. He had already expected this to happen. After all, his current appearance wasn't that of the Long Xian who was locked in the myriad hell at the bottom of the Black Wind. He didn't look like the Long Xian who was eaten by a 7-star general ladle because he had a big mouth. In reality, it was hard to confirm whether the Long Xian back then was the real Prince Xian. After all, he was still in the process of undergoing the immortal imperial family's ultimate trial. It was possible to change one's appearance, and the possibility was extremely high. As such, Yi Xian gave up on the idea of changing his appearance to Long Xian's, and simply showed his original appearance to others. Because of this, as soon as he stepped into this flagship fortress, he had already issued an order to the devouring system, asking the personal space communication system attached to the system to immediately connect to the main control center of this flagship and secretly steal all the necessary information. For example, the appearance of the immortal imperial family's members, their cultivation realms, their factions, and so on. As such, he immediately found out Long Tianba's identity as soon as he flipped through the information, including the fact that he supported the second prince, Long Shumian. He also found out that Prince Xian was ranked 18th among the direct descendants of the immortal imperial family, and that he didn't usually get along with Long Tianba's royal uncle. Of course, some of the information wasn't directly recorded in the database of this flagship fortress. However, the system had the ability to analyze data. With the power of the devouring system, it was obviously very easy for it to analyze the relevant information. As such, Yi Xian was immediately certain. A cold smile of ridicule flashed across his face. He glanced at the suspicious Long Tianba and laughed. "Oh, isn't this royal uncle Tianba? The chances of seeing you here are even lower than seeing a ghost. Could it be that after second brother died, royal uncle had no choice but to take a liking to me, old 18th? That's truly a blessing from the heavens." A few simple words were enough to point out that Long Tianba supported the second prince, Long Shumian. Even among the upper echelons of the immortal imperial family, there were many people who didn't know about this. After all, this kind of internal strife and competition within the immortal imperial family was usually carried out in secret and couldn't be made public. Even Naples, a 3-star general of the immortal army, had only found out about the secret half a day ago through a top-secret document in the ship's data center after he led his troops into the first universe again and had the opportunity to temporarily command this 100,000-meter-wide starry fortress. Thus, when Yi Xian said this, the faint suspicion in Naples' eyes instantly disappeared without a trace. If it wasn't the real Prince Xian, how could he know about this? This imperial uncle Long Tianba Long must have reprimanded Prince Xian because he had changed his appearance. He must have been out of his mind. Could it be that Prince Xian was still using his original appearance in the final trial? This time, the old man took the initiative to ask to represent the royal family to come to the first universe with him. He probably didn't have good intentions at all. After all, Prince Xian's reputation had spread greatly, and he already posed a threat to the second prince, whom he supported. When he thought of this, Naples' expression immediately darkened. If the other party wanted to deal with Prince Xian, that would be making an enemy out of him. He was still hoping to curry favor with Prince Xian and have a meteoric rise. And now, the opportunity to express his goodwill to Prince Xian had clearly arrived. Just as Naples was secretly delighted and was about to take this opportunity to say something, whether or not he would offend the royal uncle Long Tianba, he had to let Prince Xian feel his goodwill. Chapter 3052. What is his cultivation? Impudent! As this shout rang out, a vast and boundless aura instantly spread out from within Long Tianba's body. He had actually unleashed his origin first-level cultivation in a fit of anger. He was clearly putting on the airs of an elder in order to give Yi Xian a warning. Before this, the reason why Long Tianba had yelled out "You're not Long Xian" was because of his intuition. How could Long Tianba not have thought about the fact that Long Xian would change his appearance in the final trial? However, the 18th prince had always been the weakest of the 18 princes of the immortal imperial family. He was always timid and afraid of trouble. Because of this, He was the only one among the 18 princes who didn't have the support of the other members of the imperial family. He only had an old mother and an old servant who had never left him. Normally, when Long Xian saw his imperial uncle on the undying star of the imperial capital, he would nod his head and bow, respectfully flattering him to the point of no return. But just now when Yi Xian arrived, his gaze clearly swept across the entire top-floor command cabin, taking in everyone's figures. He directly ignored his imperial uncle and didn't have any reaction at all. It was because of this, as well as the fact that Yi Xian's current appearance wasn't Long Xian's original appearance, that Long Tianba became suspicious. However, this suspicion instantly disappeared after hearing Yi Xian's words. Long Tianba's thoughts were the same as Naples'. If the person in front of him wasn't the real Long Xian, how could he know all this? However, it was also because he was certain that Yi Xian was Prince Xian that the anger in his heart suddenly exploded. In the past, this brat would nod his head and kowtow whenever he saw him. Now that he had gotten a bit of a fake reputation, he actually acted like a petty person who had gotten his way in the blink of an eye. He didn't even respect his imperial uncle and dared to mock him in front of everyone. Long Tianba was already used to Long Xian's weakness and flattery. How could he adapt to this sudden change? That was why he flew into a rage, and even revealed the aura of his origin realm cultivation. His goal was to intimidate the other party. At the same time, it was also a form of probing. This was also the reason why he had taken the initiative to request to represent the immortal royal family in coming to the first universe. If Prince Xian were to be frightened by him and cower in an instant, then no matter how great his reputation was or how popular he would not be a cause for concern. He was just a piece of mud that could not be supported. There was no need to pay attention to him. However, if the other party's performance was anything else, regardless of whether it was tough or feigning civility, it could at least explain one thing. The ultimate trial this time had indeed changed Prince Xian. Regardless of whether this change was good or bad, they had to treat it seriously when they returned. After all, with Prince Xian's current reputation, he posed a threat to all the other princes. Yi Xian was unaware of all of this, and he was too lazy to think about it. He only knew one thing. He was now a prince, and a very popular one at that. Since he was a prince, it was only natural for him to be a little foppish and arrogant. Although the person in front of him was the imperial uncle, from the perspective of potential, the so-called imperial court might not be as important as having a prince who was currently popular. He no longer had the chance to sit on the throne of Xiao. He had already lost in the battle for the throne. However, a popular prince was different. Who dared to say that he would definitely not be the next immortal emperor? Even if a popular prince were to have a conflict with an imperial uncle, the former would definitely be the more confident one. If the matter were to really blow up, the other party would only be able to put on the airs of an elder. Nothing else could be done about it. Of course, if he wanted to fight, just being popular wasn't enough. He had to have true strength, and this was something that Yi Xian wasn't lacking in. Because of this, when Yi Xian saw Long Tianba reveal his cultivation aura in an attempt to intimidate him with his cultivation, he immediately sneered. He casually waved his hand and curled his lips. Yo, I was wondering why Imperial Uncle Tianba was so awesome. After all this time you actually managed to break through. I remember that before we left the Imperial capital, you were only at the peak of the 9th rank black hole, right? You're already at the 1st rank of the origin. No wonder you're so cocky. Teske. This is the 1st rank of the origin. It's very powerful. It's already on par with this prince's pet. Screech! Before Yi Xian could finish speaking, a sharp howl filled with a vicious and brutal aura resounded in the vast space of the main control room on the top floor of the Starry Sky stronghold. Just now, with a wave of his hand, Yi Xian directly summoned the Blood-Ben Prince from the Beast Ring. He also secretly ordered it to unleash its full cultivation and reveal its aura, but not to launch any attacks. At this moment, at the same time that the Blood-Ben Prince let out this howl, his body was also suspended in front of Yi Xian under the vibration of the pair of blood-colored wings on his back. His eyes flickered with a crazy and brutal blood-colored light, and it was obvious that he could charge out at any time. Moreover, judging from the monstrous crazy and cruel aura emitted from its body, as long as it attacked, it would definitely be a fight to the death. Blood Mosquito Beast? This is the Mosquito Beast royalty? And it's actually at the origin realm? How is this possible? As a 3-star general of the Immortal Army, Naples had the authority to access some of the army's confidential information. The Immortal Army had entered the First Universe many times to fight the Tianji race and their servants, so they obviously had a good understanding of the situation here. For example, there was some important information about the Mosquito Beast planet in the Immortal Army's confidential database. Therefore, Naples could see through the origins of the Blood Ben at a glance. Although he didn't know the identity of the Mosquito Beast Emperor, he at least knew that this Origin Realm blood-red Mosquito Beast had a certain amount of the Mosquito Beast royalty's bloodline flowing in its body. As his cry of surprise entered everyone's ears, whether it was Long Tianba, the Purplish Warbler, or the other army officers in the command cabin on the top floor of the Starry Sky Fortress, without exception, all of their expressions changed drastically. They were all shocked. Mosquito Beast royalty? It had actually become Prince Xian's beast pet? And its cultivation was actually at the Origin Realm? Even though all of this had happened right before their eyes, they still didn't dare to believe it. It was too surreal. Prince Xian's beast pet was already at the terrifying Origin Realm first level, just like the heavenly tyrant imperial uncle who had been slapped in the face. Then, what about his own cultivation? This Mosquito Beast royalty's beast pet had clearly been subdued by him. From the looks of it, the current Prince Xian was at least at the Origin Realm second level, right? This is impossible. You were clearly only at the Star Realm when you left the dynasty. At this moment, Long Tianba's entire face had turned red, and even his neck had swelled up. Yi Xian had already used the mental power of a demon to conceal his cultivation. Let alone him, even Naples, who was at the 11th level of the Mystic Light Realm, couldn't detect his cultivation. Therefore, at this moment, he was actually inclined to believe that Yi Xian's cultivation was already above his. Chapter 3053. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios Naples Gesture of Goodwill Starry Star Realm? That's the 5th major realm. I my imperial uncle. Can you stop mocking your nephew? I'm only at the 8th satellite realm, the 3rd major realm. You're clearly mocking this prince. Amidst his strange words, Yi Xian withdrew his concealment of his cultivation and blocked the probing of his spiritual sense. The true aura of a satellite 8-order cultivator within his body was instantly revealed. He was clearly doing this on purpose. Everyone in the surroundings had strange expressions on their faces. Yi Xian was indeed doing this on purpose, but the meaning of the word, on purpose, was completely different from what it meant to the others. Yi Xian's intention was a lie. His cultivation was indeed at the 8th satellite realm. This was his biggest flaw. Prince Xian's cultivation wasn't at this level. With such a low cultivation, Prince Xian definitely wouldn't have been able to accomplish such a shocking feat after returning to the immortal planet. Yi Xian wouldn't be able to hide his cultivation forever no matter how much he tried to conceal it. However, now that he was doing this on purpose, news of this would definitely spread. When that time came, even if Yi Xian revealed his true cultivation on certain occasions, no one would believe him. Just like now, with Prince Shui Ben laying the groundwork, Yi Xian's claim of being at the 8th satellite realm and the aura of his true cultivation fell into the eyes of everyone, including Naples, and instantly became a form of deliberate mockery and a slap in the face. It was clearly aimed at Long Tianba. In any case, no one believed that the aura of his current cultivation was real. Even the Purplish Warbler was confused. She started to doubt everything she'd been so sure of. At this moment, she even started to wonder if she'd been tricked by Yi Xian from the start. Could this guy really be Prince Xian? He'd even concealed his cultivation. Otherwise, how could he know the secrets of the imperial family that even she didn't know about? What did he have to subdue a member of the Origin first-level Mosquito imperial family? The ferocious aura of this mosquito beast was obvious at a glance. In addition to its pride as a member of the royal mosquito family, it was impossible to subdue it unless it was forcefully suppressed with overwhelming strength. From the looks of it, even the 2nd level of the Origin realm would not be enough. One would have to be at least 3 or 4 levels stronger than the Origin realm. If that was the case, wouldn't this Prince Xian be at least at the 4th level of the Origin realm? When this thought flashed through her mind, even the Purplish Warbler herself was shocked. She was only in the Black Hole realm, so her face was a little red in comparison. At the same time, the Purplish Warbler's heart was filled with resentment. He looked at Yi Xian with hostility in his eyes. Bad guy, you tricked me so badly. You're obviously the real Prince Xian, and your cultivation is so strong, yet you made me worry about you for so long. You're so bad. Thinking of this, the Purplish Warbler couldn't help but clench her fists. She was certain of one thing. I'll definitely make him pay for this when I get back. Right at this moment, Imperial Uncle Long Tianba spoke up once again. Long Xian, what a good Long Xian. Prince Xian, what a good Long Xian. I have to admit that the ultimate trial this time has indeed allowed you to be reborn. How gratifying. The current you actually dares to treat your imperial uncle like this. Very good, very good. Apart from me, Long Tianba, I'm sure that your imperial brothers and the other members of the imperial family, and even the entire immortal imperial family, will be very happy to see you change so much. Long Xian, they're all waiting for you on the immortal star, ha ha ha. A cold light flashed through Long Tianba's eyes as he laughed. He coldly harumphed, then turned around and walked back to his own cabin. He had already decided that he wouldn't meet this guy again before returning to the immortal star. Since he couldn't suppress this guy with his cultivation anymore, and the other party had changed from his usual weak and easy-to-bully personality, why should he continue to look for trouble? After all, once he returned to the immortal star, the other princes would naturally deal with him. They wouldn't sit by and watch such a powerful Prince Xian grow so quickly. Following Long Tianba's departure, his two trusted subordinates quickly followed after him. There were no longer any of his people in the command center of the huge flagship fortress. Apart from the purplish warbler, the other 100 or so officers were all Naples' trusted aides. General, we've arrived at the wormhole. Should we immediately enter and jump through the wormhole to return to the graveyard star region? Right at this moment, a trusted aide with the rank of senior colonel on his shoulder quickly walked over. While reporting the situation to General Naples, he also took the opportunity to look at Yi Xian and give him a friendly smile. Ever since Yi Xian stepped into the flagship fortress, all 5 human intergalactic fortresses started to jump through space at the same time. They were all moving at full speed towards the wormhole that led to the depths of the graveyard star region at the edge of the first universe. Now, they had already arrived. As for the army of intergalactic fortresses sent out from the Demon Emperor planet, although they did chase after them, they were just bluffing and putting on an act. At this moment, they had long been left behind. Enter the wormhole immediately and jump through space to return to the first universe as soon as possible. General Naples immediately gave a new order. After arriving at the graveyard star region, connect to the Sky River Stars intergalactic network immediately. Also, connect to the Heavenly Underworld Stars intergalactic network. Go up layer by layer until you reach the immortal star. Immediately report the news of Prince Xian's safe return to the dynasty. After that, we will rush to the Sky River Star and stay there for a while. A large number of the prince's fans in the entire Federation will be waiting for him there. Since the prince has returned, we naturally need to go to the Sky River Star and appease these fans of the Federation. This will also be good for the prince's reputation. Naples was obviously saying these words to Yi Xian. He had already turned to look at the latter with a smile on his face. His tone had become much gentler, and it was clearly a strong show of goodwill. Your Highness, this old servant is Naples. It was also this old servant who led the fleet into the Demon Emperor Star region last time. Fortunately, I didn't let you down. This time, I finally brought the prince back to the first universe safely. Otherwise, if I failed again, I wouldn't have the face to see Jiangdong's father again. I can only die to apologize to the world. Does your Highness have anything to add to this old servant's arrangement just now? The reason we are going to the Sky River Star is to give the dynasty on the Immortal Star some time to prepare. With your Highness's current reputation in the Federation, this time, the dynasty will definitely hold a grand welcoming ceremony for your return. Your Highness will also need some time to prepare for the necessary things. General Naples, is it? Good. Very good. This prince is very satisfied. Chapter 3054. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor. Nyoibo Studio Old Nath 5 Immortal Army Star Fortresses all entered the wormhole and began a planar space jump. After about a day, they would arrive at the border of the third universe of the human race, which was the graveyard of the graveyard. At this point, all the soldiers in the fortress fleet were relieved. This time, they entered the first universe with the intention of fighting to the death. They didn't expect that in the end. It was as if they were here to claim credit. Before they even saw the enemy, they casually fired a cannon. Then they saw Prince Xian. They brought him along and started the return journey. With Prince Xian's safe return, they would all become heroes and would definitely achieve military merits. The immortal army of the human race's technology camp had entered the first universe many times to fight the Tianji race and their slave races. This time, it was probably the easiest and most comfortable time to claim merits. It was precisely because of this that all of the soldiers in the 5 space fortresses of the entire fleet were grateful to Prince Xianxia. In this kind of era of space warfare, it wasn't easy to obtain military merits. The first time they met Prince Xian, they encountered such a good thing. This made them believe that Prince Xian was their lucky star. In addition, Yi Xian and Imperial Uncle Long Tianba had a tit-for-tat confrontation in the command cabin on the top floor of the Star Fortress. Soon, all the soldiers in the Star Fortress knew about this through the communication between the Star Fortresses. Almost all of them had realized that Prince Xian was about to rise. Thus, almost all of them had the same thoughts as Naples. At this time, it was obvious that there would be benefits in the future if they stood on the side of a popular prince who was gaining power. At this time, Yi Xian didn't know that he had unknowingly obtained the loyalty of all the commanding officers and soldiers in the 5 Star Fortresses. This situation was even more obvious in the command cabin on the top floor of the Star Fortress where Yi Xian was at. Although the hundreds of immortal army soldiers controlling the Star Fortresses were at their respective posts, they weren't in battle mode at this time. Moreover, they were performing a planar space jump. There weren't many things that they needed to do manually. Therefore, while these soldiers were guarding their posts, their gazes would occasionally converge on the resting area in the center of the command cabin. His eyes were burning with passion. It wasn't like Yi Xian hadn't experienced the feeling of being the center of attention before. For example, after he became the Black Mosquito Tribe's saint, he felt the same way during the saint ceremony. However, at that time, they were behind enemy lines, and the Demon-kin Imperial family's fleet was about to arrive. Yi Xian naturally couldn't relax completely, so he didn't feel too strongly at that time. But now it was different. With all the danger gone, his entire body and mind relaxed. At this moment, when he felt the fanatical gazes directed at him from all directions, he immediately sighed with emotion. Power was indeed a good thing. Ever since he entered the Starry Sky realm, he had always been tense. This time, he could take advantage of the opportunity to act as Prince Xian and show off. Anyway, as a popular prince of the empire, being too low-key would make people suspicious. Even if he was a bit of a profligate, it was also for the sake of his role. Thinking of this, Yi Xian felt more and more at ease. The arrogance on his face didn't recede at all. It was obvious that he had found the rhythm to it. However, although this appearance was natural in the eyes of everyone else, and it would be strange if it wasn't like this, in the eyes of Shen Yuanziying, it made her so angry that the roots of her teeth itched. At this moment, she was already sure that Yi Xian was the real Prince Xian. This guy had tricked her so hard. When she returned, she would definitely find a chance to teach him a lesson. Your Highness, there's one thing that this old subject must ask for your forgiveness. At this moment, because they were already on their way back, there were no more accidents. Therefore, even Naples relaxed. He ordered someone to bring over some spiritual wine. After sitting down with Yi Xian in the central resting area of the command cabin, he carefully poured a few cups. Apart from Yi Xian, only he and the purplish warbler had a share. The other confidants, who carried the rank of colonel or major general, didn't even have the right to sit. They all carefully stood behind Naples. What are you guys standing around for? The other brothers have their duties and can't leave now. Anyway, you guys have nothing to do. Sit down and drink together. Yi Xian waved his hand and interrupted Naples' words. He looked up at the several colonels and major generals standing behind Naples. At the same time, his right hand made a circle and pointed at the ship control soldiers who were at their respective posts. Brothers? Everyone was stunned, and then they became excited. The prince was indeed amiable. He was too approachable. It was rare for him to be in such a position. He had countless fans in the entire Federation. This was clearly using virtue to win people over. In an instant, some of the soldiers who were more easily moved even had their eyes turn red. The colonels and major generals standing behind Naples were even more excited. They looked at Naples and saw him nod in laughter. Only then did they sit down in excitement. They each took a glass of wine, but they didn't drink. All of them looked at Yi Xian with burning eyes full of admiration. At this time, Yi Xian turned his head to look at Naples. "All right, Sir General, you didn't finish speaking just now." "Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt." The latter was instantly terrified and almost stood up. "Prince, how could this old official dare to let you use honorifics? You can't. You can just call me Old Na, okay?" "Old Na. F***CK. Whatever." Yi Xian almost burst out laughing. He rolled his eyes and nodded. That's fine. You guys don't have to call me Prince in the future. I'm not as old as you guys. Just call me Prince Xian. We're all on the same side, so it's a little more intimate. This was the first time Yi Xian had publicly said that Naples was one of his own people. In a battle between factions in the imperial court, such words were equivalent to accepting the surrender of Naples and the others. Prince Xian, this old official is ashamed. Last time, I chased you all over the place. In the end, I had no choice but to escape into the starry sky thunder tomb. At that time, I wasn't scared out of my wits. Only then did I realize that you must have some extremely important plan to carry out, so it wasn't convenient for you to come into contact with us. Fortunately, Prince Xian, your lucky star shines upon you. However, this old official must admit that I'm wrong. That matter. Yi Xian was indeed a little angry at the mention of that matter. However, the matter was already over, and he had profited from a disaster. There was no need to be too calculative. As such, he waved his hand and casually said, "It's fine. Actually, you cooperated with my plan. If you hadn't, I'm afraid that I wouldn't have been able to lure the Tianji race's Starry Sky Fortress into the Starry Sky Thunder Tomb. This way, this prince wouldn't have been able to destroy it in the end. Fortunately, everything was done." Huh? Chapter 3055. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor. Nyoibo Studio Satellite Level 9 Perfection, Your Highness. You're saying that your plan back then was to lure the Tianji race's interstellar fortress into the astral lightning graveyard and then kill it? After being stunned for a few seconds, Naples swallowed his saliva and finally spoke. As he spoke, the corners of his eyes twitched. And you even succeeded? In fact, it wasn't just him. Several other colonel and major general level staff officers who were also sitting on the side had similar expressions at this time. All of this was too inconceivable. It was simply impossible. They suddenly had a feeling that this Prince Xian in front of them seemed to like bragging. The purplish warbler even rolled his eyes. He didn't believe him at all. Yi Xian saw all of this, but he didn't care. Furthermore, he revealed this information on purpose. With the headless infant corpse and the remaining 9 Thunder Origin Pearls as his trump cards, the Tianji race's interstellar fortress was no longer of much use to Yi Xian. At the very least, it no longer had the qualifications to be used as a trump card. When they returned to the human race this time, they were bound to fall into a factional struggle between the immortal dynasties. If they encountered any danger and needed it, Yi Xian wouldn't hesitate to use this Tianji race's interstellar fortress that he had obtained so cheaply. As such, he brought this matter up now as a precaution. He didn't want to suddenly take out a Tianji race's interstellar fortress in the future and arouse suspicion. In reality, it wasn't just this interstellar fortress. He didn't even plan to hide the existence of the Mosquito Beast Army and the Soldier Ladle Army. As a precaution, he revealed everything first. After all, no one would believe him now. However, when Yi Xian really used it, they would be able to recall what Yi Xian had just said. At that time, he would have less time to hide. He didn't plan to hide too much of these forces. After all, they weren't his trump cards. His true trump cards were the Headless Infant Corpse and the Thunder Origin Pearls, as well as the Heaven Falling Bow ability, the Rai-Di Seal, and a few other supreme treasures. Alright, there was also the Long Yi battleship. It was a pity that it had not fully developed yet. Of course, there was still a final trump card, and that was the interstellar coordinate jump. However, in the first universe, Yi Xian had not imprinted his own coordinates yet. That was something that could be used to escape. When he found a suitable location later, he would deal with this matter first. However, as soon as Naples finished speaking, Yi Xian waved his hand and casually said, "That's right. There was only one member of the Heaven's Legacy race in that interstellar fortress. He was a mystic light realm cultivator, and he was killed by me in less than a minute after he walked out of the fortress. Then I took that fortress. Right now, this prince not only has 2 demonic dweller scout fortresses with a diameter of 10,000 meters, but also a Heaven's Legacy race fortress with a diameter of 100,000 meters. All of them are private armies and have nothing to do with the imperial court. Don't worry, just follow this daddy's orders. In the future, those princes of mine will be like chopping vegetables. Sooner or later, they will all be taken care of by me. Furthermore, this prince also has an army of mosquito beasts. Who can stop 1,000,000 mosquito beasts? I also have an army of 10,000 void-swallowing beasts. Even if a fleet comes, it will be wiped clean. Furthermore, I have plenty of demonic dweller slaves. I have several thousand-man demonic slave armies, and they are all in the 2 demonic dweller scout fortresses. They are all extremely loyal. In short, I don't lack manpower or resources. You just need to follow this daddy's orders. When Xian said this, Naples and the others' faces were already cramping. They knew about the mosquito beasts, but they knew even more about the void-swallowing beasts. Xian said that he had an army of 1,000,000 mosquito beasts, and he even had 10,000 of those terrifying void-swallowing beasts that could eat battleships as if they were vegetables. This was a bit too much of a braggart. Furthermore, what the hell were demonic dweller slaves? He actually used the term demonic slave army, and he even mentioned 1,000-man demonic slave army, and there were several of them. Demonic dwellers being slaves was something that had never happened before in history. Admittedly, there were demonic dweller spies that were bought over by the human race, but to say that they were slaves was simply wishful thinking. Prince Xian did have some impressive methods. For example, he was actually able to infiltrate the demonic dwellers and climb to the high position of the holy son of a large foreign tribe. He was also able to steal 2 of the enemy's scout fortresses and use them for himself. These were all facts, and they also believed it. After all, it wasn't too hard to accept. However, everything that was said now was a bit too exaggerated. Everyone was certain that Xian was bragging. If they were to find out that Xian's data was rather reserved, they would probably faint on the spot from fright. He didn't have 1,000,000 mosquito beasts army, but 10 million. The void-swallowing beasts were also an army of soldiers. He didn't have 10,000, but 100,000. He didn't have 1,000-man demonic slave army, but 10. If Xian were to display all of this in front of everyone, probably not many people would dare to believe him. This was also the reason why he deliberately said it at this moment. Anyway, no one would believe him even if he said it. He could also set a foundation in advance for when he used these powers that should not belong to a human in the future. Why not? For the next day, Xian had been hiding in his cabin. He had no choice. He wasn't mentally prepared to explain the Lulua incident to the purplish warbler. The key was that the situation wasn't suitable. If the purplish warbler were to make a fuss, it wouldn't be good with so many people around. Therefore, he could only find an excuse to hide in his cabin and not show himself. Even if it was the Starry Sky stronghold, it would take a long time to jump through a wormhole of this level. In order to be safe, an entire day would be spent on the journey. Xian hid in his own cabin by himself. Since he had nothing to do, he started cultivating. The battle between the royal family factions was about to unfold in the human race's technology faction. Although all of this had nothing to do with him, Xian had no choice but to be dragged into it because he wanted to use his identity as Prince Xian to search for the devouring origin source. Therefore, he urgently needed to raise his cultivation level. With this thought in mind, Xian took out a large amount of Star Core origin source again and started to cultivate. Perhaps it was because he threw in another level 99 colored Star Core origin source, but in a short day, he advanced by a small level again. After this round of cultivation ended, the familiar notification of the devouring system sounded out in Xian's mind once again, causing his heart to tremble. Ding! Congratulations to the host for leveling up. Current level: Satellite Realm Level 9 Perfection. Level 9 Perfection. With another small level increase, he would be able to enter the 4th major realm, the planet realm. Xian was extremely excited. Chapter 3056. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. 10,000 people turn out after Naples returned from the first universe for the first time. He had already reported to the dynasty that Prince Xian was still alive and fighting alone in the demon territory of the first universe. In order to appease the prince's fans, the Immortal Dynasty immediately publicized this news. At that time, the entire Immortal Dynasty was in an uproar. A large number of the prince's fans rushed over from other sectors of the first universe. Even many experts from other races of the Federation in the second universe came. After all, the Federation's contribution rankings could be seen everywhere. As long as it was an administrative planet of the myriad Luo Federation, there would be a platform for the Federation's affairs. After learning that Prince Xian was still alive, and like a true lone hero, he had infiltrated deep into the enemy's rear and was fighting alone in the first universe's devil domain, these fans of the prince all rushed to the Sky River sector, and the waves of support grew louder and louder. Speaking of the best heroes and idols of this era, No one would dare to compete with Prince Xian for the limelight in the current situation. Immediately after, the 5 immortal human dynasties' starry fortresses arrived in the graveyard sector and entered the wormhole that led to the first universe. All the prince's fans in the graveyard sector cheered. After this, the entire Sky River sector was about to explode. 5 starry fortresses. If they still couldn't bring Prince Xian back from the first universe, the dynasty would lose all face. As such, almost everyone was certain that Prince Xian would definitely return to the human race with the 5 strongholds in the near future. More and more fans of the prince came over after hearing the news. In the crowded Sky River sector, by Jianghu and Zhao Long, the 2 military and political commanders of the Sky River sector, were both excited and scared at the same time. They couldn't describe what they were feeling. They were excited because Prince Xian had finally lived up to their expectations. Now, the entire Myriad Luo Federation and the Tianji clan of the First Universe had even issued a warrant for his arrest in the First Universe. If Prince Xian could return safely this time, he would become the first human in history to successfully return to the Third Universe under the Tianji clan's arrest warrant in the First Universe. That's right. Every wanted target in the First Universe had fallen in the First Universe. The Tianji clan's First Universe's arrest warrant would not list important human figures who were not in the First Universe at that time. Otherwise, the current immortal emperor's importance would be far greater than Prince Xian's. However, he did not attract the arrest warrant of the First Universe. Every important figure of the human clan who was wanted in the First Universe. Under such circumstances, it was obviously very difficult for them to come back alive. No one in history had ever succeeded. After they had all died, they had become famous in the 3 great universes. As for Prince Xian, he was the only hero who had returned to the human race alive despite being wanted by the First Universe. There was almost no suspense as to how brilliant his official career would be. After all, Bai Zhangjun and Zhao Long had expressed their goodwill in front of Prince Xian before this, so they still had some feelings for him. To them, this was an opportunity to achieve meteoric success, and it was already right in front of them. The reason why the 2 of them were trembling in fear was naturally because of the existence of the purplish warbler. When Prince Xian had fallen into the hands of the demon army's Black Wind, they had attacked the purplish warbler to prevent the news from leaking out and implicating themselves. However, the other party had used the Shenyuan family's protective secret treasure to escape. Not long ago, when the Neapolitan fleet had first arrived, the purplish warbler had appeared and almost scared Bai Zhangjun and Zhao Long to death on the spot. In the end, the purplish warbler had probably been concerned about Prince Xian's safety and did not pay attention to the 2 of them. Since then, the purplish warbler had always been with the Neapolitan admiral. This was the 2nd time she had entered the First Universe. If she returned with Prince Xian and had the time to spare, would she bring up the old matter again and settle the old score with them? Regarding this, Bai Zhangjun and Zhao Long were really unsure. At this time, the 2 of them were gathered in Bai Zhangjuan's official residence. Thinking about this matter, they both sighed sorrowfully. At this time, an old housekeeper of the planet manager's official residence rushed in with a face full of excitement. Before he arrived, his excited cheers had already traveled into the hall. Planet Manager, Prince Xian has returned. The Neapolitan fleet has just sent a message and requested to use the Heavenly River Planet Star Network to connect to the network of the Heavenly Underworld Nation. They have already left the wormhole and are rushing here. What? That's great. Release the news immediately. Let's hope that the scene of thousands of people coming out to welcome Prince Xian can divert the attention of that girl from the Shenyuan family. Whether she soars to the top or falls to the bottom, it all depends on today. Bai Zhangjun and Zhao Long immediately stood up in shock and immediately gave the order. At the same time, the 2 of them immediately rushed out of Bai Zhangjun's official residence and began to organize people to go outside the Great Star Array to arrange the welcoming party. The return of a figure like Prince Xian was a big matter for the entire Myriad Luo Federation. Bai Zhangjun and Zhao Long were the first princes to return to the human race. All the official preparations were being watched by countless people. No matter what, they could not allow anyone to criticize them. What's more, they were also nervous in their hearts. They only hoped that the next step would be perfect and that they could resolve the life and death crisis that could befall them at any time. In short, for this welcoming ceremony, Bai Zhangjun and Zhao Long jumped up and down, using all the tricks they had up their sleeves and giving it their all. The news spread quickly, and the entire Sky River sector was in an uproar. A large number of powerful cultivators from the Federation in the nearby sectors rushed over like crazy. Some of the prince's fans, who were originally on the Sky River planet, went outside the Great Star Array. They wanted to be the first to see the hero walking out of the Starry Sky Fortress. More people stayed on the Sky River planet, eagerly waiting. After all, since Prince Xian had returned to the Sky River planet, he would definitely enter the inner part of the planet. If they stayed, they would still be able to see Prince Xian himself. It was also at this moment that, on the platform of all the administrative planets of the Myriad Luo Federation, including the Sky River planet, there was a crazy change in the data of the Federation's contribution points, the Heaven, Earth, and Human rankings. Everyone who saw this scene with their own eyes was completely petrified. The change in the data of the rankings this time was even crazier and more shocking than when Prince Xian easily rushed into the Earth rankings twice. This time, Prince Xian actually rushed into the top 100 rankings in one go. Moreover, it was in less than a minute. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, no one would have believed it. In fact, even though they saw it with their own eyes, everyone still felt as if they were in a dream. It was too abnormal. Chapter 3057. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor. Nyoibo Studio Crazy Points Earth Leaderboard. Rank 999. Yi Xian. Level 8 Meteor Realm. Interstellar Mercenary Serial Number. The 131488080. Current Federation Contribution Points. 176878943, 30 million. The above was the contribution points of Yi Xian as an interstellar mercenary of the Federation that had been displayed at the bottom of the Federation Earth leaderboard ever since he left the third universe. This data had not changed for a very long time. The data was collected by the virtual interstellar mercenary card, which was tied together with the virtual identity card of a Federation citizen and branded into the primordial spirit of every Federation citizen. Once this interstellar mercenary had a harvest, the virtual interstellar mercenary card branded into his primordial spirit would be appraised. At the same time, after calculating the contribution points, it would send out some kind of signal that would be received by the Myriad Luo Federation's main interstellar network. Immediately after, the main interstellar network would feed this data back to the database. If the amount of data had reached a level where it could cause the rankings of the three leaderboards to change, then the Federation's main interstellar network would immediately send out a signal to the Federation's affairs halls in all the administrative planets of the Myriad Luo Federation to adjust the leaderboard data. However, the main interstellar network signal of the Federation could only cover the third universe. Even the second universe, which also belonged to the Myriad Luo Federation, was one step slower in terms of data transmission. As for the first universe, which was controlled by the Tianji race, it was needless to say. To the Federation's interstellar network, that was a blank area. The Tianji race would never allow the Myriad Luo Federation's main interstellar network to extend its tentacles there. Therefore, once an interstellar mercenary entered the first universe, the virtual identity card of a Federation citizen branded into his primordial spirit, as well as the virtual identity card of the interstellar mercenary, would temporarily fall into a deep sleep. Although the data was constantly being collected and appraised, it could only be temporarily stored. Once they returned to the third universe or the second universe, this data would be fed back to the Federation's main interstellar network. Yi Xian was currently in such a situation. This time he had gone to the first universe, where the Tianji race was, and done many big things in the demon domain. Killing a large number of devilish beings and subduing a large number of devilish beings into devilish slaves were just a small part of his income. Entering the Saint Devil Forbidden Land of the demonic Emperor planet was a great source of income. After all, the multi-pupil thought crystal was a resource that the human race did not have. Even though it had fallen into the hands of Yi Xian, wasn't Yi Xian's growth also an increase in the strength of the human race? Therefore, these were also counted into the Federation's contribution points. There was also the harvest of the Mosquito Beast Army and the Soldier Ladle Army, as well as the points obtained from obtaining the ship of the Holy Sun and killing a large number of evil slimes within it. There was also the fact that the Heavenly Legacy race had issued an arrest warrant for the first universe, but he had safely returned to the human race. This great achievement had given all the experts of the Federation an invisible boost in points. Apart from that, the relic of the human race's technological pioneer, Xingbo, the Life Fortress, had also returned. There was also the harvest of the butterfly transformation, as well as the points obtained from killing a mystic light realm expert of the Heavenly Legacy race. When Yi Xian had succeeded in the first universe, all of this had been recorded by the Federation Interstellar Mercenary card imprinted in his primordial soul. The points had been calculated, but they had always been stored away. However, at this moment, as Yi Xian returned to the third universe, The Federation Interstellar Mercenary card imprinted in his primordial soul once again connected with the Federation's main interstellar network. Therefore, all of the points and contribution points were fed back at once. This directly caused Yi Xian's contribution points and basic data to skyrocket. Of course, the Federation Interstellar Mercenary card would only feed back the contribution points and some basic data, such as Yi Xian's cultivation progress, and so on. However, the Federation Interstellar Mercenary card would not feed back how the contribution points were obtained, who they killed, and what they obtained. This was also a secret method. Otherwise, wouldn't any Federation expert be monitored no matter what they did? Even if these things were only fed back to the Federation's main interstellar network and would not be publicly disclosed, some people still had the right to access the confidential data and information on the Federation's main interstellar network. If these things were recorded, it would obviously cause people to feel uneasy. Therefore, all of the Federation Interstellar Mercenary cards would not feed back this information. This was already a consensus. The moment Yi Xian's flagship fortress charged out of the wormhole, the Federation Mercenary card imprinted in his primordial soul once again connected with the Federation's main interstellar network. His Interstellar Mercenary card imprinted in his primordial soul instantly jumped and changed. The first change was as follows. Earth ranking 899th. Yi Xian. Level 9 Satellite Realm. Interstellar Mercenary card number. The 131488080. Current Federation contribution points. 376878482, 30 million. With the first change, his cultivation level was refreshed. From the first realm, level 8 Meteor Realm, to the third realm, level 9 Satellite Realm. However, no one took this data seriously. How could a satellite realm expert be so rampant in the first universe? Furthermore, how long had it been since Prince Xian left the third universe? It had only been 2 to 3 months. How could he have jumped from the first realm to the third realm? He had obviously concealed his cultivation level. In addition, the original 999th place on the Earth leaderboard had instantly jumped to the 899th place. Such a thing had never happened before in the history of the Earth leaderboard. As for the Federation contribution points, they had increased by more than 200 million points. Regarding this, everyone was already numb. Previously, Prince Xian had increased his contribution points from 0 to more than 100 million points in an instant. Now that he had increased his contribution points by 200 million points, it was not a big deal at all. As for the 30 million points behind the brackets, they were the points he had used to exchange for the 3 level 9 genetic cultivation fluids. Compared to the 300 million points he had now, it was not even 1/10 of it. It could be said that in terms of Federation contribution points, the current Prince Xian was definitely a super tycoon. Although there were more than 800 Federation experts ranked in front of him, which one of them had not climbed to their current ranking after hundreds or even thousands of years? Basically, all the Federation contribution points they had earned had been used up. Even if there were people like Yi Xian who had saved up hundreds of millions of contribution points, such people were definitely extremely rare. However, just as everyone was amazed by this and thought that everything was over, Yi Xian's contribution points and ranking data started to jump crazily again. After that, his cultivation level didn't change at all. He was still at level 9 Satellite Realm. However, his ranking on the Earth roll and his contribution points didn't stop changing. Every minute or so, his ranking would change. Earth ranking 799th. Current Federation contribution points 576878943, 30 million. Earth ranking 599th. Current Federation contribution points 137,687,8943, 30 million. Earth ranking 399th. Current Federation contribution points 267,687,8943, 30 million. Chapter 3058. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor. Nyoibo Studio, the only one to drop in 1,000 years. Oh my god. He's already in the top 300. He's clearly charging into the heaven roll. Prince Xian has completely defied the heavens this time. He's my big brother from now on. No matter what, I have to follow behind Prince Xian. I can't stop earning points. That's more than 4 billion Federation contribution points. I've never seen so many in my life. It's hard not to make a fortune if I follow Prince Xian. Who knows, we might even have a chance to enter the Earth roll. If you can enter the mortal role in this lifetime, even if it's the 1000th place, I'll carry your shoes. Look, he's already in the top 200. I dare to bet that Prince Xian will definitely charge into the top 100 and enter the heaven role. F***CK. Are you robbing me? We can bet, but let's switch. I'll bet that Prince Xian can enter the heaven role. You're so shameless. You must be crazy about points. Tianqing River, Federation Affairs platform. A large number of Prince Xian's fans had gathered here. They were so crowded that not even a drop of water could trickle through. All of them were looking up, and their gazes were focused on a huge display screen. This display screen was originally divided into 3 sections. 3 showed the heaven role, 1 showed the earth role, and 1 showed the mortal role. But now, the 1/3 of the screen that showed the mortal role no longer showed the mortal role's data. Instead, it showed Yi Xian's data in huge font. It was a shocking sight. What was even more shocking was that Yi Xian's ranking and points on the display screen were still changing. Just as countless Prince Xian's fans were discussing, Yi Xian's ranking and points were temporarily fixed. Earth Role 199th. Federation Contribution Points 667, 687, 8943, 30 million. Ranked 199th on the Earth Roll. Federation Contribution Points. More than 6 billion. This data had numbed countless people. But everyone knew that it would change again. This time, if Prince Xian didn't charge into the heaven roll in one fell swoop, that was, the top 100, no one would be willing to accept it. In fact, Prince Xian didn't disappoint. The data on the Earth roll changed again. Heaven ranking 99th. Current Federation Contribution Points 967, 687, 8943, 300000000. Another 100 ranks jumped, and his points increased by 3 billion, reaching more than 9 billion. He was just a little bit away from 10 billion. Heaven Leaderboard 1 to 100. Earth Ranking 101-1000 Ranking List of Young Masters 1001, 10,000. There were countless powerhouses in the entire Wan Luo Federation. Just the human race alone had the Science and Technology faction and the Cultivation faction. In addition to the human race, there were many other Federation races in the second universe. There were countless powerhouses, but only the top 10,000 were displayed on the list. Although the data of the top 100 powerhouses on the Heaven Leaderboard still changed, as they were still earning contribution points from the Federation, the rankings had not changed for thousands of years. Today was the first time there had been a change in the Heaven List rankings. A former powerhouse on the Heaven List had been pushed down by Yi Xian. This powerhouse was originally ranked at the end of the Heaven Leaderboard, 100th. But now, he was at the top of the Earth Leaderboard 101st. When this data change appeared, in a dark space in the second universe, a vicious and sinister murmur was faintly heard. Prince Xian of the human race's immortal dynasty? Gut. You have guts. I spent thousands of years to get on the Heaven Leaderboard, but today, I was pushed down by you in an instant. Just you wait. If Yi Xian was the only powerhouse on the Heaven Leaderboard in thousands of years, then this existence was obviously the only powerhouse off the Heaven Leaderboard. The former was glory, while he was disgrace. It was no wonder that his resentment was overflowing. His voice was stiff and stiff. He was obviously not a human. In fact, only about half of the top 100 powerhouses on the Heaven Leaderboard were from the human race. The other half were powerhouses from the other Federation races in the second universe. This time, Yi Xian had squeezed out an expert from the Federation that wasn't part of the human race, causing the number of people on the Heaven ranking to increase by 1. For the entire human race, this was a matter of great honor. After all, the Heaven Leaderboard rankings had not changed for thousands of years. Suddenly, there was a human on the Heaven Leaderboard. Anyone would feel proud and excited. At this moment, the moment Yi Xian rushed onto the Heaven Leaderboard, countless human administrative planets in the third universe and countless fans of the prince cheered in unison. Even many people who were not originally fans of the prince became true fans of the prince from this moment onwards. Moreover, they were hardcore fans. After all, it was rare to see such a genius of the human clan in thousands of years, let alone thousands of years. At the same time, on the immortal planet of the First Universe's Science and Technology faction, in the Imperial Palace, some voices were faintly heard from different corners. Although they were all shocked, the shock was mixed with other meanings. Not all of them were the same. Some were agitated, some were excited, some were resentful, and some were desperate and angry. Oh my God! Old 18th. He actually made it onto the heaven leaderboard? That's impossible. Eldest brother and second brother are the most promising existences to obtain the immortal emperor's throne. They have struggled for so many years, but they are still only on the Earth leaderboard. How could old 18th? Son of a mother. Will your father dare to look down on you this time? Ha ha. What a powerful guy. This time, he went to the first universe to rob. But only such a person is qualified to start a love affair with Ying Tai. I think he will be back soon. In these days, I have to settle down with his old nanny and make her acknowledge Ying Tai as her daughter-in-law. Damn it! Is old 18th on steroids every day? How many times has it been? How can we live? Among them, there was even the voice of the immortal emperor. Heaven leaderboard? Old 18th, is this really you? However, whether it is or not, it really doesn't matter. It was a simple sentence, but it revealed too much information. However, this murmur was not heard by anyone. Just as the immortal emperor finished speaking, on the administrative planets of the entire Wanluo Federation, there was a change in Yi Xian's ranking data. This time, it was a 10 by 10 jump, but the degree of shock was far greater than when the rankings jumped from 100 to 200. After all, the entire heaven leaderboard only had 100 names. Yi Xian was now ranked 99th. Once he jumped from 10 to 10, he would enter the top 10 as long as he jumped 9 more times. That would completely subdue the 3 universes. Such a thing had never happened since the beginning of time. Heaven leaderboard. 89th. Current Federation contribution points. 1267, 687, 8943, 30 million. Heaven leaderboard. 79th. Current Federation contribution points. 1767, 687, 8943, 30 million. Heaven leaderboard. 59th. Current Federation contribution points. 2367, 687, 8943, 30 million. Heaven leaderboard. 49th. Current Federation contribution points. 2967, 687, 8943, 30 million. Chapter 3059. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor. Nyoibo Studio 11th on the Heaven Roll Translator. Nyoibo Studio Editor. Nyoibo Studio as Yi Xian charged into the top 50 of the Heaven Roll, the entire myriad Luo Federation, including the First Universe's Tianji clan, who had been secretly watching everything, fell silent. Everyone was numb. They held their breaths as they watched the Heaven Roll. The only thing on their minds was whether Prince Xian could make it into the top 10 of the Heaven Roll. There were only 5 human powerhouses in the top 10 of the Heaven Roll. The other 5 were powerhouses from other races in the Second Universe's Federation. These 10 people had occupied the top 100,000 spots on the Heaven Roll for nearly 10,000 years. Each one of them was a supreme existence in the entire myriad Luo Federation. Many of them hadn't seen each other for thousands of years. If it weren't for the fact that their points on the Heaven Roll fluctuated occasionally, the entire Federation would have suspected that they had already died. It could be said that if Yi Xian could make it into the top 10, he would definitely be the next emperor of the Everlasting Dynasty. There were only 5 human powerhouses in the top 10. Even one more would be a great contribution to the entire human race. Just this point alone was enough for the Everlasting Dynasty to choose him as the next successor to the throne. After all, the invisible power to summon people was extremely terrifying. This kind of existence was like the spiritual pillar of a race. Sometimes, a single sentence from him could be more powerful than 1,000 soldiers and horses. This was also why the Tianji clan in the First Universe and the higher-ups of the Federation in the Second Universe were paying close attention to this matter. The myriad Luo Federation was formed by the human race and a large number of other races in the Second Universe. Although the entire Federation was united against the Tianji clan in the First Universe, within the Federation, the human race in the Third Universe and the other races in the Second Universe were secretly competing with each other. The changes in the top 10 of the Heaven Roll could indeed have a subtle effect on this kind of competition. Under everyone's gazes, Yi Xian's contribution points ranking changed again. Heaven Roll. 39th. Current Federation contribution points. 3567, 687, 8943, 30 million. Then, it changed again. Heaven Leaderboard. 29th. Current Federation contribution points: 4267, 687, 8943, 300000000. In the end, he did it again. Heaven Leaderboard. 19th. Current Federation contribution points: 5267, 687, 8943, 300000000. After 3 consecutive changes, each time only 20 seconds apart, Xianxia's ranking had entered the top 20, and his Federation contribution points had reached more than 50 billion. If Xianxia were to jump one more time, he would be able to enter the top 10 of the Heaven Leaderboard with just one jump. The 3 changes in the data tugged at the heartstrings of the 3 universes. It was not an exaggeration to say that. In fact, when the 3rd change in the data was completed, Xianxia's ranking on the Heaven Leaderboard was fixed at 19th. In the depths of Universe 2, a certain high-ranking member of the Federation couldn't take it anymore and actually fainted on the spot because his heartstrings were too tight. It was impossible for this matter to spread. Perhaps Xianxia wouldn't know about it for the rest of his life. However, to the people of the Federation, the name of Prince Xian of the human race's science and technology faction was akin to that of a devil from this moment onwards. Their leader was so scared that he fainted on the spot. In fact, even though this fellow was the first to faint, if Xian were to jump up again with such a range of 10, the person who fainted from fright would definitely appear again. Even if there was only one more person entering the top 10 of the human race, it would have an extremely huge impact on the Wanluo Federation. Some existences who had important interests in this couldn't withstand this kind of stimulation. The stakes were too high. However, no matter how frightened those existences were, what was to come would come in the end. Xian's ranking on the Heaven Leaderboard changed once again. This might be the last time, but that wasn't important anymore. This was because this time, he jumped up the rankings again. Prince Xian had finally entered the top 10. Heaven Leaderboard. 9th. Current Federation contribution points: 7667, 687, 8943, 30 million. 9th on the Heaven Leaderboard. More than 64 billion contribution points from the Federation. No one paid attention to the more than 76 billion contribution points at the back. They had long since become numb to it. Everyone's gazes were fixed on the words, 9th. The difference between 9th and 19th wasn't too huge, but it was more or less the same. However, Prince Xian did it in the end and rushed into the top 10. No one had done it before, and no one would do it in the future. Throughout the ages. This was the first and only example. At this moment, several core higher-ups of the Federation in the second universe rolled their eyes and fainted one after another. It wasn't that they were weak, but they knew that the Heaven Leaderboard might not change even once in 1,000 years. The top 10 might not change even once in 10,000 years. Now that a prodigy of the human race had appeared out of nowhere, there was one more person who had rushed into the top 10 of the Heaven Leaderboard. Then, in the next 10,000 years, 6 of the top 10 of the Heaven Leaderboard would always be from the human race. In the entire myriad Luo Federation, the human race was the dominant force. This situation could no longer be changed. That was why they fainted. After all, the competition within the Federation had never stopped. The many races of the Federation in the second universe had finally united together with great difficulty. They were on the top 10 of the celestial list and were on par with the human clan. Each of them occupied 5 positions. But now, thousands of years of hard work had been destroyed overnight. Unfortunately, these higher-ups of the races in the second universe had indeed fainted for nothing this time. This was because Xian's ranking on the Heaven Leaderboard had changed once again. When the data started to jump again, countless exclamations rang out. What? It's still changing? He's already in 9th place, my god. Could it be that His Highness the Prince wants to rush to the top 3 in one go? My little heart, don't tell me he's in 1st place? Ayaya, it's cramping. My heart is cramping. As these exclamations rang out, the data on the Heaven Leaderboard stopped jumping. This was indeed the last time, but the result made everyone dumbfounded. They almost suspected that this was a problem with the immortal-level superbrain of the Federation's main star network. This was because Prince Xian's ranking this time had fallen instead of rising. It wasn't that this kind of thing had never happened before. For example, there had been an unlucky person who had fallen out of the top 100 of the Heaven Leaderboard in the past 1,000 years. However, Prince Xian had always been rising and had never fallen. Therefore, when this kind of situation suddenly occurred, everyone really couldn't accept it for a while. This situation isn't right. Generally speaking, when one's ranking falls, it can only be because someone else suddenly rose and squeezed down. However, did you notice that Prince Xian has fallen to 11th? The person who replaced him, who just got 9th place, and the 10th place behind him clearly have the same data as before. That's right. Their contribution points haven't changed at all. Prince Xian dropped himself. F***CK. What kind of situation is this? He dropped 2 places in one go and had 10 billion contribution points deducted. What did His Highness the Prince do? Is this punishment from the main network? Looking at the Heaven leaderboard in front of them, everyone was dumbfounded. Heaven leaderboard. 11th place. Current Federation contribution points, 6667, 687, 8943, 30 million. 11th place. Total points, 66. 6 billion. Chapter 3060. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor. Nyoibo Studio Overwatch Council of the Federation. In that instant, it was as if time had stopped in the 3 great cosmoses. Everything was deathly silent. The implications were too great, and it had attracted the attention of too many peerless powerhouses. At the same time, because everything that had happened was too bizarre, too many powerhouses were dumbfounded. First, under the watchful eyes of everyone, he had risen from 999th place on the Earth leaderboard to 9th place on the Sky leaderboard. In less than an hour, he had risen by 990 places on the Wanluo Federation's contribution leaderboard. Then, he had suddenly dropped by 2 places, falling to 11th place. However, this drop wasn't caused by the increase of other people's points. Instead, it was caused by the drop in his own points. All of this was even more ridiculous than the melodramatic plots in movies. Even though they were witnessing it with their own eyes, they still felt as if they were in a dream. At that moment, everyone was in a daze. There was only one thing on their minds, and that was that Prince Xian had lost 10 billion Federation contribution points in the blink of an eye. His ranking had dropped by 2 places on the Sky leaderboard. Then what exactly had he done? What had he done to anger the heavens and cause the main control center of the Federation's main starry sky network, which was the immortal-grade superbrain on the immortal planet, to be so furious? This was only Prince Xian. He originally had more than 6 billion points. After 10 billion points were deducted, he still had 6 billion points left. If it had been anyone else, after 10 billion points were deducted, they would probably have had to work for the Wanluo Federation to repay their debts. They would never be able to make a comeback. However, this drop in ranking and the shocking deduction of points also reflected the fairness of the Federation's main starry sky network. This made those who were unhappy and wanted to criticize Prince Xian after seeing him earn more than 70 billion points in an hour, rising by nearly 1,000 places, wisely shut their mouths before they could say anything. However, what exactly Prince Xian had done had become an eternal mystery. It was just like how he had been able to earn points so quickly time and time again. It had only taken him 3 times to reach the top 9. It had become a knot in the hearts of countless cultivators in the 3 universes that could not be undone. Moreover, as his heaven list ranking dropped from the top 9 to the 11th in an instant, he stayed at the 9th place for less than a minute. It was completely negligible. The tension in Universe 2 was finally moderately relieved. Although the 11th place was only 1 place away from the top 10, it was not the top 10 after all. In the top 10 of the heaven list, there were still only 5 human elites on the list. The other 5 were elites from various Federation races in the second universe. The Myriad Luo Federation was able to maintain a weak balance between the 2 major planar factions. This kind of situation was what many people were willing to see. However, because of all this, countless elites from the 2 universes remembered Prince Xian. They remembered this young descendant who had made them tremble with fear and who had even caused a few of them to faint. While countless elites in the 3 universes were speculating about Prince Xian's mistakes, the Overwatch Council of the Myriad Luo Federation, which was located on the immortal star of the Everlasting Dynasty, immediately launched an investigation into this matter. It had to be mentioned that this was the headquarters of the Myriad Luo Federation. The Myriad Luo Federation was an alliance formed by the human race of the 3rd universe and a large number of other races in Universe 2. Their power included the 3rd and 2nd universes. However, their headquarters was located on the immortal star of the human race's science and technology faction in Universe 3. The reason for this was that the main frame of the star web on the immortal star was an immortal-level starry sky superbrain. This was the only one in the 3 universes. It was said that the headquarters of the Tianji race also had an immortal-level starry sky superbrain, but this had yet to be confirmed. The Myriad Luo Federation's headquarters was located on the immortal star not because the Everlasting Dynasty was very powerful. In fact, the Everlasting Dynasty was only the sole overlord of the human race's science and technology faction. On the human race's side, there was also the overlord of the Cultivation faction, the Tenju Celestial Palace, which was on equal footing with the Myriad Luo Federation. However, as a federation, their power included the planes of the two universes. What was the most important thing? It was the ability to communicate. This was a technological ability. Although the Tenju Celestial Palace was powerful, it couldn't reach the level of the immortal star in this aspect. It was the same for the other Federation races in Universe 2. Therefore, the immortal star became the headquarters of the Myriad Luo Federation. An area was specially set aside on the immortal star as the Federation's headquarters. Not only were there experts from the Everlasting Dynasty's science and technology faction there, but there were also experts from the Tenju Celestial Palace's Cultivation faction. There were also representatives from the other Federation races in Universe 2. Basically, this headquarters was equivalent to the United Nations of Yi Xian's previous life on Earth. The general meaning was similar. The experts of the Myriad Luo Federation headquarters on the Immortal Star were also paying attention to Yi Xian's sudden rise to the celestial leaderboard as Prince Xian. In the end, when Yi Xian fell from 9th to 11th, the Overwatch Council of the Federation immediately launched an investigation. Although it wasn't unprecedented for the Federation to deduct points, there were only a few cases in the history of the Federation. Moreover, every case was a major incident when investigated. Usually, the central system of the Federation's main network deducting points was an incident that caused the Federation great losses. Because of this, although the central system of the Federation's main network had already deducted points, the Federation's Overwatch Council didn't think that this was the end. They would continue to investigate. Once it was confirmed that the reason for the deduction of points was that this person had committed a crime that caused great losses to the Federation's Overwatch Council would continue to pursue the matter. Moreover, the Federation's Overwatch Council was an independent monitoring organization. Although there were experts from both the human race and the second universe, the current supervisor was the great-uncle of the Immortal Dynasty, who had always supported the Great Prince. He was also the current Immortal Emperor's elder brother, Long Huai. Therefore, when he saw that Prince Xian's points were deducted by a terrifying amount of 10 billion, it wasn't a surprise that the so-called secret investigation was immediately launched. There were many other reasons behind this. The higher-ups of the Federation and the Immortal Dynasty were well aware of this. However, no one would say much about it. Even the Immortal Emperor maintained his silence. No one knew what he was thinking. However, everyone knew that even though Prince Xian's sudden appearance had caused the Immortal Emperor to view him in a new light and had even listed him as a candidate to be the next heir to the Immortal Dynasty's throne, the Immortal Emperor still wouldn't interfere in this investigation. In order to become a qualified Immortal Emperor, other than being able to make waves behind enemy lines, one also needed to have methods within oneself. If Prince Xian couldn't even pass this test and fell into the hands of the Overwatch Council, then he also didn't have the right to inherit the Immortal Emperor's throne. Chapter 3061. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation Old Bastard. The journey from the wormhole in the depths of the Graveyard Star Field to the Heavenly River Star at the edge of the Graveyard Star Field was actually quite long. Even a massive object like the Starry Sky Fortress needed half a day to perform a space jump. During this process, the flagship fortress that Naples was in had already contacted the Heavenly River Star. Through the Heavenly River Star's administrative star network, it connected to the higher-level star network. First, it connected to the Heavenly Dust Star Nation, then to the Heavenly Underworld Star Imperial Capital. Step by step, it connected to the main star network of the Everlasting Dynasty. The news of Prince Xian's return was immediately reported to the Everlasting Dynasty. At the same time, everything that happened on the Federation's contribution ranking was also fed back to the fleet of human fortresses. All the soldiers in the 5 Starry Sky Fortresses were completely dumbfounded when they heard that Prince Xian had actually made it to the 9th place on the Heaven leaderboard. Immediately after that, when Prince Xian dropped from the 9th place to the 11th place due to the deduction of his own points, everyone in the fortress fleet came back to their senses. Their expressions were extremely strange. To them, this kind of thing was like a legend, including Naples, the Purplish Warbler, and Imperial Uncle Long Tianba. The only difference was that Imperial Uncle Long Tianba was stunned for a while before he laughed out loud. He naturally realized that this matter would definitely bring a lot of trouble to Yi Xian. His eldest brother, Long Huai, who was in charge of the Federation's Overwatch Council, had always supported the first prince. Now that Prince Xian was like the sun in the sky, Imperial Uncle Long Huai couldn't just sit by and do nothing. He would also be able to benefit by supporting the second prince, Long Tianba, if he dealt with Prince Xian. Although the purplish warbler didn't understand the pros and cons of this matter, as the 3-star general of the Immortal Army, Naples understood. He immediately rushed to the cabin where Yi Xian was in seclusion and requested to see the first prince. In fact, Yi Xian had already expected that the Federation's contribution ranking would skyrocket when he returned to the third universe. However, he didn't expect it to increase to this extent, and he actually rushed to the top of the Heaven leaderboard. Originally, according to his estimation, rushing to the bottom of the Heaven leaderboard was already good enough. Of course, this was a good thing. The only thing that puzzled him was, why did he suddenly fall back to the 11th place after reaching the 9th place? He didn't really care about the difference of 2 ranks, but the deduction of 10 billion Federation contribution points made his heart ache. How many good things could he get with that amount of points? Therefore, Yi Xian was very concerned about this matter. He had not thought that the Federation Overwatch Council would target him because of this matter. Just for the 10 billion points deducted from the Federation, Yi Xian could not casually act as if nothing had happened. One had to know that back then, the level 9 gene cultivation fluid only cost 10 million per tube. 10 billion could be exchanged for 1,000 tubes. At the thought of this, Yi Xian had the urge to kill. However, no matter how hard he racked his brains, he still couldn't figure out where the deduction of 10 billion Federation points came from. Since it was a deduction of points, it naturally meant that he had done something that made the Federation lose a lot of money. Yi Xian had no idea at all about this kind of thing. Just as he was alone in his cabin, deep in thought, the slightly panicked Naples arrived. Yi Xian really wanted to hear his opinion. Since he couldn't figure it out himself, he might as well ask this high-ranking military officer who had always been working hard on the undying planet for advice. Perhaps he would gain something. This time, because they were discussing confidential matters, Naples came alone. Not to mention the purplish warbler, he didn't even bring his trusted advisors. Once he entered Yi Xian's cabin, Naples waited for the door to close and immediately said nervously, "Prince, I'm afraid this is going to be a disaster. The deduction of 10 billion Federation contribution points is definitely enough for the Federation Overwatch Council to investigate you. To be able to make the Federation's main network deduct such a terrifying amount of contribution points, it means that the person you killed is definitely not an ordinary person." Demon spy? Hearing these 4 words, Yi Xian's heart skipped a beat. Sure enough, there was something. He immediately asked, "Why are you so sure that I was deducted 10 billion contribution points because I killed a demon spy? Isn't it obvious?" Naples shook his head and smiled bitterly. "You've always been in the first universe. What else could you have done there that would have a huge impact on the Federation and cause a huge loss? That's a slave race of the Qianji clan, and you've always been in the demon sector. So, you must have accidentally killed a demon spy who was bought over by the Federation long ago. That's why it was recorded on the Federation's interstellar mercenary card. Of course, the virtual mercenary card has no self-consciousness. It will only evaluate how many contribution points you've done at that time is worth as a reward, or how many contribution points should be deducted. It won't report back what you've done specifically. This is also for the sake of confidentiality. This is recognized by the Federation. Otherwise, who would dare to use this kind of virtual mercenary card? But it's also because of this that the Overwatch Council has the opportunity to make things difficult for you. After all, they're the ones investigating, and the final result is all up to them. You have no way to refute them. The current head of the Federation's Overwatch Council is the great Imperial Uncle Long Huai, who has always supported the Great Prince. He won't let go of this opportunity to suppress you. After all, Your Highness now is indeed like the sun in the sky. Yes, what you said makes sense. It's just, who is this guy? General Naples' words made Yi Xian feel as if he was suddenly enlightened. However, Yi Xian didn't care about the great Imperial Uncle who was the head of the Federation's Overwatch Council at that time. He quickly fell into deep thought, and his mind quickly turned. He pondered about who the despicable person who caused him to lose 10 billion Federation contribution points was. To be able to cause this prince to lose so many contribution points, there's no need to mention how important he is. And the importance of this kind of demon spy is directly linked to the other party's position in the demon race. Therefore, the identity of the other party should be investigated from top to bottom. After muttering a few words to himself, Yi Xian's eyes quickly lit up. In almost an instant, he had a result. Then, a dull expression appeared on his face. He exclaimed in disbelief, F***CK. The high priest of the imperial city, Wen Xing. That old guy is actually a spy planted by the Federation in the demon race? That old bastard. This is really F***ed up. What? The first high priest of the demon royal city, Wen Xing, died at your hands? That's a master of the heavenly passage realm. When Naples heard Wen Xing's name, he was immediately sure. Only such a high position and value to the Wan Luo Federation was enough to cause Prince Xian to lose 10 billion contribution points. If it were anyone else, they really wouldn't have this right. Chapter 3062. The arrival of the prince. You still have the nerve to say that? Naples was clearly blasted into pieces by your cannon. This prince only participated in the scheme against him. When Yi Xian truthfully told Naples everything that had happened, the latter was dumbfounded on the spot. After a long while, when he came back to his senses, his face was full of embarrassment. After a short while he said weakly, In that case, this old subject seems to have tricked your highness again. But this time, you really can't blame me. If you want to blame someone, you can only blame that Wen Xing for being too unlucky. As a demon spy who had been bought over by our human race, he had already muddled his way to the high position of High Priest of the Demon Imperial City. But in the end, he ended up like this. He was killed by our own people without knowing anything. It's really more sad than being F***ed. In addition, this is also a turning point for us. At this point, Naples grinned and said, Although we still don't know which higher up on the side of the Myriad Luo Federation directly contacted a high-level insider like Wen Xing to be in charge of this matter, the last time I led the fleet to the demon domain, there was a high-level chess piece like Wen Xing on the side of the demon domain, but this person actually didn't inform me at all. He clearly committed the crime of dereliction of duty. In general, he also has to bear a part of the responsibility for Wen Xing's death. In the future, when you return to the Immortal Star, if the first Imperial Uncle of the Federation's Overwatch Council wants to use this matter to make things difficult for your highness. At that time, although you and I will more or less bear some responsibility, with this person to share the burden, the responsibility that can fall to the two of us will be neither painful nor itchy. The first Imperial Uncle, Long Huai, will never think that we have such a trump card in our hands. At that time, I'm afraid all his efforts will be in vain, and he will also reveal his sinister face of abusing power for personal gain. Just thinking about it makes me happy. In that case, this old subject actually hopes that he will make things difficult for your highness early on. At that time, Long Huai's sinister scheme will be exposed, but it will instead set off your highness methods and unshakable. I'm afraid it will leave an even deeper impression in the Immortal Emperor and the entire imperial family. We will have profited from this disaster. At this point, Naples was already beaming with joy. His previously incomparably worried appearance was instantly swept away. In response, Yi Xian shrugged his shoulders and did not respond. In reality, he did not take what Naples said to heart at all. Even if the so-called Great Imperial Uncle Long Huai had the status of director of the Federation's Overwatch Council, Yi Xian still did not take him seriously. Although he hadn't been in the first universe for a long time and Yi Xian's cultivation base had improved rapidly upon his return, he was only about to break through to the fourth major realm, the planet grade. He could only be considered passable. He was still far from a true expert. However, in terms of foundation, he was already worlds apart from when he had left. His gains in the first universe this time were enough for Yi Xian to look down on the Grotto Heaven realm and even the supreme existence of the Mystic Light realm. He did not want to reveal some of his methods, but if he was forced into a corner, he could just fall out with them. With his current reputation in the three universes, even if he fell out with some of the higher-ups of the Immortal Emperor dynasty, they would definitely not dare to brazenly defame him. Not long after, the fortress beneath his feet trembled slightly and stopped. It was obvious that they had arrived at the Sky River planet. Even the Sky River planet Star Dock could not contain 5 such huge starry fortresses, so they all stopped in the void. In any case, they did not need to resupply. This time they had not been in the first universe for a long time, and they had not experienced any great battles. The 5 starry fortresses were not very rich in resources yet. As for why they stopped here temporarily, it was just a formality. After all, billions of fans were gathered here. Since Prince Xian had returned to the human race from the first universe, if he directly returned to the immortal planet, it would seem too unreasonable. The billions of fans would be greatly disappointed, and this would be extremely detrimental to Prince Xian's reputation. Hence, the fleet temporarily stopped at the Sky River planet this time. In fact, it could be seen as a show. It was also because of this reason that Imperial Uncle Long Tianba did not even show his face, let alone leave the fortress. What the eye does not see, the heart does not grieve over. Similarly, in order to show that they were close to the people, there was no ostentatious effect. Not many people walked out of the fortress. Yi Xian, the purplish warbler, the Neapolitan admiral, and his 2 trusted generals were present. Apart from that, there was also a group of personal guards, all of whom were lieutenants of the immortal army. There were only 20 people in total. Such a huge fortress fleet, but after the doors of the flagship fortress opened, less than 30 people appeared. This scene even seemed a little cold and cheerless. This made the welcoming party and the prince's fans, who were already crowded outside the atmosphere of the Sky River planet, feel very surprised. At the same time, there were also exclamations of astonishment. Sigh, as expected of a prince. The higher the position, the more approachable he is. Look at him and then look at us. This realm is really not just a little bit different. Yes. If it were me, I would probably have thousands of troops opening a path in front of me. Seeing Prince Xian like this, I seem to have understood something. It's him. It's really him. Back when Prince Xian was on the Sky River planet, I was very familiar with him. I recognized him at a glance. F***CK. Can you be any more shameless? Scram, I was going to say that Prince Xian is our big brother. As these words rang out, Bai Zhengjun and Zhao Long, who were at the forefront of the crowd, turned their heads and looked at each other. Immediately, they came up alone with smiles on their faces. Originally, they were followed by hundreds of personal guards, but at this moment, when they saw that the prince was so low-key, they immediately retreated. In this kind of situation, all the tones had to be in tune with the prince. Seeing these 2 guys, the purplish warbler's face instantly darkened. When she came to the Sky River planet before, she was preoccupied with important matters and didn't have the time to argue with these 2 insidious people. But today it was different. Yi Xian keenly noticed this and turned to ask, "What's wrong?" When you and Lulua were taken away by the black light of the black wind, the escort fleet of these 2 guys immediately returned. However, it was not to rescue you, but to kill you. The space pirates were killed by them. Even I, at that time, would have died if it weren't for the protective treasure of my clan. In addition, after these 2 guys returned to the Sky River planet, they didn't immediately report the news that you were taken away by the demons. Instead, they concealed it and pretended not to know. Later, when you suddenly rushed into the ranking list of young masters, I knew that you were still alive. Only then did the experts of the Sky River planet know that Prince Xian had fallen into the hands of the demons and launched a counterattack. What? Such a thing happened? Chapter 3063. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. To kill or not to kill, who would have thought that these 2 fellows would turn hostile so quickly? They had just sent Yi Xian away, and now that he had been captured by the demons, they wanted to kill him immediately. They were rotten to the core. Thinking of this, Yi Xian immediately shouted angrily, "Men, give this prince. Take him." Who would have thought that there would be such despicable, shameless, and daring people in this world? Back when Prince Xian was captured by the demon scouts, not only did you not report it immediately, you even wanted to kill him to cover up the truth so that he would not be implicated. How preposterous! Admiral Naples heard the purplish warbler's words clearly and was immediately enraged. Following Yi Xian's roar, he raised his hand and pointed at Bai Zhengjun and Zhao Long, who were approaching but were completely stunned by Yi Xian's roar, and reprimanded, "Take them down immediately, including their direct descendants and confidants. Kill them all on the spot." Boom! Rumble! As soon as Admiral Naples' words fell, 100 small fortresses, each with a diameter of 5,000 meters, rushed out from the 5 starry sky fortresses behind him and spread out in an orderly manner. In the blink of an eye, they surrounded the entire heavenly river star. Not to mention the human masters, even a bird couldn't escape. This was the advantage of an interstellar fortress. Normal battleships, even if they were huge fortresses with a diameter of 10,000 m, would only carry mini patrol ships. However, for a colossus like an interstellar fortress, the patrol ships inside would be upgraded to mini-fortresses with a diameter of 5,000 m. A space fortress could easily carry dozens of small fortresses. Now that 100 of them were deployed together, it was obvious that they were still holding back. Very quickly, from these 100 small fortresses, elite troops of the Immortal Army rushed out. Some of them began to capture outside the atmosphere of the Sky River planet, while more rushed into the atmosphere to capture. Although Bai Zhongjun and Zhao Long had controlled the military and political power of the Heavenly River planet for many years, it was impossible for them to corrupt all the powerful cultivators of the Heavenly River planet. Those who had been lying low saw the opportunity, and immediately broke out and pointed out the culprits, which made it very convenient for the capture. For a moment, the entire Sky River planet was filled with killing intent. Yi Xian stood in the void with his hands behind his back. The large number of Prince Xian's fans, who had come to welcome him, now understood the truth of the matter. When they thought of how Bai Zhongjun and Zhao Long had almost killed Prince Xian, if it weren't for Prince Xian's shocking methods, they would have been killed in a foreign land. No one would know. After this news spread, it instantly caused an uproar and commotion both inside and outside the Heavenly River planet. The elite battle teams of the Immortal Legion escorted Bai Zhongjun and Zhao Long's trusted aides to gather at the atmosphere. Along the way, they were occasionally met with some angry fans of the prince who rushed into the crowd and shouted for them to be killed. This continued for nearly 2 hours before everything finally came to an end. The efficiency of the Immortal Army's elite troops was indeed amazing. Bai Zhongjun and Zhao Long had been operating on the Sky River planet for many years, so their influence was very deep. However, no matter how deep the hidden forces were, they were all dug out in just 2 hours. At this moment, a large number of people were escorted to the star dock outside the atmosphere of the Sky River planet. Around them were the elite troops of the Immortal Army. In the center, there were more than 10,000 of the Sky River planet's vermin led by Bai Zhongjun and Zhao Long. These guys were the two's confidants who had followed them for many years. Naples even let some people who didn't have a deep relationship with them go. He only gave them a warning. At this time, these 10,000 people were all kneeling in the void, kowtowing and begging for mercy. Almost all of them were crying in pain. There were also experts among them, such as Zhao Long, who was in the Black Hole realm. However, with Naples, a supreme existence in the mystic light realm, at the side, he couldn't even think of resisting. What's more, they were facing the Immortal Army from the Imperial Capital's immortal planet, and the one who gave the order was Prince Xian. Even if they escaped, no matter how big the third universe was, there was no place for them to hide. Their only chance of survival was to beg for mercy. Long Xian, what are you doing? Do you want to carry out a massacre? There are more than 10,000 people here, and many of them are soldiers of the Heavenly Dust Empire. Although you are a prince of the Empire, you have no right to kill them. Right at this moment, Imperial Uncle Long Tianba, who had been holed up in the flagship fortress all this time, came out with a group of personal guards. He deliberately shouted so that all the powerhouses watching from outside Heavenly River Star could hear him clearly. Naturally, he wasn't here to save people. He couldn't be bothered to care about the life and death of these people. The reason why Long Tianba had appeared was because this was clearly a good opportunity to suppress Prince Xian's reputation. He couldn't miss it. If Yi Xian gave up on killing these 10,000 Sky River planet vermin because of his shout, then this matter would leave him with a weak impression. If Yi Xian insisted on doing things his own way, then the result would also be disadvantageous to Yi Xian. He would give others the impression that he killed indiscriminately and cruelly. No matter how he looked at it, he was the one who had taken advantage of the situation. At this moment, Long Tianba's heart was blooming with joy. He thought to himself, "You're the one who brought this upon yourself. Since you insist on creating more problems, then don't blame me for taking advantage of you." Yi Xian and Naples exchanged glances. Just as the latter was about to step forward and take responsibility for this matter, Yi Xian reached out and stopped him. A cold smile appeared on Yi Xian's face as he glanced at Imperial Uncle Long Tianba, who was gradually approaching him. He coldly laughed and said, "Imperial Uncle Tianba, aren't you being a bit of a busybody? You?" Long Tianba's expression darkened when he heard such unrestrained ridicule. He was about to explode. However, Yi Xian didn't give him the chance to do so. He pointed at Bai Zhongjun and Zhao Long who were kneeling on the ground and said in a clear voice, "Bai Zhongjun has a mysterious fleet in his hands and has been robbing people all over the Sky River galaxy. This matter has long been a public secret. Ask all the experts on the Sky River Galaxy. How many of them don't know about this? Zhao Long has spies planted in the Sky River Galaxy Federation's platform all year round. As soon as he discovers that any expert has a large amount of planet core source, or has exchanged for a precious treasure, he immediately sends people to follow them. As soon as that person leaves the Sky River Galaxy, he secretly sends out a fleet to intercept and kill them. How many experts in the Sky River Galaxy have silently disappeared all these years? Even this prince was targeted by him when he exposed himself on the Sky River Galaxy Federation's platform and was almost killed. That's right, this prince doesn't have an official position, so I don't have the qualifications to kill the two of them and their accomplices. However, this prince registered as an interstellar mercenary on the Sky River Galaxy. This is the place where this prince began his path to the final trial. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that the Sky River Galaxy is this prince's second home. Chapter 3064. Confident in his mind today, I won't say whether I should kill him or not. I'll leave this matter to the countless experts of the Federation, both inside and outside the Sky River Star. Xianxia then turned to look at the tens of thousands of Prince's fans in the distance and shouted, "This bunch of scumbags, tell me, kill him or not?" Using the situation to his advantage actually made him more popular. Long Tianba's expression instantly changed, and his heart sank to the bottom of his stomach. This person was not easy to deal with. Kill! 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 Xianxia's words ignited the anger of countless experts inside and outside the Sky River Star. Shouts of "kill" could be heard from the experts outside the Sky River Star's atmosphere. Even within the heavenly river star, waves of killing cries rang out. They also heard Xianxia's words, so it was impossible for them not to react. In an instant, Xianxia neutralized Long Tianba's sinister plan and used it to win the hearts of the people. After this incident, Prince Xian gave people the impression that he was not only unafraid of power, but he even dared to refute the imperial uncle's rebuke. He was the embodiment of justice and would never hide his sins. Furthermore, he was vigilant in his actions and his methods were brilliant. All of this was clearly beneficial to his reputation. It was only a matter of time before he soared to the heavens. The hearts of the people were not to be bullied. At this time, Bai Zhongjun and Zhao Long finally realized this point. They were not going to die at the hands of Xian today. Instead, they were going to die at the hands of the countless experts in the Sky River Star sector who had been bullied by them. Kill! Following Xian's order, the large number of elite soldiers of the Immortal Army who were watching over these 10,000 vermin raised their swords and chopped off their heads one by one. With the development of the current era, this kind of execution by decapitation had long been abolished. The scene of more than 10,000 people being beheaded at the same time was not worth mentioning. However, Xian still did it. He would not let go of this opportunity. If it were any other occasion and he dared to do so, it would definitely cause a commotion. Someone with ulterior motives would secretly fan the flames, and Prince Xian's image would be shrouded in a bloody and bloodthirsty shadow. But today was different. Today, countless experts in the entire Sky River sector were speaking out in unison. Therefore, even if the scene of tens of thousands of people being beheaded at the same time spread, which was shocking, no one would dare to make a fuss about it. That would be a crime against the whole world. Instead, it was Emperor Xian who took advantage of this matter without any risk and displayed an iron fist. It was not a bloodthirsty slaughter, but a righteous and iron-blooded one. There was a big difference between the two. The former was disadvantageous to him, while the latter could increase his reputation. And this time, Xian had successfully achieved this with the help of the anger of countless experts in the Sky River sector. Not only did Long Tianba fail to add insult to injury, but he also added fuel to the fire by increasing Xian's reputation. This result made him so angry that he almost vomited blood on the spot. At the same time, it made him deeply realize how difficult it was to deal with this Prince Xian. Suppressing his anger, he looked deeply at Xian with an expressionless face and snorted coldly. Then, he turned around and led his personal guards back to the flagship fortress. Tens of thousands of heads fell to the ground. The atmosphere of the Sky River sector was filled with blood. However, the entire Sky River sector was filled with thunderous cheers at this moment. The name, Prince Xian, gradually became the main theme of the cheers of hundreds of millions of people. Some experts who were not fans of the prince had also become fans of Xian after this incident. This was because he had swept away the haze of the Sky River sector and returned this sector to a clear and bright sky. Many of these experts were not citizens of the Sky River sector, but they had stayed here for many years. This was because this sector was rich in star nuclei, which were the best resources for cultivation. Following the deaths of Bai Zhengjun and Zhao Long, the military and politics of the entire Sky River sector fell into a state of vacuum. Yi Xian did not take this opportunity to plant his own men. That would make his previous actions suspicious of him for personal gain. The losses would outweigh the gains. He had only appointed a high-ranking officer from the remaining garrison of the Heavenly River planet, who had not colluded with Zhao Long. He ordered him to temporarily take charge of the affairs of the Heavenly River planet, while waiting for a new planet manager and garrison commander to be assigned to the Heavenly Dust planet. After news of this spread, Prince Xian's reputation increased again. In fact, after Yi Xian eliminated Bai Zhengjun and Zhao Long, there were many people secretly watching his subsequent actions. Without a doubt, Yi Xian did not disappoint them. In order to avoid suspicion, he left with the Naples fortress fleet on the second day and headed to the Tianqian Star, the capital of the Tianqian nation. There was a large wormhole there. After jumping through it, one would be able to reach the Tianming Star, where the capital of the Tianming Empire was located. After jumping through a few more wormholes, one would be close to the Immortal Star, the imperial capital of the Everlasting Dynasty. At this moment, Yi Xian, Admiral Naples, a few of his trusted advisors, and the Purplish Warbler were having a meal in the command cabin on the top floor of the flagship fortress. The food was simple but exquisite. There was also some spirit wine specially prepared for Prince Xian and the Purplish Warbler. Naples was still on the march and was not allowed to drink. Sigh, although we did a good job on the Sky River sector this time, it's still a bit of a pity. There were no outsiders here. They were all on the same side. Therefore, Naples did not hide anything in his words. He said bluntly, although the Sky River sector is only an administrative planet under the jurisdiction of a small country like the Tianqian nation, due to its extraordinary geographical location, it is the closest administrative planet to the graveyard sector of the human race. Therefore, it is of special significance. The graveyard sector of the graveyard sector is not only rich in star core sources, but the wormhole from the third universe to the first universe is also deep in the graveyard sector of the graveyard sector. Although your highness has a great reputation now, you don't have a territory. If you could get the Sky River sector. Speaking of this, Naples shook his head again and sighed. Obviously, he was quite regretful that he could not seize the opportunity to take down the Heavenly River Star. How do you know that the Sky River sector does not belong to me? Due to this rescue incident, Naples and his military forces had long since been branded with Prince Xian's brand. In addition, he himself had followed him wholeheartedly, so Yi Xian had long since treated him as one of his own. Similarly, there was nothing taboo in his words. With a grin, Yi Xian continued, "Don't forget, the reason why Bai Zhengjun and Zhao Long are able to control the military and political power of Heavenly River Planet isn't just because of their own abilities, but because they have people behind them. In the Tianqian nation's capital, the Tianqian planet, the Zhao family is quite powerful. Bai Zhengjun also has a son who is an important official in the capital, so..." At this point, Yi Xian suddenly thought of the 10,000 or so experts of the Federation that he had released from the myriad prison at the bottom of the Black Mosquito sector. Among them, a small number were the children of the aristocrats and even the upper echelons of the Tianqian nation. Chapter 3065. Translator, Nioibo Studio Editor. Nioibo Studio First Order Planet. Furthermore, with Prince Xian's current influence, even if Yi Xian didn't look for them, they would have taken the initiative to curry favor with him, hoping to make use of his influence to achieve a meteoric rise. Picking two from this group of people to control Sky River Star was the best strategy. No one knew that they were related to Yi Xian. This way, not only would they be able to control Tianhe Planet, but they would also be able to avoid suspicion of Prince Xian's previous actions. Thinking of this, Yi Xian smiled mysteriously. This trip to Tianqian Nation seemed to be quite interesting. Now that Bai Zhengjun and Zhao Long had been dealt with, if they didn't give the Purplish Warbler an explanation for the Lulua incident, it would be even more difficult to explain in the future. As such, after dinner, Yi Xian decided to take the opportunity to take a stroll and tell them the entire truth. He wouldn't hide anything and would tell them everything. As a space fortress with a diameter of 100,000 meters, which was 100 kilometers, not only did it have many levels, but each level was also very spacious. Even the command cabin on the top floor had a leisure area that was more than 10 kilometers in radius. The walls of the fortress around this area were one-way transparent. You couldn't see anything from the outside, but from the inside, You could see the boundless starry sky. As a leisure area for the officers and soldiers of the command cabin on the top floor to relax, it was completely like a vacation area. There was a large amount of tropical rainforest plants, a natural beach, and a swimming pool. There were even some open-air bars and the like. At this time, Xian and the purplish warbler were strolling in this area. The surrounding environment gave them the illusion that they were in a vacation area on an administrative planet, not a space fortress. The two of them didn't stroll in the crowded areas. Instead, they walked in the secluded tropical rainforest. The purplish warbler seemed to have realized something and kept silent. She clenched a small fist slightly and was a little nervous. Xian didn't mention Lulua, so it was impossible that she didn't notice. I'm sure you've guessed it. Lulua, she sighed. With a sigh, Xian revealed everything that had happened that day. In the end, he said, when Lulua was smashed into pieces by Ba Chai, I was caught off guard and couldn't react at all. What made me feel most guilty was that at that time, in order to delay and wait for a chance to escape, I deliberately released the warbler's mind to deceive Ba Chai and make him think that I was a warbler. And this happened to Lulua. She was killed by Ba Chai's favorites. She was deceived by someone she trusted. This is my greatest guilt. As he spoke, Yi warblers and warbler, 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 warbler studio, warbler, warbler to studio, warbler, 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 warbler studio to studio, warbler, studio. T warbler, S warbler, S mind. Warto him to demons level power. T test strength. S him. Warto 222, Estus war. Sigh. Seeing that Xian had displayed the Demunkin's mental power in front of him, this was a huge secret. Xian had already shown his sincerity. Thinking about this, Shen Yuanziying sighed and shook her head. She smiled bitterly and said, "Forget it, you can't be blamed for this. It wasn't easy for you to survive that situation. If you didn't have the demon's mental power to confuse the other party, I'm afraid you would have died. Lulua grew up with me, and she was also an orphan. Now that she's gone, at least, she won't have to worry about her family anymore. I'm sure she'll find out the truth in heaven and forgive you. After all, in that situation, no one could have done better than you. Ba Chai is still alive. He's in the Black Wind ship. Moreover, I've already subdued him and made him my demon slave. During this period of time, I haven't used him to do anything for me because I was worried that if I used him too much, I might develop feelings for him as a servant. When that time comes, I won't have the heart to kill him. I've kept him especially for you. When the time is right, I'll hand him over to you. You should personally avenge Lulua. You can actually subdue a rank 9 black hole being as a slave? What's your cultivation level?" Although Xian had already revealed his pet, the Bloodben Prince, and the Bloodben Prince was a supreme existence at the first level of the Origin Realm, it was still a mosquito beast. Subduing a mosquito beast as a pet beast and subduing a demon as a slave were two completely different things. Even if a mosquito beast had developed some intelligence, how could it have the intelligence of a demon powerhouse? Therefore, subduing a rank 9 black hole realm demon as a slave was more shocking to the purplish warbler than subduing a rank 1 Origin Realm mosquito beast as a pet beast. At this moment, her face was filled with shock. She turned to look at Xian with disbelief. If I were to say that my true cultivation level is rank 9 black hole realm, maybe I'll be a rank 1 planet warrior after reaching Tianqian star because I'll be going into seclusion to cultivate later. Also, I'm not Prince Xian, I'm just Xian. At this point, Xian paused and looked at the purplish warbler with a strange expression. He continued, "You're my friend, and I don't want to lie to you. Would you believe me if I said this?" "Like hell I'd believe you. How can you go from rank 9 black hole realm to rank 1 planet warrior after one seclusion? Do you think I'm a 3-year-old girl?" The purplish warbler immediately rolled her eyes and blushed. She glared at Xian flirtatiously. "You big bad guy. How dare you say you treat me as a friend? And I'm calling you Big Brother Yi again and again. Haven't you lied to me before? Bad guy." After she finished speaking, Shen Yuanziying lowered her head and immediately ran away with small steps. This girl, it seems like she's falling in love with him. Don't tell me she's in love with this prince? In all honesty, I'm a little handsome, but I really don't intend to make a move on her. Seeing the purplish warbler run away shyly, Xian made a small joke. Then, he shook his head and smiled bitterly. No one believes me when I say the truth. What kind of world is this? Sigh, I can only blame myself for being too outstanding. After dealing with Lu Luo's matter, Yi Xian's state of mind suddenly became clear. The knot in his heart completely disappeared. This was also why he said that he would be going into seclusion to cultivate later. This kind of huge change in state of mind was the easiest to trigger a breakthrough in cultivation level. Yi Xian had encountered this kind of thing twice before, so he could be considered to have a lot of experience and insight. In addition, he didn't hesitate to invest a large amount of planetary core origin, and he also had the devouring system to help him absorb the planetary core origin. A small breakthrough in cultivation level was really nothing. Although the purplish warbler couldn't understand or accept this, to Yi Xian, this was completely normal. After returning to his cabin, Yi Xian immediately began his seclusion. Chapter 3066. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Celestial dust. Stare. A day later, when he finished his cultivation and opened his eyes, the familiar system beep sounded in his mind at the right time. Ding! Congratulations to the host for leveling up. Current realm. First Order Planet Warrior. Yi Xian clenched his fists and smiled silently. The planet realm was the fourth major realm. Once one reached the planet realm, they would no longer be considered weak. He had finally entered the planet realm after entering space. After walking out of the cabin, he bumped into the purplish warbler in the resting area of the command cabin on the top floor of the flagship fortress. Yi Xian waved his hand excitedly. Look, Ziying, I told you. I can break through after one seclusion. I'm now a first-order planet warrior. The purplish warbler froze for a moment, then her face turned red. Liar! How dare you flirt with me? Shameless! Yi Xian was immediately stunned. Even when Shenyuan Ziying ran away with a bashful expression, he still wasn't able to react. In all honesty, this prince was just stating a fact. When did it become a big lie? Also, what the hell was with flirting with her and being shameless? How could one speak the truth in this world? On the side, Naples took in all this. He turned his head and exchanged a look with the two trusted advisors behind him. The three of them smiled mysteriously. The Shenyuan family is only a big family in the capital of Tianming Empire, one of the three empires under the imperial court. However, the Shenyuan family is in the business of genetic cultivation fluid. It's no small matter. That's right. Although they can't produce level 9 fluids, level 8 fluids are important. In the three empires, there aren't many families that can produce level 8 fluids. The direct descendant of the Shenyuan family is a good match for our Prince Xian. The key is that Shenyuan girl is not bad. If she can get together with our prince, the Shenyuan family will definitely support our prince. We'll pass by Tianming Empire on our way back to the imperial capital's immortal star. We'll make sure of this. Don't worry, General. When we get back to Tianming Imperial City, the two of us will personally pay a visit to the Shenyuan family. The three of them huddled together to conspire. With a few words, they settled the matter. However, the person involved, Yi Xian, was kept in the dark and was completely unaware. Half a day later, they finally arrived at Heavenly Dust Star. The Tianchen Star was a small country within the Tianming Empire, one of the three great empires of the dynasty. It was the capital star of the Tianchen Empire. Although the three empires under the rule of the dynasty were all emperors, that was not the case for the small countries within the three empires. Some small countries had a monarch system, while others had a federation system. Tianchen country belonged to the former, a monarch system. The Heavenly River Star was an administrative star of the Heavenly Dust country, but it was located at the edge of the Heavenly Dust star field. As a small country, the monarch of the Heavenly Dust country was nothing in the eyes of the Tianming Empire. In a large empire there were many small countries like this. If they were placed in a dynasty that was above an empire, they were even less important. A 3-star general of the dynasty, the monarch of such a small country, could only carefully accompany him. They did not even dare to breathe loudly. Therefore, when the news of what happened in the Heavenly River Star reached the Heavenly Dust Star, the monarch of the Tianchen country was so scared that he almost wet his pants. Prince Xian's ruthless methods made the entire Heavenly Dust Star anxious. Everyone felt threatened. After all, the Heavenly River Star was an administrative star of the Tianchen country, and Bai Zhangjun and Zhao Long were appointed by the Tianchen country's capital. Strictly speaking, the two of them had almost killed Prince Xian, and the monarch of the Tianqian country could not say that he was not responsible. More importantly, even if Prince Xian did not intend to pursue this matter, the Tianqian country might not be able to avoid this crisis. The Tian Ming Empire's capital also needed to curry favor with Prince Xian. If the Tianqian country was used by the Tian Ming Empire as a sacrifice to curry favor with the prince, the consequences would be unimaginable. Fortunately, the prince had immediately left the Heavenly River Star and came to the Heavenly Dust Star. The Heavenly Underworld Empire had not reacted so quickly. Now that the prince's fleet had arrived, if the prince expressed that he would not pursue this matter further, the Heavenly Underworld Empire would naturally not pursue this matter further. Even if they wanted to curry favor with the prince, they would have other plans. Hence, to the Heavenly Dust Kingdom, no matter what, they had to do their best when Prince Xian descended on the Heavenly Dust Star. They had to strive to get the prince to express his stance and pardon their negligence. Otherwise, just the Tian Ming Empire's capital alone would not let them live peacefully. They would definitely be punished. In fact, Yi Xian had already expected this. Therefore, he thought that the monarch of the Tianqian country would have already made arrangements for this matter when he arrived at the Heavenly Dust Star. However, the grandeur of the other party still gave Yi Xian a huge shock. This time, the 5 starry sky fortresses were still parked in the void outside the Heavenly Dust Star's atmosphere. Just like the previous time on the Heavenly River Star, there were less than 30 people who walked out of the flagship fortresses. They were led by Yi Xian, the Purplish Warbler, Naples, and his 2 major generals. The rest were a few guards. In front of them, outside the Heavenly Dust Star's atmosphere, there was a black mass of people. Other than the welcoming party arranged by the monarch of the Tianqian country, there were close to 10,000 people kneeling in the void. There were men and women, old and young. They were the members of the Bai family and the Zhao family and their trusted aides. They were all tied up by the monarch of the Tianqian country and brought out of the Heavenly Dust Star's atmosphere. This was clearly a sincere apology to Prince Xian. All the members of the Bai family and the Zhao family, regardless of whether they were in cahoots with Bai Zhengjun or Zhao Long, were all used as sacrificial lambs. They would rather kill the wrong person than let them go. "Welcome, Your Highness." Just as Yi Xian saw this scene and frowned slightly, the black mass of people in front of him all knelt down, including the monarch of the Heavenly Dust Star and a bunch of important ministers. With Prince Xian's status as a prince of the royal family, he might not have to do this in the 3 big empires. The emperor was also an important minister of the empire and didn't need to kneel. However, in the small countries under the 3 big empires, the monarchs of these small countries had to kneel in front of the princes of the empire. These people are all from the Bai family and the Zhao family? Yi Xian stood in the void with his hands behind his back and raised his hand. As he spoke, his gaze shifted from the tens of thousands of sinners to the swollen monarch of the Tianqian country. "Monarch, please stand up and speak. Everyone, stand up. I don't like this. We don't dare, we don't dare. Your Highness, you are the monarch." The monarch of the Tianqian country was so frightened that cold sweat broke out on his forehead. As he stood up, he hurriedly tried to be polite. "All of you stand up too." Chapter 3067. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor. Henyi Translations receiving gifts until hand cramps. However, I see that many of these Bai and Zhao family members are women and children. How could they be related to this matter? Disperse. The empire will not tolerate those who are guilty. However, we cannot kill innocent people, even if they are the family members of the guilty. Otherwise, how can the empire's laws be followed? Among these Bai and Zhao family members, if they have an official position, we can investigate whether they have committed any crimes. Those who are guilty will be punished accordingly. As for those who are innocent, we will treat them like other family members without an official position and release them together. This prince is not someone who kills indiscriminately. Emperor of Tianqian country, don't ruin this prince's reputation. With the last sentence, Yi Xian's tone turned stern, scaring the emperor of Tianqian country so much that his entire body trembled. He hurriedly said that he did not dare to do so. Then, he followed Yi Xian's instructions and ordered the surrounding Tianqian country soldiers to disperse the Bai and Zhao family members who were kneeling on the ground. Of course, they were brought into Tianqian's star. Next, they had to follow Prince Xian's instructions and investigate whether these 2 family members with an official position had committed any crimes. As for those innocent officials and the family members of the 2 families, the emperor of Tianqian country obviously didn't dare to act rashly. He could tell that his attempt to flatter Prince Xian had hit the nail on the head. Prince Xian was righteous and wasn't the kind of person who would cut the grass for personal gain. This was something that even he secretly admired. In fact, Yi Xian's words and actions surprised even Naples and the two trusted advisors behind him. Usually, when faced with such a situation, since Prince Xian did not catch the culprit himself, he would just go with the flow and eliminate the source of the trouble. However, Yi Xian did the exact opposite. Once this matter spread, Prince Xian's reputation would obviously rise to another level. Regardless of whether it was Prince Xian's deliberate actions or whether he had always been this way and acted as he pleased, just this point alone was enough to make Naples and his direct subordinates follow Prince Xian even more loyally to conquer the world. Such a master was either benevolent and brave, or wise and resourceful. If she didn't follow him, who else could she follow? Even the purplish warbler was staring at Yi Xian from behind. She didn't speak for a long time, but there was a glimmer in her eyes. She could see that all of this was Yi Xian's true intentions. It was also because of this that the purplish warbler's intentions towards Prince Xian became even stronger. Thinking of this, purplish warbler's face turned red. She spat in disdain and whispered in a voice that only she could hear, "Big liar! Seizing the opportunity to tease me again. How shameless!" If Yi Xian heard this, he would probably faint from anger on the spot. When this woman was unreasonable, she was truly invincible. As a large number of Heavenly Dust Nation soldiers moved out, the people of the Bai and Zhao clans, who were originally kneeling on the ground, thinking that they would not be able to escape today and would most likely be beheaded like the 10,000 people outside the atmosphere of Heavenly River Star 2 days ago, stood up one by one. Their faces were filled with surprise as they walked towards Heavenly Dust Star one after another. Among them, some were expressionless, while others were full of gratitude. Prince Xian was so righteous as to let go of the opportunity to implicate them. This was something that no one could remain indifferent about. No one noticed that among the thousands of people from the Bai and Zhao clans, there were two people whose gazes were particularly special. One of them was full of hatred. The other, however, was like the purplish warbler, exuding a glimmer of brilliance and vaguely carrying the intention to overthrow. The matter of the Bai and Zhao clans was just a small interlude. Very quickly, Yi Xian and the rest entered Tianqian planet under the protection of the Tianqian Emperor and the Tianqian nation's Chongqian soldiers. Although the Tianqian Emperor's flattery hit the nail on the head, the effect was more or less the same as what he had planned. It could be said that Prince Xian's words could be considered as a declaration of his position on this matter. To him, the crisis had already been resolved. Since even Prince Xian was no longer fussing over this matter, Tianming Imperial Capital could not possibly continue to pursue this matter. If they really wanted to use this matter to curry favor with Prince Xian, the result would probably be another slap on the horse's leg. Therefore, at this moment, the king of the Heavenly Dust Kingdom was in a very good mood. Even though the process was out of his expectations, in the end, he had achieved his goal. Moreover, he had also avoided the negative impact that too much killing would bring to his reputation. The ending could be said to be perfect. All of this was bestowed upon him by Prince Xian's righteousness. At this moment, the Tianqian Emperor, as well as the important officials of the Tianqian nation, were filled with heartfelt gratitude and admiration towards Prince Xian. They were all convinced. This time, Yi Xian didn't plan to stay in Tianqian planet for too long. The wormhole entrance to the Tianming Imperial Capital was in a void not far away from Tianqian planet. Originally, the Stronghold fleet was heading there directly. The reason why Yi Xian decided to make a trip to Tianqian planet was actually only because of the Heavenly River planet. In order to hold the Heavenly River planet in his hands, he had no choice but to stay here for a short period of time. After entering Tianqian planet, the Tianqian Emperor directly arranged for Yi Xian to stay in the palace. However, Yi Xian rejected and chose to stay in the guest house outside the palace. That night, a grand banquet was naturally unavoidable. Imperial Uncle Long Tianba didn't think highly of such a small country, so he still didn't appear. After the banquet, in the guest house where Yi Xian was staying, several influential figures of the Tianqian nation started to come to deliver gifts one after another. Among them were the representatives of the Tianqian nation's emperor. This night, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he received so many gifts that his hands were cramping up. However, the one who was cramping up wasn't Yi Xian, but the wretched mosquito butcher. Yi Xian let this fellow out. He was the most suitable person to handle this kind of situation. Although the wretched mosquito butcher was a demon, his appearance was no different from a human's. No one would probe his primordial spirit. Furthermore, he had a spiritual barrier, so Yi Xian wasn't worried that his identity would be exposed. In fact, even if his identity was exposed, it wouldn't matter. Yi Xian had previously said that he had subdued many demon slaves in the demon domain. This matter would be exposed one day. It was just a matter of time. There was no need to deliberately hide anything. That night, Yi Xian and Naples were discussing some matters in his guest house. Just as they were talking, the door was suddenly pushed open. The red-faced purplish warbler walked in, holding something like an account book in her hand. With a bang, she smashed the book onto the tea table in front of Yi Xian. Following that, the purplish warbler glared fiercely at him, her face full of bashfulness. "Big liar! Do you still have any shame? It's fine if you're acting like a hoodlum, but you actually sent your old servant to tease this young lady. You're so shameless." After saying this, the purplish warbler turned around and ran away with a red face. However, there was a hint of joy in her eyes. Earlier, when the wretched mosquito butcher brought the account book over, he said, "This is the list of gifts received tonight. Mistress, please take a look." It was this sentence that made the purplish warbler secretly happy, but at the same time, her face turned red. Chapter 3068. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor. Nyoibo Studio Tianming Imperial Capital Xuanyuan Ziying was actually quite pleased with the way the wretched mosquito butcher addressed her as mistress. However, her reserved nature as a little girl made it impossible for her to remain indifferent to these two words. She did not react at all. Therefore she immediately grabbed the account book and threw it at Yi Xian. After the purplish warbler left, the wretched mosquito butcher sneaked in stealthily. Looking at the dumbfounded Yi Xian, he asked cautiously, "Master, what happened to mistress?" "I didn't tamper with the gift account book." At the side, Naples was dumbfounded. Black lines crawled out of his forehead as he looked at the wretched mosquito butcher with admiration in his eyes. This old man was truly an awesome person. She was a virgin, and she even addressed him as mistress upon meeting him for the first time. Thinking of this, Naples seemed to have suddenly thought of something and turned to look at Yi Xian thoughtfully. There was clearly a complicated look in his eyes. Like master, like servant. This old Guan was so wretched and acted so matter-of-factly just now, as if he had long been used to it. It seemed that this Prince Xian of ours was quite used to this. F***ck. Feeling the complicated look in Naples' eyes, Yi Xian instantly understood. His face darkened visibly as he opened his mouth and cursed. Then, he waved at the wretched mosquito butcher at the door and shouted through gritted teeth, "Come here! Come here! I promise I won't beat the **T out of you." Master, I'm still boiling soup for mistress. I'll go check on the temperature first." The wretched mosquito butcher's neck shrunk as he instantly stiffened. He casually found an excuse and turned to run away. Seeing all this, Yi Xian was dumbfounded. Could he still be considered a demon slave? The next day's lunch banquet was actually a farewell banquet. It was held in the National Banquet Hall of Tianchen Country. Other than the Emperor of Tianchen Country, some of the rich and powerful families of Tianchen Country were also present. In the huge National Banquet Hall, there were dozens of tables. It was a grand scene. This was also what Yi Xian had requested. Yesterday, he had expressed to the Emperor of Tianchen Country that he would depart for Tianming after the lunch banquet. At the same time, he hinted that before he left, he wanted to make friends with the younger generation of the Tianchen Country. The Emperor of Tianchen Country naturally agreed and didn't think too much about it. After all, Prince Xian was also a young man. It was understandable that he liked to make friends with young people of the same generation. Therefore, he gave the order to relax the conditions. Some of the upper echelons of the prominent families in the Heavenly Dust Star Nation could bring one or two of their geniuses to attend the banquet. At this moment, it was time for lunch. After entering the banquet hall, Yi Xian looked around. There were more than 1,000 people at dozens of tables, and there were quite a few familiar faces. About 30 to 40 years old. They were the 10,000 or so Federation elites that he had released from the Black Mosquito ship's Demon Scout Fortress. After all, the Tianchen country was the small country closest to the Graveyard Meteorite Star region. Under such circumstances, among the 10,000 or so Federation elites that he had rescued from the Black Mosquito ship, only a few dozen of them belonged to the Tianchen country. This was actually a very small proportion. These people didn't know that Yi Xian was Prince Xian of the Empire of Tianming back then. Therefore, they had always been upset that Yi Xian had cheated them of many treasures and made them swear a Dao oath. But now, as Yi Xian's identity as Prince Xian was made public, they didn't beat their chests and stomp their feet. In their opinion, the Dao oath that Prince Xian made back then was clearly a test for them. Otherwise, with Prince Xian's identity, why would he need to do that? At this moment, seeing Prince Xian again in the Tianqin country's national banquet hall, these people were all excited. However, due to the restrictions of the environment, they couldn't take the initiative to meet Prince Xian. Otherwise, they would have swarmed up to him. These dozens of people were basically the young geniuses of some of the clans in the Heavenly Dust Country, or important figures in their clans. Yi Xian took in their figures, and at the same time, gave the devouring system the order to connect to the Heavenly Dust Country star network and search for and investigate the backgrounds of these fellows. Soon, he chose 2 clans as his subordinates to control the Heavenly River planet for him. Of course, everything didn't need to be said. Outsiders couldn't see anything strange, but Yi Xian and these people knew each other very well. It was impossible that these 2 clans didn't appreciate his help and instead treated the Heavenly River planet as their own private territory. With that kind of intelligence, it was impossible for them to be qualified to appear in the Tianqin country's national banquet hall today. These 2 clans were the Wang clan and the Li clan of the Tianqin country. The young masters of these 2 clans were the people that Yi Xian rescued in the scout fortress of the Black Mosquito Star. At this moment, they were looking at Yi Xian with shining eyes. These 2 brothers have handsome faces and well-developed foreheads. One look and I can tell that they are people who can take on important responsibilities. Your Majesty, it just so happens that there isn't anyone in charge of the Heavenly River planet's military and government. It can't be empty forever. This is all because of me, so I can't completely ignore it. If I can't make a decision on this before I leave, I'm afraid I'll always be worried about it. It's rare to see 2 extraordinary young people in this banquet hall today. Why don't the 2 of them take on the role of Heavenly River planet's planet leader and military commander? As he spoke, Yi Xian raised his hand and pointed at the 2 young masters of the Wang clan and Li clan. The 2 of them trembled violently, and they were so excited that blood flowed out of their noses. Although they were indeed good-looking, it was a little unsightly when they were mixed with the blood gushing out of their noses. However, Prince Xian had already said that the 2 of them had handsome faces and well-developed foreheads. The Tianqin country's upper echelons couldn't help but take a few more looks. Needless to say, the more they looked at the 2 of them, the more they found them pleasing to the eye. Anyway, someone had to take on the role of planet leader and military commander of the Heavenly River planet. It didn't matter who these 2 positions were given to, right? If they could take this opportunity to give Prince Xian some face, it was naturally the best. It was definitely a good deal with no losses. With that thought, the Tianqin country's emperor immediately decided on this matter. The Li clan and Wang clan could be considered to have a meteoric rise and soar into the sky. The young masters of their clans were already the planet leader and military commander of the Heavenly River planet at such a young age. It was probably impossible to find such a promising young talent in the entire Tianqin country. More importantly, all of this was personally appointed by Prince Xian, who was like the sun in the sky in the entire everlasting dynasty. The significance of this was extraordinary. The grand future of these 2 young people was just around the corner. After the banquet ended, Yi Xian and the people from Naples exchanged a few pleasantries with the grateful young Master Li, young Master Wang, and their various aunts. Then they fled back to the fortress fleet outside the Tianqin Star and headed straight for the wormhole, embarking on the journey to the Tianming imperial capital. Chapter 3069. This was a family feast. Heavenly Underworld Empire was one of the 3 great empires under the human race's technology faction in the 3rd universe. There were countless small countries under it, and countless administrative planets under the small countries. It could be said that the Heavenly Underworld Empire's territory was boundless. Although the emperors of the 3 great empires were foreign officials, they were still considered as vassal kings in the entire immortal dynasty. Their status was extremely high. Even if Prince Xian and the 3-star general of the Empire's immortal army, Naples, and the Heavenly Underworld Empire's emperor still had to express goodwill, it was basically just a gesture on the surface. It was done for the Empire to see. However, it would be a joke if the Heavenly Underworld Empire's emperor were to flatter Prince Xian's 3-star general, Naples, like the Heavenly Dust Empire's emperor. After all, he was one of the 3 vassal kings of the dynasty. Whether it was his status or the authority he held, He was definitely not comparable to a 3-star general of the Immortal Army or a popular prince with no real power. As for Emperor Tianming's imperial uncle Long Tianba, he had to be more low-key. After all, Long Tianba was the immortal emperor's brother. There was something that had to be said here. The current immortal emperor was ranked 8th among the brothers, and was the 8th prince of the previous generation. Therefore, whether it was the first imperial uncle or the second imperial uncle Long Tianba, they were both the immortal emperor's brothers. Of course, the imperial uncles here were only relative to Prince Xian's generation. Above Long Tianba and the immortal emperor, there was a generation of grand imperial uncles. They were the true elders of the immortal emperor's generation. Their strength was also extremely terrifying. However, under normal circumstances, they rarely showed themselves. They were all in seclusion, and the only thing in their hearts was to comprehend the great Tao. Regarding the arrival of the stronghold fleet, the heavenly underworld empire's emperor didn't need to show himself. It was enough for the empire's royal family and important officials to receive them. However, because imperial uncle Long Tianba was also in the fleet, Emperor Tianming, who rarely showed himself on the heavenly underworld planet, came out of seclusion and showed his face at the banquet. On the surface, Emperor Tianming looked like a middle-aged man in his 40s, with a square face and a dignified appearance, but his actual age was clearly much higher. No one would care too much about this. In the context of the starry sky, even the lifespan of an ordinary citizen was close to 300 years, not to mention the lifespan of a cultivator. Any random starry sky cultivator in the crowd would be a 1,000-year-old monster, and some extremely powerful existences would have a lifespan of more than 10,000 years. Although Emperor Tianming showed up, he didn't stay for long. He only stayed for about 10 minutes before he excused himself and left. But before he left, he stared deeply at Xian. His gaze lingered on him for more than 3 seconds. This was extremely unusual. It made Xian, who was originally a fake, feel his heart skip a beat. He felt a little guilty. Fortunately, Emperor Tianming didn't say anything. He quickly retracted his gaze and turned to leave. Xian pondered about this for a while and felt that there shouldn't be any other problem. Perhaps Emperor Tianming was just a little curious about Prince Xian's recent rise, so he took a few more glances. There was no deeper meaning. Therefore, he quickly threw this matter to the back of his mind. The banquet was held in the Imperial Palace's National Banquet Hall, and the scene was very grand. After the banquet, Xian and the others were arranged to stay in the Imperial Hall outside the palace. This was the hall where the Empire entertained the most distinguished guests. As a prince of the Empire, Xian naturally had the right to stay here. When the fleet arrived at the heavenly underworld planet, it was morning, so the banquet just now was considered a luncheon. What surprised Xian was that not long after he returned to the Imperial Hall with the Neapolitan Admiral, the Purplish Warbler, and the wretched Mosquito Slayer, he received a new banquet invitation. Someone actually came to invite him to the banquet. The banquet invitation had the Xianyuan family's emblem. Seeing this emblem, Xian couldn't help but smile bitterly. He probably had to attend this banquet. No matter what, he still had to give face to the Purplish Warbler. The reason why the Xianyuan family sent over the banquet invitation so quickly was actually related to Naples. His 2 confidants, who were at the level of major generals, didn't attend the national banquet in the heavenly underworld empire's imperial palace. Once they arrived at the heavenly underworld planet, they went to the Xianyuan family. On behalf of Prince Xian, they sent over a huge gift. Previously, because of the Purplish Warbler, the Xianyuan family had already decided to fully support Prince Xian. Later on, as Prince Xian's reputation became more and more prominent, the entire Xianyuan family was very pleased with their decision back then. Now, Prince Xian was definitely the kind of person that countless families would fight to submit to. Not to mention the families of the 3 great imperial capitals, even those imperial families on the undying star of the Undying Dynasty, who hadn't yet sided with a prince and had been observing from the sidelines, felt that it was time to choose a side after Prince Xian made it to the heaven roll. Under such circumstances, Prince Xian was about to arrive at the heavenly underworld planet. Furthermore, the Purplish Warbler had always been with him. They had entered the first universe twice in a row. Not to mention the feelings between the 2 of them, just this huge contribution made the Xianyuan family very happy. Originally, the Xianyuan family was still considering how they should approach Prince Xian this time. However, with the arrival of the 2 major generals of the Undying Star Army, this problem was no longer a problem. As a popular prince of the dynasty, He immediately sent someone to deliver a huge gift the moment he arrived at the heavenly underworld planet. This was clearly the rhythm of a betrothal gift. With the arrival of the two major generals, the entire Shenyuan family was as festive as the new year. Family head Shenyuan Duo, who was also the Purplish Warbler's father, immediately issued a series of orders. The entire Shenyuan family started to move and prepare for the wedding banquet immediately. The reason why it was called a wedding banquet was because the entire Shenyuan family was decorated with lanterns and colored banners. The big red Shi character could be seen everywhere. It was almost no different from a wedding banquet. Of course, Prince Xian was a prince of the dynasty. Not to mention a real wedding banquet. Even an engagement banquet was not something the Shenyuan family dared to easily hold in private without a representative from the dynasty present. However, although the wedding banquet and engagement banquet could not be held formally, it was completely possible to create such a spectacle on the surface. As such, everyone knew that although it was a formal wedding banquet, it was also equivalent to half announcing the marriage between Prince Xian and Shenyuan. Even the Purplish Warbler did not know about all these arrangements, let alone Yi Xian. After receiving the banquet invitation and seeing the Shenyuan family emblem on it, Yi Xian immediately shook his head helplessly and bitterly smiled. We just finished one meal, and now there's a second one. Furthermore, we have to go. This is too much. Chapter 3070. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor. Nyoibo Studio. It might be my younger brother. Naples was stunned when he heard the wretched mosquito butcher's words. He was shocked. This old man was really something. Why did he seem to know everything? Yi Xian didn't think much of it. He just rolled his eyes and ignored him. The wretched mosquito butcher was getting weirder and weirder. Sometimes, just a casual sentence from him could make him so angry that the roots of his teeth were itching. Yi Xian had already made plans in his heart. This time, when he returned to the Immortal Star and took care of all the matters properly, he would have to find some time to dissect this old fellow from the inside out and figure out what the problem was. Coincidentally, Shenyuan Ziying had already been invited over. When she heard that the Shenyuan family's banquet invitation had arrived, the girl was stunned for a moment before taking the banquet invitation from Yi Xian's hands. After glancing at it, the expression on her face couldn't help but become even more strange. There's even the Shenyuan family's emblem? Isn't this a little too formal? Normally, an invitation with the emblem represents the wishes of the head of the Shenyuan family. What's wrong with my father? After muttering to herself for a while, the Purplish Warbler seemed to have thought of something. She suddenly blushed and threw the invitation in Yi Xian's hand. She curled her lips and said, "Didn't you just eat? Could it be that he could still eat it? In my opinion, it's better not to go." "How can that be?" Yi Xian immediately shook his head and said matter-of-factly, "Didn't you just say it? An invitation with the Shenyuan family's emblem represents your father's wishes. If it was someone else, it wouldn't matter. But since it's your uncle's invitation, how can I not go? Not to mention that I'm only half full just now. Even if I'm so full that my stomach is about to explode, I still have to go." Yi Xian wasn't being glib when he said this. On the one hand, although he had been in the starry world for quite some time, it wasn't long either. Because of his special experience, he spent most of his time behind enemy lines. Therefore, after he entered the starry world, he made very few friends. Basically, the Purplish Warbler was the only one. Under such circumstances, Yi Xian naturally wouldn't neglect the warm invitation of the other party's family. On the other hand, Yi Xian always felt guilty towards the Purplish Warbler because of Lu Luo. Therefore, he subconsciously lowered his attitude towards this matter. Of course, this didn't exclude the fact that Yi Xian actually had a good impression of the Purplish Warbler. It was just that this last reason wasn't particularly clear to him. Yi Xian's reply was obviously quite effective in the Purplish Warbler's ears. Compared to Yi Xian's impression of the Purplish Warbler, the Purplish Warbler's impression of Yi Xian was extremely clear. Therefore, Yi Xian's attitude made the Purplish Warbler happy in her heart. It was just that girls were shy and thin-skinned. Even if they were happy, they couldn't express it too easily. Sometimes they would even say something sarcastic. For example, right now. "At least you still have some conscience. But this is your own decision." Although the Purplish Warbler was secretly happy, she rolled her eyes and said to Yi Xian, "Don't blame me if you get too full when the time comes." Yi Xian naturally saw that this was the attitude of a little girl. He could only shake his head and smile bitterly. He was also speechless. Because this was a private banquet, Naples didn't even bring any bodyguards to the Xianyuan family this time. There were only 4 people in the party. Yi Xian, the purplish warbler, Naples, and Yi Xian's personal butler, the wretched mosquito butcher. After the 4 of them left the imperial gymnasium, they directly rushed to the Xianyuan family. The purplish warbler was just going home, so she was familiar with the way. Yi Xian and Naples' behavior was also very normal. Only the wretched mosquito butcher, who followed behind the 3 of them, took advantage of the fact that the 3 of them didn't turn around to look behind them. His servile demeanor unknowingly disappeared, and he walked with his head held high and his chest puffed out. The only thing missing was a folding fan in his hand and waving it 3 times with each step he took. He had the attitude of a master. Yi Xian and the other 2 people walking in front of him seemed to have been reduced to servants and maids opening the way for him. Yi Xian was the prince of an immortal dynasty, and his reputation was like the sun in the sky. He could be said to be very popular. Even the wretched mosquito butcher was greatly surprised by this. Previously, when they were on the main planet of the Black Mosquito tribe in the Demon Domain, this guy deliberately put on airs because of Yi Xian's status as the Holy Sun. Now that he was in the human race, he realized that his qualifications to show off seemed to be much greater. As long as Yi Xian turned around, his attitude of being the number 1 in the world would immediately be transformed into one that was incomparably familiar to him. Of course, this old guy also knew that if Yi Xian turned around and saw his current appearance, he would definitely be beaten to a pulp on the spot. Therefore, while he puffed out his chest and walked with his feet splayed out, the wretched mosquito butcher's triangular eyes were always locked on Yi Xian's back. As soon as he realized that something was wrong and Yi Xian was about to turn around to look, he would immediately puff out his chest and bow his head, returning to his original position in the blink of an eye. Of course, only one of the triangular eyes was locked on Yi Xian's back. As for the other one, it was looking around, left and right, looking for someone to show off his superiority. No one but him had this kind of ability. Soon, the Xianyuan family arrived. From afar, Yi Xian saw the festive scene of the Xianyuan family's red wedding. He was stunned and turned to the purplish warbler beside him. Is there someone in your family getting married today? Ha! The purplish warbler was also confused. He was stunned for a moment before he replied uncertainly, "Maybe, it's my younger brother." "Then you'll have to prepare a gift. Otherwise, it'll be too rude." Yi Xian smiled awkwardly. He flipped his hand and took out a small space box from his undying world. He opened it and saw 10 level 99 colored star core sources, each the size of a baby's fist, lying quietly inside, emitting a dreamy aura. "This is too precious. No way." The purplish warbler was shocked. 10 level 99 colored star core sources were rare even on the undying planet, let alone in the Tianming imperial capital. Yi Xian's generosity shocked even her. "It's fine." Yi Xian waved his hand and settled the matter. Level 99 colored star core sources were indeed precious, but the purplish warbler couldn't compare to others. Besides, he already had more than 100 of them, and then he obtained another cube from the Black Wind ship, so he had more than 1,000 of them. 10 was really nothing. The 4 of them soon arrived at the Xianyuan family's entrance. A young man ran over with a smile on his face, calling out, "Sister," happily. The purplish warbler beside him also smiled dotingly. It seemed that she really liked this younger brother of hers. It's him. Chapter 3071. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor. Nyoibo Studio. A virtuous son-in-law of striking appearance. Seeing Yi Xian give him a gift as soon as they met, the young man was clearly a little surprised. However, after being stunned for a moment, he still raised his hand and accepted the gift. Moreover, he didn't seem to care about Yi Xian's congratulatory words. He subconsciously opened the small space box and let out a cry of surprise. His entire face was illuminated with dreamy 9 colors. He grinned at Yi Xian and said, "Brother-in-law, thank you." With that, the young man turned and ran to the group of people waiting in front of the Xianyuan family's gate. He handed the small space box in his hand to an old man in the middle as if he was presenting a treasure. His face was full of excitement and emotion. "Father, look. My brother-in-law gave me 10 ninth level 99 colored crystals." The group of people all looked at the small space box in his hand. The dreamy 9 colors were reflected on everyone's faces. Even the old man, suspected to be the head of the Xianyuan family, had a look of shock in his eyes. He was obviously shocked by Yi Xian's generosity. Following that, everyone became excited. They had already sent someone to deliver the betrothal gifts just now, and they were also very valuable. Now, the young man had given 10 ninth level 99 colored crystals to curry favor with his brother-in-law. It seemed that Prince Xian really cared a lot about Ziying. Thinking of this, the group of Shenyuan family members all smiled from the bottom of their hearts. Although these 10 ninth level 99 colored crystals were put away by the old family head on the spot, and they probably wouldn't get a share of it, as long as Prince Xian became a family member, everyone present would benefit greatly in the future. They couldn't refuse it even if they didn't want to. At this moment, after putting away the small space box in the young man's hand, the old man had already led the group of Shenyuan family members to welcome Yi Xian. With a face full of smiles, he looked at Yi Xian and said, "Ayaya, my virtuous son-in-law is indeed a man of striking appearance. However, your etiquette is a little too thorough. This makes us seem distant. We're all family, why do you have to be like this? Brother-in-law? Virtuous son-in-law? They were all family?" As these words entered his ears one after another, Naples was grinning from ear to ear. The wretched mosquito slayer was more or less the same. Only the two people involved, Yi Xian and Purplish Warbler, had their mouths wide open, as if they had agreed beforehand. Their faces were full of shock. It was as if lightning and thunder were rumbling in his mind. In an instant, his entire brain was numb from the explosion. At the same time, in the imperial capital, the Immortal Star, the Federation's Overwatch Council. After some investigation, the Overwatch Council's task force had a rough idea of the source of Prince Xian's 10 billion Federation contribution points. An investigation report was delivered to the desk of Long Huai, the head of the Overwatch Council. Although Long Huai was the great imperial uncle, on the surface, he looked younger than the second imperial uncle, Long Tianba. He looked to be in his early 40s, with a pale face and no beard. However, the light in his eyes occasionally flickered. His entire person imperceptibly exuded the aura of someone who had been in a high position for a long time. It was very frightening. On Yi Xian's side, the investigation of the 10 billion contribution points deduction was very fast because he only needed to recall what he had done. However, on the Overwatch Council's side, it was not so simple. There were some things that even Naples did not know. He was only a 3-star general in the Immortal Army of the Immortal Dynasty. This time, the 10 billion contribution points deduction from Yi Xian were related to the interests of the entire Wan Luo Federation. Thus, after the investigation began, there were many aspects that needed to be taken into consideration. The entire Wan Luo Federation was in the first universe. Even if it was only in the demon territory, how could it be as simple as a few demon spies who had been bribed? In reality, for so many years, the Wan Luo Federation had used similar methods to nibble away and even set up a few great void-killing formations in the first universe. In the future, when they fought a decisive battle with the overlord of the first universe, the Tianji clan, these great void-killing formations would have unimaginably terrifying effects. It could be said that the foundation of any one of these great void-killing formations was incomparably important. It was also absolutely enough to cause the sky-ranking Federation interstellar mercenaries to have their contribution points deducted. Thus, this time, when the Federation's Overwatch Council launched an investigation into the 10 billion contribution points deduction from Yi Xian, they took into consideration many aspects. This took a certain amount of time, and only now did they have a result. As for the investigation report that was placed on the desk of Long Huai, the Overwatch Council's director, right now in his hands, it showed the following information. All of the Great Void-Killing Formation's foundations were untouced. Some of the other arrangements and secrets were also completely normal, or there were still old connections. Only the first high priest of the demon race's imperial city, Wen Xing, had been confirmed to have died not long ago, and the cause of death was unknown. As the first high priest of the demon race's imperial city, Wen Xing's value was extremely high. His death was definitely not a small loss to the Wan Luo Federation. It was indeed enough to deduct 10 billion contribution points, or even more. Originally, on the Demon Emperor planet, Chanas had already reported the details of Wen Xing's death to the Demon Emperor, but the latter had blocked the news. After all, the high priest of the imperial city had died so sullenly. For the demon royal family, this was also a matter of loss of face. Thus, regarding the true cause of Wen Xing's death, the Federation's Overwatch Council did not receive any real information at all. So he killed Wen Xing, and from the information that was sent back, no one knew how High Priest Wen Xing died. Could it be that he was assassinated? Putting down the investigation report in his hand, Long Huai gradually furrowed his brows as he muttered to himself. This child has only gone through one ultimate trial, and he has already been reborn like this? From the weak and easily bullied in the past, he has grown to the point where he is now in the three great universes, and even his cultivation realm has become mysterious. He can even kill Wenxing? What is even more frightening is his scheming. Whether it is taking advantage of the situation to kill Bai Zhengjun, Zhao Long, and their henchmen on the Tianhe planet, or deliberately leaving behind the impression of a benevolent heart on the Tianqian planet, all of this shows that this child is no longer the old Long Xian of the past. If second brother had not gone with the fleet and confirmed his identity, I would have almost suspected whether he was the real Prince Xian. How can a person change so much in such a short time? Unfortunately, Long Xian, no matter how powerful you are now, you still left behind some loopholes. Wen Xing's death is enough for the Federation's Overwatch Council to investigate you. Besides, a human being who has made such a name for himself among the demon race, and even reached the level of the Black Mosquito tribe's holy son. Even if there is nothing fishy about it, just this point alone is enough for me to make some news. Chapter 3072. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor. Nyoibo Studio. Unexpected news of Marriage Immortal Planet, deep within the Imperial City. Just as the Federation's supervisor Long Huai gathered his trusted subordinates to frame Yi Xian for being a spy for the demons, deep within the Imperial City, Long Xian's mother, concubine Mei, was sitting in the back garden, conversing with a young and beautiful woman. There were many servant girls around them, all of them looking submissive and respectful. In fact, long before Yi Xian returned to the Third Universe with the Naples Fortress fleet and contacted the Immortal Dynasty, concubine Mei's heart, which had been hanging in her throat, had been completely relieved. This was because the daughter-in-law in front of her, whom she liked very much, had brought back the news that Yi Xian had successfully met up with the Naples Fortress fleet back to the Immortal Dynasty. The so-called daughter-in-law in front of concubine Mei was Ying Tai. Although she was a member of the automaton race, she was a high-ranking member of the automaton race. Her cultivation had reached the mystic light realm, and she had some secret concealment techniques of the automaton race. Therefore, even human experts who were one or two realms above the mystic light realm couldn't easily see through her true identity. That day, after Ying Tai left the Demon Star region, she immediately came to the Third Universe ruled by the human race and went straight to the Immortal Star, the capital of the Immortal Dynasty. After some twists and turns, Ying Tai got in touch with Consort Mei. She claimed that she was Prince Xian's confidant that he had gotten to know during the imperial family's ultimate trials. She had returned early because of Prince Xian's instructions. He had asked Ying Tai to report to his mother that she was safe. Just the news of Prince Xian's safety was enough for the overjoyed concubine Mei to completely believe Ying Tai's words. In addition, Ying Tai deliberately tried to curry favor with concubine Mei. In just a few days, concubine Mei had completely accepted Ying Tai as her daughter-in-law. She had even secretly hinted that she could only be Prince Xian's legal wife in the future. Ying Tai didn't care about this so-called identity of the main wife. She came to the human race, to the everlasting dynasty, with only one goal, and that was to start a passionate love affair with Prince Xian. Turning into a butterfly was originally a beautiful love story of the human race. Ever since Ying Tai was born from my consciousness and became a true member of the machine race, she was fascinated by this beautiful story. Ever since then, she had named herself Ying Tai. Over the years, her cultivation had increased step by step. Now, she had reached the mystic light realm and had even become one of the upper echelons of the machinery race. However, her dream of becoming a butterfly had never come true. This time, when her predecessor, Shan Bo, died at the hands of Yi Xian, Ying Tai finally understood. Turning into a butterfly was a love story of the human race. Since that was the case, if her Shan Bo was a member of the mechanical race, how could she feel the true meaning of turning into a butterfly? Thus, she decided to find a human to start her butterfly love. As for Prince Xian, as the most popular prince of the human race's technology faction and a dragon among the younger generation of the human race, he was obviously Ying Tai's best choice. Ying Tai indeed didn't care about being the main wife of Prince Xian, but she cared about Prince Xian. As such, she didn't have any objections to Consort Mei's arrangements. She was even secretly delighted. Prince Xian had always been avoiding her. This time, he probably couldn't escape even if he wanted to, right? At this moment, a female official hurriedly walked into the back garden. After quickly glancing at Ying Tai with a strange expression, she whispered a few words into Consort Mei's ear. Although the maids and female servants in the palace were all cultivators, including Consort Mei, there was still a gap between their cultivation and that of Tai, who was at the mystic light realm. As such, although the female official's voice was soft, Tai heard every single word clearly. Consort Mei, things aren't looking good. Prince Xian, he has already arrived at Tianming imperial capital. He just went to the Shenyuan family and prepared a generous gift. He gave out 10 level 9 colored pills in one go. The Shenyuan family is even more colorful. Right now, it's rumored that Prince Xian is going to marry the Shenyuan family's girl Ying back to the palace. Hearing these words, Tai's expression immediately became unnatural. There was even a faint hint of anger. While she was currying favor with Prince Xian's mother, the latter was fooling around outside. This was the first time she had heard of the so-called Shenyuan family's girl Ying. If she had known that this woman had an affair with Prince Xian, Tai would have definitely exterminated the entire Shenyuan family before coming here. Of course, whether or not she could exterminate them was another matter. After all, it was impossible that the Shenyuan family didn't even have a mystic light realm cultivator. However, at this moment, under her slight anger, this was indeed what she was thinking. After hearing the female official's words, Consort Mei frowned slightly. Then, she raised her eyebrows slightly and glanced at Tai. From the other party's expression, she immediately understood that Tai had heard the female official's words. As Prince Xian's mother, she naturally had to consider many aspects. Tai was indeed not bad, but after all, she didn't have any foundation or background. She was just a female loose cultivator with decent cultivation. From Consort Mei's point of view, with the devoted Tai as the main wife and her powerful cultivation, she could intimidate the entire harem. As for the Shenyuan family's girl Ying, she came from a prestigious family. Not only was she well matched with Prince Xian, but more importantly, the Tianming Empire's Shenyuan family was one of the few families in the entire empire that possessed a level 8 genetic cultivation fluid. With the support of the Shenyuan family, Prince Xian's chances of ascending the throne in the future would greatly increase. Just from this point alone, Consort Mei couldn't refuse the purplish warbler. Girl, Xian will most likely ascend the throne in the future. You know about the matters of the imperial family. Even I am just one of the masters of the harem. The girl from the Shenyuan family is actually not bad. More importantly, the Shenyuan family will be of great help to Xian's great undertaking, so. At this point, Consort Mei seemed to have suddenly thought of something. She turned to look at the female official beside her, and her tone suddenly became serious. Then she said, "Send out the order. Tell Xian to return to the imperial capital immediately. Tell him that Tai is waiting for him here. Once he returns, we will have the wedding immediately." After that, Consort Mei turned her head to look at Tai. She smiled kindly and said softly, "Girl, this is the fate of marrying into the royal family. However, although I can't promise you anything else, I will make sure that you will not lose the position of the empress. So, I will definitely give it to you." Tai actually didn't care about all of this. However, Consort Mei's words for Prince Xian to immediately return to the imperial court and complete the wedding made Tai rather happy. She immediately stood up and bowed towards Consort Mei. "I will listen to Consort Mei's decision." Chapter 3073. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Running away from marriage, brother-in-law. So you have another one on the immortal star? Actually, this is normal. Even if you can't ascend the throne and become a prince in the future, it's normal for you to have a lot of concubines. But the problem is that my sister can't handle it. You know her temperament. I think this is going to fail. Xian. Your Highness, why didn't you mention this before? That woman called Tai. From what concubine Mei said, she wants you to immediately return to the palace to complete the marriage. In that case, won't Tai become your first wife? Ayaya, if that's the case, this old man can't guarantee anything for you, little Ying. Damn hooligan. Liar. I don't want to see you anymore. Woo! With the arrival of the immortal star summons, the entire banquet hall was in chaos. The purplish warbler almost burst into tears. She stood up angrily and left the banquet. Even Naples and the wretched mosquito slayer were dumbfounded by this scene. For a moment, they were stunned. As for Yi Xian, he was in no mood to pay attention to all of this. At this moment, his entire mind was occupied by the two words, Tai. Tai? That love-struck woman who had the supreme cultivation of the mystic light realm but was clearly a little crazy? She actually returned to the third universe one step ahead of time and even went to find Prince Xian's mother, concubine Mei. Moreover, from the sudden summons from concubine Mei, it was obvious that Ying Tai was doing well over there. Prince Xian's family and the entire immortal imperial family had probably been taken care of by that woman. Under such circumstances, if he really returned to the immortal star, he would be walking right into a trap. Although marriage wasn't something to be afraid of, Yi Xian never thought that he would become Dao companions with a strange woman like this. Even if this woman was Shen Yuan Ziying, he wouldn't be completely unable to accept it. He might even be able to half push and half submit to her. However, if it was Ying Tai, Yi Xian definitely wouldn't compromise no matter what. That woman was sick in the head. Why did she say that she wanted to start a love affair with him? It sounded good, but the story of Liang Shanbo and Zhu Ying Tai was clearly a tragedy, okay? Only an idiot would play such a sick game with her. It seemed that he couldn't go to the immortal star, at least for the time being. Otherwise, once he returned, he would definitely be forced to complete the marriage. At that time, everything would be over. No matter what, he had to slip away first. He was clearly running away from the marriage. If that woman called Ying Tai still had some face left, she might take the initiative to leave the immortal star soon. At that time, Yi Xian could just go back. Thinking of this, Yi Xian immediately had the thought of leaving heavenly underworld planet. In any case, he'd already returned to the third universe of the human race, so he could go anywhere. Naples couldn't be involved in this matter. After all, it was an order from the immortal star. If it was found that Naples was related to Yi Xian's disobedience, Yi Xian would be fine as a prince, but Naples would be severely punished as a high-ranking general of the immortal army. He was now considered by Yi Xian to be his own direct descendant. No matter from which perspective, Yi Xian had to protect him. Therefore, to be on the safe side, it would be best not to reveal to Naples even the fact that they were planning to run away at this moment. After all, the fact that Naples was equivalent to Prince Xian's direct line of descent must have been known to everyone in the imperial court. In order to suppress Prince Xian, his imperial brothers would not let go of any opportunity. Naples had definitely entered their sights and was listed as a target to be suppressed. At a time like this, Yi Xian had to be cautious and not leave any opportunity for the other party. Yi Xian couldn't stay too long, including on the Shen Yuan family's side. Otherwise, once the fact that Prince Xian disobeyed orders was established, it was inevitable that someone would implicate the Shen Yuan family. Thinking of this, he, who had originally planned to explain to the purplish warbler, immediately dismissed the idea of continuing to stay here. All right, we should go. Uncle Shen Yuan, I'll have to trouble you to persuade Zi Ying. This is a misunderstanding. I'll definitely explain it later. After making the decision, Yi Xian immediately stood up and bowed to the purplish warbler's father, family head Shen Yuan Bo. Then, he turned around and left the Shen Yuan family with Naples and the wretched mosquito butcher. Your Highness. After leaving the Shen Yuan family, on the way back to the Imperial Gymnasium, Naples couldn't hold himself back and wanted to ask about it. He was also caught off guard by Consort Mei's edict. The key was that he didn't know what Yi Xian was thinking. This was something that, as a direct descendant of Yi Xian, he had to figure it out first before making further plans. Don't ask anything. Don't say anything. This prince has his own plans. Without waiting for Naples to finish speaking, Yi Xian immediately interrupted him. He turned around and gave Naples a meaningful glance. This was the imperial capital of Tianming Empire, and it was in the imperial city area. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that every nook and cranny was under the surveillance of Tianming Empire's main Starry Sky network. It didn't mean that someone was monitoring them now. After all, with Prince Xian's status, there probably wasn't anyone in Tianming Empire who dared to do so. There was no need for them to do so. However, if Yi Xian disobeyed orders and left after the incident, if the other princes wanted to make things difficult for Naples, then if Yi Xian and Naples had any conversation that crossed the line, they could easily find out and use it as evidence to suppress Naples. Yi Xian had to take precautions against this. At this moment, as he turned and gave Naples a meaningful look, the latter almost instantly understood why Yi Xian avoided talking to him. At the same time, he naturally guessed why Yi Xian wanted to escape from the marriage. A bitter smile appeared on Naples' face. Since he was already a direct descendant of Prince Xian, then no matter what decision Prince Xian made, he had to obey without question. In fact, Yi Xian's action of stopping him from asking questions at this moment represented his protection for Naples. This made him feel quite touched. Just this alone made him feel that it was worth following Prince Xian to the end, even if it meant following him to the end. At this time, Prince Xian could still consider his safety. To be able to follow such a master, what more could he ask for? At this thought, Naples instantly made the decision to support Yi Xian. He cupped his hands and said, "Your Highness, we will be returning to the Immortal Star tomorrow. This time, the journey is long and cannot be lost. This old subject will not go to the Imperial Gymnasium tonight. I will go to the fortress fleet and let the soldiers check the entire fortress overnight, so as to not delay your Highness' return to the Imperial Court." Chapter 3074. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor. Nyoibo Studio. The prince is gone. Investigate a woman named Ing Tai immediately. She is Prince Xian's fiancée. After Naples left, Yi Xian returned to his room in the Imperial Gymnasium. He immediately ordered the devouring system in his body to investigate Ing Tai's background. At this moment, the more he thought about it, the more he felt that this matter was strange. Logically speaking, he was already on his way back to the immortal star of the imperial capital of the heavenly underworld empire. After entering the wormhole, he would reach the immortal star in a few days. Prince Xian's mother, Consort Mei, definitely wouldn't be in such a hurry to issue such an edict all of a sudden. Furthermore, she clearly stated the date of his wedding with Ing Tai in the edict. All of this was clearly Ing Tai's doing in the dark. As a result, Yi Xian recalled the one or two rare encounters he had with Ing Tai. He immediately became suspicious. Following Yi Xian's order, the devouring system immediately activated its auxiliary communication system to investigate. However, it found nothing. This result made Yi Xian even more suspicious. Ing Tai claimed to be Prince Xian's fiancée. How could there be no information at all? This was definitely not normal. Unwilling to give up, Yi Xian narrowed the scope of his search and gave only one search condition, which was Prince Xian's fiancée. The result was also a blank slate. Prince Xian did not have a fiancée at all. This result was within his expectations. Indeed, there is a problem. It seems that I can only ask the system to analyze it. With a frown, Yi Xian immediately used the process of his encounter with Ing Tai as an analysis element and transmitted it to the devouring system, requesting the system to analyze it. The final result gave him a huge shock. Ing Tai. 80% is from the Tianji clan. 15% is from a human with bad intentions. 5% is from a third race with bad intentions. Out of the three possibilities, the latter two were bad intentions. There was no need to talk about the first one. If she was from the Tianji clan, it was not just bad intentions. It was simply unfathomable. Furthermore, the possibility of her being from the Tianji clan was as high as 80%. This was the result of the devouring system's analysis. It was basically the truth. She's from the Tianji clan? Yi Xian's expression turned gloomy, and his mind quickly calculated. If this was the case, then Ing Tai should be one of the higher-ups of the Heavenly's legacy race's star fortress. Who would have thought that there would be two clansmen in the Tianji clan's interstellar fortress? One of them had been killed by him, while the other must have seen the terrifying power of the Thunder Origin bead and knew that he was no match for it. That was why he used such a scheme to confuse Yi Shiwen. Since the other party was willing to give up on an interstellar fortress, it meant that her scheme was huge. At the very least, it was worth more than an interstellar fortress. However, all of this was not the main point. The main point was that the other party had already infiltrated the undying star of the Undying Dynasty. Furthermore, she had successfully contacted Prince Xian's mother, Consort Mei. It seemed that their relationship was quite good. At the very least, Consort Mei had already agreed to marry Prince Xian. This made Yi Xian quite suspicious. Although Ing Tai's cultivation was not bad, reaching the Mystic Light Realm, there should be quite a few existences below the Mystic Light Realm on the undying star of the Undying Dynasty's imperial capital, right? There were definitely existences several major realms stronger than the Mystic Light Realm. Naples was only a 3-star general. In the Undying Army of the Undying Dynasty, there were 4-star generals, 5-star generals, and the highest marshals. Their cultivation was definitely above that of Naples. And this was only the military. In reality, apart from the military, how could the other departments of the Undying Dynasty not have such powerful existences? Under such circumstances, a Mystic Light Realm existence, even if she looked no different from a human and definitely had some secret methods of the Tianji clan, had infiltrated the imperial capital of the Undying Dynasty, where the headquarters of the Myriad Net Federation was located. How could no one discover Yingtai's true identity? Could it be that the devouring system's analysis was wrong? As soon as this thought appeared in his mind, Yi Xian shook his head and shook it away. Although this didn't make sense, he would rather believe in the devouring system. In that case, he would treat Yingtai as a member of the Tianji clan. Facing the situation before him, what Yi Xian needed to do wasn't just what he'd thought before. It was as simple as not going to the Immortal Star and temporarily escaping from the marriage to avoid the limelight. Since the other party wasn't Prince Xian's fiancé, she would definitely have a different excuse than what she had told Yi Xian if she wanted to deceive Consort Mei. She would most likely say that she was a close female friend that Prince Xian had gotten to know while he was out there undergoing the ultimate trial. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to trick Consort Mei into trusting her. In short, Yingtai's excuse for entering the Undying Star and coming into contact with Consort Mei was definitely related to Prince Xian. In this way, once the fact that she was a member of the Tianji clan was exposed, it would be extremely disadvantageous for Yi Xian. The power struggle in the imperial court was very intense. Who knew how many people were waiting for such an opportunity? Furthermore, Yi Xian hadn't resolved the issue of 10 billion Federation contribution points being deducted. Furthermore, Prince Xian still had a covetous first imperial uncle, who held the important position of supervisor of the Myriad Luo Federation. Looks like I still have to rely on myself to expose Yingtai's identity. Otherwise, this matter will definitely become an excuse for those people to use against me. As Yi Xian muttered to himself, he couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. If not for the fact that his identity as Prince Xian was already established and that he could use the starry sky net on the Undying Star to search for the devouring source with half the effort, he would have given up on this identity. He didn't like this kind of power struggle between the imperial family. Scheming against each other was really troublesome. After sighing, Yi Xian immediately waved his hand and summoned the Dongshu shuttle. The Emperor Hall was the top VIP hall in the Tianming imperial capital. The interior space was very large, and even a small private warship could be easily summoned. After the wretched mosquito slayer entered the Dongshu shuttle, Yi Xian quickly waved his hand again and stored the Dongshu shuttle again. After doing all this, he activated perfect oscillation and concealed his figure, aura, and everything else. He silently left the Emperor Hall. After leaving the Emperor Hall, Yi Xian soared into the sky and headed towards the starry sky passage outside the Tianming Star. After a short while, he arrived outside the Tianming Star's atmosphere. In the Tianming Star's official star dock not far away, the 5 starry sky fortresses commanded by Naples were clearly visible. However, Yi Xian couldn't go over at this moment. In order to protect Naples, he could only choose to leave alone. With another sigh, Yi Xian activated his cultivation and entered the starry sky in a state where his figure and aura were concealed. His physical body traversed the starry sky and quickly left. Chapter 3075. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. The Third Imperial Decree. It was nighttime. Before Yi Xian entered the Independent Inn that belonged to him temporarily, he had instructed everyone not to disturb him unless they were summoned. He was going into seclusion. Therefore, even though Yi Xian left that very night, no one in the entire Tianming imperial capital knew about it the next day. Even Naples, who knew that Yi Xian would definitely leave quietly, wasn't sure if he had really left. Since Prince Xian had instructed everyone not to disturb him and he was going into seclusion, no one dared to disturb him. Even Naples pretended to wait in the flagship fortress of the Star Dock, outside the atmosphere of the Tianming Star. As for food and drink, it was common for cultivators to not have a drop of water for a few days or even longer. Since he was going into seclusion, the desire for good food had to be put aside. Therefore, no one came to disturb him for the entire day, not even delivering food. As for the Shenyuan family, they also maintained their silence and didn't come to contact Prince Xian again. The second day, the third day, until the 6th day, it was still the same. Finally, the imperial capital couldn't sit still anymore. Concubine Mei's second imperial decree arrived at the Tianming imperial capital, requesting that Prince Xian end his seclusion immediately and set off by the end of the day. Concubine Mei had obviously seen through it. In fact, some of the bystanders, including the Shenyuan family, had also seen through it. Instead of going into seclusion earlier or later, Prince Xian chose to go into seclusion right after concubine Mei's decree and the wedding announcement. Furthermore, he chose to go into seclusion on the way back to the imperial capital's immortal star. This was clearly a deliberate delay. Perhaps Prince Xian had been enjoying himself in that independent inn for the past few days and hadn't gone into seclusion at all. Concubine Mei's second decree was clearly a little angry. Furthermore, this second decree wasn't only issued to Prince Xian, but to Emperor Tianming as well. It was clear that they wanted Emperor Tianming to step in. No matter what, they had to get Prince Xian onto the fortress fleet and head for the Undying Star. Emperor Tianming did not appear, but the head steward of the Imperial Palace did. However, after the head steward of the Imperial Palace entered the Imperial Academy, his expression changed before he even entered Yi Xian's independent inn. He sighed. The prince has already left. Moreover, he has been gone for a long time. I'm afraid it's been 5 or 6 days. The Emperor Palace officials behind him were stunned for a moment before their expressions changed. This wasn't a small matter. They were clearly disobeying the Imperial Edict. Although the Imperial Edict wasn't issued by the immortal Emperor himself, Consort Mei was the most powerful concubine in the Imperial harem. Her Imperial Edict couldn't be disobeyed. Even her own son had disobeyed her orders. To Concubine Mei, this was tantamount to a slap in the face. If Consort Mei was angered, many people in the Tianming imperial capital would suffer. After all, Prince Xian was lost here. Some people would not be able to escape the blame. Chief Steward, what should we do? A pale-faced official asked the chief steward who represented Imperial Emperor Tianming. They were indeed in a state of panic now that something like this had happened so suddenly. What else can we do? He's already gone. Don't tell me you still want to lie to Consort Mei? If that's the case, we'll lose our heads. The chief steward replied indifferently, then turned around and left. He had to report this matter to Emperor Tianming. Although a prince of the imperial capital was popular, in the eyes of Emperor Tianming, he was nothing. However, the other party had stirred up a lot of trouble. Emperor Tianming was probably angry about this. After the chief steward left, the follow-up work started quickly. On one hand, the imperial capital's Undying Star's reply was reported immediately. On the other hand, the Tianming imperial capital also launched a comprehensive investigation into Prince Xian's disappearance. After all, as the imperial capital of the Tianming Empire, the Tianming star defense system was incomparable to that of an administrative star of a small country. It was inexcusable for a person to disappear just like that. Ordinary concealment techniques would not be able to escape the detection of the Tianming star defense system. If they did not get to the bottom of this matter, they would not be able to answer to Consort Mei. However, when Yi Xian left, he used the perfect vibration of the Devil Cultivator's mental strength skill. The heavenly underworld star defense system couldn't sense it at all. As a result, the final result of this investigation caused everyone to be dumbfounded. Prince Xian had indeed gone missing. However, when and how he had left, and whether he had left on his own accord or had been abducted, no one knew anything about this. The investigation result was a blank slate. There were no clues at all. Such a result made everyone fall into a daze. With the defensive system of the heavenly underworld planet, even a mystic light realm expert, such as the Neapolitan Admiral, wouldn't be able to leave without leaving a trace if he used a concealment technique. However, Prince Xian had done it. Although his cultivation was still a mystery, and no one knew, no matter what, he shouldn't be as strong as a mystic light realm existence, right? Could it be that he was abducted by a supreme existence whose cultivation had surpassed the mystic light realm? Thinking of this possibility, the entire Tianming imperial capital started to panic. If this matter was investigated, who knew how many people would lose their heads? Prince Xian had fought alone in the demon territory of the First Universe and returned safely. However, he had suffered such a crime in his own territory. It was hard to say whether he would live or die. Even if the Everlasting Dynasty didn't pursue this matter, the countless fans of the prince in the entire myriad Luo Federation would definitely not let this matter rest. Because of this matter, the entire Tianming Empire's imperial capital was in a state of panic. Even Emperor Tianming could not sit still. Only the commander of the stronghold fleet, Naples, who was docked in the Tianming Star dock, seemed anxious on the surface, but his heart was calm and he sighed. Even he was amazed that Prince Xian had been able to leave the Tianming Star without anyone knowing. At the very least, he would not be able to do the same thing. Apart from that, the purplish warbler also knew what was going on. All of this seemed very mysterious to outsiders, but she knew that Yi Xian had the mental energy of a demon. This was not a difficult thing to do. The Tianming Empire's imperial capital was the core of the Third Universe's technological faction. The demon scouts of the Tianming race would not be able to infiltrate this place. As such, the Tianming Star's star defense system did not have many defensive measures against the mental energy of a demon. Otherwise, Yi Xian would not have been able to leave so easily. The purplish warbler was well aware of this. Furthermore, Yi Xian's actions of running away from the marriage at the expense of angering concubine made her realize that perhaps she had really misunderstood this matter. As such, the purplish warbler's dissatisfaction gradually disappeared, and she began to worry about Yi Xian. It was also at this time that the third edict from the Undying Star finally arrived. Unlike the previous two edicts, this third edict wasn't issued by an immortal dynasty. Instead, it came from the headquarters of the Myriad Luo Federation. Chapter 3076. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor. Nyoibo Studio. The arrival of the monitoring team. The third edict came from the headquarters of the Wanluo Federation, the Federation's monitoring council. It was personally issued by the Federation's monitoring chief, who was also the great imperial uncle, Long Huai. Therefore, the weight of this edict surpassed the previous two edicts from Concubine Mei. Concubine Mei was only one of the immortal emperor's favored concubines, but Long Huai was different. He had an official status in the royal family of the immortal dynasty. He was the great imperial uncle, the elder brother of the current immortal emperor, and an important figure in the royal family. In the Wanluo Federation, he was the head of the Federation's monitoring council. He had a high position and power. The content of the third edict was very simple, but the deeper meaning behind it made people wonder and even fear. The edict stated that the Federation's monitoring council of the Immortal Star had already sent an investigation team to heavenly underworld planet to investigate Prince Xian's disappearance. At the same time, it requested the Shenyuan family's Naples fortress fleet to stay put and wait for orders. No one was to leave and wait for the arrival of the investigation team from the Federation's monitoring council to cooperate with the investigation of Prince Xian's deduction of 10 billion Federation contribution points. On the surface, this decree seemed to be quite normal, but after careful consideration, anyone could see that there was something wrong with it. First of all, the Immortal Dynasty should have sent an investigation team to investigate Prince Xian's disappearance, not the Federation's monitoring council. The Federation's monitoring council was a monitoring department of the Federation. It was equivalent to discipline. The nature of this incident, whether it was the prince disobeying concubine Mei's edict and running away from the marriage or the prince being kidnapped, should not have alerted the Federation's monitoring council to investigate. This was an internal matter of the Immortal Dynasty's royal family. Besides, if they were really here to investigate Prince Xian's disappearance, then the people mentioned in the edict to cooperate with the investigation should be the officials of the Tianming Empire, not the Shenyuan family and the Naples fortress fleet. Moreover, at the end of the edict, it specifically mentioned that Prince Xian's deduction of 10 billion Federation contribution points was wrong. This was even more unusual. It was clearly implying that Prince Xian's 10 billion Federation contribution points were deducted from him and his sudden disappearance this time. To put it bluntly, the hidden meaning of this imperial edict was clearly that the Federation's Overwatch Council was suspicious of Prince Xian. Even his sudden disappearance on heavenly underworld planet was included in this. Long Huai, the Overwatch Council, suspected that he had fled in fear of punishment. Disobeying Consort Mei's edict and running away from the marriage was just an excuse that Prince Xian used to cover up his escape from punishment when he got wind of it. Ordinary citizens of the Federation might not be able to see through all of this, but those who had some experience in politics would be able to figure it out after some thought. Of course, in view of the special status of supervising director Long Huai, he had always supported the great prince. Thus, when the Overwatch Council investigated Prince Xian, there was some personal grudge involved. This was something that everyone was well aware of. However, no one dared to casually discuss this matter. However, due to the arrival of this decree, the originally anxious Heaven Nether Imperial capital instead gradually calmed down. The officials of the Dark Nether capital were all shrewd people, and naturally saw that the nature of this matter had changed with a single glance. Even on Consort Mei's side, after the great imperial uncle Long Huai interfered and caused trouble, her attention and resentment were drawn away from the Tianming Empire and toward the great imperial uncle Long Huai. It was said that when immortals fought, the immortals suffered. That was true in normal battles. However, This was a battle for the throne within the royal family. It couldn't be too grand. At least, it couldn't be too obvious on the surface. Thus, both sides restrained themselves. Under these circumstances, when the immortals fought, the immortals became spectators. In short, the crisis of the Tianming Empire was basically resolved. However, for the people of Naples and the Xianxia family, they immediately became nervous. One was from a large family in the imperial capital. The other was a high-ranking general who had been in the military for a long time. Naturally, they saw through the great imperial uncle Long Huai's investigation order very clearly. Although they understood, they dared to be angry but did not dare to voice it. The great imperial uncle Long Huai had justifiable reasons and excuses. Even if the essence of this investigation was indeed a battle for the throne, no one dared to rashly break this window paper. Even the immortal emperor would maintain his silence. On one hand, this concerned the face of the royal family. On the other hand, Long Huai was his brother and held a high position in the Wanluo Federation. Even if the immortal emperor did not like this kind of overly intense battle for the throne, on this matter, he could not take the initiative to express his opinion and be dragged into it. No matter when a battle for the throne appeared, as the holder of the throne at that time, he would usually maintain an aloof attitude of watching from the sidelines. Only when the situation developed into a situation that was difficult to resolve would the holder of the throne appear and quell the unrest. In reality, in the immortal emperor's eyes, this battle for the throne was an excellent opportunity to examine the great prince and Prince Xian, who had suddenly appeared like a dark horse. The grand imperial uncle, Long Huai, was well aware of this as well. Thus, he was extremely confident. So long as he controlled the situation and didn't make the situation too serious and cause the imperial clan to lose too much face, it was impossible for the eternal empires to stand out and interfere in this matter. The people of Naples and the Xianxia family both knew this point. Thus, at this moment, the people of Naples and the Xianxia family all appeared calm and composed on the surface. However, in their hearts, they were not calm long ago. Other than anger, they were actually more worried. The methods of the Federation's Overwatch Council were not ordinary. If the great imperial uncle Long Huai hardened his heart, this time, when Prince Xian was struck down heavily, they would also suffer and even be buried with him. Other than the immortal emperor, the headquarters of the Wanluo Federation located in the immortal emperor would also not express any opinion regarding Long Huai's abuse of power for personal gain this time. The Wanluo Federation was the Wanluo Federation of the human clan in the third universe and the various other Federation races in the second universe. In the headquarters of the Federation on the immortal planet, other than the human clan elites, there were also a large number of higher-ups from the other races in the second universe. There were even some important departments that controlled not the human clan elites but the elites from the other races in the second universe. The human clan and the other races basically maintained a kind of relative balance. Although the human clan and the other races in the Federation were united on the matter of the Tianji race against the outside world, within the Federation, competition and even struggle had never stopped. This could be seen from the fact that the positions occupied by the top 10 on the heaven list were sensitive enough to tug at the heartstrings of the two universes. This time, although the head of the Federation's Overwatch Council, Long Huai, was suspected of abusing his power for personal gain, this was, after all, an internal struggle within the human clan. The races in the second universe were naturally happy to sit on the fence and watch. Chapter 3077. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor. Nyoibo Studio Second Order Planet Warrior Yixian was still unaware of the third investigation order from the Wanluo Federation headquarters. He was actually in the void near the heavenly underworld planet and had not gone far. After silently leaving the heavenly underworld planet that night, Yixian traversed the void with his physical body. When he was far enough away, he summoned the Dongshu shuttle and stepped in. Then, he activated the concealment array of the Dongshu shuttle and remained in the void near the heavenly underworld planet. This was because Yixian was quietly waiting for the follow-up response from Consort Mei on the Immortal Star. Not only did Prince Xian not return to the Immortal Star as ordered, but he also escaped the marriage and left quietly. This was tantamount to slapping Consort Mei in the face, so it was impossible for the Immortal Star not to respond. Yixian, on the other hand, would be able to analyze the intentions and movements of the suspected Tianji clan member, Ying Tai, through the follow-up response from the Immortal Star. Then, he would be able to take countermeasures accordingly. Due to this consideration, he could not leave the heavenly underworld planet too far. This was because he had to activate his personal space communication system at any time to connect to the heavenly underworld planet space network and search for information. Furthermore, Before he entered the imperial dojo, he had instructed that he would be in seclusion and not to disturb him unless there was something important. Therefore, according to Yi Xian's estimation, the news of his sudden disappearance would take at least 1 or 2 days to reach the immortal star. And by the time Consort Mei reacted, it would probably be 3 or 4 days later. Because of this, out of boredom, Yi Xian switched the Dongshu shuttle to self-propelled mode and took out the star core origin. Taking advantage of this opportunity, he entered seclusion inside the Dongshu shuttle. Although he was now a planet-grade elite, this was clearly far from enough. Prince Xian's cultivation level could not only be at the 4th major realm. When he had first left the immortal star and started the imperial family's ultimate trial, his cultivation level had probably been much higher than this. Although everyone believed that Yi Xian was concealing his cultivation base and deliberately controlling what he revealed to the outside world at the planet grade, it was very likely that Yi Xian would encounter a situation where he would be forced to reveal his true cultivation base during the upcoming power struggle in the Immortal Dynasty. Under such circumstances, if Yi Xian couldn't display a stronger cultivation base and was still a planet First Order, it would immediately arouse suspicion. Therefore, whenever he was free, he would seize the time to cultivate. Fortunately, he had the devouring system to help him absorb the energy from the star core origin. His speed in this aspect was already very fast, and coupled with the fact that his mental state had improved several times in a row, he was able to make consecutive breakthroughs in a short period of time. He did not have to worry about the situation where his foundation would be unstable due to his cultivation level increasing too quickly. This time, during his closed-door training in the void, Yi Xian still used level 9 colored star core origins. In fact, he used 2 of them. In just 8 short days, when all the star core origins that he had thrown to the devouring system had been completely absorbed and finished his training, Yi Xian heard the familiar system prompt in his mind again. Ding! Congratulations to the host for leveling up. Current cultivation level. Planet 3rd Order. Upon hearing this prompt, Yi Xian was delighted. His eyes lit up as he clenched his fists tightly. Sure enough, after using 2 level 9 colored star cores, he had finally achieved 2 consecutive breakthroughs during this closed-door training. He had broken through from the Planet First Order to the Planet Third Order. However, this situation could not be maintained for long. The planet realm was not very strong yet, so it was still possible to break through 2 small levels in a row by using 2 level 9 colored star core origins. However, as his cultivation level increased again, he was afraid that he would only be able to break through 1 small level after using 4 or 5 level 9 colored star cores at once. Because of this, he decided to take advantage of the fact that his foundation was still shallow and the effects of the level 9 colored star core origins were still very obvious to increase his cultivation level as quickly as possible during this period until his mental state reached a bottleneck and he had no choice but to stop. In fact, he was the only one who could achieve such a thing. If it had been anyone else, even if they had a large number of level 9 colored star core origins, they would not have been able to achieve this, as it took time to absorb the star core energy. The higher the level of the star core origin, the slower and more difficult it would be to absorb the star core energy within it. Yi Xian had the devouring system and the bloodline of the space-devouring beast, so he was not afraid of this. He could absorb the star core energy as quickly as he wanted. After breaking through once again, Yi Xian was in a good mood. He calculated the time and realized that he had actually spent 8 days in this closed-door training to make 2 consecutive breakthroughs. This gave him a huge fright. 8 days was enough for the Immortal Dynasty to react to his sudden disappearance. Consort Mei was probably furious. Prince Xian was her only son, and Consort Mei had always been proud of him. This time, Prince Xian was carrying out the royal family's ultimate trial outside, and she had always been very worried. Back when Yi Xian had used the Federation's contribution points to exchange for 3 level 9 gene cultivation fluids on the Heavenly River planet, Consort Mei had even taken advantage of that opportunity to ask for a drop of immortal ancestral dragon blood from the Immortal Emperor. She had mixed it in and sent it to Yi Xian in violation of the rules. This time, Consort Mei was worried about Prince Xian's marriage. She had sent down an edict for him to return to the Immortal Star immediately and complete the wedding. However, Prince Xian did not care about his mother's feelings at all and skipped work halfway. Consort Mei would definitely be furious when faced with all this. Perhaps the entire heavenly underworld planet was in chaos by now. He did not know if the Naples and Shenyuan family were in trouble. He had considered protecting them at first, so he believed that no matter how furious Consort Mei was, she would not vent her anger on them. After all, Anyone could see that the Naples and Xianyuan family had basically been branded with Prince Xian's brand. They were her son's direct descendants. Consort Mei was furious, but she could not completely fall out with them over this matter and wipe out her son's future direct descendants, right? If she really did that, she would definitely not be his biological mother. When he thought of this, Yi Xian, who had just been a little worried, immediately calmed down. Immediately after, he issued an order to the devouring system and immediately activated his personal Starry Sky communication system. He connected to the heavenly underworld planet Starry Sky network and checked on the subsequent developments of this incident. Following the order, the devouring system immediately connected to the Starry Sky network. After it was successful, it began to collect information. After a short while, the collection process was completed. A series of information was fed back and turned into words that were projected into Yi Xian's mind. Yi Xian immediately browsed through it. After reading a few lines, his heart sank to the bottom of the valley. In the next moment, his expression changed drastically. In addition to being furious, he even subconsciously let out a cry of alarm. What? How could this be? Chapter 3078. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor. Nyoibo Studio Isolation and Investigation. Now that Prince Xian was at the peak of his power, it was not easy to find a chance to deal with him and suppress him. As the Federation's chief inspector, the great imperial uncle Long Huai would not treat him lightly. This time, the investigation team of the Overwatch Council from the headquarters of the Undying Stars Wan Luo Federation was personally led by his deputy. They took a space fortress and descended on the heavenly underworld planet. Long Huai's deputy was also a member of the Undying Dynasty's royal family, so he also had the surname Long and his name was Long Kuei. However, this person was only a side relative of the royal family and belonged to Long Huai's line. In terms of seniority, he was the same as Long Huai. If Yi Xian came into contact with him as Prince Xian, he would also call him uncle. However, compared to Long Huai, Long Tianba, and the other royal uncles, this uncle was clearly much less important. After all, he was only a side relative. Long Kuei and Long Huai were the same. They belonged to the radical and powerful faction. From the fact that the great imperial uncle Long Huai had appointed him as the leader of the Overwatch Council's investigation team, it could be seen that Long Huai was determined to succeed this time. This was clearly a spurt of energy and wanted to push Prince Xian to the end. At the very least, he wanted to fiercely suppress the momentum of Prince Xian's limelight. Once the investigation team arrived on the heavenly underworld planet, they began a comprehensive investigation of Naples and the Xianyuan family on the same day. As for Prince Xian's disappearance, they did not waste their time at all. Tianming's imperial capital had already been thoroughly investigated. Since there was no result, then even if the Federation's Overwatch Council began another investigation, it would be impossible for them to find anything new. Although this was the truth, they didn't even bother to go through the formalities. As soon as they arrived, they began to investigate Naples and the Xianyuan family, who were closely related to Prince Xian. Sima Zhao's intentions were well known. The entire Tianming's imperial capital was incomparably quiet on this day. Everyone was closely watching the progress of this matter. Naples was immediately stripped of his position as the commander of the Stronghold Fleet. The entire Stronghold Fleet was temporarily led by Imperial Uncle Long Tianba and returned to the Immortal Star. The purpose of this was obviously to make it easier to investigate Naples in the future, and to separate his direct troops from the commander. Following the forced departure of the Fortress Fleet and the return of the Immortal Army, Naples and the Purplish Warbler were brought to the Federation Fortress where the investigation team was located by the monitoring officers of the Federation Overwatch Council and isolated for investigation. Naples was a good match, but when the Overwatch Council censor went to the Xianyuan family to ask the Purplish Warbler to cooperate with the investigation, they were met with some obstacles, and a conflict almost broke out. In the end, the head of the Xianyuan family, Xianyuan Bo, was injured. An ancestor of the Xianyuan family also appeared and ordered the family to restrain themselves. Thus, the officials of the Federation Overwatch Council were able to successfully take the Purplish Warbler away. This matter caused a stir in Tianming's imperial capital. Originally, because of their relationship with Prince Xian, the Xianyuan family could be said to be like the sun in the sky among the top families in Tianming's imperial capital. However, the world changed so quickly. In the blink of an eye, the imperial court had already begun to suppress Prince Xian. The Xianyuan family was also implicated. This matter became a joke in Tianming's imperial capital. They said that they had not even hugged Prince Xian's thighs before they could warm up to him. In the Overwatch Council's Federation Fortress, Naples and the Purplish Warbler were locked up in 2 cabins that were quite far from each other and isolated for investigation. All the investigation was personally led by the leader of the investigation team, Long Kuei. At this time, this Federation fortress had already left Tianming planet and was returning to the Undying planet. However, when they came, this starry fortress used wormholes all the way and used the fastest speed to get here. Now that they were returning, they were not in a hurry at all. This was because the interrogation work would be completed along the way. According to Censor Long Huai's instructions, they had to obtain the confessions of Naples and the Purplish Warbler along the way and confirm the crime of Prince Xian deliberately killing Wenxing. It would be best if they could obtain all the progress in other aspects, such as Prince Xian colluding with the demons and being a demon spy. If they could obtain this kind of evidence, then Prince Xian's complete fall from power was almost certain. There would be no more changes. Because they could not be in 2 places, the interrogation of the Purplish Warbler had not yet begun. At this time, Long Huai was leading a few officials of the Overwatch Council to start the interrogation of Naples. Now, I can tell you that the High Priest of the Demon Race's Imperial City, Wenxing, was something that the Federation had to pay an enormous price to win over. For many years, we didn't dare to use him, and we've always been in a nurturing state. Our goal is that he will play a critical role in the final battle with the Heaven's Legacy race in the future. Long Kuei looked at Naples with a gloomy expression. As he spoke, his expression gradually turned cold. After a short pause, he snorted coldly and continued, "But now Wenxing is dead, and his death is unclear. After our investigation, we have confirmed that Wenxing happened to be in the Black Mosquito Star Zone with Long Xian before you went to the First Universe. But later, Long Xian was brought back by you, and Wenxing inexplicably died. Long Xian also had 10 billion Federation contribution points deducted. You are also a high-ranking member of the Immortal Army, so you should know better than me about the rewards and punishments of military merit. What 10 billion Federation contribution points means, and what kind of great loss would cause so many points to be deducted. I don't think I need to say more. Do you have anything to say about this matter?" Hearing this, Naples immediately frowned and sighed in his heart. He knew that Long Huai would not let this matter go easily, and would definitely take the opportunity to make trouble. It was just that Naples did not expect the other party to make trouble so quickly. The only thing he could do now was to help Prince Xian as much as possible. After all, the other party's real target was Prince Xian. Naples had been branded as Prince Xian, so if Prince Xian was fine, he would be fine. If Prince Xian was really pushed to the end and fell in this fierce struggle for imperial power, then he, Naples, would definitely not have a good ending. Thinking of this, Naples secretly gritted his teeth, rolled his eyes, and gave a reply that he had already thought of. "Wenxing's death has nothing to do with your highness. At that time, we had not yet met up with Prince Xian. In order to force the Demon Royal Fleet stationed at the Black Mosquito Star to hand over Prince Xian, I ordered several Demon Royal fortresses to be bombarded. Wenxing happened to be in one of them, so his death can only be considered an accident. Besides, before the fleet set off, no one told me about Wenxing's identity. Even if I knew he was in that fortress, I would still have ordered the attack. If we really want to talk about it, the responsibility of this matter should be on the Federation's higher-ups in charge of contacting Wenxing." Bang! Impudent!